Neither settler nor native. The making and unmaking of permanent minorities. Mahmood Mamdani. For Zarin. You teach us how to engage the world in difficult times. May you inspire many and blaze a trail. It's like a path across the land, it's not there to begin with, but when lots of people go the same way, it comes into being. Luhsun. Hometown. Contents. Introduction. 1. The Indian question in the United States. 2. Nuremberg, the failure of denazification. 3. Settlers and natives in apartheid South Africa. 4. Sudan, colonialism, independence, and secession. 5. The Israel/Palestine question. 6. Decolonizing the political community. Notes. Acknowledgements. Index. Introduction. The standard biography of the modern state begins with the signing of the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. That accord largely brought to an end decades of warfare across Europe, in particular the 30 Years' War that decimated the Holy Roman Empire. At Westphalia, two key components of the modern state were born: religious toleration at home and the reciprocal guarantee of sovereignty abroad. Catholics, Lutherans, and Calvinists were each given official sanction within the empire, and across much of Europe states agreed to respect one another's legitimacy and authority in their domestic affairs. This European story tells a moral lesson. In this story, the modern state is associated with tolerance. It is both a product and a guarantor of tolerance among states and within them. At this triumphant moment, the state imposed a secular peace on the warring factions of society. Whatever differences persisted among individuals and groups were subordinated by the law in the interest of peaceful coexistence. But this story starts too late, and, as a result, provides the wrong lesson. This book traces the founding moment of the modern state instead to 1492. That year marked the beginning of the nation-state, the endurance of which was later secured by Westphalian tolerance. The nation-state was born of two developments in Iberia. One was ethnic cleansing, whereby the Castilian monarchy sought to create a homogeneous national homeland for Christian Spaniards by ejecting and converting those among them who were strangers to the nation, Moors and Jews. The other development was the taking of overseas colonies in the Americas by the same Castilian monarchy that spearheaded ethnic cleansing. In this story, modern colonialism was not something that states started doing in the 18th century. Modern colonialism and the modern state were born together with the creation of the nation-state. Nationalism did not precede colonialism. Nor was colonialism the highest or the final stage in the making of a nation. The two were co-constituted. The birth of the modern state amid ethnic cleansing and overseas domination teaches us a different lesson about what political modernity is, less an engine of tolerance than of conquest. Tolerance had to be imposed on the nation-state long after its birth in order to stanch the bloodshed it was causing. In Europe, tolerance emerged after Westphalia as the key to securing civil peace within the nation-state. Minorities at home were tolerated in exchange for their political loyalty, which, in practice, meant they were tolerated to the extent that they were seen by the national majority as non-threatening. This regime of tolerance solidified the structure of the nation-state by defining the relation between the national majority and minority. It is this structure of tolerance that is seen as defining the liberal character of political modernity. But that is political modernity in Europe. In the colonies overseas, and in the settler colonies where there is no clear spatial divide between nation and non-nation, political modernity and its liberalism meant something else. It meant conquest. As a Eurocentric ideology and political discourse, modernity did not require tolerance abroad. Only people deemed civilized had to be tolerated. Others marked by their cultural differences from Christian Europeans had to be made civilized before earning the right to be tolerated. The light of civilization could shine wherever populations conformed to Eurocentric ideals. Thus did Europeans turn to the colonies and seek to build there the avatar of modernity, the nation-state, as it existed in Europe. The French called this the mission civilisatrice, which was anglicized as the civilizing mission. Had the civilizing mission succeeded, colonial political modernity might have looked a great deal like its European counterpart, with European-style nation-states the world over practicing Christianity and Westphalian tolerance. But the civilizing mission failed, resulting in a colonial modernity that veered sharply from the course taken by European modernity. While liberal tolerance took hold in the European nation-state, liberal conquest inflamed the colonies. By the mid-19th century, the colonizer's forcible imposition of its laws, customs, educational practices, language, and community life provoked fierce resistance among the natives, the word that was used to describe those deemed uncivilized. In response, the British put aside the torch of civilization in order to maintain order. As I introduce below and explain in detail in later chapters, the new colonial method involved drafting native allies and claiming to protect their ways of life. In the colonies, there would be no native majority built to resemble the colonizer, instead there would be assorted minorities, each preserved under the leadership of a native elite. The native elite's power was said to derive from custom, but it was the backing of the colonizer that was their true source of authority. Separated into so many distinct races and tribes, the natives would look to their own rather than to each other in a solidarity that could challenge the colonizer. Although the British were adept in this method, they did not invent it. The Americans did, in the context of controlling the people Columbus had called Indians. Historians of colonization refer to the civilizing mission as direct rule and the methods that succeeded it as indirect rule. Part of my focus in the coming pages is on a surprising outcome of this shift from one system of rule to another, the emergence in the post-colonial situation of a violent nationalism following from the creation of minorities under indirect rule. The minorities the colonizer created in the colonies sought, after independence, to become the nation. Post-colonial nationalists struggled to consolidate power by transforming society into the home of the nation as they imagined it. The result was an era of blood and terror, ethnic cleansing and civil wars, and, sometimes, genocide. These are the wages of post-colonial modernity, in which political modernity is instantiated by people whose ancestors rejected it. Embracing political modernity means embracing the epistemic condition that Europeans created to distinguish the nation as civilized and thereby justify aggrandizing the nation at the expense of the uncivilized. The substance of this epistemic condition lies in the political subjectivities it affords. How does the subject understand herself? If she understands herself as a member of the nation, she is participating in political modernity. Colonized peoples lacked this subjectivity until Europeans foisted it on them, much as this subjectivity was foisted on Europeans themselves, at least in the early days of the nation-state. The Castilians had to impose the nation in order to make it thinkable. Later Europeans, steeped in the idea of the nation, could hardly think of any other. The immense historical irony of the civilizing mission is that its failure created the conditions in which the nation would come to flourish under post-colonial modernity. Parts of this book are devoted to showing how exactly this happened, how the techniques of indirect rule produced in colonized subjects the nationalist political subjectivity. The violence of post-colonial modernity mirrors the violence of European modernity and colonial direct rule. Its principal manifestation is ethnic cleansing. Because the nation-state seeks to homogenize its territory, it is well served by ejecting those who would introduce pluralism. Ethnic cleansing can take a variety of forms. These include genocide, whereby the minority population is killed en masse, and population transfer, whereby the minority is removed from the territory or concentrated in a minimal portion of it, away from the majority. Ethnic cleansing unites the examples in this book: the United States, which perpetrated both genocide and population transfer against American Indians; Germany, which perpetrated genocide against Jews and was in turn victimized by Allied population transfers following the Second World War; South Africa, where white settlers forced blacks into tribal homelands known as Bantustans; Sudan, where the British segregated Arabs and Africans into separate homelands; and Palestine, where Zionist settlers forcibly exiled and concentrated non-Jews, an ongoing process. These examples serve different roles in this book. The United States emerges as the model modern colony from which the others, the Nazis, white power in South Africa, the British in Sudan, and Zionists, learned. Sudan is the chief example of post-colonial modernity, in which the racial and tribal structures imposed by the British became the basis for explosive civil wars following independence. Israel provides a distinctive expression of colonial modernity. Germany provides an example of European political modernity, but my discussion of it is not primarily oriented toward Nazism's place in the pantheon of destructive nationalisms. Rather, I look to the German case primarily to understand why it has been so hard to dislodge the political roots that nourished the Nazi political project. The failure of denazification is the key here. The denazification process treated Nazi atrocities as forms of criminal violence rather than political violence, thereby submerging the nationalist political objectives of the Third Reich and protecting its political project from scrutiny. South Africa, by contrast, shows us a way out of the morass of the nation-state and its obsession with civilization. The transition away from apartheid involved a rejection of the permanent majority and minority identities that lie on each side of the civilizational divide at the heart of the nation-state. Post-apartheid South Africa could justifiably have replaced white rule with black majority rule. Instead, the new state adopted non-racial democracy. At the same time, tribalism persists in South Africa, and so there is more work to be done. Building blocks of political modernity. As I noted, the history of the prevailing state system begins in 1492, with the Reconquista, whereby the Castilian monarchy took over regions of Iberia that had for centuries been under Moorish rule. This was a state-building exercise, in that it sought to erect a government that of the Castilians over a territory and the people within it. But it was more than that. It was also a nation-building exercise in that it sought to change the people within the territory in order to make the population culturally homogeneous. Under the banner of one country, one religion, one empire, the Castilians first expelled from Castile and Aragon any Jews who would not convert to Christianity. This was the work of the Alhambra Decree of 1492. Then edicts promulgated between 1499 and 1526 forced the conversion of Muslims across Spain. Next came a series of inquisitions, each aimed at ridding the nation of impurities said to be harbored by recent converts to Christianity. A similar nationalism was implicit in the conquest of the Americas. Columbus got royal support for his westward adventure from the conquistadors only months after they entered Granada. He also received support in the form of the doctrine of discovery, announced by the Pope in 1493. The Pope asserted that explorers could claim foreign territory in the name of Christian monarchs and that such claims were legitimate because the inhabitants of the discovered lands lacked European civilization, principally Christianity. In this way the Indians in the Americas became Moors and Jews on the other side of the ocean. The Treaty of Westphalia brought about significant changes to the nation-state model by ushering in the regime of tolerance. At Westphalia, the European nation-state agreed to protect internal minorities rather than oppress and expel them, as the Castilians had. In turn, the nation-state was guaranteed protection from invasion by other states, where presumably these minorities constituted majorities. Europe's religious wars were predicated on just these sorts of protective invasions. The majority in one polity looked across its borders and saw that, in the next polity over, its brethren were a persecuted minority. This became a reason, or perhaps a pretext, for war. To prevent such wars spiraling further out of control, European states agreed to stop persecuting their internal minorities. As long as minorities did not revolt, sovereigns would not persecute them, and as long as sovereigns did not persecute minorities, other sovereigns had to respect their right to rule unmolested. After 1648, then, the nation-state became liberal. But what exactly did this mean? The Peace of Westphalia did not spell out with precision what it meant to be tolerant or where the boundaries of tolerance lay. Many key questions were beyond the scope of the accord. Just what sort of difference was tolerable? Did Europeans have to tolerate non-Europeans? Did Christians have to tolerate non-Christians? If some peoples were beyond toleration, could they be made tolerable through the erasure of their intolerable differences? Answers to these questions came from various corners of European political discourse, with enormous consequences. European modernity and the boundaries of tolerance. The most influential theorist of tolerance is the English philosopher John Locke. Notions of tolerance predate him, but his ideas are the ones that became pillars of the nation-state. Unlike Thomas Hobbes, whose Leviathan argued against Westphalia by asserting uniformity of religion as essential to maintaining political order, Locke, in his letter concerning toleration, argued for a regime of tolerating minorities on the condition that they renounce rival allegiance and support the state. His objective was to distinguish the business of civil government from that of religion, so that civil government may promote worldly interests and leave the business of salvation to the Church. In particular, in England, it was Catholics who needed to give up their allegiance to the Pope in exchange for toleration by the Protestant majority. The Church would also have to limit itself to persuasion, leaving the monopoly on violence to the state government. For its part, the state would abandon the idea that faith is not to be kept with heretics. It would cease oppressing apostates, atheists, and nonconformists. 1. Locke's regime of toleration institutionalized the relationship between a national majority on one side and a national minority on the other, each cast permanently in its political identity. Tolerance therefore became a key structure of the nation-state, for it legitimated the permanent separation of the majority and the minority, a distinction without which the nation-state collapses. 2. This distinction is a product of the essential incoherence of the nation-state, which joins the nation, a political community whose boundaries are determined by its members, to the state, a legal form in which membership is determined by law. These two objects, state and nation, are necessarily incompatible, for the purpose of the state is to apply law equally to all members, while the purpose of the nation is to protect and valorize only members of the nation. If the state does the bidding of the nation, it will instantiate in law the national prejudice, which is antithetical to the rule of law. Locke's compromise was toleration, whereby the state agrees not to enact the national prejudice against the inhabitants of the state who are not also of the nation, as long as these minorities accept their minority status. Minority status boils down to the foregoing of sovereignty. The state will never exist in the image of the minority, which renounces any political project that would change the character of the state. But if Locke's compromise ensured a degree of peace in Europe, it has had the opposite effect in Europe's colonies. In the colonies, the permanent majority-minority distinction became the division between the nation and the uncivilized, referred to as the native. Europeans generally agreed that they had to find ways other than violence to resolve differences among themselves, but they also agreed that they had a right to colonize the uncivilized because the uncivilized, like the permanent minority in the nation-state, lack sovereignty. Important thinkers such as the 19th-century international jurist Richard Cobden decreed that the principle of sovereignty applied only to civilized countries of Europe, not, for instance, to the Ottoman Empire. John Stuart Mill approved, the uncivilized were not sovereign and so were at the mercy of the civilized. 3. Indeed, conquest was portrayed not merely as an option but as a moral responsibility. Sovereigns were obligated either to bring civilization to peoples branded uncivilized, or to save the vulnerable hostages of uncivilized societies, such as women and the enslaved, to rescue them, in today's human rights language. The terms of tolerance in foreign policy were variously formulated, starting well before Westphalia with the doctrine of discovery, which confirmed that the uncivilized, that is, non-Christians, had no rights that Christians were bound to respect. Not everyone shared that perspective, though. Much debate characterized the centuries between 1493 and the era of Cobden and Mill. The dispute among European intellectuals was triggered by the Iberian conquest of the Americas and the Dutch conquest of the Indies. Europeans agreed that they had the right to colonize the less civilized non-European world, but they disagreed on whether that right was contingent on the consent of the colonized. In the late 16th and early 17th centuries, two schools of thought emerged on relations between the civilized and the uncivilized. We know these schools as the humanists and the scholastics. The difference between them has been discussed by several authors, including Anthony Pagden, Robert Williams Jr., and Richard Tuck. 4. The two schools came to loggerheads on the issue of whether the civilized enjoyed a right to preemptive war against the uncivilized. Both schools embraced the necessity of war, but they disagreed on the justifications for it. Humanists, in spite of their name, were warmongers in the classical Roman tradition. In De Jure Belli, the Italian humanist Alberico Gentili looked to Cicero to justify striking at enemies even when they had not committed violence. The Spanish philosopher Juan Gines de Sepulveda argued that Spain had a right to rule over Indians because barbarian customs violated natural law. Scholastics felt otherwise. Luis de Molina, a Spanish Jesuit, turned to medieval Christian thinkers to oppose preemptive strikes and denounce warfare against barbarians as unjustifiable unless to protect innocent victims of their aggression. And even such a protective war could not justify occupying barbarian lands. Domingo de Soto, Francisco de Vitoria, and Bartolomé de las Casas drew on Dominican teachings to insist that the Spanish crown could have true dominion over America only if the Indians consented. 5. The humanist articulation of rights was a justification of sovereignty and raison d'etat, not a critique of these concepts, as many contemporary human rights thinkers would have us believe. In particular, humanists such as the Dutch jurist Hugo Grotius analogized the rights of the individual to those of the state and therefore saw the state as having wide latitude. Importantly, and in contrast to earlier thought that had seen the right to punish as a right possessed only by civil magistrates, Grotius argued that the state had a right to punish because individuals, he claimed, had a right to punish in the state of nature for purposes of self-preservation. Abstract notions of autonomy, sovereignty, and self-preservation so central to liberalism developed in tandem with international practices of conquest and served to rationalize them. 6. It is in the sense that we may understand humanist thought as the founding moment of a colonizing tradition. Humanism, in the emerging mold of human rights, only became an apparent foil for the pursuit of big power interests toward the end of 19th century, when humanists argued that Europe's new nation-states should be required to preserve minority rights. All major Western European powers agreed, and in the 1878 Berlin Treaty minority protection requirements were imposed on the Balkan states emerging from the Russo-Turkish War in the East. But, demonstrating again that humanism is a fig leaf for the powerful, the same strictures were not applied to Europe's old states, which would not be enjoined by treaty to protect minorities. The primacy of this new variety of humanism was solidified in the Versailles Treaty in 1919, following the dissolution of the Ottoman, Habsburg, and Hohenzollern empires that had lost the First World War. The resulting international order was based on the Allies' commitment to recognize only those states that pledged to guarantee the rights of their internal minorities. As in earlier treaties, none of these powers accepted the minority rights provision when it came to their own minorities, such as American Indians in the United States, Welsh and Irish in the United Kingdom, and Britons and Basques in France. Even Germany, in spite of having lost the war, was not subject to these stipulations. The minority rights asserted by the League of Nations Covenant applied only to Eastern Europe. Not much changed when it came to the discussion of rights after the Second World War. When the United Nations gathered to discuss the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Eleanor Roosevelt insisted that the minority question did not exist in North America. 7. Colonial modernity and the making of permanent minorities. Armed with doctrines rejecting minority rights for the uncivilized and sanctioning any self-serving action of the civilized, Europeans went abroad with the intent to convert natives into nations constructed in the European image. This effort failed, but the nation-state project persisted in former colonies. The colonizers had to give up their goal of nation-building in the interest of consolidating power and maintaining order. Yet, where Europeans left off, the locals took over, absorbing the nationalist project into their own politics. The failure of the European project triggered the shift from direct rule, the civilizing mission, to indirect rule, which harnessed the native tradition to the colonial political project. Direct rule sought to build nations akin to that of the colonizer, indirect rule merely to hold and exploit territories. I have discussed the distinction between the two phases of colonialism in earlier books. Point 8. Here I sum up that distinction so that we can begin to see how the politics of the nation was installed in diverse colonized states, including those that Europeans left without realizing the nation-building dream. Direct rule mirrored top-down nation-building in Europe. Much as the forced conversions and inquisitions of the Reconquista aimed to refashion heretics into members of a nation identified as Christian, direct rule in the colonies sought to make the colonized fit for membership in the colonizer nation. Missionaries, church societies, and colonial officials came together in this project. In one colony after another, British, French, Dutch, Portuguese, and the U.S. internal colony of American Indians, institutions of formal education replaced local modes of education. The laws of the colonizer were imported wholesale. Local customs with respect to religion, language, marriage, inheritance, land use, and so on were replaced with European practices. Colonizers were not under the illusion that they could transform the whole colonized people, so the brunt of their efforts was directed at local elites. By inducing elites to take the role of colonizer nation, colonizers hoped to inject a kind of Trojan horse into subject societies. The idea was that these colonized members of the nation would, through their example and their power, bring the rest of the natives along. The rationale for direct rule was famously summed up by Thomas Babington Macaulay, a member of the Supreme Council for India in the 1830s, in his Minute on Education. I am quite ready to take the Oriental learning at the valuation of the Orientalists themselves. I have never found one among them who could deny that a single shelf of a good European library was worth the whole native literature of India and Arabia. We have to educate a people who cannot at present be educated by means of their mother tongue. We must at present do our best to form a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions whom we govern, a class of persons, Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. Point 9. British efforts to impose direct rule met with insurrection, the Indian Uprising, the Morant Bay Rebellion in Jamaica, and the Madhya in Sudan. The durability of this resistance forced British leaders to rethink principles of colonial governance. Their solution was indirect rule. Instead of building a nation in the imperial image by uprooting and replacing native customs and authorities, the empire would preserve both. Rather than build the national permanent majority, there would be a proliferation of permanent minorities, each kept down through indirect management by so-called natives deputized by the colonizer. The logic of the civilizing mission had to go so that the British could maintain control. The French also adopted indirect rule, replacing the policy of assimilation with that of association. In Senegal and Morocco, the French followed the British by building a durable alliance with local elites whose moral and ideological standing was intact, even if their political power was on the wane. But while indirect rule began as an alternative to 19th-century nation-building, it wound up creating the conditions for nation-building in the 20th century. What emerged from indirect rule was a new kind of political community in which colonized groups were subdivided into territorial homelands and made subject to separate legal regimes. These divisions were drawn along lines of cultural and ethnic distinction, thereby transforming ethnic groups into administrative political units known as tribes. Each territorial division was said to be the homeland of its tribe, administered by local authorities who combined the sanction of custom with the backing of colonial power. These native authorities were empowered to bestow benefits on those said to be indigenous to the homeland, generating native investment in tribe and homeland. This investment endured long after the colonizer departed. The territorial and legal boundaries created by indirect rule thereby became the basis for post-colonial conflicts over political belonging. In thinking about 19th-century indirect rule, we need to be careful to distinguish from very different earlier invocations of indirect rule. The history of indirect rule, understood as rule through local mediation, goes back as far as the Roman Empire. The British, however, brought a kind of genius to their efforts. They did not merely resurrect Roman divide and rule practices but rather pioneered an altogether different form of statecraft based on the recasting of identities. Whereas Romans took the self-consciousness of their subjects as a given, British colonial governance sought to reshape the self-consciousness of the colonized. Another way to put this is that the Romans were content to rule peoples as they found them, but the British were not. In this sense, 19th century indirect rule turned out to be a far more ambitious project than direct rule had been, whereas direct rule aimed at civilizing elites, indirect rule looked to impose a native subjectivity on the entire local population. This effort to create a specifically native subjectivity for colonized peoples as opposed to an elite subjectivity, a la direct rule, began after the 1857 Indian Uprising, when Queen Victoria called for the protection of native culture. The jurist Sir Henry Maine was a key influence on the Queen, elaborating such protection as both a justification and blueprint for colonial rule. By identifying distinctive local customs and histories and incorporating these in the imperial historical narrative, census, and law, the British transformed existing cultural differences into boundaries of political identity that fragmented and fractured those they governed. Historical writing, census-taking, and lawmaking fostered new subjectivities by creating for the colonized a new past, altering their status in the present, and anticipating for them futures that otherwise would never have come to pass. Colonizers wrote European race theories and perverted variations on local history into the histories of colonized peoples, making European categories of race and tribe appear local and natural. Thus did colonized peoples learn that they had always been rivals. Colonizers then mapped the colonized using census categories organized according to these histories, reinforcing racial and tribal identifications. Finally, by predicating laws and their application on identification with racial and tribal distinctions, colonizers ensured that future political, economic, and social realities would reflect these distinctions. The British did not cut the novel identities they exploited from whole cloth. The British noted the real cultural differences among colonized people and even asked them how they identified themselves. The genius of the British was not in inventing differences to exploit but in politicizing real and acknowledged differences by turning them into legal boundaries deemed inviolable and predicating security and economic benefits on locals' respect for these boundaries. The British thereby co-opted locals into the myth that they were not just culturally different from each other but in fact had always harbored mutually incompatible interests. In this way the British Empire took the old Roman strategy of divide and rule a step further. A more apt name for this project is define and rule, a concept I explored in a 2012 book. Point 10. The present work builds on this argument by looking more closely at the construction, content, and consequences of indirect rule. I now identify three different forms of mediation pursued under indirect rule: individual, institutional, and territorial. Individual indirect rule is associated first with the Romans. They governed their less organized Western Empire directly, through armed settlements of soldiers. But in the more organized Eastern Empire in Asia and Africa, Roman rule was indirect and individual, effected by taking tribute from local potentates such as Cleopatra of Egypt and Herod of Judea. Point 11. After switching to indirect rule, the British used much the same method in ruling Indian princely states, striking deals with the royals. But outside the princely states the British turned to institutional indirect rule, governing through customary law and religious authority, such as Anglo-Mohammedan law. The Ottoman millet system is another example of institutional indirect rule, in which the empire's ethnic groups had their own leadership subordinate to that of the central state. In this way, an Armenian in Istanbul and an Armenian in eastern Anatolia were said to be members of the same millet and subject to its authority, and authority granted by the Sultan and superseded by his own. Point 12. The Mughal practice of governing through local religious institutions and traditions is yet another example. I mention these two forms of indirect rule, individual and institutional, mainly to distinguish from the third, territorial indirect rule. This is the form I explore in detail in this book. Territorial indirect rule embraces the customary authority and law of institutional indirect rule but binds these to tribal homelands. The innovation that brought about territorial indirect rule was the American Indian Reservation. First tested in the mid-19th century in California, then put into practice more formally and completely by Presidents Abraham Lincoln and Ulysses S. Grant, the reservation segregated Indians from whites, stripped Indians of land, and minimized the political threat they posed by subjecting them to domination under colonially supervised customary law. Although others learned a great deal from the American invention of territorial indirect rule, the chapters that follow make clear that indirect rule is not everywhere the same. It has consistent features, but its fine-grained mechanics vary depending on circumstances. Territorial indirect rule is a technology of colonial modernity deployed in different ways in different eras and places. Thus there are differences between the U.S. system of Indian management and the implementations of indirect rule in South Sudan and South Africa. In addition, the U.S. Indian management system has changed markedly over the years, as indirect rule technologies morphed with the times. Continuities across time and space are valuable in understanding territorial indirect rule and its consequence for post-colonial modernity. But we should not be too firm in our definition, lest we risk losing sight of what that consequence everywhere has been, the manufacture of permanent majority and minority identities. Post-colonial modernity and the problem of extreme violence. Contests over national belonging are at the heart of extreme violence in the post-independence period. Their bloody confrontation notwithstanding, colonialism and anti-colonialism share a common premise, that society must be homogenized in order to build a nation. I recall taking a bus in the mid-1970s from Dar es Salaam to Maputo, the capital of the newly liberated Mozambique. As the bus entered the square in the middle of the city, I could see a huge banner inscribed with a quote from the Mozambican revolutionary Samora Machel, "For the nation to live, the tribe must die." The tribe here referred not to the ethnic group as in a cluster of culturally unique people but to political identification with the ethnic group. The message was that every potential source of competing identity had to be cleansed in order to homogenize the nation. Like other nationalist projects, post-colonial nationalism has been deeply violent. Indeed, the violence of the militant nationalist project often felt like a second colonial occupation. "When will this independence end?" a Congolese peasant asked, in a story related to me by the University of Dar es Salaam professor Ernest Wamba Diawamba, amid the reign of Mobutu Sese Seko. But it was not until later, during and after the Rwanda genocide, that many of us African scholars started thinking systematically about why, contrary to what we had expected, political violence had exploded rather than diminished after political independence. Why had Europe's past become our present? Why were nationalist elites reviving the civilizing mission that colonialism had abandoned when it embraced the defense of tradition? This was a question that stayed with me, from Rwanda to Darfur and then South Sudan. In kickstarting the nation-building project after independence, post-colonial elites turned their backs on the history of colonialism and thus on their own history. Instead they modeled their political imagination on the modern European state, the result being that the nationalist dream was imposed on the reality of colonially imposed fragmentation, leading to new rounds of nation-building by ethnic cleansing. Two models of understanding extreme violence. The ways in which societies respond to such extreme violence tell us something important about how they see themselves and what the future holds for them. Is nation-building violence a criminal act, calling for prosecution and punishment? Or is it a political act, the answer to which must be a new, non-nationalist politics? Where societies choose the first option, criminalizing nation-building violence, progress toward eradicating the political sources of that violence will not come easily, if at all. This is because nation-building violence tends to be cyclical. Those excluded by new boundaries of nationhood turn to a new round of violence in order to establish a national political community in which they are included, necessarily excluding others. And then the cycle restarts. I seek to theorize extreme violence as political, and thereby to argue that a crime and punishment approach is more likely to aggravate than to ameliorate this violence. The examples I discuss in this book are all marked by extreme violence triggered against groups framed and identified politically in the process of state formation. In each instance, I show perverse consequences of countering political violence with responses fashioned in the battle against criminal violence. Those who call for criminal justice focus on individual acts of violence. They draw a list of atrocities, identify its perpetrators, and call for justice for victims. Rather than demand that we hold perpetrators to account, I look for an alternative to this turning of tables. A focus on the priority of victims' justice, based on the identity of victim as defined by the perpetrator, translates into court processes that call for each crime to be followed by a proportional punishment. By individualizing the crime and the violence, the demand for criminal justice obscures the issues that feed group grievances and hides the constituencies that mobilize around group demands. The post-colonial crisis is first and foremost a political crisis, not a criminal one. The more political understanding of violence can be glimpsed in Walter Benjamin's distinction between lawmaking and law-preserving violence. Law-preserving violence is a response to crime; as such, it claims to dispense criminal justice. Lawmaking violence is fundamentally political. Rather than address the transgression of an existing law, lawmaking violence seeks to establish a new law in a very general sense, referring to a new political order. Lawmaking violence is, as Jacques Derrida points out in his comment on Benjamin, an originary violence that establishes a new authority and cannot itself have been authorized by an anterior legitimacy. The state fears this founding violence more than it does crime, for founding violence is able to justify, legitimate, and transform political and legal relations, and so present itself as having a right to right and a right to law. 13. The tendency to think of all violence as criminal and thus the response to all violence as law-preserving can be traced to the euphoria surrounding the alleged triumph of the liberal democratic model at the end of the Cold War. 14. Since this type of polity was presumed to constitute the final stage in political development, all violence henceforth would appear as criminal. The claim was that the era of lawmaking violence had come to a close; all responses to violence therefore must be law-preserving, aiming to suppress crime and thereby maintain the existing and final order. Where the political approach is open to reconsidering and changing the rules, the criminal approach reasserts and reaffirms existing rules. The anti-apartheid movement in South Africa bucked the post-Cold War trend. The great achievement of the anti-apartheid movement was to understand the violence of apartheid as political and therefore seek a political rather than criminal solution for it. This was the negotiated end to apartheid that led to the emergence of non-racial democracy. A criminal approach would have sought to separate apartheid's perpetrators from its victims and punish the perpetrators while producing justice for the victims. This might have generated good moral sentiments, but it would not have furthered the goal of political reform, which is what South Africa badly needed, the creation of a democratic state in which all could participate, regardless of race. Instead, by taking a political approach, South Africans reconfigured perpetrators and victims alongside beneficiaries and bystanders as something altogether new, survivors. All groups were survivors of apartheid, with a place at the table after its violence. In contrast to criminalization, I offer a South African-inspired model focused on rethinking the political community and political process in the aftermath of extreme nation-building violence. Rather than individualize violence as a standalone act, the political model addresses cycles of violence sustained by constituencies in conflict. A single-minded focus on identifying perpetrators leaves undisturbed the logic of institutions that make nation-building violence thinkable and possible. Instead of identifying and punishing perpetrators, the political model attempts to overwrite the institutional context. All survivors, victims, perpetrators, beneficiaries, bystanders, exiles are included in an expanded political process and reformed political community. It is political reform, not criminal prosecutions, that enables escape from nation-building violence. My claim is not that societies should dispense with criminal justice. But political reform has to come first because the call for criminal justice within the parameters of the existing political order leaves that order intact. Societies must rethink the order resting on nation-states, each with a permanent political majority alongside equally permanent political minorities, before they can usefully address demands for criminal justice. Political reform also is a prerequisite to the struggle for social justice. That distributional choices are made by reference to cultural, ethnic, and racial identities reflects the politicization of these identities. Only when the political system is decolonized, that is, when identities are uncoupled from permanent majority and minority status, will it be able to secure equity. Key objectives. This book is an inquiry into political modernity, colonial and post-colonial. It is also an exploration of the roots of extreme violence that has plagued post-colonial society. I seek to understand colonization as the making of permanent minorities and their maintenance through the politicization of identity, which leads to political violence, in some cases extreme violence. Decolonization, the counterpoint, is the unmaking of the permanence of these identities. I discuss the making of permanent minorities through historical narratives, found in individual chapters on the United States, Sudan, South Africa, and Israel. But the book also offers a normative claim on how to unmake and undo this reality. Here, South Africa is presented as a counterpoint to the failure of denazification in Germany. Both lessons are brought to bear on a penultimate chapter on Israel. The book invites the reader to think of the relation between these two moments, the narrative and the normative, and their making and unmaking. When South Africans threw off apartheid and replaced it with non-racial democracy, they began the process of rethinking and restructuring the internal political community. I call this process the decolonization of the political. A major aim of this book is to describe what it means for the political to be colonized and what it would look like to achieve political decolonization. The political is colonized in North America. Rather than equal citizens in the United States, American Indians are wards of Congress. On reservations, they are governed by separate law, much as peoples deemed tribal in South Africa were historically governed by a law distinct from that governing the white national majority. And, like the South Sudanese, Indians in North America have internalized tribalization and the legal structures that come with it. For example, in both the United States and Canada, indigenous groups define membership racially, by blood. This notion of membership is not in any sense traditional. It was imposed on Indians in order to achieve the national majority's interest in reducing the size of the population deemed native, thereby reducing the number of natives making claims to land. Decolonizing the political requires the end of governance on the basis of such supposedly customary law. Sudan and South Africa clarify what it means for the political to be colonized. Both are formally independent states, yet both have laws on the books that constrain individuals' rights or grant them rights according to their tribe. For instance, the government ministries of South Sudan are set aside for management by particular tribes. Yet the transformation of ethnic groups into territorialized administrative units called tribes was a colonial project. That native citizens of South Sudan, South Africa, and other contemporary states take tribe to be a source of political identification, as in North America, is a sure sign of the ongoing colonization of the political, even in the post-colonial age. Colonization continues as well in Israel, under the distinctive colonial modern ideology of Zionism. Jewish settlers, backed by the state, aggressively pursue conquest in the occupied territories, the flip side of which is the dispossession of Palestinians. Within the territory of Israel, the state concentrates non-Jewish citizens in towns that are barred from development, much as the United States concentrates Indians in reservations and South Africa concentrated natives in Bantustans. The indigenous homeland is a technology of rule, extended across nation-states seeking to homogenize. In Israel, the civilizing mission, too, has been crucial to the formation and maintenance of the nation-state. Israel's European elite, Ashkenazi Jews, have sought to civilize Oriental Jews, in particular, Mizrahim, or Arab Jews. They have been de-Arabized, stripped of the culture they shared with other Arabs, and now represent some of Israel's most ardent Zionists. They demonstrate, again, how the victims of modernity internalize its mentality. Indeed, Israel as a whole reflects this. It is a nation-state whose national majority Jews were disgorged from Europe, where they were the despised other, the ethnicity that had to be cleansed to make room for the nation. Decolonizing the polity joins the epistemic and the political in a mutually productive endeavor. The epistemic project both yields changes in policies and follows a change in how we see ourselves in the world. Decolonizing the political means upsetting the permanent majority and minority identities that define the contours of the nation-state. The idea of the nation-state naturalizes majority and minority identities, justifying their permanence. I aim, therefore, to historicize these identities that are taken as natural. Understood as historical objects, political identities are revealed to be products of power, not nature. South Sudanese have learned to see themselves as tribal because tribes have been invested with political power. Zionist Jews have learned to see themselves as natives of Palestine because their conception of nativity involves exclusive rights to the land. Americans have learned to see themselves as immigrants rather than settlers, which suits their sense of the American nation as a historic rupture from Europe rather than a European colonial outpost. Americans pride themselves on being immigrants who coalesce around the democratic creed of this new nation. But this disables recognition of the settler-colonial dynamic. Today American Indians are an essentially imperceptible component of the population, their ongoing domination by the federal government not just misunderstood but unknown. The American national majority would have to see their history differently, as a continuation of European settlement, in order to begin the decolonization of the political. So the decolonization of the political demands an intricate engagement with history. The main chapters undertake this project. But before they arrive, I want to head off an objection that may arise from the preceding discussion. I am not merely arguing for humility before the facts of history. Most Americans will readily agree that their state has done terrible things to Indians. Nor do I believe that national majorities and minorities should, by dint of history, be enjoined to switch places. The transformation of native into settler, victim into perpetrator, is nothing to celebrate, as the story of Israel attests. Rather, the point is that history provides resources for seeing past identities of majority and minority, settler and native, perpetrator and victim. The people of today can, through concerted engagement with the facts of political modernity, be convinced of the necessity of discarding its divisive identities. We can all learn to see ourselves as survivors of political modernity created by it, but not doomed to repeat it. Survivors do not necessarily agree on what the shape of society and the affordances of the state should be, but survivors at least are not configured from the start as enemies in a zero-sum contest for power. How, then, has political modernity persisted? Why is it so hard to decolonize the political? The reasons are various, and I will discuss some later in this introduction, before delving into them in detail in later chapters. My major claim, however, is that a number of forces preserve political modernity by rendering it invisible. These forces are epistemic, they are ideas that discourage the recognition of what should be obvious. One such idea, emerging from anti-colonial discourse, is that independence from foreign control is sufficient to ensure the political end of colonization. Another is the conflation of immigration and settlement. Immigrants join existing polities, whereas settlers create new ones. If Europeans in the United States were immigrants, they would have joined the existing societies in the New World. Instead they destroyed those societies and built a new one that was reinforced by later waves of settlement. The conflation of settlers and immigrants is essential to settler colonial nation-state projects such as the United States and Israel. Through this historical error, settlers wrongly justify their claims to the land and their positions in society on the basis of a rule of law. The political project of the settler to create and fortify the colonial nation-state becomes obscured by the non-political project of the immigrant, who merely seeks to take advantage of what the state allows every citizen. The conflation of settler and immigrant is a product of the same false histories that teach natives to behave as natives. There are two ways of demeaning history and thereby concealing political modernity. One is to falsify history, the other is to diminish and obliterate it. Powerful epistemic forces in the world today seek to make history go away and to replace it with a universal impulse called human rights. Human rights denies the existence of history, instead looking only to the here and now and asking who did what to whom, so that perpetrators may be punished and victims vindicated. The arena of human rights is that of the courtroom, specifically the post-atrocity tribunal. When atrocities are committed, human rights activists find the perpetrators, name them and shame them, maybe even put them in jail. What these activists rarely seek to do is understand why the atrocities happened or what they tell us about the political community. Extreme violence in the post-colonial condition is very often nationalistic violence, as ethnic groups, organized as separate tribal units under colonialism, vie for privileged access to public goods. Human rights ignores this historical background, thereby depoliticizing violence and treating it as merely criminal. Where violence is merely criminal, we can only see it as a function of individual pathology. We cannot see it as a political outcome calling for a political solution. One of my chief goals in this book, then, is to see political violence for what it is and contrast this vision with the faulty vision of human rights, the better to advance the effort of decolonizing the political. To this end, I articulate two models of understanding and responding to extreme violence, the criminal model and the political model. The criminal model of contemporary human rights was inaugurated by the Nuremberg tribunals after the Second World War. The tribunals were based on the neoliberal conviction, avant la lettre, that all violence is the act of individuals. Nuremberg effectively depoliticized Nazism, saddling responsibility for Nazi violence with particular men and ignoring the fact that these men were engaged in the project of political modernity on behalf of a constituency, the nation, the Volk. The Allies who prosecuted individual Nazis at Nuremberg were invested in ignoring Nazism's political roots, for these roots are also America's. Both the United States and the Third Reich were nation-building projects. The United States is the outcome of a history of genocide, ethnic cleansing, official racism, and concentration camps, and Nazi Germany followed a similar path in the construction of a German nation. Indeed, Hitler made plain that he modeled his program of genocide on that of the United States. The Allies also sought to protect themselves from censure for their contemporary actions. After the war, the Allies engaged in many atrocities similar to those the Germans had, including the ethnic cleansing of millions of Germans across Central and Eastern Europe. These Germans were loaded onto the same cattle cars the Nazis used to transport Jews to concentration, labor, and death camps. Large numbers of Germans found themselves the new occupants of those camps. Some 500,000 Germans died amid the ethnic cleansing. But because the Nuremberg process was constrained to providing justice for victims of individual German perpetrators, the political context, contemporary and historical, was not subject to scrutiny. Victims' justice in Europe ushered in colonial modernity in Palestine, as Western guilt over the mass murder of the Jews became a justification for the founding of the State of Israel. Guilt, of course, is the language and sentiment of crime. If Nazism had been understood not as a crime but as a political project of the nation-state, there may yet have been a place for Jews in Europe, in denationalized states committed to the equal protection of every citizen. However, because the response to Nazism took the nation-state for granted, the solution for the Jews turned out to be the nation-state, again. Israel gave the Nazis what they had wanted all along, national homogeneity, by means of the ejection of Jews from Europe. Nuremberg was designed both to protect the Allies in particular and to perpetuate a nation-building project and its homogenizing goals. Human rights tribunals, emblematic of the post-Cold War triumphalism that announced the end of history in the form of a neoliberal takeover, carry this tradition into the present. But there is hope of a way out. This lies with the political model. To understand the political model, I look to the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa. By rethinking political identities, and reforming the political order, South Africa points the way to decolonizing the political. In South Africa, various groups learned to reject the political identities they had been given under colonialism: white, African, colored, Indian. Through political mobilization, Afrikaners, the descendants of Dutch colonists, came to realize that they did not have to be members of a racist white national majority, that this was not their natural political identity, but rather an identity they had adopted for historical reasons that need not prevail for all time. Similarly, the various non-white groups defined as separate by apartheid's racial categories came to understand themselves as black, a cohesive identity whose solidarity defied the will of the state. Newly conscious of their blackness, they redefined their foe as white power rather than white people, another shift of political identity. Black South Africans didn't stop being black, Indian South Africans didn't stop being Indian. Afrikaners didn't suddenly start identifying as English or black or Indian. South Africans didn't give up their cultural identities and reject diversity. They rejected the politicization of diversity. Decolonizing the political through the recognition of a shared survivor identity does not require that we all pretend we are the same, far from it. It requires that we stop accepting that our differences should define who benefits from the state and who is marginalized by it. Case studies. In the colonizing process I describe, the central part is played by the settler state we now know as the United States of America. It was in North America that the paradigm of territorial indirect rule emerged. It spread from there. The profound cost of the American scheme has been clear for 2 centuries and more. Hegel knew it in the 1820s. In his lectures on world history, he noted that, across the Americas, nearly 7 million people have been wiped out. He lamented that the natives of the West Indian Islands have died altogether. Indeed, the whole North American world has been destroyed and suppressed by the Europeans. But the fate of Indians in South America differed from the fate of Indians in the North. A larger native population has survived in South America, Hegel wrote, despite the fact that the natives there have been subjected to far greater violence, and employed in grueling labors to which their strength was scarcely equal. He thought the difference stemmed from a single fact: South America was conquered, while North America was colonized. Whereas the Spanish took possession of South America in order to dominate it and to enrich themselves both through political office and by extracting tributes from the natives, the British settlers looked to populate North America. One looked for riches, the other for land. 15. Therein lies a key difference between pre-modern and modern practices. For millennia, conquerors have bled resources from far-off places and sent the bounty home. Europeans in South America followed this playbook, taking what they could including the labor of the locals but steering no new course in world history. It is the land-devouring settlers in North America who had transformative impact on both sides of the colonial divide, in Europe as well as its colonies. The impact of settlement in North America is summed up in 2 words: genocide and homelands. The physical elimination of Indians of the Western Hemisphere was the first genocide in modern history and is probably the most brutal and most complete ever undertaken, resulting in the deaths of about 95% of a pre-Columbian population of at least 75 million people, according to David Stannard. 16 In the United States, the natives who survived were excluded from the U.S. political community, an exclusion that was integral to the construction of that community, and placed in homelands. As I discuss in Chapter 1, the formation of the U.S. political community comprised 2 broad developments. One was the coming together of settlers, both voluntary and forced, from Europe and Africa. The other was the legal designation of Indians as aliens without rights, in spite of their residence in U.S. territory. As Chief Justice John Marshall put it in 1831, Indians belonged not to the American nation but to domestic dependent nations. This was a recipe for the creation of a permanent internal colony in the homelands. Settlers thought of themselves both as running away from Europe and as recreating Europe anew in the New World. The confederal imagination saw the New World as a coming together of European nations, each with its own state. The Civil War marked the defeat of this imagination and its displacement by another. Championed by Lincoln and summed up in his Gettysburg Address, the alternative view was that America was not Europe. It was not about the coming together of nations of Europe, even in a loose confederation, each maintaining its political identity as a separate political community with its own membership. Rather, America and Americans would be born again as a new political community, in which rights would be based not on descent but on residence. 17 The post-Civil War constitutional amendments declared that anyone born in any part of the United States would be a citizen of the United States first and foremost, and not of one of its states. Thus, a citizen who moved from one state in the Union to another would have the same rights as another citizen born and living for the duration of their entire life in that same state. The move from a confederal to a federal vision was a decisive move away from the European nationalist vision. To date, citizenship based on residence continues to show the way forward for Americans of color, mainly African Americans and Latino people, in their bid for equal citizenship. Settlers in the United States and later in other settler colonies would craft a federal state structure as an alternative to the nation-state that could provide political order and ensure the political unity of all settlers. But there was a limit to this innovation. That limit was the failure to embrace Indians as part of the new political community, let alone joining existing political communities established by Indians. Over the years, the United States has developed a cascade of measures for maintaining this colony. So successful were these measures that today Americans hardly realize the colony within exists. Reservations were critical to these developments. The Civil War that led to the formal emancipation of enslaved people was followed by the internment of Indians in reservations, the first known concentration camps in the modern era. Indians were eventually granted U.S. citizenship after the First World War, but they were treated as naturalized immigrants. The rationale was both simple and profound. Indians belonged to a different political community, variously called a tribe or nation. To become a citizen by virtue of native birth, as guaranteed by the Constitution's 14th Amendment, one must already have been accepted in the political community. Thus one could reside within the borders of the nation-state while being excluded from it politically, rendered a permanent minority without rights. Even the 1964 Civil Rights Act excluded Indians from the group whose rights were deemed inalienable. This is why Congress passed a special Civil Rights Act, applicable only to Indians, just 4 years later. Even then, the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968 was only advisory. The rights it acknowledged were not constitutionally enforceable, thus not inalienable. The answer to the question who is an American has changed over the decades as excluded groups have mobilized and won the right to be included as citizens equal before the law, at least in principle if not always in practice. What has not changed, so far, is the exclusion of reservation-based American Indians from membership in the American political community. Indians living on reservations remain aliens in the United States, bound by special laws and unprotected by the Constitution. The American experience had profound impact when it came to designing systems of minority management in the evolving global nation-state system. European states, most obviously Germany, followed the U.S. model. When it came to the Jewish question, Hitler drew lessons from America's westward expansion and settlement of the Indian question. After defeating the Nazis militarily, the Allies, having arrogated to themselves the task of redrawing Eastern Europe's boundaries, created homogeneous nation-states. At Nuremberg the Allies denounced Nazi ethnic cleansing policies, but they ensured that Eastern European territories would be cleansed of their own minorities. Nuremberg and denazification are the focus of Chapter 2. I do not focus on the Third Reich in order primarily to elucidate the working of political modernity, although Nazi Germany is very much an instance of that era and ideology. Rather, I show how, in the aftermath of the war, the Allies perpetuated nation-state formation by criminalizing Nazism rather than addressing it as an instance of nationalist politics. Criminalization occurred in the court setting at Nuremberg and through the larger program of denazification. The United States, in particular, was obsessed with rooting out individual Nazis and penalizing them. Millions of Nazis were identified in the American zone of occupation alone, and hundreds of thousands were punished with imprisonment, hard labor, job loss, and other sentences. The goal of US-led denazification was to establish the collective guilt of the German people. This was a mistake, for two reasons. First, the notion of guilt rendered the violence of the war and the Holocaust a matter of crime and therefore an offense against the state. This foreclosed a reckoning with Nazism's political roots and undercut the possibility of reform, for offenses against the state necessitate no reform of the state, only the restoration of its authority through corrective action against offenders. Second, while many Germans were in fact Nazis, and while many more benefited from Nazi policies, Germans were not in fact collectively to blame. Germany was also home to an anti-fascist opposition, which paid dearly for its position. The Americans, however, refused to work with anti-fascists after the war. Doing so would have undermined the collective guilt thesis and put the United States in league with the left in the middle of the post-war Red Scare. As a result, denazification alienated all parties in Germany ex-Nazis, many of whom were nominal party members, who had joined not out of conviction but because their employers required them to, bystanders, who, like most people, are disengaged from politics and could feel some justification for rejecting the idea of collective guilt, and homegrown idealists, who could have been the vanguard of a new politics. It is no wonder that, during the years of occupation, most Germans felt little remorse about what had happened to the Jews of Europe. Ordinary Germans already defeated, already crippled by economic crisis and aerial bombing during the war were battered and bullied by the occupiers, leaving them to wonder at their own victimization. No one in power considered that, after the horror of the war and the Holocaust, something might change fundamentally. For a time, perpetrator became victim, although before long punished Germans were rehabilitated. The status quo ante of the nation-state was restored. Indeed, after the war, the Allies joined their former enemies in promoting a new homogenizing, nation-building effort that proceeded from the very presumption underlying Nazi ideology. The basis of Nazi thought, unrepudiated at Nuremberg, was that Jews constituted a nation foreign in Europe. The same presumption is foundational to Zionism. Post-war Germans, no less than Americans and Britons, could readily embrace the idea that Israel was the home of the Jews, separate from Germany and Europe at large. The establishment of the State of Israel was the solution to the Jewish question in Europe. This brings us to another case study in the constitution of the nation-state in the context of colonial occupation. With the European experience stamped indelibly on their psyche, post-war Jewish settlers in Palestine were determined never to be a minority there or anywhere else. To become a majority, they carried out an ethnic cleansing campaign. Known in Arabic as the Nakba, this was the exile in 1948 of about half the Arab population from the territory that would become Israel. The Palestinians who stayed behind, or returned from exile, formed a permanent minority in Israel. In so many ways, Israeli Jews appear to have drawn inspiration from the U.S. model of defining and ruling the Indians, as I detail in Chapter 5. Much like the United States, Israel considers membership in the national majority, not birth or residence in the common territory, the key to full citizenship. Thus the law guarantees every Jewish person a right of return to the State of Israel, even if that person has never stepped on its soil, while non-Jewish Palestinians have to navigate countless obstacles en route to citizenship, a process that is designed to ensure they never try. Non-Jewish Palestinians are like American Indians, of the land, but not part of the political community, a domestic dependent nation. Like the American Indian, the Palestinian has rights, but they are not enforceable according to the state's basic laws. Palestinians' rights, including rights to vote and be elected to office, do not extend to representation in the corridors of power, for the disempowerment of Palestinians precedes the democratic process. No matter who is in the Knesset, the state's laws and governing structures ensure that Palestinians are unable to secure the benefits and protections of the state. In Israel, as in the United States, this project of creating aliens at home has been an ongoing one, in which relations and definitions crystallize over time. A basic law declaring Israel as the nation-state of the Jewish people, enacted in 2018, formally and finally marks the Palestinians as beyond the bounds of the nation-state and therefore an internally colonized population. Notably, this declaration replaced the earlier notion that Israel is a Jewish and democratic state. This was always false. Israel has never been a democracy, for the majority there is defined pre-politically. Now we know that the balance of the Knesset agrees. In a democracy, majorities are formed through the political process. In a nation-state, democracy can be real only for the national majority. The permanent minority may have voting rights, but it is ever unable to exercise sovereignty. Nation-state democracy only ratifies the permanent majority, which prevents the political process from addressing the sources of its privilege. America's experience with the Indians made genocide and ethnic cleansing thinkable in Germany and ethnic cleansing thinkable in Israel. But America's influence was felt elsewhere, too. Europeans responded to the mid-19th century crises of empire by adopting American tools for creating and managing minorities and applying these tools to colonized populations. These tools included the ethnically demarcated and confined territory known as the tribal homeland, the installation of native authority, said to be customary, within the tribal homeland, the enforcement on the native population of a customary law that was in fact sculpted by the state, and close monitoring of natives' movement, by means of a pass system. All of these methodologies were put to use in South Africa, which is the subject of Chapter 3. For decades European colonizers struggled to repress rebellions there, but ultimately they alighted on a cocktail of tribalizing measures much like those of the United States, fusing homelands, native authority, customary law, and surveillance. The first homelands in South Africa were even called reserves. And, as in the United States, neither customary law nor authority was an innocent reproduction of custom. Custom had first to be purified of elements deemed repugnant to the settler conscience. Only then was custom included in the regulatory framework of the state. In both South Africa and the United States, an essential feature of customary law was the drawing of distinctions among natives to determine who was entitled to customary rights and who was not. Those said to be natives belonging to the tribal homeland were endowed with customary rights, such as rights to land and the protection of native authority. In South Africa and other African colonies, natives whose ancestry could be traced to other homelands were denied these rights. An African who migrated away from her supposed tribal homeland and settled in another was out of luck. If her home was enveloped by the boundaries of a newly created tribal homeland, she was suddenly on the wrong side of customary law. In the United States, too, settlers distinguished natives by tribe, and also by race, which was measured by means of blood quantum. The true native was defined by blood count. Only those biologically deemed Indians could have customary rights, including to land. Race was also an important predicate of native sorting in Africa. In South Africa, natives were first distinguished from mixed blood persons by various race-based tests. If the test, which might involve, say, running a comb through the person's hair to determine its texture, resulted in African as opposed to colored identity, then the person would be assigned to a tribe. Similarly, in Sudan, the racial distinction of Arabs from Africans preceded the sorting of the Africans into separate tribes. Sudan, discussed in Chapter 4, was not a settler colonial state, yet, rather remarkably, British officials deployed the settler-native distinction in the absence of settlers. The British demarcated two races, Arabs said to be northern and Africans said to be southern, and described the Arabs as settlers and the Africans as natives. The distinction was based on the concocted history and ethnography implicit in colonial modernity, which presumed that Arabs were civilized, Africans were uncivilized, and that any civilization in Africa came from abroad. Certainly the peoples deemed Arab and African had their own wide-ranging concocted histories, too, but again the British innovation lay not in inventing histories but rather in politicizing them. By selecting Arabs for privileged positions under conditions of indirect rule, and by ensuring that Africans were disadvantaged, the British fostered resentment among Africans. This hatred exploded in the aftermath of independence in the mid-20th century, leading to a decades-long civil war between the Arab-dominated central government in the north and African militias concentrated in the south. Like nationalists everywhere, Arab nationalists, good pupils who had come to believe themselves inherently superior, attempted to maintain their place in the sun of colonial modernity long after the colonizer departed. These were the wages of race in Sudan. The wages of tribe were clear in day-to-day administrative practices, especially in rural areas, whether in the south or the north. Once Southern soldiers crossed the racial line to join their Northern comrades in anti-British demonstrations in the 1920s, the British took to sealing off the southern border. On both sides of the border, but primarily in the south, African tribes were confined to homelands under customary law and native authority. Peoples with long histories of migration, coexistence, and cultural exchange were thereby atomized into separate nations in separate territories under separate rule. Here, again, the true native was distinguished from the interloper and was privileged within the domain of the homeland. This method of governance did not end with Sudanese independence in the 1950s. It did not end with South Sudan's secession from Sudan in 2011. Rather, tribalism as an administrative practice and as the currency of political competition has endured and today been taken to its absurd extreme. Each of the major tribes in South Sudan has its own separate ministries in the government. Each has its separate militias. The army of the state is itself fragmented by tribal rivalries. Various wings of the armed forces fought each other in the South Sudanese civil war that began in 2013, a conflict costing hundreds of thousands of civilian lives. As of this writing, a peace is in place, but tenuously. Wealth and power in South Sudan come to whomever can mobilize enough troops to terrorize a population. A new militia could arise and, if it intimidates enough people, earn its own slice of tribal homeland and its own perch in the government. If the United States, with hardly any surviving natives, can continue to be organized as a settler state, South Sudan can continue to be organized as a collection of native tribes, even with no settler presence. In the midst of the South Sudanese civil war, the African Union set up a commission of inquiry to investigate its root causes and formulate a response. The commission's majority report followed the Nuremberg precedent, calling for formal criminal investigations of alleged human rights abuses and punishment for those found guilty at trial. As a member of the commission, I wrote the minority report, drawing inspiration from the talks that led to the end of juridical apartheid in South Africa. The South African moment. If the United States is the founding settler colonial regime, then South Africa is at the frontier of decolonization. Over the years, anti-colonial resistance has come in two forms, one mimicking colonial logic, the other undermining it. It is the latter that informs my vision of the non-national state we might aspire to after post-colonialism. The first phase of the anti-apartheid movement, which lasted into the 1970s, mobilized along lines defined and politicized by the apartheid regime. Each of its designated races, African, Indian, colored, and white, formed distinct factions opposed to apartheid power. The African National Congress, the South African Indian Congress, the Colored People's Congress, and the Congress of Democrats all opposed apartheid. But they reproduced the apartheid imagination in their internal architecture. It was the student movement of the 1970s that broke through apartheid's cognitive order. I call this the South African moment. This was the epistemological revolution that would spur decolonization. It was characterized by a twofold development. Radical white students joined non-white migrant workers in a mobilization that gave birth to South Africa's non-racial unions, and African, Indian, and colored students, inspired by the Black consciousness movement, were reborn as Black. In the 1980s, these activists organized under the aegis of non-racial groups like the United Democratic Front and Mass Democratic Movement, which mobilized spectacular confrontations with the enforcers of apartheid. These efforts were the precursor to the referendum in which the same white community that had repeatedly and democratically endorsed apartheid voted for talks with anti-apartheid voices. White civil society delegations began meetings with Nelson Mandela's African National Congress long before the ruling National Party did. The NP was the party of apartheid, its inventor and protector. The NP repeatedly returned to power on an apartheid platform. But it, too, eventually changed. Behind this remarkable turnabout was the realization that the apartheid project was rapidly losing the support of the white intelligentsia, and that, given time, the party would lose its political majority in the white community. The state was not defeated militarily or by virtue of intense social disorder. What changed was the political landscape. White South Africans were learning to adopt a new kind of political subjectivity that defied that of the nation. The change was especially pronounced among student youth. Soon they were joined by leading academics at Stellenbosch University, the prestigious home of the Afrikaner intelligentsia. These alliances made clear that the nation could no longer be defined by whiteness, compelling the NP to change its tune and take part in the transition. The state might have used its power to violently break the stalemate with anti-apartheid forces, but the nation had changed underneath it, rendering apartheid no longer a viable nation-state project. As in Algeria and Kenya, where the supremacy of colonial militaries did not yield political victory, in South Africa political defeat required no military result. When the time for political change came, and right-wing Afrikaner groups attempted an organized revolt, they found themselves isolated. Settler defection made an enormous difference in bringing down apartheid. The outcome has been mixed. On the positive side, one kind of permanent minority has unraveled, that based on race. The solidarity fostered by black consciousness and the radicalization of whites in the labor movement made this possible. However, the ethnic tribe, the other category naturalized by apartheid, remains a source of political identity driving what South Africans call xenophobic violence. The target of xenophobic violence in South Africa is not the racial stranger but the tribal stranger. Even as South Africa has consciously moved away from a race-based nation-state project, it has maintained the logic that equates African or native political identity with tribe. Claims associated with tribe have been sanctified as traditional practices. While race-based privilege in the central state is being dismantled, however unevenly, masses of South Africans have yet to conceptualize and challenge tribe-based privilege, which mostly plays out in local governance in rural areas. Another way to think about this differential outcome with respect to race and tribe is that South Africans have recognized that racial political identities are impermanent but have yet to realize that tribal political identities are too. The end of apartheid teaches us to appreciate more fully the challenge of the political and to better craft our understanding of decolonization. Political community and political identity are historical. Neither permanent nor natural. The boundaries of community and identity are imagined in specific historical circumstances and can be reimagined as circumstances change. The end of juridical apartheid in South Africa provides us with a new way to think of decolonization in other contexts, including the United States and Israel/Palestine, which could also experience settler defection from the nation. The starting point of decolonization is to rethink political identity and the political community based on the nation. Decolonizing the political. The period since World War II has seen a flourishing of anti-colonial intellectual discourse. Yet this discourse has been unable to make sense of extreme post-colonial violence. Anti-colonial intellectuals have taken their lead from Marx's reflections on the 1848 revolutions in Europe. The political revolution must clear the way for the social revolution, Marx argued in his seminal On the Jewish Question. Political revolution confers formal political equality and citizenship but at the same time sharpens the experience and thus the consciousness of social inequality, broadening the horizons of struggle from the political to the social. The final stage in this process, according to the teleology of anti-colonial theory, is epistemological revolution, whereby the very consciousness of being, the vocabulary in which we understand the world around us, is transformed. And yet, in a growing number of cases, the attainment of political independence and formal citizenship has not led to mobilizations for social equality. Rather, recurring civil wars have followed in the course of nation building. Europe's past, ethnic cleansing and all, has become our present. Participants in these civil wars are not primarily demanding redistribution and social equality, they are fighting for or against inclusion in the political community. That the new political community is constituted in the course of anti-colonial resistance is clearly an unreasonable presumption. So the question must be asked anew at independence, who belongs to the political community? Who is the citizen and who is the sojourner? This question short-circuits the social question, it is prior to it. Marx was silent about the political community within whose boundaries these struggles were presumed to unfold. He assumed that political and social equality will be realized within the bounds of a pre-existing political community. Following his lead, scholars of colonialism, particularly in Africa, have focused attention on the artificiality of boundaries drawn up at the conference table in Berlin in the late 19th century while ignoring the boundaries created inside the colony. This work draws attention to these boundaries, outcomes of administrative and political classifications that comprised the architecture of colonial governance. When civil wars end either because one side wins or because both are exhausted, responses to these questions frame new constitutions, each a founding document of a new political community. Politically, decolonization is best thought of as a two-sided process. Externally, the assertion of political independence from the colonial power and a claim to membership in the community of states in the world at large. Internally, the reimagination and redefinition of the political community. Like Marxist theory, decolonial theory too gets decolonization backward. Not only does the political precede the social, I argue that the political is twinned with the epistemological. The first question at independence is not how do we distribute wealth, but who belongs. Answering the question of belonging in a productive way necessitates decolonizing the political, which is a process of reimagining political identities as historical rather than natural. The epistemological revolution is closely tied to internal political revolution, not throwing off outside rule but excising the ideology of political modernity internalized under colonialism. This calls for a further rethinking of the mainstream literature on citizenship. That literature is strongly influenced by T.H. Marshall, whose work assumed the nation as the political community joined to the state. This literature tends to downplay the political and tells the story of rights as one of a linear development. Marshall's 1950 classic, Citizenship and Social Class, provides a historical account of the birth of three generations of rights and justice, civil, political, and social. For Marshall, these came to constitute the meaning of citizenship over 3 centuries, signaling the dawn of civil rights in the 18th century, political rights in the 19th century, and social rights in the 20th century. 18 Whereas Marshall focused on the question of which rights citizens have, I shift focus to a different question, one explicitly political, rights for whom? My project, then, is to tell a new story that historicizes political identities. I take us back to the colonization process, so as to historicize the categories of race and tribe on which national identities are based. I did not realize, when I began the research for this book, that I would end up focusing on this history. I was primarily concerned with justice in the aftermath of extreme violence. I wrote the first draft from this perspective, trying to differentiate among 3 dimensions of justice: criminal, social, and political. My object was to think of political justice in terms broader than those of criminal justice. I wrote articles wrestling with these issues. 19 The more I turned out variations of my argument, and shared them with colleagues, the more they probed my assumptions. The most insistent of these colleagues was Rafe Zirike at Tel Aviv University, who politely reminded me that justice presumes the existence of a political community. In so doing, he challenged me to theorize more deeply the alternative to which I was pointing. I came to realize that we need to rethink not only justice but also the political order in which it is pursued. To obtain justice for victims necessitates an end to the conditions that mark them for unjust treatment, and that means decolonization at last. Getting to justice is not just a normative project of imagining a better world that is the stuff of mainstream political theory. Yes, we should imagine that better world, but realizing it means also understanding the making of the world we live in, a world of permanent minorities, reproduced through the politicization of identity under the structure of the nation-state. Unmaking the permanence of political identities begins with the recognition that they are not natural and are not forever. They were invented by power and are reinforced by those who mobilize them in a bid for power. If enough people think through the violent consequences of these identitarian power struggles, then they will have the insight to rethink and remake the world. I don't pretend to know exactly what this next world will look like. Decolonizing the political is nothing less than reimagining the order of the nation-state. I cannot prescribe the outcome. I do have some recommendations for getting there, though. First, to reform the national basis of the state by granting only one kind of citizenship and doing so on the basis of residence rather than identity. Second, to denationalize states through the institution of federal structures in which local autonomy allows diversity to flourish. And third, to loosen the grip of the nationalist imagination by teaching the history of the nation-state, juxtaposing the political model against the criminal, and bolstering democracy in place of neoliberal human rights remedies. The case studies throughout the book justify these recommendations and speak to both their urgency and their promise. I am an incorrigible optimist, given to privileging the future over the past. Perhaps that is why I believe that blood enemies can become political adversaries, adjudicating their differences through a political process rather than on battlefields or in courtrooms. Perhaps that is why I believe that perpetrators and victims can live together as survivors. I have never been persuaded that we live the Foucauldian nightmare in which power produces the subject, productively, as we now repeat endlessly, and the subject mimics power not so productively, I might add. I am not convinced that we are like so many moths fatally attracted to the candle, revolving around it until we perish in its flame, a tragic fate immortalized in Urdu poetry. In the Foucauldian vision, power and knowledge for what else is there, together produce a closure. Every beginning is fated to end as a tragedy. Any attempt to write or make something else, something new, produces nothing but a romantic illusion. But I am not a romantic. I embrace the Foucauldian insight but not the closure it points to. The logic of power does permeate agency, but only in its formative stage. The logic of power does inform the parameters within which the subjugated mobilize and organize, but again, only in the first instance. The power of the South African story is that it gives us more than just the proverbial first instance. It gives us the glimpse of another possibility, a beyond, a suggestion that the relation between power and agency is neither determinative nor irrelevant, because identities are politically created. Neither history nor identity has to be permanent, and decolonization does not have to be a romantic illusion. 1. The Indian question in the United States. In his presidential inaugural address in January 2009, Barack Obama reflected with both pride and humility on U.S. history. We sometimes make mistakes, he acknowledged. We have not been perfect. But if you look at the track record, as you say, America was not born as a colonial power. Compare this with the verdict of Martin Luther King, Jr., from his 1964 book Why We Can't Wait. Our nation was born in genocide. We are perhaps the only nation which tried as a matter of national policy to wipe out its indigenous population. Moreover, we elevated that tragic experience into a noble crusade. Indeed, even today, we have not permitted ourselves to reject or feel remorse for this shameful episode. 1. The innocence of Obama's statement is the innocence of America, the lie the population tells itself over and over again. While nearly everyone in the United States would agree that Europeans settled on North American land that was at some point occupied by indigenous people, virtually no one recognizes this process of settlement as an act of colonial subjugation that continues today. Many would reject that premise, arguing instead that the territory was unoccupied when Europeans arrived. Others suggest that if the Europeans who became Americans were guilty of anything, it was military superiority, that the continent is just another spoil of war. War might be hell, but it is neither genocide nor inherently a colonial effort. Some will feel a pang of sorrow over what happened, but that was a long time ago, and the sins of the fathers have been rectified by their sons. On this view, America, despite its flaws and continuing socio-economic disparities, has made good on the promise of liberty and justice for all by extending equal political inclusion citizenship to the descendants of the conquered. In all of these stories, the United States is not a colony, for there is no substantive legal or political distinction between settler and native. King's radical revisionist claim is the truthful one. The land of the United States was indeed conquered not in a fair fight but through ethnic cleansing. Engaging in a mixture of genocide, forced migration, and legal and economic coercion, white settlers and their governments systematically drained North American territories of their Indian inhabitants, so that the land could instead be owned and used by Europeans and their heirs. The results were, in the aggregate, enormously gratifying for the settlers, who became the richest nation on earth. But on the downside of the ledger was a colonial problem that has lingered across the centuries: what to do with the surviving natives. The solution to this Indian question turned out to be a permanent internal colony, both separated from the settler state physically, juridically, politically, and at its mercy. This is the system known euphemistically as tribal sovereignty. Its principal manifestations are the reservations and the second-class citizenship of their inhabitants. Americans have heard of reservations, but few realize that their Indian residents have no constitutional rights. Their citizenship and civil rights are specified only in federal statutes revocable by congressional decree. Indians are omitted from the Constitution's protections by virtue of the document's explicit language, and federal Indian statutes do not replicate the full range of these protections, even in revocable form. America did not have to choose a two-state solution, with a majority state for settlers and a minority protectorate for natives. For decades, certain whites and Indians envisioned a single state. These visions took various forms, but all involved the assimilation of the natives as equal citizens, at least at some distant time. Instead, across the 19th and 20th centuries, the three branches of the federal government together rendered American Indians wards of the Congress, hemmed into lands granted them from the larger realms stolen. The two-state solution has only solidified over the years. American Indians are more completely colonized today than they were in 1789 or 1924, when they were allowed their second-class citizenship. The United States is not the world's only colonial state, but it is unique in its failure to recognize itself in the mirror. Perhaps what is needed, then, is a new mirror, a new story of what America is, written through careful attention both to what happened and to the ways in which these events have been narrated and interpreted. As to the historical details of these events, I do not claim to break ground. I have had guides, such as the scholars Francis Paul Prucha and Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz. I turn to them and others to show how America became the first modern colonial nation as well as the inventor of the two-state solution to the problem of the native. This story, in whole or part, will be familiar to some readers, but it is worth retelling both for the sake of those readers less familiar and because, later, it will illuminate the global transmission of the innovative American colonial technique. The stories told by Prucha, Dunbar Ortiz, Robert A. Williams, Richard Slotkin, and others are not the stuff of the American consensus that Obama expressed. They reflect our first efforts to topple the idols erected during the preceding 350 years of American colonialism. Consensus political theorists, on the right and left, have ignored the Indian, developing accounts of U.S. political membership as not just unproblematic but as a model for the world. These theorists understand that there are injustices here and there, that society may even be fundamentally unequal in terms of economic power. But the big challenge is to explain American pluralism, that is, America's exceptional combination of individual liberty, democracy, economic inequality, and social cohesion. How, these theorists wonder, have all of America's many differences escaped politicization, leaving a single nation to thrive in spite of its heterogeneity? Political historians have at times been more sensitive to the presence of Indians, but rarely to their experience as colonized people or to the mechanics of the colonizing state. Instead, throughout the 19th century, historians took an exclusively Eurocentric perspective. These writers detailed the settler-native encounter from the viewpoint of the settler fascinated by a primitive and alien, but also promising, natural environment populated by unusual flora and fauna, such as the dangerous wild Indian. Other historians saw the Indian as less akin to an animal than a punishing winter, a famine, or a vein of gold. The Indian was a feature of the continent itself, a hardship to be overcome and a resource to be exploited in the course of agrarian, industrial, and civic progress. In these stories the heroes of the frontier are not so much the roughneck pioneers of civilization as the builders, the yeoman farmer, the railroad baron, the Christian missionary, the statesman. In the 20th century, Eurocentric naturalism received updates from the likes of Theodore Roosevelt. In his many books, the U.S. president synthesized the champions of farm and frontier, industry, and state. Above all, he celebrated the hunter presidents Thomas Jefferson, Andrew Jackson, and Abraham Lincoln, who were especially effective in thinning the Indian herd, penning the survivors, and domesticating them. But Roosevelt did not just synthesize. His writings also reflected intellectual novelties. For Roosevelt, in the wake of Charles Darwin and Herbert Spencer, all people were animals. Now nature incorporated settler and native alike, engaged in the unceasing race war required by the law of the survival of the fittest. Roosevelt was one of many Americans who chronicled, justified, and explained the eugenic roots of Indian genocide, making a signal contribution to Nazism and other doctrines of scientific racism. Although eugenics has been discredited, the other frontier visions have persisted, woven together with exceptionalist narratives about American pluralism. These remain the pillars of the consensus story of what it means to be an American, always ambitious, always reaching outward, always one nation of individuals united by a shared democratic creed. But this story is not uncontested. In recent decades, revisionist intellectuals have questioned it by highlighting oppression in the United States, especially on the basis of racism and gender. Yet their accounts fail to address the Indian question. Indeed, they omit Indians entirely. This reflects a remarkable, even shocking transformation. The most esteemed American writers of the 19th and early 20th centuries were obsessed by the settler-colonial encounter, elaborating it in a mounting canon of Eurocentric and naturalizing stories. Then, in the mid-20th century, Americans turned first to class consciousnesses and later race and sex consciousness, forgetting the Indian in the process. Today Indians are absent from the work of cutting-edge intellectuals. As disfavored Latino immigrants, enslaved Africans, and the descendants of enslaved Africans occupy center stage in the drama of deracialization, the Indian is more marginalized than ever in the American story and resulting sense of national identity. Why this radical omission? A big part of the reason is that many American thinkers and activists concerned with human rights and social justice have conflated the African American and American Indian experiences. They have subsumed colonization under the umbrella of racism. This is an intellectual error with consequences. It suggests that Indians and blacks are both racially oppressed groups and therefore should follow the same emancipation strategies. But racial oppression and colonization are not the same thing, and neither are the solutions they call for. I do not mean that racism has no role in North American colonialism. I have already alluded to social Darwinism, and later in this chapter I detail the US and Canadian imposition of blood quantum laws to determine membership in tribes that traditionally understood affiliation in terms of lineage and shared culture rather than biology. What I do mean is that, in American history, blacks and Indians are different, have been treated differently, and are not reducible to each other. Blacks have been a source of labor and Indians a source of land, resulting in different governance regimes. Blacks have been governed by a regime of white supremacy, the struggle against which has been incorporated into the American sense of self, a fact demonstrated by the comfort with which racists cite King and other icons of civil rights. Indians, by contrast, have been governed by colonialism, which, if recognized, would destroy the American sense of self. The absence of Indians from the history of emancipation struggle confirms the continuing colonized status of the Indian today. The story of Indian emancipation cannot be told because it never began. Throughout the second half of the 19th century and then all of the 20th, America fitfully, violently, and partially deracialized. But throughout that period, U.S. colonialism only solidified and became an invisible fact of life. By telling the story of America's colonial past, we can hope to make visible its colonial present and its colonial self. The legal origins of Indian colonization. In the early period of American colonization, there was no reference to a place called Indian country. That is because every place was Indian country. All attempts to access land in North America began with the recognition that it belonged to Indians. Charles Wilkinson writes. 2 Settlers in Maine rented land from Indians. In the Dutch and English colonies, settlers purchased land from Indians, either wholesale or piecemeal. The term Indian country was first used in King George III's Royal Proclamation of 1763.3 under the system delineated by the Crown. Indian country was territory that Indians had the right to use but over which they did not have domain. The Crown retained the title to all colonized lands occupied by Indian tribes and granted the tribes use rights, which the king could revoke at will. Because the land belonged to the Crown, Indians who wished to sell their use rights could sell only to the Crown. After the American Revolution, the United States adopted the same scheme, and to this day Indians on reservations retain only Indian title or right of occupancy. Their holdings can be dissolved by congressional action. 4. These are bookends to a long process in which European settlers in North America deprived indigenous people of their land and rights by legally designating them as permanently excluded from the political community. The Constitution continued the work of the Crown by explicitly excluding Indians from the rights-holding public, even though they lived within the boundaries of the United States. In key Supreme Court opinions of the 1820s and 1830s, Chief Justice John Marshall untangled this paradox by providing the legal philosophical framework whereby the permanent colonization of the Indians could make constitutional sense. Indian tribes, he determined, were domestic dependent nations, a status that would eventually be realized in the reservation. Indians as domestic dependent nations. The original language of the Constitution makes clear that Indians are aliens in the United States. The document makes just one substantive reference to Indians. In Article 1, Section 8, Congress is granted power to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states, and with Indian tribes. Leading theorists of the early republic also understood the Indians as a foreign challenger to settlement. In Federalist 24, Alexander Hamilton described the savage tribes on our western frontier as natural enemies of the United States and natural allies of the British and Spanish, and he cited Indian tribes as justification for maintaining a national defense force. In Federalist 25, Hamilton reiterated his view that Indians were foreign enemies, raising the specter that Britain and Spain would join forces with Indian tribes to encircle the Union from Maine to Georgia. 5 Later arguments for the Second Amendment right to form armed militias for collective defense of the Free State are easily understood from the perspective of citizens who feared attacks by Indians perceived to be enemies of that state. The view of Indian tribes as enemies and aliens had to be squared with the undeniable fact that Indians lived in territories claimed by the nascent United States. Indeed, U.S. law acknowledged Indians' rights to use the soil, and to move around as they pleased. Unlike chattel, Indians were free persons in law, free foreign persons, living indefinitely within the boundaries of the state. The contradictions inherent in this system bloomed and boiled in the first decades after the U.S. founding. Ultimately it fell to the Supreme Court to bring clarity to the Indian question. In the critical cases Johnson v. McIntosh, Cherokee Nation v. Georgia, and Worcester v. Georgia, Chief Justice Marshall offered candid reflection on the relationship between conqueror and conquered, the role of political exigency in deciding which rights the conquered would have, and the differences between Indians and chattel. With acute honesty and rare insight, Marshall said what the authors of the Constitution would not, that conquered peoples such as the Indians should over time be integrated as equal members of the new society, adopted into the nation. But he also explained rationalized why this could not be. He pointed out that, in practice, Indians were neither citizens nor fit to exercise citizenship. He reasoned that, under the constitutional scheme, Indian tribes in the borders of the United States were best thought of as domestic dependent nations, which meant that they would be subjects of the federal government, not the states. But as the Constitution explicitly denied Indians rights, Indians would have to be wards of the state rather than citizens, subject to congressional decrees not reviewable by courts. The first opinion, in Johnson v. McIntosh, got to the heart of the matter. The Indians were a conquered people. Marshall explained that every bit of soil in the New World was the exclusive property of one or another European power. On the discovery of this immense continent, the great nations of Europe were eager to appropriate to themselves so much of it as they could respectively acquire. But, as they were all in pursuit of nearly the same object, it was necessary, in order to avoid conflicting settlements, and consequent war with each other, to establish a principle, which all should acknowledge as the law by which the right of acquisition, which they all asserted, should be regulated as between themselves. This principle was, that discovery gave title to the government by whose subjects, or by whose authority, it was made, against all other European governments, which title might be consummated by possession. 6. Next he argued that, though Indians continued to possess the title of occupancy, this was inferior to European powers' right of domain, an exclusive right to extinguish the Indian title of occupancy, either by purchase or by conquest. This right was not a product of the doctrine of discovery, justification, provided by the Pope in 1493, on which so much New World conquest relied. Marshall rejected the doctrine as opposed to natural right, and to the usages of civilized nations. But he also argued that, though the doctrine was faulty, in practice it had proven indispensable to that system under which the country has been settled. It was this history of settlement that had to be respected, even if it had been predicated on a false doctrine. In as unequivocal a confirmation as one is likely to come across in legal texts, Marshall concluded that politics trumps law. Conquest gives a title which the courts of the conqueror cannot deny, whatever the private and speculative opinions of individuals may be, respecting the original justice of the claim which has been successfully asserted. The British government, which was then our government, and whose rights have passed to the United States, asserted title to all the lands occupied by Indians, within the chartered limits of the British colonies. The title to a vast portion of the lands we now hold, originates in. It is not for the courts of this country to question the validity of this title, or to sustain one which is incompatible with it. 7. Under such an arrangement, can one speak of Indians possessing rights? If they did, Marshall thought, these rights could not be vindicated in the courts of the United States. In Cherokee Nation v. Georgia, Marshall further justified and elaborated on this system. He affirmed that the Cherokee were a state, a distinct political society, separated from others, capable of managing its own affairs and governing itself. But exactly what kind of political society was this? The Cherokee and others like them could not be denominated foreign nations, he argued, for they were territorially a part of the United States, subject to its jurisdictional limits. Marshall suggested that the Indians therefore may, more correctly, perhaps, be denominated domestic dependent nations. They occupy a territory to which we assert a title independent of their will, which must take effect in point of possession when their right of possession ceases. Meanwhile they are in a state of pupilage. Their relation to the United States resembles that of a ward to his guardian. They look to our government for protection, rely upon its kindness and its power, appeal to it for relief to their wants, and address the President as their great father. They and their country are considered by foreign nations, as well as by ourselves, as being so completely under the sovereignty and dominion of the United States, that any attempt to acquire their lands, or to form a political connection with them, would be considered by all as an invasion of our territory, and an act of hostility. 8. Marshall did not invent the idea of wardship. In a creative effort to make sense of the oddity of the Indian, he imported it from other areas of law. A ward, regardless of his or her age, is a child in law. A ward cannot hold or claim a property right or bring independent action in courts of the United States. 9 Wards may have a right to reside in a particular territory, but they do so on the sufferance of its citizens and their political institutions. Thus, Marshall observed, if it be true that the Cherokee Nation have rights, this is not the tribunal in which those rights are to be asserted. As if clairvoyant, he concluded, if it be true that wrongs have been inflicted, and that still greater are to be apprehended, this is not the tribunal which can redress the past or prevent the future. 10 Even now, Indians on reservations are wards of Congress, without rights that federal courts are required to respect. Legal wardship must have seemed very sensible to white elites who viewed Indians as pupils in their tutelage. For generations, colonial and then U.S. authorities referred to Indians as their children and in turn insisted that Indians address them as father. Andrew Jackson, a contemporary of Marshall's, used the parent-child metaphor during the negotiations leading to the 1817 Cherokee Treaty. In other talks, leading to the Choctaw Treaty of 1820, he spoke of himself as the protector of Indian children and claimed to be the defender of real Indians against the very chiefs he was bribing to sign the treaty. At the same time as he disparaged the Indians as savage bloodhounds, he urged Congress to take the role of tribal guardian. Later, after Marshall's system began to take concrete form in the reservation, the infantilization of Indians became an argument for federal protection, without which these survivors of genocide would surely go extinct. There must have been many who refused such paternalism. One instance appears in the record of negotiations between William Henry Harrison, then the governor of Indiana Territory, and the Shawnee chief Tecumseh. According to this report, Harrison's interpreter instructed Tecumseh, "Your father requests you to take a chair." "My father," replied the chief. "The sun is my father and the earth is my mother, I will repose upon her bosom." 11. In any event, the idea that Indians were children-in-law stuck. It was an important invention, not least because wardship served to distinguish Indians and enslaved Africans. Specifically, in Cherokee Nation, Marshall developed a legal theory in which enslaved people could be under state jurisdiction, while Indian wards were subject to the federal will. Cherokee Nation originated from an attempt by Georgia to assert control over the tribe through state law. The law in question extinguished the Cherokee as a distinct, self-governing society within its borders by eliminating official recognition of tribal membership and lands and integrating the Indians as free persons of color. Like blacks not enslaved, the Cherokee would be subject to the state's white racial dictatorship. The Cherokee would be unable to vote, serve in the state militia, send their children to public schools, or serve as witnesses in court cases involving most whites. 12 Meanwhile, per the Cherokee codes, the state would be able to take control of the immensely valuable Indian lands within its borders and make them available to Georgia's white citizen farmers, plantation owners, and gold prospectors. In essence, Georgia was trying to replace federal colonial subjugation with state racial subjugation, thereby ensuring preferential access to natural resources. The Cherokee sued, claiming that they were a foreign nation not subject to Georgia law. The court did not make a determination regarding the application of Georgia law, instead deciding that it lacked jurisdiction to hear the case. But its reasoning in reaching that conclusion was crucial. In an opinion written by Marshall, the court ruled that the Cherokee were not a foreign nation and therefore could not bring suit against the United States in federal courts. Rather, the Cherokee were a domestic dependent nation. The justices split three ways. 1. A group of dissenters argued that the Cherokee were indeed a foreign nation, though a defeated one. A second group joined the majority but in concurring opinions argued that the Cherokee were a conquered people with no status as a nation at all, either foreign or domestic. 13 Each point of view augured a different political future for the Indian. A defeated foreign nation might one day regain independence. A conquered people who had lost their nationhood could be integrated into the conquering society, as individuals but not as a group. It would never be independent, and its members, subject to state law, might or might not enjoy political and social equality. A domestic dependent nation would be a part of the United States but also separate, either as an internal colony, which is what happened, or with some novel status not contemplated by the Constitution. The third view was formulated by Marshall. A year later, in Worcester v. Georgia, the court decided the Cherokee Nation suit on the merits, ruling that the Georgia law was unconstitutional because only the federal government, not the states, had authority over Indian nations. More important than the direct outcome of voiding the Georgia law was Marshall's justification, which established the legal and historical underpinnings of the federal government's exclusive rule over Indians. Marshall made clear that tribal sovereignty, the erroneous term for Indian subjugation to Congress rather than the states, was a product of the deep colonial past. But, crucially, it was not discovery or superior civilization that granted the right of dominion. It was war. Reflecting on the world in 1491, Marshall wrote, "America, separated from Europe by a wide ocean, was inhabited by a distinct people, divided into separate nations, independent of each other and of the rest of the world, having institutions of their own, and governing themselves by their own laws." Under these circumstances, the mere fact of discovery could never be the basis of a claim to dominion. It is difficult to comprehend the proposition that the inhabitants of either quarter of the globe could have rightful original claims of dominion over the inhabitants of the other, or over the lands they occupied, or that the discovery of either by the other should give the discoverer rights in the country discovered, which annulled the pre-existing rights of its ancient possessors. As for superior civilization, Marshall dispensed with that, too. Has nature, or the great creator of all things, conferred these rights over hunters and fishermen, on agriculturists and manufacturers? He asked rhetorically. What underlay the claim of dominion was neither discovery nor civilization. Rather, might made right, power, war, conquest, give rights, which, after possession, are conceded by the world, and which can never be contract overed by those on whom they descend. 14 The rights in question, therefore, belonged to the federal government because, according to the Constitution, the power to make war and therefore conquer belonged to the federal government, not the states. 15. Marshall was not establishing in any detail what the federal-Indian relationship would look like, only that Indian nations were non-states at the mercy of Congress and without constitutional protection. He may, however, have had an inkling of what was to come. As Indian legal scholar Robert A. Williams notes, Marshall's response to an 1828 address made by his close friend and colleague on the court, Justice Joseph Story, suggests that Marshall himself was keenly aware of the Indians' essential fate as perpetual colonial subject under U.S. control. Responding to Story with his own views on the Indian question, Marshall justified the segregation of Indians in colonial times on the grounds that they were a fierce and dangerous enemy whose love of war made them sometimes the aggressors, whose numbers and habits made them formidable, and whose cruel system of warfare seemed to justify every endeavor to remove them to a distance from civilized settlements. But now that the United States was stronger and safer, principles of humanity and justice ought always to govern our conduct towards the aborigines when this course can be pursued without exposing ourselves to the most afflicting calamities. The Indians were now a helpless people depending on our magnanimity and justice in the face of disreputable conduct, as in the affairs of the Cherokees in Georgia 16. And already, in Emmentosh, Marshall had described what this magnanimity and justice could look like. Humanity, acting on public opinion, has established, as a general rule, that the conquered shall not be wantonly oppressed, and that their condition shall remain as eligible as is compatible with the objects of the conquest. Most usually, they are incorporated with the victorious nation, and become subjects or citizens of the government with which they are connected. The new and old members of the society mingle with each other, the distinction between them is gradually lost, and they make one people. Where this incorporation is practicable, humanity demands, and a wise policy requires, that the rights of the conquered to property should remain unimpaired, that the new subjects should be governed as equitably as the old, and that confidence in their security should gradually banish the painful sense of being separated from their ancient connections, and united by force to strangers. But he also hesitated, concluding that Indians were an exception who could not be so integrated into the society of their conquerors. 4. The tribes of Indians inhabiting this country were fierce savages, whose occupation was war, and whose subsistence was drawn chiefly from the forest. To leave them in possession of their country, was to leave the country a wilderness. To govern them as a distinct people, was impossible, because they were as brave and as high-spirited as they were fierce, and were ready to repel by arms every attempt on their independence. Marshall therefore concluded that law which regulates, and ought to regulate in general, the relations between the conqueror and conquered, was incapable of application to a people under such circumstances. 17. Marshall was neither the first nor the last to resort to the culturalist argument, rationalizing native subjugation if not claims to dominion as a civilizing mission. This despite the fact that the New World was hardly new, hardly so primitive as he suggested. Contemporary research attests that this old world had gone through its own agricultural revolution long before the arrival of European settlers. Plants were domesticated in the Americas around 8500 BCE. Indians did not focus on animal domestication but had developed sophisticated game management. Their methods supported large numbers of people. The total human population of the Western Hemisphere in the 15th century is estimated around 100 million, at a time when the population of Europe up to the Urals was about 50 million. Political organization varied from one group to another, but one cannot fail to note the existence of a remarkable federal structure, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. Often referred to as the Iroquois Confederacy, it comprised the Seneca, Cayuga, Onondaga, Oneida, and Mohawk nations and, from the early 19th century, the Tuscarora. This system incorporated 6 widely dispersed and unique nations of thousands of agricultural villages and hunting grounds from the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River to the Atlantic, and as far south as the Carolinas and inland to Pennsylvania. The Haudenosaunee Constitution, called the Great Law of Peace, is said to have inspired essential elements of the U.S. Constitution. The first principle is peace. The second principle equity, justice for the people, and the third, the power of the good minds, of the collective powers to be of one mind, unity. 18. But as a practical and legal matter, it did not matter that Marshall was wrong about the state of the Indians, for their level of civilization was simply not a guide to their treatment. The rights of the conqueror were not predicated on the civilization of the conquered, they were predicated only on the fact of conquest, which meant that the conqueror's rights were without limit. The courts had no authority to say otherwise. However extravagant the pretension of converting the discovery of an inhabited country into conquest may appear, if the principle has been asserted in the first instance, and afterwards sustained, if a country has been acquired and held under it, if the property of the great mass of the community originates in it, it becomes the law of the land, and cannot be questioned. 19. In sum, through his reading of the Constitution and resort to the facts of history, Marshall created the framework of Indian legal standing known as tribal sovereignty, whereby Indians are neither foreigners nor state subjects. History made clear that Indians were conquered, a fact that the state of Georgia, for instance, would not have disagreed with. But because the Constitution determined that conquest was a federal power, Indians were not subjects of the states. History conquest also demonstrated that Indians were not foreigners, who possessed a constitutional right to sue the federal government. But the Constitution declared these non-foreigners non-citizens. With the states and the Constitution out of the picture, Indians were at the mercy of Congress alone. Congress could choose to grant Indians no rights at all, but if it chose otherwise, if it chose, for example, to respect an Indian right of land use, the courts would have no authority to vindicate these rights. Tribal sovereignty means congressional wardship, without recourse to the courts or constitutional rights. Over the years, the federal courts and the federal law have hewed rigorously to Marshall's framework. For instance, the courts have used the doctrine of tribal sovereignty to check state interests, as when Justice Hugo Black held for the majority in Williams v. Lee that the Navajo possessed a right to govern themselves, a right that Arizona could not infringe by enforcing state civil law on the reservation. 20 But if courts have been rigid in maintaining the doctrine of tribal sovereignty, that does not mean the doctrine itself is rigid. It was born as an instantiation of the de facto state of affairs, and it has continued to serve this function, flexibly accommodating whatever forms of law were necessary to maintain and deepen Indians' colonized status. A key mechanism of the tribal sovereignty doctrine has been legal dualism, with tribal law on one side and U.S. law on the other. This system was established in the Intercourse Act of 1834, which allowed Indians to create tribal courts with jurisdiction over Indians in Indian Territory, a large swath of land west of the Mississippi. This regime of legal dualism has been the means of circumscribing Indian autonomy, not enhancing it, as may seem to be the situation. The case of Ex parte Crow Dog and its aftermath are critical in this respect. The case concerned the murder in Sioux Territory of one Indian, Spotted Tail, by another, Crow Dog. A tribal council dealt with the matter, determining Crow Dog's guilt and demanding that he pay restitution. But thereafter U.S. authorities tried Crow Dog in federal court, where he was again found guilty and, this time, sentenced to hang. Crow Dog appealed to the Supreme Court, arguing that the federal courts did not have jurisdiction over his case. At the Supreme Court, the government's attorneys argued that the Sioux Treaty of 1868 forced the tribe to hand over Crow Dog for federal prosecution. The treaty, they noted, required the Sioux to provide to the federal government bad men among the Indians who had committed crimes in their territory. This provision, the government argued, was an implicit surrender to the United States of any exclusive sovereign right of the Sioux tribe to criminal jurisdiction over member-on-member crimes. Yet did not tribal sovereignty and the tribal court jurisdiction stipulated by the Intercourse Act entail that the federal courts lacked authority to adjudicate Crow Dog's crime? The Supreme Court thought so, ruling against the government. This has inspired a widespread sense that Crow Dog is a landmark of Indian rights to self-government. But, as Williams points out, the case was in fact anything but, because the justices reasoned on the basis of the Marshall Model of Indian Rights 21. In the words of Justice Stanley Matthews's majority opinion, Indians were to be subject to the laws of the United States, not in the sense of citizens, but as they had always been, as wards, subject to a guardian, not as individuals, constituted members of the political community of the United States, with a voice in the selection of representatives and in the framing of the laws, but as a dependent community who were in a state of pupillage, advancing from the condition of a savage tribe to that of a people who, through the discipline of labor, and by education, it was hoped might become a self-supporting and self-governing society. 22. The judgment in Crow Dog gave Congress a roadmap toward more fully undermining Indian sovereignty. The court's reversal of Crow Dog's conviction demonstrated that there were holes in the existing system of colonial domination, which Congress could plug. The ruling aroused such a popular outcry that Congress was compelled to enact the Major Crimes Act of 1885, extending federal jurisdiction to major felonies occurring between Indians in Indian country. The Supreme Court, writes Sidney Herring, colluded in this destruction of tribal institutions by legally justifying Congress's assertion of total power over the tribes. Crow Dog's case is important because it is a bridge between the ambiguous and ineffective sovereignty language of Worcester and the complete subjugation of tribal sovereignty in late 19th century. The congressional passage of the Major Crimes Act in response to Crow Dog was a keystone in the development of the new plenary power doctrine that put the tribes completely under the control of Congress and the U.S. political process. 23. In other words, at a moment when it looked like tribal sovereignty might mean actual sovereignty, the court went out of its way to remind Congress that Indians were not in fact self-governing but were at best working toward that condition. Congress had passed a law in 1834 that prevented federal prosecution of Crow Dog, but there was no reason this restriction had to continue. Congress had plenary power, it could change the rules to suit its preference. At no point has the Supreme Court repudiated the plenary power doctrine. It is compatible with the idea of tribal sovereignty invented by Marshall as he tried to think through the colonial question. In the years after him, the core assertion that Indians are a domestic dependent nation has only been articulated more intricately in the law, while the federal government pursued new policies to realize the colonial domination of tribal sovereignty in concrete form. That form is the reservation. The reservation, a two-state solution to the Indian question. There have always been two basic answers to the Indian question: assimilation or separation, one state or two. Once conquered, would the Indians join the settler society, and on what terms? Or would settlers as they became a majority be permanently distinct from the ever-shrinking conquered minority? Early treaties with Indian communities offered coexistence under a common political roof, a one-state solution. The first such treaty was signed in September 1778, between the United States and the Delaware Nation. Article 6 of the treaty invited the Delaware to form a state by joining with other tribes who have been friends to the interest of the United States, and provided that the Delaware Nation shall be the head of the state. The state would have a representation in Congress 24. Similarly, the Hopewell Treaty of November 1785, signed with the Cherokee, contained a provision acknowledging the Indians' right to send a deputy of their choice, whenever they think fit, to Congress. 25. There were also one-state efforts after the Civil War, a time when Americans experimented with political equality more generally. For instance, Florida granted the Seminole 2 representatives in its state legislature. Two state ideas developed alongside. They began with proposals to establish separate political entities for Indians, such as a U.S. protectorate west of the Mississippi. In his last annual message to Congress in 1825, President James Monroe argued that such a protectorate would help to reduce tensions among Indians and whites and would extend U.S. influence toward the Pacific. 26. In 1834, after Monroe's idea came to naught, Congress considered a new proposal for a permanent Indian home in Indian Territory with a governor and a council of tribal representatives. Eventually, officials suggested, this separate home might become a state of the Union. 27. While officials debated Indian assimilation, protectorates, and timelines for statehood, an important precursor to the reservation-based two-state solution was established. This was the Indian Removal Act of 1830, which made official policy of an activity that had been underway throughout the colonial and early Republican periods: genocidal bloodletting. Between 1492 and the U.S. founding, the Indian population of the Americas had declined dramatically, reduced from 100 million to 10 million. The losses were most devastating in North America. 28. Few challenge the numbers, but some ask whether this was a natural or a social catastrophe. After all, most died of disease, smallpox, specifically. Yet this hardly relieves the settlers of responsibility. As Dunbar-Ortiz points out, Europe lost at least a third of its population to medieval pandemics, but it recovered. Why didn't the Indians? If disease could have done the job, it is not clear why the European colonizers in America found it necessary to carry out unrelenting wars against indigenous communities in order to gain every inch of land they took from them. Nearly 300 years of colonial warfare, Dunbar-Ortiz writes. Besides, there is evidence that settlers were aware of the natives' extreme vulnerability to smallpox and sought to employ the disease for purposes of germ warfare. Could it not be contrived to send the smallpox among those disaffected tribes of Indians? The English General Geoffrey Amherst wrote in 1763 to his subordinate Colonel Henry Bouquet. We must, on this occasion, use every stratagem in our power to reduce them. The colonel promised to do his best. To the extent that settlers intentionally fostered the conditions of the Indians' vulnerability, they are no less culpable than the agents of the Holocaust. As Dunbar-Ortiz observes, no one denies that more Jews died of starvation, overwork, and disease under Nazi incarceration than died in gas ovens, yet the acts of creating and maintaining the conditions that led to those deaths clearly constitute genocide. 29. Indian removal, which President Jackson called for in 1829 and signed into law in 1831, continued this long-standing practice, while undermining the one-state possibility. Removal involved the forced expulsion of tens of thousands of Indians from the east to points west of the Mississippi. By the end of Jackson's presidency, Michael Paul Rodgin writes, every tribe east of the Mississippi and south of Lake Michigan, save for two tiny bands in Ohio and Indiana, had come under government removal programs. Martin Van Buren, Jackson's successor as president, carried out the same policy with similar zeal. By 1844 removal uprooted 70,000 Southern Indians from their homes. Only a few thousand, scattered in swamps and mountains, were left. Jackson knew full well that, under his orders, the Indians were being not just relocated but also destroyed. Humanity has wept over the fate of the Aborigines of this country, and philanthropy has been busily engaged in devising means to avert it, but its progress has never for a moment been arrested, and one by one have many powerful tribes disappeared from the earth, he told Congress. There was no cruelty in this, Jackson assured, it was simply the way of the world. To follow to the land the last of his race and to tread on the graves of extinct nations excites melancholy reflections. But true philanthropy reconciles the mind to these vicissitudes, as it does to the extinction of one generation to make room for another. Further waves of genocidal violence solidified the impossibility of a one-state solution. One of these followed the Compromise of 1850, which, among other effects, resulted in the admission of California to the Union as a free state. In Rajan's words, what came next in California was a genocide that concentrated in time, space, and brutality the Jacksonian project of Indian dispossession. California Governor Peter Burnett joyfully predicted in 1851 that a war of extermination will continue to be waged between the two races until the Indian race has become extinct. Genocide also unfolded in Texas over the course of the 1850s and then in the Great Plains during the Indian Wars of 1860 to 1880. There was no shortage of men like General William T. Sherman, who in 1866 telegraphed General Ulysses S. Grant, "We must act with vindictive earnestness against the Sioux, even to their extermination, men, women, and children." On another occasion, he wrote, "During an assault, the soldiers cannot pause to distinguish between male and female or even discriminate as to age." 31. Genocide reduced Indians' numbers until they fit easily into a much reduced tribal homeland. Between 1834 and the turn of the century, law, treaty, coerced land sales, and other transactions shrank Indian territory from an area encompassing the entirety of the plains to a cluster of districts in eastern Oklahoma. The survivors of removal and extermination lived on the reservations there and in other scraps of former Indian lands. The birth of the reservation. As an institution designed to hold a subject population captive, the reservation had a prehistory, starting with British efforts to set up an enclave for wild Irish during the colonization of Ulster in the late 16th and early 17th centuries. As in the United States, the reservation emerged to clean up after the bloodshed. The Crown paid bounties for Irish heads, scalps, and ears. But, as William Christie MacLeod explained in his ethnographic study of the Indians, published in the late 1920s, neither the Crown nor any feudal lord was wealthy enough to finance the work of extermination. The alternative was a reservation system for the lingering natives. The final British scheme for the colonization of Ulster, developed in 1600, divided the territory into 6 British counties and ordered all the natives to leave immediately or to gather on reservations within the counties. In reality that meant all had to go to the reservations, given that there was nowhere else they could settle. Any indigenous person found in the colony, but outside the reservations, would be put to death. 32. According to the treaties they signed with the Crown, the Celtic tribes were required to submit to British sovereignty and stop internecine warfare, but they were allowed to retain their tribal organization for administrative purposes. The British installed virtual bans on the sale and transportation of liquor, permitting only home brew, save permission for the chiefs to import a little good whiskey or wine for their personal use. The British targeted as barbaric native customs such as trial marriage and forced the hitherto Catholic tribes to join the Episcopal Church, build churches, and support an Episcopal clergy. There was the strictest prohibition against bards, or Shanakis, who were forbidden to sing lest they remind the tribesmen of their ancient glory and the chiefs of their age-old leadership. The chiefs were also forbidden to support the bards, the better to silence them through backbreaking labor and starvation. At the same time, the eldest children of the chiefs and nobles were to be educated in English schools, under the direction of the Crown but at the expense of their parents. 33 From the outset, compulsory segregation went hand in hand with forced assimilation. The earliest reservations in the English colonies in North America did not form a well-organized system, like that envisioned in Ulster or later on by the U.S. federal government. These first North American reservations comprised survivors from among the conquered Pequot of southern New England, a Christianized people known as Praying Indians. They were allocated a ring of lands outside of Boston and settled there by the mid-1670s. The first reservation was the town of Natick. Over time, these reservations became like magnetic islands attracting freedmen seeking refuge. The freedmen intermarried, acquired land, and settled down, in the process bringing accumulated skills in European agriculture to the Indian population. 34. The first hints of the modern American reservation system are found in 1848, in a proposal from William Medill, who served as the federal government's Commissioner of Indian Affairs. In his annual report of that year, Medill renounced the concept of a separate Indian state and suggested instead two colonies for tribes standing in the way of expansion, one north, on the headwaters of the Mississippi, and the other south, on the western borders of Missouri and Arkansas. 35 The following year, on March 3, 1849, the Senate approved the creation of the Department of the Interior, to which it transferred responsibility for Indian administration. The department's Bureau of Indian Affairs, also known as the Indian Office, would soon carry out experiments with a system like the one Medill outlined. 36. The reservation system had its test run in Gold Rush, California. Federal officials proposed the reservations in a series of 18 treaties negotiated in 1851 and 1852 with various native bands and villages. When the Senate refused to ratify the treaties, the BIA proceeded to found reservations in a manner that would not require Senate ratification. Edward F. Bale, a prominent naval officer and frontier adventurer, was installed as Superintendent of Indian Affairs in California, with orders to establish a system of colonization for the purpose of making useful, our present worthless, and troublesome Indian population. Yet the purpose to which the reservations were put was not education, as claimed, nor was it long-term separation from white society, which would eventually emerge as their chief motivation. Rather, the goal was extermination. Indians were force-marched from one side to another. Early reservation policy assumed not only a high degree of impermanence but also a substantial amount of coercion, in the words of historian John Findlay. This was no concern from the standpoint of the state of California, which had denied civil and political rights to Indians as soon as it was admitted to the Union in 1850. The state even authorized and financed local militia campaigns against Indians, to facilitate the larger removal effort. Those directly involved in California's three earliest reservations understood that they were way stations to destruction. In 1855, Captain E. D. Keyes of the U.S. Army praised the superintendent at one reservation, Nome Lackey, because the superintendent made no pretense about the possibility of Indian survival and assimilation. This able administrator, Keyes was pleased to report, understood that his chief purpose must be to deprive the red man of his power to do mischief. The best way to achieve that goal was elimination. We ought to act, Keyes wrote, on the determined certainty that the aborigines of this country will soon become extinct. The Army joined the BIA in its efforts, the BIA administered subdued Indians, and the Army broke hostile ones. This early style of California reservation was a milder version of the Nazis' industrial concentration camp, a place of internment and slow death. It was eventually discredited and during the late 19th and early 20th centuries supplanted by a new generation of smaller reservations and rancherias. Findlay identifies several factors that shaped the early system's failure. The institution was too weak to provide with food and clothing, too weak to protect them from white attacks, and too weak to make them stay. Starving, subject to constant harassment, and administrated by corrupt and incompetent government agents, most of the Indians who lived in California's first three reservations either died there or departed. Others managed to avoid the reservations altogether, although they were not necessarily better off. 37 The Indians of California experienced a true reign of terror in this period. Between 1845 and 1870 their numbers fell from roughly 100,000 to 30,000. 38 Not all settlers were in favor of a reservation policy. Others preferred to skip intermediate steps and proceed straight to extermination. For instance, when the federal government proposed establishing a reservation in Texas as a way of separating the races and securing peace, the Democratic Telegraph and Texas Register of Houston bitterly opposed and called for a war of extermination. The Texas legislature approved a reservation policy on February 16, 1854, but no sooner were the reservations established than armed parties invaded, and began a systematic slaughter of the tribesmen. Finally, in 1859, the federal government settled the debate by authorizing the complete removal of all tribes north of the Red River. 39 In spite of some opposition, reservations eventually became the favored solution across the United States. In 1854 the Missouri were placed in a reservation, and in 1867 so were the Cheyenne and Arapaho. The Great Sioux Reservation was established in the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868 as a reservation for the Teton Sioux, also known as the Lakota. The policy was generalized in the context of the Indian Wars of 1860 to 1890. During this period, in the words of Robert Trenard, the United States decided to put a full reservation system into operation by defeating or starving the tribes into compliance. 40. The reservation in practice. The reservation system as we know it today was begun under President Lincoln. This outcome was shaped by two large developments, the Civil War and the building of the Transcontinental Railroad. One of Lincoln's key wartime objectives was to prevent the Indians and the Confederacy from joining forces against the Union. This was a pressing concern. In October 1861, during Lincoln's first year in office, the Confederacy granted the Cherokee Nation representation in its Congress, in return for alliance. 41. Lincoln's Indian policy began with sporadic massacres and culminated in a generalized reform that combined treaty-making with large-scale land grabs and removal to reservations. The Santee Sioux in Minnesota were crushed in 1862 after rebelling against their treatment by the federal government, charging that it was violating treaty guarantees when it failed to provide annuities and rations, especially food. Major General John Pope, who led the Union forces, acted without mercy, ordering the destruction of Indian farms and food supplies as well as the killing of Indian warriors. Pope wrote Colonel Henry Sibley, "It is my purpose utterly to exterminate the Sioux if I have the power to do so, and even if it requires a campaign lasting the whole of next year. They are to be treated as maniacs or wild beasts, and by no means as people with whom treaties or compromises can be made." 42 After the carnage of the war, 38 Indian men were hanged, as though to suggest that the genocidal operation had been a police action. Similar events unfolded in New Mexico the next year. Given a relatively free hand, ostensibly to end Navajo raids on white settlers, General James Carleton ordered Kit Carson to force them to move to a reservation. Carson burned the Navajos out of Canyon de Chelly, rounded up the survivors, and forced them to march some 450 miles to Bosque Redondo, an episode known as the Long Walk. More than 2,000 died, after which a treaty was signed and the Indians were placed in a reservation. The following year, U.S. troops perpetrated the Sand Creek Massacre in southeastern Colorado, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of Cheyenne and Arapaho. 43. While the massacres were ongoing, the Department of the Interior was reassessing Indian policy in hopes of preventing further need for military engagement. As the Secretary of the Interior explained, the duty of the government to protect the Indians and prevent their suffering for the want of the necessaries of life should be fully recognized. In other words, under Lincoln, reservations were a counterinsurgency policy. The Indians should be taught to earn their subsistence by labor, and be instructed in the cultivation of the soil, so that they would turn to docile activities. 44. In addition to preventing further rebellion, reservations were seen as key to opening up the West to the railroads and to settlers. The Transcontinental Railroad and the expanded reservation policy were two sides of the same coin. Confining the Indian in the reservation ensured the security of the settler economy. The Homestead and Pacific Railway Acts of 1862 opened the West to accelerated white settlement on lands taken from Indians through treaties. As Lincoln informed Congress in December 1863, the measures provided at your last session for the removal of certain Indian tribes have been carried into effect. They contain stipulations for extinguishing the possessory rights of the Indians to large and valuable tracts of lands. During that address, Lincoln celebrated the cession of over 1.4 million acres of Indian land to the United States. The following year, he announced to Congress that another 1.5 million acres had been obtained. 45. The historian David A. Nichols has concluded that Lincoln's vision for the West carried with it the implicit doom of the Indians and paved the way for a series of bloody wars, which continued after his death. This did not trouble Lincoln's mind for, like Marshall, he believed it was impossible for whites and Indians to coexist. The pale-faced people are numerous and prosperous because they cultivate the earth, produce bread, and depend upon the products of the earth rather than wild game for a subsistence, Lincoln explained. This is the chief reason of the difference, but there is another. Although we are now engaged in a great war between one another, we are not, as a race, so much disposed to fight and kill one another as our red brethren. 46. After the Civil War, the reservation push was intensified by President Ulysses Grant under what he called his peace policy. In an 1869 inaugural address, Grant promised to civilize Indians, leading to their ultimate citizenship. To achieve this sudden demand for assimilation, he refreshed the federal Indian service. All existing Indian agents were fired and replaced by new ones chosen by Quakers and later by members of other Christian denominations as well. Thus began the most extensive collaboration between the federal government and the churches in the history of the United States. As Rogers Smith puts it, the new policy made the repudiation of native religion and ways of life, and acceptance of middle-class American Christianity with its attendant customs, official prerequisites for admission to U.S. citizenship. 47. It is no coincidence that this policy seemed so attractive in 1869. That year, the Transcontinental Railroad was completed, opening a pathway into the West with its endless acres of fertile and mineral-rich soils. The only trouble, as Eric Foner notes, is that this same land was still roamed by immense buffalo herds that provided food, clothing, and shelter for a population of perhaps 250,000 Indians, many of them members of Eastern tribes forced inland 2 centuries before from the East Coast, and moved again earlier in the 19th century to open the Old Northwest and Southwest to white farmers and planters. These Plains Indians were in the way of white economic dreams, but Grant's peace policy would change that. Nearly all of the military and civilian officials who executed the policy shared a common presumption, that the federal government should persuade or coerce the Plains Indians to exchange their religion, communal form of property, and nomadic way of life for Christian worship and settled agriculture on federally supervised reservations. In a word, they should surrender most of their land and cease to be Indians. Toward this end, generals employed methods they had perfected during the Civil War, destroying the infrastructure of the Indian economy, including the buffalo. In 1871, Congress abrogated the treaty system that dealt with Indians as independent nations, a step that was strongly supported by railroad corporations, which found tribal sovereignty an obstacle to construction. By the time Grant left office, the world of the Plains Indians had been shattered by a combination of railroads, agriculture, ranching, battles with the U.S. Army, and reservations. The population of Plains Indians dwindled as that of whites in the middle border states grew from 300,000 in 1860 to well over 2 million by 1880. On the ashes of the Plains Indians, white settlers built a new agricultural empire. The surviving Indians were in large part relocated to reservations in eastern Oklahoma, the rump end of the ever-shrinking Indian Territory. 48. The reservation, in its era of consolidation, was presented to white society both as a way of segregating the races and accelerating the civilization of Indians, so that they could eventually be assimilated. This is important to keep in mind. Although the reservation became the permanent two-state solution, it was sold to the public as an essential step toward a one-state solution. The catalyst in the civilizing process was to be the Indian agent. The Department of the Interior defined the role of an agent thusly: the chief duty of an agent is to induce his Indians to labor in civilized pursuits. To attain this end, every possible influence should be brought to bear, and in proportion as it is attained, other things being equal, an agent's administration is successful or unsuccessful. The civilizing mission was a code word for ethnic cleansing. The want of civilization justified an endless list of ethnocidal policies, efforts to destroy Indian culture, if not kill every individual Indian. These ranged from a ban on the practice of Indian religions to the prohibition of long hair on men. To enforce the BIA's whims and their own agents called on the Indian Police, formed in 1879. As Prucha puts it, under the command of the agent, the Indian Police functioned as quasi-military forces that were a substitute for army control of the reservations. He quotes the chairman of the House Committee on Indian Affairs, who in 1880 worried these armed police possessed the fearful power to execute not known laws, but the will of the agent. 49 The BIA argued that agents' nearly absolute powers were justified because the tribes were not ready for the full responsibilities of U.S. citizenship. 50. The Indian Police were joined in 1883 by courts of Indian offenses. As Secretary of the Interior Henry M. Teller explained, the Indians were given to various degradations that were a great hindrance to the civilization of the Indian. The criminal process would discipline them. 51 Any Indian who shall engage in the sun dance, scalp dance, or war dance, or any other similar feast, so called, shall be deemed guilty of an offense, the BIA announced. Any Indian who shall engage in the practices of so-called medicine men, or who shall resort to any artifice or device to keep the Indians of the reservations from adopting and following civilized habits and pursuits, or shall adopt any means to prevent the attendance of children at school, or shall use any arts of a conjurer to prevent Indians from abandoning their barbarous rites and customs, shall be deemed guilty of an offense. The rules granted authorities arbitrary power, holding that if an Indian refuses or neglects to adopt habits of industry or to engage in civilized pursuits or employments, but habitually spends his time in idleness and loafing, he shall be deemed a vagrant and guilty of a misdemeanor. 52. Courts were effectively extensions of the agents, at whose pleasure the judges were appointed and served. Occasionally the judges were police officers, but often they were influential chiefs. The degree of an Indian's apparent assimilation was a major criterion in his selection as a judge. Agents' reports are replete with descriptions of Indian judges as Christian, wearing white man's clothing, or monogamous. By placing the legal process in the hands of assimilated Indians, agents factionalized notions of authority on the reservations, as some Indians continued to practice their own ways, while others implemented BIA rules. The installation of chiefs as judges making determinations on the basis of BIA edicts was an important step in the development of customary law, whereby natives enforce settler-drawn rules said to be sensitive to the natives' traditional ways of life. Most of the reservations lacked functioning courts of Indian offenses. In these cases the agents simply jailed whoever they wanted on their own authority, sometimes with the aid of the military. Army officers were happy to assist, believing that the military had authority over Indians as a conquered people. According to Herring, there is no question that many thousands of Indians were detained by the military for offenses ranging from murder to resisting land allotment laws. 53. The BIA encouraged the development of reservation police states by proscribing basic aspects of life. There was the aforementioned ban on long hair. William A. Jones, Commissioner of Indian Affairs from 1897 until 1905, believed the wearing of long hair by men was not in keeping with the advancement are making, or will soon be expected to make, in civilization. Certainly all the younger men should wear short hair, Jones directed, and it is believed that by tact, perseverance, firmness, and withdrawal of supplies the superintendent can induce all to comply with this order. Jones also wanted his agents to discourage Indian dress. If Indians employed by the BIA refused to comply, they could be discharged and their supplies cut off. If they became obstreperous, a short confinement in the guardhouse at hard labor, with shorn locks, should furnish a cure, Jones offered. 54. Commissioner Thomas J. Morgan made war on what might be the most elementary of cultural signifiers, names. Morgan argued in a March 1890 circular that there will be needless confusion and considerable ultimate loss to the Indians if no attempt is made to have the different members of a family known by the same family name on the records and by general reputation. This was just one among other customs of the white people it is becoming important that the Indians adopt, he explained. He also condemned the translation of Indian names into English, a practice that often resulted in awkward and uncouth nicknames. He was against the habit of adopting sobriquets given to Indians such as Tobacco, Mogul, Tom, Pete, etc., by which they become generally known. He suggested that unusually long and difficult Indian names be shortened arbitrarily, authorized the substitution of English names for Indian ones too difficult for whites to pronounce, and approved the introduction of Christian given names before surnames. 55. The full brunt of the effort towards civilization and re-education was directed at Indian children, who were brought together at reservation schools run by whites and compliant Indians or were shipped away from the reservation. The philosophy underlying this pedagogical program was most simply expressed by Richard Pratt, the founder of the Carlisle Indian Industrial School. Kill the Indian and save the man. 56,000 of Indian children were sent to Pratt's Pennsylvania school between 1879 and 1918. The wider Indian education process, Sherry Hoondorf writes, led to heartbreaking experiences that drove native children to commit suicide and to run away repeatedly. 57. Civilization was always an excuse to justify fiat authority. The BIA and its agents ran an occupation regime. Besides wielding police force and influencing courts where they existed, the agent determined the flow of resources to the reservation. By 1915 the superintendent had control of all welfare services, and anyone who found fault with his doings could be set down as a malcontent. 58. More often than not, reservations appeared as mammoth poorhouses rather than nurseries of civilization. 59. If social progress had in fact been the goal on reservations, then perhaps the BIA would have dissolved. After all, as the Board of Indian Commissioners, a congressional advisory panel, noted in 1901, since the object of the BIA was to make all Indians self-supporting, self-respecting, and useful citizens of the United States, the Bureau should always aim at its own speedy discontinuance. 60. But, as Prucha has shown, the trend was to the contrary. The number of employees in the BIA increased from 115 in 1900 to 262 in 1920, and the number of communications received across its offices rose from 62,691 to 261,486 over the same period. 61. That is because, in practice, the reservation was a place of crisis, not civilization, education, or improvement. Subjugation and isolation robbed the Indian way of life of vitality and meaning, reducing it to a set of rituals disconnected from each other and from the material circumstances of the tribe. Indian culture was to an extent preserved, but it was placed in a museum, where it could no longer meet the problems of the moment or evolve to meet those of the future. Not only were the buffalo and the wide stretches of open territory gone, but also systems of social organization, built up through generations to protect fundamental interests, were deteriorating or archived. To be sure, there were substitutes, such as agricultural life and Christianity, but these were sometimes unfamiliar and not always relevant to the emotional and communal needs of the people. In this spiritual and social vacuum, Indians did attempt to create some new practices that harkened back to their own, such as the ghost dance religion that emerged in the 1920s among tribes crowded onto reservations. Ghost dance was a syncretic phenomenon, drawing on many traditions. MacLeod recognized an essential point of ghost dance's origin, engendered by the wish for the old security and distaste of the white man's civilization, and eagerly sought and accepted by one after another of the distraught Plains tribes. Ghost dance brought together different peoples under a single ritual that expressed the unity brought on by collective subjugation. 62. A permanent homeland. If the reservation had lived up to its billing, it would have vaulted the Indian from backwardness to civilization, from the status of alien enemy to the status of citizen. The reservation would have been a waypoint on the route to equal participation in the U.S. political community. But the true purpose of the reservation lay elsewhere. The very policies that, on paper, were most straightforwardly intended to foster Indian citizenship, were in fact tools for turning over Indian land to white settlers while ensuring the losers had no recourse and would be stuck in their open-air prisons in perpetuity. The critical legal maneuvers were the Dawes Act of 1887 and Curtis Act of 1898, also known as the Allotment Acts. These gave reservation authorities the power to identify deserving Indians and grant them allotments of land in trust patent. This meant the land title would be held in trust by the United States for 25 years, after which the premises would at last be conveyed to the Indian as common law property. Initially, the Dawes Act called on the BIA to allot 160 acres of tribal land to each Indian head of household, but this was later amended to 80 acres. Those taking allotments were also required to renounce their tribal membership but were promised citizenship instead. The guarantee of citizenship was soon diluted. The 1906 Burke Act amended Dawes, requiring that the promise of citizenship would only be realized after the 25-year period was complete. 63 This had the effect of tethering Indians to reservations. They had to maintain verifiable control of their holdings for 2.5 decades, lest their citizenship be denied. Allotment eliminated Indian traditions of land occupancy, which fostered mobility, and replaced them with the U.S. system of private property, which nurtured sedentary agriculture and industry. It was a means of destroying what Herring has called communistic tribal culture and of compelling Indians to accept roles as farmers and ranchers in the style of white Americans' roles seen as civilized. 64 As one commissioner of Indian Affairs put it in 1838, common property and civilization cannot coexist. 65 Allotment was also a land grab, which was, after all, the goal of most strategies the settler arranged against the Indian. The law might have gifted the occasional Indian strong property rights, but it also designated large tracts as surplus that could be taken by white buyers. 66 The incorporation of Indian land into the settler property regime also was a boon to whites, who suddenly could buy that land as though it were any typical piece of real estate. Every speculator who hoped to benefit from the sale of Indian land championed their right to sell, knowing that many Indians desperate for better lives would trade their allotments for cash. 67 Allotment had many serious consequences. First, there was a drastic reduction in land under Indian control. Already diminished to 156 million acres in 1881, the extent of Indian land plummeted to about 50 million acres in 1934. Another 500,000 acres were taken over by the government for military use during the Second World War, and then there were losses registered by over 100 tribes, bands, and rancherias as a result of various acts of Congress during the termination era of the 1950s, described below. 68 According to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Indian lands today comprise approximately 56.2 million acres, held in trust, which is about the size of the state of Minnesota. 69 Second, instead of turning Indians into farmers, allotment resulted in leasing. By 1898, 140,000 acres had been allotted and, of these, 112,000 acres had been leased. This involved 2/3 of the men with allotted land. The few Indians deemed worthy of allotments and citizenship were not becoming farmers, they were creating opportunities for whites to cultivate arable land. 70 Finally, allotment opened reservations to non-Indian settlement, resulting in a patchwork of ownership that left much of the remaining Indian land crippled, as Charles Wilkinson puts it. The tribal land ownership pattern became checkerboarded, with individual Indian, non-Indian and corporate ownership interspersed, which weakened Indian culture, sapped the vitality of tribal legislative and judicial processes. The Dawes Act was presented as a measure that would enhance reservation Indians' independence by giving them their own land and placing them on the road to citizenship, but it merely divided Indians from each other, making it easier for whites to homestead and for the BIA to rule the Indians. It was during allotment, Wilkinson argues, that the BIA moved in as the real government. 71 Far from independent, Indians were dominated in every aspect by the Indian service. 72 As Frederick E. Hoxie describes, in the wake of allotment, schoolmasters continued to separate children from their parents. Religious organizations continued to operate with a level of federal support that clearly violated the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Authorities continued to break up unauthorized religious activities and destroy sacred objects. Officials could even withhold rations from tribal members who opposed them. 73. The regime of dictatorship on the reservation persisted into the early 1930s, when its first major critic in government, the sociologist John Collier, took office as Commissioner of Indian Affairs. 74 Collier proved to be a sensitive observer of Indian oppression, as compared to his contemporaries. He recognized that Indians on reservations had systematically been subjected to the capricious regime of white agents whose principal goal was not to create U.S. citizens but to ensure white access to land. Collier sought to transform the Indian regime by ending monopolistic and autocratic control over person and property by a single bureau of the federal government. He promoted the protection of Indian property rights and respect for Indians' access to elementary rights guaranteed to other Americans by the Constitution or long-established tradition. He also believed that cultural pride and native social endowments and institutions were essential to the education of the Indians. Rather than Christian ministers and armed police, he brought in a flock of anthropologists tasked with shaping new policies and programs. 75. The centerpiece of Collier's policy was the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, an ambitious package of reforms designed to halt and reverse the destruction of Indian communities. Collier won supporters in Congress, who proposed the IRA. To grant the Indians living under federal tutelage the freedom to organize for the purposes of local self-government and economic enterprise, to provide for the necessary training of Indians in administrative and economic affairs, to conserve and develop Indian lands, and to promote the more effective administration of justice in matters affecting Indian tribes and communities by establishing a federal court of Indian affairs. 76. One important effect of the bill lay in preferential hiring of Indians by the BIA. The number of permanent Indian employees in the service rose from a few hundred in 1933 to 4,682 in 1940. These included 8 superintendents, 251 professionals, 935 clerical workers, and approximately 3,475 in other skilled jobs. By 1980, 78% of all BIA employees were Indians and Alaska Natives. Tribes were encouraged to organize their own governments and to establish business corporations, with capital available from a $10 million federal loan fund. But this vision of tribal autonomy was extremely limited. Every important decision was subject to approval by the Secretary of the Interior. 77. The IRA augmented administrative paternalism by deputizing Indians to the cause of BIA control. The IRA's first major detractor, the BIA's Scudder McKeel, was clear on this point. In a critique published in the mid-1940s, he noted that while the native political and social organization is strengthened by utilizing it for administrative purposes, Indians did not thereby attain autonomy. Even if many tribal councils have been organized under Indian office sponsorship, they have been almost completely controlled by the reservation superintendent. In effect, the bureaucracy was being Indianized, but the decisions were still made by the BIA. Practically all tribes, aside from certain groups in the Southwest, have seen their native form of government disintegrate and disappear under the bureaucracy of the Indian Service, McKeel wrote. The IRA, then, did not devolve governance to locals, rather, it closely resembled the British policy of indirect rule in which locals were drafted to implement colonial governance on the basis of supposedly customary law and supposedly traditional forms of administration. McKeel also rightly pointed out that the Indian Reorganization Act continues the policy of segregating the Indian population from the white, a policy inherent in the reservation system itself. 78. Collier's policy, though gentler than those of his predecessors, did not fundamentally change the role of the reservation as a vehicle for legalizing and facilitating settler land grabs. But his efforts did face opposition in Washington. Collier left office in 1945 and Secretary of the Interior Harold Ickes, his strong backer, resigned the following year. Thereafter policymakers took an entirely new approach. Whereas Collier had sought to make the reservation more livable, what came next was a joint congressional and executive branch effort to eliminate the reservation and therefore Indian land holdings under federal trust once and for all. 79. The point person for this new approach was Dillon S. Meyer, who was appointed Commissioner of Indian Affairs in 1950 by President Truman. Among Meyer's important qualifications was his experience leading wartime internment and resettlement of Japanese Americans. 80. The thrust of Indian policy under Meyer and Truman was termination of reservations. Adopted into law by Congress in August 1953, termination was intended to make Indians subject to the same laws and entitled to the same privileges and responsibilities as other citizens of the United States by freeing them from all federal supervision and control and leaving them under state authority. From 1954 to 1960, the reservations of 14 recognized tribes were terminated by the federal government, often without their consent. Most of the communities were small and impoverished and had little idea of what was happening to them. A few larger tribes with considerable natural resources, most notably the Menominee of Wisconsin and the Klamath of Oregon, fought the decision. 81. As troubling as the reservation system could be, from the standpoint of Indian opponents of termination, the total removal of federal land protections, the loss of reservation-based tax benefits, and subjection to state law seemed worse. Removing tribal sovereignty to the state domain would have meant potentially many new indignities and constraints. The termination policy was repudiated by the Nixon administration in 1970, and what followed was something like a return of the IRA regime. As George Castile and Robert B. observe, the longer-run impact of Collier and the IRA was to move away from seeing as temporary impounding points for ultimate assimilation and toward recognition of their status as permanent homelands. Although intended on its face to foster Indian autonomy, the IRA mainly served to stabilize and prolong the colonial relationship between Indians and the United States. The ultimate legislative expression of this regime is the Indian Self-Determination Act of 1975. Pushed by grassroots Indian activists, the law allows various government agencies to fund efforts by federally recognized Indian tribes to strengthen the Indian bureaucracy. But that same bureaucracy enforces rules created by, and subject to, congressional decrees, rules created without democratic representation for the tribes themselves. This law promoting self-administration merely perfects the regime of indirect rule, ensuring more completely that Indians enforce the settlers' customary law. Under this regime, the reservation system and federal Indian relations, Castile and B. Wright, have seemingly become permanent. 82. The case of the 5 civilized tribes. Until now I have focused on the subjugation of those deemed uncivilized. But what of the so-called 5 civilized tribes? We encountered them briefly before. The reservation was supposed to be the civilizing institution that rendered Indians fit for citizenship, a waypoint on the road to one state, which became a two-state solution. Yet the 5 civilized tribes were also subjected to the reservation regime. Here again the civilizing paradigm proved to be a deception, a rationalization of a hardening colonial regime that served the interests of white settlers. But there was more to the story. In the case of the 5 civilized tribes, the lie of the civilizing mission definitively broke down and was replaced by a new one that was a kind of precursor to the IRA's program of culturally sensitive administration. In justifying domination of the 5 civilized tribes, the federal government claimed to be preserving and prioritizing native ways of life threatened by the very achievements of civilization the government otherwise claimed to promote. The tribes in question, the Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole, originated in what is now the southeastern United States. Unlike nomadic tribes whom Europeans deemed barbaric, these natives inhabited permanent communities and practiced agriculture. During the colonial and early Republican periods, exchanges between settlers and the tribes were common, with the natives adopting many European practices they found useful. But ultimately, no matter how much they embraced the ways of civilization, the Indians were in the way of white goals. In the 1830s, the tribes were promised that, if they would leave their homes, they would be given land west of the Mississippi protected from white settlement. They were not, however, being given a choice. Thousands of Indians, Cherokee in particular, died in the process of forced removal, along the route aptly known as the Trail of Tears. The Seminole resisted for decades, fighting off U.S. forces in Florida until the late 1850s, when large numbers finally agreed to migrate. Migrants from all of the 5 tribes were relocated to eastern Oklahoma, at the southern end of Indian Territory. Eventually eastern Oklahoma would be all that was left of Indian Territory. The post-removal period was profoundly challenging for the tribes, as their allegiances split during the Civil War and conflict racked the territory. The tribes were also riven by contests between reformers and traditionalists. For instance, the Cherokee built a modern prison, whereas the Creek maintained that a prison was not fitting punishment for an Indian. The debate between civilization and tradition had its most tragic outcome among the Creek. This nation of roughly 10,000 people experienced 5 civil wars between 1860 and 1908 and on several occasions had parallel governments, one representing those calling for adaptation and the other championing old ways. 83. For some time, the 5 civilized tribes in eastern Oklahoma were allowed an exceptional status. They were consistently exempted from federal laws, such as the Major Crimes and Dawes Acts, which were applied to the Plains Indians. 84. On their own initiative, they worked with moderate success to prevent white settlement, which was in any case illegal. But farmers from the surrounding states of Arkansas, Texas, and Kansas, who coveted rich acres only partially used by the Indians, were eager to displace the status quo. They received political support from whites who called for the Americanization of all the Indians. 85. These forces combined in a series of land rushes which, though sometimes unlawful, were generally tolerated. In any case, in the 1880s the federal government began to legalize the previously unauthorized homesteading, while officially opening areas of eastern Oklahoma to white settlement. The government also used proclamations to undermine the value of Indian lands, inducing them to sell to whites. The largest of the land runs occurred in 1893, when the Cherokee Outlet, an area that had been designated for the Cherokee during the 1830s, was opened to whites. The process was shepherded by the federal government's General Land Office. The state of exception was fully and finally overturned in 1898, when the Curtis Act extended the provisions of the Dawes Act to the 5 tribes. 86. There is nothing remarkable about the assaults and broken promises that the 5 tribes suffered. What is notable is the reasoning that underlay the extension of allotment, which is apparent in the findings of the Dawes Commission. In a report issued on November 20, 1894, the Commission explained that the special treatment of the 5 civilized tribes had to be ended precisely because they were so civilized. 87. The report brimmed with indications of the very progress the settler population had been preaching. The Commission noted that tribal governments consented to the construction of a number of railways through the territory, and thereby consented that they bring into the territory all that is necessary in the building and operation of such railroads, the necessary depots, stations, and the inevitable towns which their traffic was sure to build up, and the large building which white men alone could develop and which these railroads were sure to stimulate and make profitable. The tribes had invited men from the border states to become their employees in the territory, receiving into their treasuries a monthly tax for the privilege of such employment. The Indians had encouraged the development of lucrative commercial crops. In some sections of the territory the production of cotton has proved so feasible and profitable that white men have been permitted to come in by thousands and cultivate it and build trading marts and populous towns for the successful operation of this branch of trade alone. The Indians had developed vast and rich deposits of coal along with large and valuable plants for mining coal and vast pine forests. Furthermore, towns of considerable importance have been built by white persons under leases obtained from Indians, leading to permanent improvements of great value, induced and encouraged by the tribal governments themselves. These were immovable fixtures which cannot be taken away. But this progress, the Commission noted, came with downsides. The report referred to fraud and corruption of the grossest kind, in the face of which courts of justice have become helpless and paralyzed. The Commission also claimed that violence, robbery, and murder are almost of daily occurrence, resulting in a reign of terror. It is difficult to credit these assertions, given that the economic boom was apparently well organized and involved successful cooperation between Indians and whites. And few in Washington seemed concerned when problems of crime and corruption arose in Western territories during the more haphazard gold rushes. Probably more accurately, but also brazenly, the Commission took great exception to ordinary problems arising from just the sort of development it preached. The officials decided that they could not abide inequality, though it is predictable under capitalism and was unmistakable all over Gilded Age America. They took up the cudgel on behalf of the poor and oppressed in Indian Territory. The governments have fallen into the hands of a few able and energetic Indian citizens, nearly all mixed blood and adopted whites, who have so administered their affairs and have enacted such laws that they are enabled to appropriate to their own exclusive use almost the entire property of the territory of any kind that can be rendered profitable and available. In one of these tribes, whose whole territory consists of but 3,040,000 acres of land, within the last few years laws have been enacted under the operation of which 61 citizens have appropriated to themselves and are now holding for pasturage and cultivation 1,237,000 acres. This comprises the arable and greater part of the valuable grazing lands belonging to that tribe. The remainder of that people, largely the full-bloods who do not speak the English language, are excluded from the enjoyment of any portion of this land, and many of them occupy the poor and hilly country where they get a scanty living from such portions as they are able to turn to any account. Here the Commission was implementing a logic that, as we will see elsewhere, became central to indirect rule the world over, distinguishing the true native from supposed interlopers. By claiming to protect the true native, colonial powers introduced distinctions that prevented solidarity among the colonized and justified the supervision of clusters of natives as discrete groups potentially engaged in rivalry with each other. The Commission also expressed sympathy for formerly enslaved people adopted by the tribes. According to the report, the condition of these freedmen was worst among the Chickasaw, where they are shut out of the schools of the tribe, and from their courts, and are granted no privileges of occupancy of any part of the land for a home, and are helplessly exposed to the hostilities of the citizen Indian and the personal animosity of the former master. Among the Choctaw and Cherokee as well, the condition of freedmen was far from satisfactory. They are yet very far from the enjoyment of all the rights, privileges, and immunities to which they are entitled under the treaties, the commissioners lamented. Finally, there were poor whites, thousands of white children in this territory who are almost wholly without the means of education, and are consequently growing up with no fitting preparation for useful citizenship. Clearly, the record of the Indian tribes was being measured against rhetorical standards rather than real practice among the custodians of civilization, who otherwise tolerated and indeed engineered the oppression of freedmen and poor people without a grumble of protest. When it came to its final recommendation, the Commission pulled no punches. Eastern Oklahoma's Indian administrators had been given special privileges and abused them, so they had to go. These tribal governments have wholly perverted their high trusts, the report read. It is the plain duty of the United States to enforce the trust it has so created and recover for its original uses the domain and all the gains derived from the perversions of the trust or discharge the trustees. They have demonstrated the incapacity to so govern themselves, and no higher duty can rest upon the government that granted this authority than to revoke it when it has so lamentably failed. Having been promised that the embrace of civilization would secure their autonomy, civilization was now advanced as the reason the tribes could no longer remain autonomous. Of course, the Commission did not pretend this was the only reason. The present growth of the country and its present relations to this territory were not thought of or even dreamed of by either party when they entered into these stipulations, the report stated, referring to the treaties that had birthed Indian territory. These stipulations naturally grew out of the situation of the country at the time they were made, and of the character of the Indians with whom they were made. But the situation had changed. No longer the inaccessible far west, Oklahoma was an opportunity for whites seeking land. The character of the Indians had changed, too, according to the report, and so they could no longer be allowed the benefits of the treaties. Congress moved on the Commission's recommendation without hesitation, ordering that the national governments of the 5 civilized tribes be stripped of their powers. On July 1, 1898, the order went into effect, and the people of Indian Territory were brought under the full jurisdiction of the courts of Oklahoma Territory, the federally recognized territory to the west. 88. The leaders of the 5 civilized tribes persisted. Their goal, they said, was to preserve their identity within the federal system by promoting separate statehood for Indian Territory. Creek, Cherokee, and Choctaw officials, supported by the Chickasaw, met in a joint convention at Eufaula in the Creek Nation on November 18, 1902, and adopted a statement against union with Oklahoma Territory, which was slated for statehood. The individual tribes also made separate protests. In the summer of 1905, the tribes renewed agitation for the separate statehood of Indian Territory. They made strong arguments, pointing, for instance, to the Atoka Agreement of 1897, which spoke of the preparation of Indian Nation lands for admission as a state of the Union. On August 21 the tribes held a constitutional convention at Muskogee. The convention drew up a constitution for a proposed state of Sequoia, and on November 7, the document was ratified by a vote of 56,000 to 9,00089. All residents of Indian Territory, Indian and white, were invited to vote for delegates, and many whites took part. Once again, Congress blocked any further development. Although bills for Sequoia's admission were introduced in both houses, no action was taken, and the movement died. 90 Indeed, Congress not only prevented Sequoia's admission, it took further steps to undermine tribal authority in Indian Territory. In the 5 Civilized Tribes Act of 1906, Congress, acting with plenary power, denied the legislatures of the tribes the right to meet for more than 30 days per year, and their actions were made subject to veto by the President of the United States. Congress also granted itself power to expropriate money due to tribes from tribal assets. Congress even claimed the ultimate authority to determine who was a tribal member for purposes of distributing property, annuities, and trust money, and how that money was spent. Finally, Congress gave itself the right to authorize the consolidation of tribes, no matter their history or ethnology. 91 These powers, we will later see, were similar to those the colonial governor of the South African province of Natal assumed over the Zulu tribes toward the end of the 19th century. 92. In 1907 Indian Territory and the Oklahoma Territory were fused into the new state of Oklahoma. With that act, the prospect of Indian self-government was definitively laid to rest. The Indians of Oklahoma had nowhere else to turn. They had succeeded in meeting Congress's civilizing demands, but instead of being allowed finally to participate in the U.S. political community, their democratic decision to join the Union was ignored by a federal government that responded by asserting its authority to decide what was best for Indians. In 1910 the Supreme Court affirmed Congress's unchecked powers to supervise Native communities for their own good. Congress, in pursuance of the long-established policy of the government, has the right to determine for itself when the guardianship which has been maintained over the Indian shall cease. The court determined, it is for that body, and not for the courts, to determine when the true interests of the Indian require his release from such condition. 93 Whatever Indians might themselves demand, even through democratic procedure, did not reflect their true interests. That was for Congress to decide, without input from the governed. The simple fact was that, no matter their achievements or citizenship status, Indians were wards of Congress subject to its decree, and only Congress could terminate the colonial relationship. Citizens without rights. On its face, citizenship would seem to be an alternative to the two-state solution. As Supreme Court Justice Roger Taney noted in Dred Scott v. Sandford, Indian citizenship would entail abandoning tribal ties and taking up abode among the white population. 94 In other words, citizenship means assimilation and political incorporation, the essence of the one-state idea in which the conquered blend into the society of the conqueror. Yet, over time, the United States managed to bring citizenship into line with the two-state system. Notably, the allotment acts that were essential to the crystallization of the reservation system, the two-state solution, were also citizenship measures. But what must be recognized is that few Indians were granted citizenship on the same terms as whites. The federal government invented new forms of legal status and called them citizenship, but true citizenship has always eluded American Indians on reservations. Taney was out of step with the times when he considered the possibility of Indian citizenship. Others had discussed it before him, and later in the 19th century the government would open pathways to citizenship. But in the 1850s, his voice was, if not a singular one, at least lonely. After the Civil War, the United States explicitly maintained Indians' non-citizen status by ratifying the 14th Amendment, which, like the original text of the Constitution, pointedly excluded Indians not taxed from the right to vote or to be elected to Congress. Indians not taxed included all Indians on reservations, a proportion that only increased with the energetic reservation-building policies of the Reconstruction era. As Akhil Redamar has pointed out, this Indian exclusion also appeared in plainer language in the text of the Companion Civil Rights Act of 1866. The act legislated birthright citizenship, but it omitted Indians. All persons born in the United States and not subject to any foreign power, excluding Indians not taxed, are hereby declared to be citizens of the United States. 95. Not long after the Civil Rights Revolution of the 1860s, some in government began considering Indian citizenship more seriously. In its very first annual report, of 1869, the Board of Indian Commissioners urged citizenship for Indians considered civilized, in particular the 5 civilized tribes in Indian Territory. At the same time, the board advised that uncivilized Indians be designated wards of the government. 96 Then came the Dawes and Curtis Acts, which offered deferred promises of citizenship to selected reservation-based Indians who agreed to allotment. Finally, in 1901, Congress passed a law directly conferring citizenship on Indians, though only those residing in Indian Territory. In practice, however, this citizen status was largely ignored. When a Senate Select Committee was sent to investigate conditions in Indian Territory in connection with the 5 Civilized Tribes Act of 1906, it remarked that the citizenship law appeared not to have taken any effect. The committee reported that Congress in its subsequent legislation, and the Department of the Interior, acting under such legislation, has treated the questions arising within the 5 civilized tribes as though no act had ever been passed and as though the Indians were still in the broadest sense wards of the government. 97. In effect, settlers were creating second-class citizenship, whereby Indians could be citizens in name while remaining wards of the federal government, subject to its plenary power. This may seem legally impossible, but courts approved of this citizenship without rights. In United States v. Nice, a majority of the Supreme Court held that citizenship was not incompatible with tribal existence or continued guardianship, and so may be conferred without completely emancipating the Indians or placing them beyond the reach of congressional regulations adopted for their protection. 98. It was under these terms that Indians born in the United States were decreed citizens according to the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924.99. The newly naturalized Indians were divided into full citizens and less than full citizens, according to their degree of assimilation. The least assimilated were Indians with tribal membership, who partook of the tribe's collective resources. Then came Indians with a restricted status. They had received their allotment of tribal land less than 25 years earlier, so their land title was still held in trust by the U.S. government. Finally, there were those with unrestricted allotment, who were full citizens. 100 Tribal and restricted Indians were wards, which meant they were subject to limitations placed specifically on Indians. To take an example, Indian wards could be subjected to federal liquor laws directed at Indians specifically, whether or not they had severed tribal relations and whether or not they lived on a reservation. 101. Post-1924 second-class citizenship extended to voting as well, as Indians were often barred from access to the ballot. The courts enabled this feature of second-class citizenship, too. The relevant case law was Elk v. Wilkins, which held that the tribal Indian owed allegiance to the tribe from birth and therefore was not born subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. 102 This meant that even Indians born in the United States were not considered native-born. States, which determined voter eligibility, adopted this opinion as a reason to restrict the franchise. Thus in 1928, 4 years after all Indians were made citizens, only about 29,000 had qualified as voters. 103 Arizona and New Mexico withheld the franchise until 1948, and, even then, only unrestricted Indians were given the right to vote. 104 Indians continue to face considerable obstacles to voting, even if they are legally granted the opportunity to vote. For example, voter ID laws stymie Indians from registering, and inadequate access to both postal mail and mail-in voting further subverts the possibility of civic participation. Today American Indians on reservations remain the only U.S. citizens without rights guaranteed in the Constitution or protected under the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Indian civil rights are assured instead by the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1968, a law that selectively incorporates portions of the Constitution as an Indian Bill of Rights. Certain constitutional guarantees, including the prohibition against laws respecting the establishment of religion and the right to indictment by a grand jury, are wholly omitted from the law. Meanwhile, some of the incorporated constitutional guarantees are limited. The right to counsel is only available at one's own expense and the right to jury trial is limited to those accused of crimes punishable by imprisonment. Title III of the ICRA directs the Secretary of the Interior to draft and recommend to Congress a model code governing courts of Indian offenses, which is to assure that any individual being tried for an offense by a court of Indian offenses shall have the same rights, privileges, and immunities under the United States Constitution as would be guaranteed any citizen of the United States being tried in a federal court for any similar offense. But the code is not binding on tribal courts. It is only advisory. 105 The Supreme Court made this plain in Santa Clara Pueblo v. Martinez, bluntly denying that ICRA violations are subject to federal remedies. The ICRA can only be enforced in tribal forums. The ICRA's omissions can be read as culturally sensitive efforts to allow Indians to maintain tribal traditions, such as their court procedures and the quasi-theocratic practices in place at some reservations. 106 But these traditions are not actually traditional, they refer to colonial tools of indirect rule, whereby settlers instrumentalized what they claim to be Indian traditions. What is protected as tradition is actually colonial customary law. 107 Not only these so-called traditions but also the protector's signal wardship. Indian self-governance is like the tribal self-governance of the South African Bantustans I discuss in Chapter 3, it may look like self-rule, but it is carried out under the eye of a settler state. Reservations do not have representation in Congress, instead they have an authority tribal government that represents the tribe to the BIA. Usually this tribal government is elected, but this is not enough. The authority must be approved by the Secretary of the Interior. The outcome is a hybrid combining features of democracy, autocracy, and standard fare colonial bureaucracy. The chief executive of a tribe presides over its legislative body and executive branch. Most tribes have no judicial branch. Decisions of tribal authorities must be approved by the Secretary of the Interior before they can be acknowledged as laws. The BIA provides funding just enough development and security dollars to keep tribal governments on life support while otherwise trying to do everything on its own, from building roads and dams to fighting fires and administering probate. 108 The notion of tribal sovereignty could hardly have non-optimistic meaning under such conditions. Wardship is not just a condition of law. It is also a state of mind. Thus have federal policymakers and Indians alike, including militant activists, defended colonial paternalism in the language of self-determination. Take, for example, the policy for the future as summed up by the American Indian Policy Review Commission, which was established in the aftermath of demonstrations at the Bureau of Indian Affairs in 1972 and at Wounded Knee in 1973. In its final report of May 17, 1977, the Commission begins by affirming that the relationship which exists between the tribes and the United States is premised on a special trust that must govern the conduct of the stronger toward the weaker. The Commission treats this trust responsibility as a kind of warm blanket. The trust responsibility to American Indians extends from the protection and enhancement of Indian trust resources and tribal self-government to the provision of economic and social programs necessary to raise the standard of living and social well-being of the Indian people to a level comparable to the non-Indian society. The trust responsibility extends through tribe to the Indian member, whether on or off the reservation. The trust responsibility applies to all United States agencies and instrumentalities, not just those charged specifically with administration of Indian affairs. 109. A critical arena of ongoing wardship, also defended by tribes, is the process by which tribal governments establish membership roles. The BIA says that tribes, as sovereign political bodies, have the power to determine their own membership. Yet the criteria on which membership is based have been determined entirely by settlers. Historical modes of membership have no legal standing in North America. When Indians determine tribal membership, at least as a matter of law, they do so not by practicing true autonomy but by implementing racial notions of membership invented by white settlers with the intention of minimizing the Indian population. Historically, Indians had taken a different approach. The operative definition of identity was cultural rather than racial, which enabled assimilation. Thus there are many examples of Indian societies adopting captured whites and members of other Indian groups. 110 Audra Simpson points out that the Mohawks of Kanawake, for instance, had among their numbers assimilated outsiders, whites and other Indians who had been taken captive. These were full members, who had roles in Kanawake politics. Descendants of captives taken from a 1704 Mohawk raid on Deerfield, Massachusetts, retained ties to their white families even as they influenced decisions of the Mohawk community. Either blood matrilineal descent or culture could make one a Mohawk. 111. But in the context of settlement, this kind of open-ended assimilationist practice was doubly problematic. From the standpoint of Indians packed into reservations of fixed or shrinking size, openness to new membership meant less land for every tribal member. 112 And from the standpoint of the settler state, new membership meant an increase in the numbers of Indians who might continue pressing claims to land the state wanted to turn over to whites. It also meant more Indians seeking reservation-based refuge from tax liability. Whites across North America undertook various measures in order to close this loophole and uphold the racial framework. As we saw in the case of Indian Territory, U.S. officials responded to Indian absorption of whites and blacks by pitting the interests of full-blood Indians against those of half-bloods who had developed a multiracial if unequal economy. The government also constrained mixing by hamstringing Indian mobility. Federal overseers instituted on reservations a pass system inspired by similar mechanisms developed on slave plantations of the American South. Because many enslaved people had families beyond the plantations to which they were attached, they were eager to make visits, which their supervisors were eager to monitor. Pass systems in North America were forced on Indian tribes by the BIA and Canadian authorities. Until 1924, when reservation-based Indians gained sufficient citizenship recognition to enable free movement, they faced daunting challenges in leaving their assigned territories. They would have to secure a pass from agents who were encouraged to limit the number distributed, and while traveling they were subject to forms of harassment that ranged from questioning to searches, whippings, and beatings. Such punishments might be carried out even where no laws were broken. 113. Perhaps most importantly, settlers enacted laws that withdrew from Indians the right to establish membership according to their own traditions. These reforms reflected a shift toward race-based control and the installation of customary law. Early versions of Canada's Indian Act, passed in 1876, allowed that Indian status was transferable to both male and female non-Indian spouses of Indians. Non-Indian men or women could hold land, operate businesses, and claim tax exemption on reserves. But later revisions to the Indian Act introduced two changes. First, matrilineal descent was replaced with patrilineal descent. Second, the law defined membership according to blood quantum, the percentage of a person's ancestry understood to be Indian. As a result, many women and their children lost tribal status and therefore the right to live in their homes on reserves. Their petitions to raise their children, and exercise their rights as Indians were rejected by band councils that upheld the Indian Act. Eventually, dispossessed women organized into political action groups, such as Equal Rights for Indian Women and the Native Women's Association of Canada, which brought the Canadian government to court alleging gender bias in the Indian Act. When they lost, they went on to bring the case to the United Nations Human Rights Commission. In 1982, Canada was found to be in violation of the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The Canadian government then amended the Indian Act to eliminate the patrilineal descent requirement. But membership in First Nation bands is still, by law, determined according to blood quantum. 114. In the United States, blood became a legal marker of Indian identity with the passage of the Indian Reorganization Act in 1934. This usage of blood descent marked Indians as permanent, inassimilable racial minorities in a way that even the Canadian law did not, as confirmed by a federal court in Goodwin v. Carneth. In this case, a Canadian-born Indian woman crossing the border from Canada to the United States without papers was detained by the Immigration and Naturalization Service, even though U.S. law required that Canadian-born Indians had a right of free passage across the border. The INS claimed that, because the woman had a white husband, she had no Indian status under Canadian law and therefore had no right of free passage. But the court disagreed, holding that her blood made her Indian, regardless of her marriage. In other words, as a matter of U.S. if not Canadian law, Indian status was indelibly racial. It could no more be obtained through acceptance into the tribe than it could be discarded by dint of marriage. As a follow-up to the case, the INS revised its immigration manual. The words American Indians born in Canada must be given a racial connotation. Thus, an alien born in Canada who is of American Indian race is entitled to the immunities of this section regardless of membership in an Indian tribe or political status under Canadian law. 115. In 1952, the INS instituted a refined blood quantum requirement whereby Indians traveling from Canada had to possess at least 50% Indian blood to gain free passage into the United States. The applicant had to prove that at least two of his or her grandparents were Indian. No one questioned the presumption that every great-grandparent had 100% Indian blood. 116. Blood quantum has become a feature of customary law, recognized by state bodies as expressions of Indian traditions that the state cannot infringe on. The case of Peter Jacobs, a phenotypically black man brought up in a Canadian Indian community, illustrates the point. Although he was raised as a Mohawk of Kanawake, married to a Mohawk woman, and living on the Kanawake Reserve, Jacobs was denied his rights as a Mohawk by the Band Council because he lacked the necessary blood quantum. In 1998 he brought his case to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. The tribunal agreed that blood quantum was a form of racist discrimination but ultimately determined that it could offer no remedy. Rather, it had to defer to the tribe's right to determine membership according to its own customs, as though predicating membership on blood quantum were in fact a Mohawk tradition and not a settler machination. 117. That Indians today hold fast to wardship, the special trust and customary law, is a tragedy of history. It reflects their ever-murky status as citizens without rights. Forced to compete over the scraps left them by settler states, Indians seem to have little choice but to carry out the will of the oppressor. It is hardly surprising that some Indians, not to mention government bodies, have in the process forgotten just whose will this is. Nearly all of us have forgotten. Even knowledgeable historians such as Dunbar Ortiz celebrate the agency of Indians and promote a narrative in which Indians are now on the other side of colonialism, preserving timeless ways of life. Today's indigenous nations and communities are societies formed by their resistance to colonialism, she writes, through which they have carried their practices and histories. 118. Undoubtedly Indians have resisted, but, to date, resistance has been compatible with tribal sovereignty. Until the BIA is abolished, and the structures of tribal governance it designed and authorized are scrapped in favor of democracy and self-rule, supposedly sovereign Indian tribes will remain protectorates of the U.S. government. How can it be that even Indian activists, tribal governments, human rights tribunals, and scholars of indigeneity fail to see that the colonial relationship endures? That Indian societies, though they have indeed been formed by their resistance to colonialism, have also been formed by their embrace of it? To say so is not to blame the victim but to recognize that victims sometimes must go to terrible lengths to survive. As Simpson puts it, the Mohawk she writes about, and, I would add, all Indians in North America face the imperative to live upon and move through their territory in the teeth of constraint. 119. Colonialism, in the forms of wardship and customary law, is an ongoing constraint. If few Americans seem to realize this, it is perhaps because they have been telling themselves the wrong stories. They have written the native out of the autobiography of the settler. The missing native in the autobiography of the settler. In the minds of many, the past I have described is both dimly remote and appropriately left in archives. Though regrettable, it is not of direct relevance in the present. The alternative view is that this is a living past that shapes today's American power and popular subjectivity. Indeed, this dark history has informed diverse national imaginations in the 20th century and since those of Nazis, Zionists, and supporters of South African apartheid. The past has also determined contemporary institutional realities that perpetuate a colonial occupation and deny Indians' rights. The struggle to grasp the contemporary relevance of the Indian question is embedded in the settler autobiography. This is not one story, of course. It is the work of generations of intellectuals across disciplines and ideological persuasions. These thinkers and writers include citizens and foreign observers. They are leftists, feminists, and anti-racists, as well as nationalists and enthusiasts of genocide. Collectively, they offer narratives about what it means to be an American. In none of the major narratives does being an American mean being a colonizer. America the exceptional. For much of its history, American political theory has been preoccupied with comparisons between the United States and Europe. The challenge driving mainstream theory has been to account for a unique American political culture that has enabled unparalleled liberty while avoiding the ethnic, religious, and political strife so characteristic of the Old World. The Exceptionalist Project, in other words, aims to understand how America has managed not to accrue the sorts of politicized group differences that repeatedly overwhelmed European states, resulting in bloody revolutions and profound changes in governing regimes. The godfather of this exceptionalist project was the French aristocrat Alexis de Tocqueville. Scholars have continually returned to his two-volume work Democracy in America, which marveled at how unlike Europe America was. Why so? The key feature distinguishing America from Europe, Tocqueville said, was the absence of feudalism, free of a feudal tradition, that is, a tradition of rigid class distinction. America could enjoy the benefits of revolutionary change without having to pay a price in social upheaval. And because there had been no social upheaval, Americans were able to flourish with minimal coercion by the state. In this story, pluralism reigned as Americans built their communities through volunteerism. In such a society of individuals respecting each other, there was no soil in which politicized group differences could take root. One of Tocqueville's influential successors was Louis Hartz. In the liberal tradition in America, Hartz wrote, when Tocqueville wrote that the great advantage of the American lay in the fact that he did not have to endure a democratic revolution, he advanced what was surely one of his most fundamental insights into American life. Fundamental because, according to Hartz, the absence of such a revolution translated into a weak state. It was because America did not need a strong state that it was able to nurture pervasive individualism. Hartz harked back to the early republic to assert that, where the aristocracies, peasantries, and proletariats of Europe are missing, where virtually everyone, including the nascent industrial worker, has the mentality of an independent entrepreneur, two national impulses are bound to make themselves felt, the impulse toward democracy and the impulse toward capitalism. For Hartz, the absence of the experience of social revolution explained why Americans find it hard to understand Europe's social question and are not familiar with the deeper social struggles of Asia. A non-feudal society was bound to lack both a genuine revolutionary tradition and a tradition of reaction. Unlike Europe, America was gifted equality, without having to struggle for it. 120. Leftists did not join Hartz in celebrating American equality, but they also took for granted the absence of a feudal past. This unique American condition explained the feebleness of class consciousness in the United States, again eliminating sites of politicized group difference. Seymour Martin Lipset reasoned that it was for lack of a feudal past that the United States was the only industrialized country without a significant socialist movement or labor party. The German socialist Werner Sombart reached the same conclusion in Why Is There No Socialism in the United States? H. G. Wells, in The Future of America, noted that the United States lacked not only socialism but also Toryism. He traced this outcome to the absence of two major social classes, a land-bound peasantry and an aristocracy. Friedrich Engels, in Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, reached a similar result, pointing out that America has never known feudalism and has grown up on a bourgeois basis from the first. And for Antonio Gramsci, Americanism was a form of pure rationalism, uncontaminated by the tradition of rigid social classes derived from feudalism. Americans, Gramsci argued, regardless of class, emphasize the virtue of hard work by all and the need to exploit nature rather than people. 121. These scholars, for all their differences, take at face value Alexander Hamilton's claim that the settlers came to build a state based on reflection and choice rather than accident and force. But of course that was not the whole story. As Rajan puts it, America clearly began not with primal innocence and consent but with acts of force and fraud. The escape from Europe meant a fresh start, but stripping away history did not permit beginning without sin. It simply exposed the sin at the beginning of it all. 122. The claims of these exceptionalists ring hollow to anyone who does not equate America with white America and who is familiar with the conquest of American Indians and the chaining of enslaved Africans. Scholars of southern slave plantations have also shown the links between bondage and feudalism. 123. And, as Gordon Wood has found, colonial America was in fact riven by hereditary class distinctions. The desire of non-aristocratic whites to obtain equal social standing became a major source of revolutionary fervor and post-revolutionary reform. 124. Their sights set on a supposed absence of all things feudal, Tocquevillians are unable to focus on what was overwhelmingly present, not just racist oppression in the making of America, but also the colonial encounter with the Indian. Another influential theorist of American exceptionalism, outside the Tocquevillian tradition but nonetheless inspired by it, is Michael Walzer. Walzer, too, tries to explain the weakness of the U.S. state, to understand why it did not need to impose a single social vision on the American people. But he does not trace this weakness, and concomitant American individualism and pluralism, to the absence of feudalism. Instead he looks to America's status as an immigrant society. Immigration, he argues, both enables and necessitates a radical rupture between culture and territory, producing a state that does not serve any particular nation. Under such conditions, pluralism and individual difference can flourish, and there will never develop national majorities and minorities to which politicized difference attaches. By contrast, where there is an anciently established majority, as in European societies, politics is bound to draw on history and culture, and the state won't be neutral in the American style. 125. This state neutrality makes America special, a place where difference can coexist with difference, neither being stifled nor seeking to stifle the other. In Europe, difference destroyed difference or sought refuge through the establishment of homogeneous nation-states. As Walzer describes it, Europe was a continent of empires in which territorially distinct ethnicities felt oppressed by national majorities and therefore sought self-determination. But in a land of immigrants, difference is always groundless, since nationality and ethnicity never acquired a stable territorial base in the United States. The Old World calls for self-determination had no resonance here. 126. For Walzer, then, Europe is divided among so many tribes, while America is multicultural. 127. If European tribalism is political, joining territory with nationality, American multiculturalism is non-political, based on a rupture between territory and nationality. This narrative is wrong about both Europe and America. The assumption that the Old World comprises polities with established majority is obviated by research documenting the history of ethnic cleansing and the role of organized power in the making of nations. Those majorities are not ancient, they were made by modern nation-states. 128. And Walzer's presentation of the United States as a country of immigrants mistakes the nature of a polity comprising settlers, enslaved Africans, quarantined Latinos, and colonized natives. His notion of rupture between territory and nationality makes little sense in the context of the United States, where the colonial ethnic homeland was invented. U.S. multiculturalism flowered in a garden prepared by the decimation of natives whom Walzer ignores. This single bit of historical honesty would clarify that so-called immigrant societies Walzer cites the United States, Canada, and Israel are better thought of as settler societies, based on conquest rather than the occupation of empty lands. Multiculturalism may be an answer to certain problems of racism. It is not as though Walzer is unaware of blacks brought to this country as slaves and subjected to a harsh and continuous repression, but it is no antidote to settler colonialism. Nor is Walzer unaware of the conquered Indian tribes and Mexicans who stood in the path of American expansion. But he describes them as incorporated peoples, as though they form so many threads in the quilt of American pluralism. 129. As incorporated peoples, any rights claimed on their behalf are vestigial. The rights of Aboriginal peoples like the Native Americans or the Maori in New Zealand, are eroded with time. Here the colonial question is but a relic. Yet he also recapitulates civilizing narratives in which the Indian was unfit to exercise rights, arguing that even if Indian rights have not eroded, to vindicate them would be both impossible and wrong because it isn't at all clear that their way of life can be sustained, even under conditions of autonomy, within liberal limits, for it isn't historically a liberal way of life. The tendency is to ascribe to minorities precisely those characteristics forced on them by conquest and coerced isolation in ghettos and reservations, and thereby to dismiss their claims as either tribal and therefore incompatible with the contemporary condition or else as compatible but unenforceable because eroded. 130. When Walzer asserts that the boundaries of the, like those of every other country, were determined by war and diplomacy and that immigration, determined the character of its inhabitants, he overlooks the natives who inhabited the boundaries. Elsewhere he does see the natives, noting that they and other disfavored minorities were politically impotent and socially invisible. But the shape of American pluralism was not determined by their presence or by their repression. It does not matter that the opportunity to volunteer, be oneself, and participate in tolerated difference was denied those racialized and distinguished as not white. 131. America is indeed exceptionally free of politicized difference when the exceptions are ignored. Mainstream U.S. historical writing has also sought to define what is exceptionally American, coalescing around the idea that the frontier experience is the source of American uniqueness. In some of these stories, the frontier is primarily a natural place. The Indian, while present, is akin to a wild horse or buffalo. Indians are in the world but play small roles. In others, the frontier is a social place, where new communities and even civilizations are built while the Indian is displaced. In these stories, Indians may take on central importance. Each imagined frontier provides the historical foundation for distinctive political visions. The notion of the frontier as wilderness was most influentially elaborated in Frederick Jackson Turner's 1893 address to the American Historical Association on the significance of the frontier in American history. Turner argued that the frontier stimulated invention and rugged individualism and was the important factor in the formation of a distinctive American character. The Indians, and the violence against them, had but a bit part in this character formation. 132 The historian Charles Beard took up this idea and expanded on it. There was not one frontier but many, wave upon wave, the first transoceanic, the second from the eastern seaboard to the Alleghenies, then the trans-Allegheny frontier, and so on. So powerful was the frontier metaphor across generations that it found a place in John F. Kennedy's 1960 inaugural call to mobilize America around a new frontier. For many, the frontier was the site of a struggle that defined the key ideological contest in American history, that between popular forces identified as Western and centralizing forces identified as Eastern. 133. To the extent that the frontier thesis focused on nature rather than society and polity, it was subject to a simple and devastating critique. Nature, as in God's creation, was universal and therefore could not explain the uniqueness of the American experience. What is more, no sooner did settlers reach the frontier than they began cultivating it. The frontier was therefore a historical landscape, not nature. Given these deficits, there was space for another naturalistic vision alongside that of the frontier as wilderness, although, as the Kennedy example suggests, the second vision did not replace the first. The new approach was less ruminative than its predecessor and more instrumental to statecraft. This was agrarian populism. 134 When agrarian populism mentioned Indian wars, it was as a prehistory, not the real stuff of American history. Real history was the work of the yeoman farmer, whose toil was said to be responsible for the clearing and cultivation of the soil and the continuous extension of the frontier. As Richard Slotkin notes in his remarkable study of violence in America, this collective hero, very much in the spirit of Walt Whitman, took credit for pushing the frontiers of the Democratic Republic. Like Turner, the ideologues of agrarian populism from Thomas Jefferson to Andrew Jackson marginalized the role of violence in the development of the frontier. 135. If agrarian populism took its cue from Turner and explained America's great triumph as the taming of nature, progressivism, another frontier philosophy, placed conflict with the Indians at the center of its reading of the American past. Where agrarian populism saw American history through an economic lens, man against nature, with the Indian a fact of nature, progressivism saw the same history through a political lens, as a struggle between races competing for mastery. At its heart was the contest between the settler and the native, the civilized and the savage. Because the dispossession of the Indians did not happen once and for all, in the beginning, Rajan writes, America was continually beginning again on the frontier. This was the essence of the progressive vision, and its exponents would not hesitate to agree with Rajan that, in the course of this expansion, America killed, removed, and drove into extinction one tribe after another. 136 The progressive historians celebrated this fact, even as they mistook it as an expression of white victory in what was mutually understood as a race war. One of the key architects of this mythology was Francis Parkman, whose monumental History of Indians in the European Colonial Era, published between 1859 and 1892, stood for decades as orthodoxy. Even now its imprint is felt across popular novels and films, inflaming the public perception of Indians as bloodthirsty warriors. Parkman put forward the idea that Indian warfare was characteristically exterminationist and genocidal in its objective and tactics. Slotkin explains. That is, Indians were constantly fighting each other for supremacy and so gave no quarter. This was, however, more a projection of settler warfare than an accurate characterization of conflicts among Indian groups. Parkman attracted enthusiastic disciples, who detailed versions of the American West as an arena for race war. Among these disciples was Theodore Roosevelt. According to Slotkin, Parkman was one of young Roosevelt's favorite authors as well as Roosevelt's model as a historian. Roosevelt dedicated the first volume in his epic The Winning of the West to Parkman. The Winning of the West details a Darwinian contest for mastery between contending races. In this literature, the primary agent of American expansion is the man who knows Indians, from the fictional Hawkeye to historical figures like Daniel Boone, Davy Crockett, Robert Rogers, Kit Carson, Sam Houston, and in particular the three hunter presidents, Washington, Jackson and Lincoln. 137 The idea of hunting Indians was deeply compelling to Roosevelt, who, in Slotkin's words, would naturalize force and violence by representing it chiefly through stories of big game hunts. In Roosevelt's telling, Indian wars, at the border between civilization and savagery, were endemic. The chief feature of frontier life was endless warfare between the settlers and the red men. Roosevelt believed the Indians had to be unconditionally pacified, even exterminated, for peace was only possible between those who feel the same spirit. 138. On the one hand, it might be viewed as a historical irony that this warmonger, whose sense of history as a contest for racial supremacy was shared by the likes of Hitler in Mein Kampf, won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1906. On the other hand, his argument that peace demanded comportment in spirit remains popular today. Recall Walzer's opposition to American Indian autonomy on the grounds that they lack historically a liberal way of life. 139 Other contemporary thinkers have formulated this view under the banner of democratic peace, which claims that peace is only possible between liberal democracies. 140. While exceptionalism remains the currency of American identity and politics, at the margins and in academia, another kind of political writing has lately emerged to contest consensus accounts of remarkable pluralism and the onward march of democratic civilization. These revisionist accounts focus on the remainders whom consensus thinkers leave out, those who have had to struggle for emancipation and inclusion in the political community. But even these narratives, largely focused on African Americans and women, omit the native from the autobiography of the settler, reinforcing the present colonial condition. The limits of emancipation. The cutting edge in political scholarship takes seriously the suffering and inclusion struggles of blacks and women especially, as well as those of disfavored immigrants, religious dissenters, and gender nonconformists. It can be critical or redemptive and is often both. American Indians rarely find their way into such revisionist narratives, but the problem with these stories is not just a lack of Indian representation. The problem is the continuing failure to articulate America's colonial past and present, even in literature concerned with indigenous people. Revisionist intellectuals promote and celebrate emancipation and inclusion, not decolonization. In doing so, they contribute to the erasure of colonialism from America's sense of itself. In the most searching and poignant narratives of U.S. exclusion and inclusion, the moments of promise both realized and frustrated are Reconstruction, the achievement of women's suffrage, and the post-war civil rights and women's liberation movements. Reconstruction was the first time in U.S. history when the federal government worked to ensure equality for non-whites. Although Reconstruction was only briefly successful in achieving equal citizenship for black men, it at least signaled a possibility of coming to terms with racial subjugation. It began a process of deracializing that continued in the civil rights movement, which produced further key steps toward legal equality for African Americans. As Judith Schler recounts in American Citizenship, the quest for inclusion, Reconstruction also had an important influence on movements for women's rights by ignoring women. I have only tried to recall something that has often been neglected by historians of American political thought, she writes. This is the enduring impact of slavery not merely on black Americans and on the Civil War generation generally, but also on the imagination and fear of those who were neither threatened by enslavement nor deeply and actively opposed to it. 141 Schler contrasts the trajectories of movements that responded to citizenship exclusions on the basis of race and gender, noting that even if the 15th Amendment did not do nearly enough for the black voter, it did nothing at all for women. The resulting bitter resentment led to an unhappy chapter in the women's suffrage movement. The women's suffrage movement had grown directly out of abolitionism, but when disenfranchised women saw black men achieve a right they still lacked, their deep racism quickly asserted itself, and it grew worse as they began to seek the support of Southern women. When Wendell Phillips said, "One question at a time. This hour belongs to the Negro," the suffragettes walked out on him. They saw their standing as above the black man's and they acted accordingly. It was a short-sighted move. 142. Forced to strike out on their own, suffragists pressed a separate claim to inclusion, in the form of a constitutional amendment introduced in 1878. After decades of advocacy, the amendment won passage in Congress in 1919 and was ratified by the states the following year. Like women, Indians were excluded from the voting protections enshrined in the Reconstruction Amendments. But, unlike women, Indians have never seen their constitutional status changed. Instead, as we have seen, they were made citizens as a matter of statute in 1924, after which the states exercised their authority to deny the Indian franchise, an authority they were allowed because the Constitution offers no protections to Indians. The civil rights movement had no effect on this situation, either. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 does not apply to Indians, hence the creation of the separate 1968 Indian Civil Rights Act. The ICRA continued the work of the Reconstruction Amendments in solidifying the colonial domination of Indians as wards of Congress, subject to its whim. Histories that celebrate Reconstruction and civil rights, and that lament their limits without reference to Indians, are the foundation of a kind of revisionist settler autobiography in which history speaks of imperfect but widening inclusion. These days, the most popular expression of this story may be the Broadway hit Hamilton, a salute to an America where the politicization of difference does occur but is also overcome. The idea of citizenship promoted here is one so admirably flexible that, though the road to inclusion be long and dangerous, the destination is reachable by all. One cannot join honestly in such celebrations while also engaging seriously the problem of the Indians. This elision has consequences. In the first place, it erases the colonial past and present. Beyond this, it subsumes the Indian struggle under the very different struggle for racial equality. Anti-racism is not the same as decolonization, the former does not achieve the latter, and to the extent that they are conflated or anti-racism pursued and decolonization ignored, one good is achieved at the expense of another. America can deracialize without decolonizing because African Americans and American Indians occupy different social and political locations of marginalization, and these translate into different perspectives on emancipation and strategies for pursuing it. My claim, again, is not that blacks have been subject to racism and Indians have not. But even the racial regimes to which both groups have been subject point to the key difference in their treatment by whites. Blacks have been sources of labor, and Indians sources of land. The case of Peter Jacobs is instructive on this point as well. If his blood could not prove him Mohawk, it would easily have proved him black. The rules for admission as Indian tend to be stringent, thereby reducing membership. On the other hand, in societies enculturated with the one-drop rule, even the least African descent, the least contamination by African blood was historically enough to establish racial membership. What could be the rationale for racial permissiveness in one case and strictness in the other? Why reduce the number of Indians in law to a minimum while increasing the number of Africans to a maximum? Because so long as there exists an Indian community, it constitutes a claim on land and therefore a critique of settler sovereignty and an obstacle to the growth of the settler economy. To reduce the number of legally recognized Indians is to reduce claims on land and naturalize settler power. By contrast, it was by increasing the number of Africans in law that settlers served themselves. More Africans meant more enslaved labor, and later more membership in a class marked for semi-servile labor. The land-labor distinction explains why settlers sought to master enslaved Africans as individuals but conquered American Indians as tribes. And here we see most starkly why racial emancipation is not decolonization. Personal enslavement is a condition that could be, and was, rescinded. In contrast, the Indians were destroyed as peoples, a condition that cannot be reversed. This fostered a circumstance in which African Americans were able, over time, to make certain choices, embrace an assimilated immigrant status by struggling for equal citizenship in America, as W.E.B. Du Bois emphasized, or else return to Africa, as Marcus Garvey recommended. Against the obstacles of white supremacy, white fear, and white violence, blacks could seek to create a new home by struggling for equal citizenship, or else embrace an old one. Indian survivors of genocide never had such a choice. They could not return, for there was nowhere to return to. They were either imprisoned on their ancestors' land, or that land had been transformed into something alien and inaccessible. An equal citizenship, were it attainable, could never restore peoplehood. A struggle limited to establishing equal citizenship of individuals is merely the masked acceptance of final defeat, total colonization. For the American who empathizes with the African American struggle for equal citizenship, discussing the race question is often a privileged way of not talking about the Indian question. The limits of resistance. Audra Simpson has argued that we must look for a third space, between independence and assimilation, to grasp the specificity of the Indian question in North America. This third space is a category refusal. In particular, this is a refusal to embrace the identity of the colonizer. Simpson points to several examples of what this might look like in practice. For instance, the three Mohawks of Kanawake who had so much trouble getting home from the 2010 World People's Conference on Climate Change in Bolivia because they refused to use Canadian passports. Instead, they traveled with Haudenosaunee passports. First they were detained in El Salvador for 17 days, and then they were denied entry into Canada. They rejected emergency travel documents and spent 10 days at the airport before they were finally permitted into Canada. Similarly, in July of that year, the Iroquois Nationals lacrosse team turned up at the World Lacrosse League Championship in Manchester, England, with passports signed and issued by the chiefs of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. They pulled out when the United Kingdom refused to accept the legitimacy of their passports. 143. The notion that refusal is an alternative to recognition has much to recommend it. But Simpson goes further. She claims that the Mohawk have successfully resisted colonization. Their conquest is fundamentally a failed one, she writes, as those people survived and remain not only indigenous or Indian, but specifically Mohawk and in possession of their own philosophical and governing charter, the Kyaneer-Kowa, or Great Law of Peace. On this basis, Simpson concludes that Mohawks, and presumably other North American tribes in a similar position, are semi-sovereign. 144. Such celebrations of agency and survival mistake the circumstance Indians face and reinforce America's denial about its colonial condition. Indian tribes in the United States are not sovereign but rather subject to rule by decree of Congress, a body in which they have no representation as peoples. Their wardship is a marker of colonization, not sovereignty or even semi-sovereignty. Meanwhile, the survival of native identity and institutions believed to be traditional testifies not only to resistance but also to the incorporation of Indians into the structure of indirect rule. Indian activists and governments are themselves colonized. When they grasp for the protections of the federal trust system, it is because they know that the alternative is likely to be worse. When they implement blood quantum laws, it is because incumbent tribal members benefit from strict boundaries on inclusion even if these laws enact racist policies imposed on tribes. The tribal councils that preserve supposedly traditional forms of governance are unelected authorities who falsely claim to be custodians of customary power when their power has either been created or reinforced by agents of the BIA. Without wading into controversies over the value of identity, one can confidently say that self-identification is not the same as self-determination. Colonization in the United States, as elsewhere, is a legal process, not just a cultural one. And in America, that process is very much ongoing. Meanwhile, to the extent that colonization is a cultural process, the proclamation of Indian identity is not a solution. It can in fact be counterproductive, for it satisfies the settler's insistence that he is not a settler at all, that America is not a colony but rather a beautiful and diverse land of immigrant identities flourishing side by side. America will never decolonize while the colonized themselves tell us they are sovereign. Decolonizing America. America can only begin to decolonize when it acknowledges that it is a colonial state. Americans should be able to see coloniality in the birth of their nation, its history, and its present. But if they need guidance, they can also look abroad, as I do in the chapters to come. The significance of the comparison between the United States and other colonial states became clear to me in 1993, when I first went to South Africa to study apartheid. The mechanics of ethnic cleansing in South Africa were suspiciously recognizable. In 1913 the Natives Land Act declared 87% of the land in South Africa for whites and divided the remaining 13% among many tribal homelands into which the African population would be herded. These homelands were called reserves. I wondered why the name sounded so uncannily like that of the American reservation. The answer was illuminating and chilling. Soon after white South Africa became independent from Britain in 1910, the new settler government sent a delegation to North America to study how the United States and Canada set up their own tribal homelands. The American Reservation and Canadian Reserve became the South African Reserve. In time, apartheid authorities came to claim that the Bantustan was a form of tribal sovereignty. Inserted in the global history of colonialism, America appears less as exceptionally pluralistic and cohesive, unmarred by the politicization of group identity, and more as a pioneer in the technology of settler rule. The American reservation had a rudimentary precursor in Ulster, but, as I show in later chapters, all of the defining institutions of settler colonialism as practiced in the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries were first developed in North America. The U.S. tribal homeland was the prototype not only for the South African Reserve but also the Nazi concentration camp. The unaccountable and unelected native authority with state backing, and the uncustomary customary law this authority wielded, were adopted by British indirect rule. And the pass system was forced on North American Indian tribes long before it was forced on any colonized African. Adopting such a global historical standpoint brings the native into focus. With our eye on the native, the American Revolution of 1776 no longer seems like the prelude to the first new nation, as Lipset called it. 145 Rather, the revolution merely ushered a different group of white settlers into the seats of government. This was not a revolution, because the ideology of the state was maintained, it was a rebellion, a change of leadership. During its first 150 years, America did not celebrate the revolution, it celebrated the War of Independence. 146 This was apt terminology, for the independence of the United States was akin to the independence of Liberia in 1847 under black settler rule, South Africa in 1910 under white settler rule, and Israel in 1948 under Zionist settler rule. Had Ian Smith and his followers succeeded in 1974, an independent white settler, ruled Rhodesia would have joined these ranks. America mistakes itself for a new kind of nation, whereas in fact it is the continuation of the settler colonial nation that the Crown and other Europeans created. What would decolonization mean from the point of view of Indians in the United States? In the words of Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz, that process rightfully starts by honoring the treaties the U.S. made with indigenous nations, by restoring all sacred sites, starting with the Black Hills and including most federally held parks and land and all stolen sacred items and body parts, and by payment of sufficient reparations for the reconstruction and expansion of native nations. Decolonization should also feature extensive educational programs and extend beyond Indians, requiring the full support and active participation of the descendants of settlers, enslaved Africans, and colonized Mexicans, as well as immigrant populations. 147. The further question, as I see it, is what exactly the participation of the settlers should look like. Dunbar-Ortiz rightly points to the payment of reparations. I would add further conditions. One is the establishment of constitutionally defined federal autonomy. This could mean statehood, building on the demand of the 5 civilized tribes for admission as a state of the Union. Such a change would be impossible without the cooperation of the wider American people and their representatives in Congress. Another possibility is to end the status of wardship by granting reservations themselves representation in both houses of Congress, abolishing the BIA, and democratizing tribal governance. These conditions are enabled by another, the rewriting of the American autobiography. America will be able to decolonize when its presidents, intellectuals, and the proverbial average Jill and Joe recognize that they live not in the first new nation but the first settler colony. 2. Nuremberg. The failure of denazification. The American nation-building project was not the first based on ethnic cleansing. As we saw, one can look back to the Reconquista for an earlier instance. But the extermination of the Indians was the first genocide in the modern period, and its influence was felt elsewhere. The genocide of the American Indians, and the celebration of that genocide within the U.S. settler regime, had a significant impact on Adolf Hitler and fellow Nazis. Hitler studied carefully the treatment of the American Indians. He also adopted the eugenic justifications of genocide that Americans promoted at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th. It may seem, though, that today these narratives have diverged. Whereas Americans no longer recognize the colonial history that their predecessors forthrightly embraced, Germans have atoned for the Nazi past and continue to do so. They have paid reparations, built monuments and museums, and set aside a national day of remembrance. They have repudiated anti-Semitic ideology. Even Germans born decades after World War II readily internalize a strong sense of responsibility for the horrors of the Third Reich. Yet in Germany no less than the United States, the political meaning of genocide has never been widely understood. Both populations have, for the most part, denounced genocide as a racist act, but neither has recognized that it was also a productive one, whose outcome is the nation-states in which they live. Germans lament the final solution without admitting that they live out its success every day in a state where the national majority was effectively severed from the national minority, and the majority elevated as the nation at the expense of the minority. Now that the Jews are gone, Germans are content to uphold Israel as a refuge for the minority they could not abide under the terms of European political modernity. German support for Israel, meanwhile, reflects an acceptance of guilt but also a failure to recognize the same nationalist ideology at work in both the Third Reich and Israel. Nazis demanded an end to Jews in their midst so that Germans could have the homogeneous nation-state that was their right under political modernity. As I detail in Chapter 5, Zionists created a Jewish state in Palestine so that Jews, too, could have their rightful homogeneous nation-state. That Germans indeed, the whole of the West considered Israel a kind of compensation after the Holocaust demonstrates that they saw the attempted elimination of European Jewry only as a monstrous crime, not as an effort to establish in national terms the boundaries of membership in a political community. For supporting the Zionist cause also means supporting just such a nationalist boundary-drawing effort. In Israel, the political community is open only to Jews, the majority nation. In Nazi Germany, the political community was open only to the Volk. The Holocaust was an effort to police and solidify that boundary. Israel has not pursued the political closure of the nation-state through genocide, but it has pursued that closure by other means. Again, the world has repudiated genocide in Germany, but not its political aims. The depoliticization of genocide in Germany was the result of a deliberate and organized process. In the immediate aftermath of World War II and the Holocaust, the victorious Allies in the West reinvented Nazism as an accumulation of individual crimes rather than a political project. By identifying Nazism with the crimes of hundreds of thousands, even millions, of individuals, denazification became a punitive effort rather than a politically transformative one. The Americans, British, and French all sought, with varying degrees of commitment, to punish individual Germans but not to reform the political institutions and social relations that made the Holocaust thinkable and desirable inside Germany and among its allies in Austria and elsewhere, allies who were not only pointedly omitted from denazification but cast as the Nazis' first victims. By interpreting Nazism narrowly as a set of crimes committed by Germans rather than as an expression of nationalism, the Allied powers protected themselves and their citizens from scrutiny. Most fundamentally, the Allies absolved the nation-state form they shared with Germany, lest they be forced to account for their own nationalist violence at home and in their colonies. The United States further avoided awkward conversations about its own hypocrisy, as the prototype whose methods were taken to a new extreme in Germany. More imminently, during and after the war, the Allies committed large-scale atrocities in Europe and Asia, including the forced migration of millions of Europeans in an effort to create homogeneous ethno-states, a political project uncomfortably similar to that of the Nazis. Roughly 500,000 Germans died in that effort, some in the very concentration camps where Nazis implemented the final solution. It was essential that these atrocities be ignored. Finally, by limiting culpability to Germans, the Allies spared their own nationals who collaborated with Nazis. Had Nazism instead been understood as a political project, all of these uncomfortable but vital truths would have been on the table, potentially leading to a revolutionary reimagining of modern political organization. The principal vehicles of depoliticization were the Nuremberg Tribunal and the wider bureaucratic process of denazification in the Western occupied zones of post-war Germany. At Nuremberg, the Allies brought up individual Nazi leaders on charges in the context of a criminal court. The proceedings were designed to ensure that only the violent acts of selected German perpetrators would be assessed and punished. No effort was made to address the predicates of their violence. German industrialists who invested in and were handsomely rewarded by the Nazi regime were largely ignored, the better to support the commercial goals of Western corporations looking to collaborate with German businesses. Nazi intellectuals and journalists, precisely the people who most forcefully enunciated German nationalism, were left out of the tribunals. Foreign corporations that supplied Hitler's war machine were entirely exempted from charges and punishment, and useful Nazis, especially scientists who could develop advanced armaments and defenses, were eagerly embraced by the Allies. Such amnesties made clear that, if denazification had political goals, these were simply the advancement of the Allies' immediate desires within the context of nation-state competition. When it came to lesser Nazis, the Americans expended tremendous efforts to identify and punish huge numbers of individual Germans through detention and work limitations. At one point nearly 2 million Germans had been personally classified as punishable through demotion, all were constrained to do only manual labor. For their part, the British focused less on everyday people and more on re-educating former officials and teachers. The French were selective, in an effort to avoid purging thousands of their own Vichy collaborators. If the British sought to distinguish civic employees from ordinary people, they never imagined an alternative political project that might fundamentally supplant the German nationalism those bureaucrats carried out. And the Americans flattened the German population, asserting collective guilt. The result was widespread resentment toward what appeared to be not true justice but victor's justice. The British, French, and Americans might have looked inside Germany itself for a new kind of politics to supplant German nationalism. Doing so would have led them to the legions of homegrown German anti-fascists. But, among the Allies, it was only the Soviets who sought to cultivate these groups. Fearing Bolshevism, the Western Allies marginalized Germany's internal pro-democracy forces, some of which leaned left. Eventually, amid the hardening politics of the Cold War, the Soviets also abandoned German activists. The diversity of opinion among anti-fascists in the Soviet-occupied zone was quashed as Soviet-backed authorities and security forces imposed an uncompromising official Marxism on the population. Many of those authorities and agents were themselves former Nazis. Once the bane of Eastern Europe, responsible for incalculable carnage in the USSR, these Germans were now useful to Stalin's cause. And so denazification sputtered in the East as well. The failure of denazification became obvious in the 1950s. The German state had been neutered, its capacity for violence suppressed. But public opinion remained appreciative of the final solution and dismissive of Jewish suffering. In the West and the East, former Nazis occupied large numbers of state posts. They were public school teachers, civil servants, police, and even diplomats. Indeed, in the West, just a few years after the war, ex-Nazis held the majority of civil service positions. It was in this context that West Germany threw its weight behind Jewish nation building in Israel. Ex-Nazis seemingly understood that giving Jews a place of their own, far away, was an acceptable outcome. Although the denazification process was widely reviled in Germany and beyond, in the aftermath of the Cold War, the logic of Nuremberg was revived in post-colonial contexts under the name of transitional justice, which repackages criminalization and victims' justice in the language of human rights. The latest one-size-fits-all international regime, transitional justice, is offered as panacea for post-conflict situations from Yugoslavia to Rwanda. Yet transition just means rebuilding the state that broke down in the throes of extreme violence, without asking questions about the nature of the state to be reconstructed. Because its focus on restoring the rule of law precedes a discussion of the nature of the state that would be the guarantor of this rule, the project forestalls political reform in the name of ensuring individual legal accountability. That was precisely the Nuremberg method. The criminal model of Nuremberg and human rights provides cover for the nation-state and its underlying ideologies of European and colonial political modernity. In the next chapter, we will see how South Africa tried an alternative to Nuremberg-style justice in the transition out of apartheid, political reforms that promoted coexistence rather than ethnic separation, that is, political reforms premised on new political identities rather than those of permanent national majorities and minorities. In Chapter 4 we will find that transitional justice preserved colonial modernity in post-Civil War Sudan. In Chapter 6 I come back to the comparison of criminal and political models for understanding and responding to extreme violence, discussing the promise of the political model in breaking cycles of violence over political belonging. Nazi policies, American politics. When the Nuremberg Tribunal convened with a singular focus on German culpability, it did so at the expense of a searching inquiry into the underlying commitments of Nazi ideology and policy. Above all, what went missing was the thread linking National Socialism to other nationalisms. Following this thread reveals facts that would have been uncomfortable for the Allies, in particular the Americans, who saw victory in World War II as a precursor to U.S. political and moral leadership on a global scale. As the historian Norman Rich puts it, the United States policy of westward expansion, in the course of which the white man ruthlessly thrust aside the inferior indigenous populations, served as the model for Hitler's entire conception of Lebensraum. Hitler understood that the dispossession and genocide of the American Indians was an organized effort by white settlers to occupy a domain that would allow the development of the settlers' full potential. Germany's own expansion into Eastern and Central Europe would, Hitler hoped, follow this template. America, he made clear, was a laboratory for Germany and proof that the Nazi project could succeed. He wrote in Mein Kampf, "The racially pure and still unmixed German has risen to become master of the American continent, and he will remain the master, so long as he does not fall victim to racial pollution." Hitler was under no illusions about how this mastery was attained. In a 1928 speech, he noted approvingly that the Americans had gunned down the millions of Redskins to a few 100,000. Hitler was inspired not just by American history but also by contemporary U.S. policy. In the unpublished 1928 sequel to Mein Kampf, Hitler deemed America a race state that deserved admiration. As evidence, he looked appropriately to the introduction in the United States of racist immigration restrictions that had begun with the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 and expanded dramatically in 1924. That year's Immigration Act instituted a national origins quota that aimed unambiguously to promote immigration from Northern and Western Europe while keeping out others. American immigration policies provide confirmation that the previous melting pot approach presupposes humans of a certain similar racial basis, Hitler wrote, demonstrating a keen appreciation for the limitations Americans assumed when they congratulated themselves on their own pluralism. Like the authors of the Immigration Act, Hitler believed that such an approach immediately fails as soon as fundamentally different types of humans are involved. James Q. Whitman writes that, in the early 1930s, when Nazi lawyers were engaged in creating a race law that would function as a barrier to miscegenation and race-based immigration, they went looking for foreign models and found them in the United States of America. For instance, they learned from the United States how to rank residents into superior and inferior classes. Until 1924, American Indians were considered nationals but not citizens. The Nazis adopted that same terminology. Hitler had written in Mein Kampf that the Völkisch state divides its inhabitants into three classes: Staatsbürger, Staatsangehörig, and Ausländer. Nationals in the Reich would be treated much as the Indians were after 1924, as second-class citizens entitled to the protection of the state, but not to full political rights. The Germans also learned from their American counterparts how to distinguish members of the subjugated class in racial terms. Much as Indians were separated into categories of full blood, half-blood, and so on, German Jews were ranked by ancestry. A 1935 census counted 550,000 full and three-quarter Jews, 200,000 half-Jews, and 100,000 quarter Jews. The Nazis held that anyone with at least one Jewish grandparent, in other words anyone at least one quarter Jewish, was a Jew according to the law. In this sense, Nazi mongrelization laws did not go as far as U.S. laws applied to Americans of African descent. Even the most radical of Nazi lawyers recoiled in the face of the one-drop rule. It was, Whitman writes, too harsh to be embraced by the Third Reich too. In addition to their shared commitment to racial ideology, Americans and Nazis had a strong affinity for industrial capitalism and did what they could to promote U.S. businesses in the Third Reich, even when doing so served to advance German military aims. In the fall of 1936, more than 100 American corporations either had subsidiaries in Germany or had cooperative agreements with German firms. Several had direct connections with German firms involved in armaments production. William E. Dodd, the U.S. ambassador to Germany between 1933 and 1937, reported to President Franklin Roosevelt that DuPont controlled companies had allies in Germany that are aiding in the armament business. Standard Oil investments were helping Germans make Ersatzgas for war purposes, and the International Harvester Company was making huge gains thanks to arms manufacture in Germany. Ford and General Motors also had enormous businesses in Germany. Dodd noted that even our airplanes people have secret arrangements with Krupps, referring to the giant firm led by Ethelred Krupp, an unrepentant Nazi who was close to the heart of the regime. The leaders of all of these U.S. companies had to have known that they were operating in league with the German state, as the U.S. government also knew, per Dodd's report. Point 3. The interests of U.S. companies and the Reich were aligned not just financially but also politically. According to Myra Wilkins, Germany was attractive to U.S. companies thanks to the absence of labor problems so evident in the United States, France, and elsewhere. Meanwhile, in their four-year plan of 1936, German policymakers explained that making life in Germany easy for American companies furthered national goals. American firms got access to the sort of political environment that was good for profits, and the Reich obtained allies who, though not in government, were close to the center of American power. Point 4. Remarkably, the United States continued to secure U.S. investments to the benefit of the German war machine even after Washington decided to enter the war against Hitler. In his description of the results of Allied bombing in Germany, Henry Morgenthau, Jr., the U.S. Treasury Secretary, noted that a surprisingly large number of factories were damaged only superficially while many were entirely unscathed. This could not have been accidental. Some of the latter apparently owed their escape to the careful, precise work of the Allied airmen, he observed. Ford and British Courtauld plants at Cologne shared the immunity of the famous cathedral. General Motors' Opel works were said to be almost the only buildings intact in Rüsselsheim. In the face of the seemingly miraculous escape of the IG Farben works at Höchst, London's New Statesman noted that American firms had been associated in the enterprise before the war. 5. After the war, a report led by the economist John Kenneth Galbraith found that strategic bombing had been a disastrous failure as German war production had, indeed, expanded under the bombing. 6. When it came time for judgment at Nuremberg, the Americans and other non-Germans who had supported the Reich politically and economically were not brought to account, and the U.S. influence on Nazi decision-making was inadmissible at the court proceedings. This is a key mechanism by which denazification left Nazism itself intact. To put Nazism as opposed to individual Nazis on trial would have revealed that it was not just a German project but also an American one and indeed a global one, a complex of the nation-state and big business, working toward the aims inherent in themselves. Judgment at Nuremberg. With the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg, the Allies had a choice. Either they could restrict the indictment to actions committed by individual agents of the Reich during the war, or they could take a broader approach by considering general principles of moral conduct by states. But this would have risked their own skin. A court enjoined to account for the behavior of all combatants in the war would have found plenty guilt to go around, not just among the Nazi adversaries. The Allies chose the narrower path. They protected themselves, and the world paid a large price. Nuremberg was a rare thing, an occasion, in the wake of extreme violence, to transform the international order. From the despair of genocide and war on unprecedented scale arose an opportunity to establish ground rules in international law to govern the behavior of states. That opportunity was squandered. In the words of Karl Jaspers, one of Germany's most liberal, Western-oriented thinkers, the IMT was, in effect, a singular proceeding of the victors against the vanquished, in which the foundation of a shared legal understanding and legal intention of the victorious powers was absent. It therefore achieved the opposite of what it should have. Law was not made, rather mistrust of law increased. The disappointment is crushing. 7. Victor's justice. At Nuremberg, what was claimed to be an act of justice resulted merely in the continuation of hostilities by means purporting to be judicial. Instead of demonstrating the high ideals of Germany's enemies and the rule-based order of which they boasted, the Nuremberg process served to undermine the rule of law. In doing so, it marred the denazification process generally, undermining the possibility of political reform in the wake of the Second World War. 8. Although Nuremberg featured countless hypocrisies and rule of law violations, it nonetheless left a large imprint on international law by developing the principle of individual criminal accountability for state acts. At Nuremberg, and now in the mission statements and rules governing institutions from Human Rights Watch to the International Criminal Court, the injustice wrought by states was depoliticized and repackaged as the responsibility of specific people who had done wrong or authorized others to do wrong. The tribunal did not invent this idea, but it was the first to successfully implement it. As Gary Bass has shown, individuals were first considered subjects of international criminal law following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire at the end of the First World War, when the British demanded that certain Turkish leaders be held individually and criminally accountable for the Armenian genocide. 9. The goal at the time was not only justice but also to use international law to hold down the vanquished state and the emergent Turkish Republic, which was at the time under a tenuous Allied occupation. Nuremberg would provide a more dramatic and influential repetition of this performance. The IMT is often given credit for another development, establishing the notion of crimes against humanity. But while the tribunal did announce a meaning of crimes against humanity violations against stateless individuals, specifically Jews and Roma, it reached no conclusions on how to deal with such crimes. Furthermore, the concept of crimes against humanity originated earlier, in a colonial context in which it meant something very different. The notion of crimes against humanity arose in reference to atrocities unleashed by Belgium in the Congo more than a half-century before the Holocaust. The term described acts so horrific that they transcend statutes of limitations. The charge was formulated in 1890 by George Washington Williams, a historian, Baptist minister, and lawyer and the first black member of the Ohio State Legislature. After a visit to the Congo, he wrote a letter to the U.S. Secretary of State documenting atrocities committed by King Leopold's colonial regime and concluding that Belgian conduct should be condemned as a crime against humanity. 10. If there is any doubt about the IMT's failure to foster a legal regime or moral norms surrounding crimes against humanity, one need only keep in mind that, at Nuremberg, the Holocaust was a footnote. When it came to the brutalization of Jews as a people before the war began in 1939, acts which were later understood as part of the Holocaust, the tribunal declared that revolting and horrible as many of these crimes were, they would be exempt from the court's jurisdiction. The tribunal cannot make a general declaration that the acts before 1939 were crimes against humanity within the meaning of the Charter 11. Even the final solution was not deemed a crime against humanity. According to the IMT, mass extermination in Auschwitz and elsewhere were war crimes, Jeffrey Olick writes. This reference to the traditional international law concept of war crimes, violation of laws and customs of war, such as mistreatment of prisoners of war and abuse of enemy civilians, served the court's purpose of preserving the Allies' impunity. The idea, Olick explains, was that by coupling the right to prosecute such crimes with subsequent violations of international law was a way to hold the Germans accountable without at the same time opening up the possibility, for instance, of holding American leaders responsible for racial crimes in the United States. By calling the final solution a war crime, the Allies were able to hold Germans accountable for racist violence within their territory, something that otherwise would not be possible under international law. The ongoing racial terrorism of Jim Crow, however, could not be recognized as a matter for international law, for though it was plainly a crime against humanity in the sense that Williams had described, it was not a war crime. On this basis, one could reasonably conclude that Nuremberg was more about dictatorship and aggressive war, that is, about crimes against peace, than about what would come to be known as the Holocaust, or at least about the racial policies of Nazi Germany toward German Jews. Olick concludes, though that is the opposite of how Nuremberg has been remembered. 12. In retrospect, the IMT has been granted a moral authority it did not enjoy when it was underway. As Jaspers's comment suggests, observers at the time understood that the tribunal was interested neither in establishing a new moral regime to guide state behavior nor in imposing a universal rule of law on states. This became obvious as soon as the charges were revealed. Leading Nazis were accused of 4 crimes: conspiracy to wage aggressive war, waging aggressive war, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. The first 2, categorized as crimes against peace, were not defined as crimes when they were committed. They were ad hoc inventions designed to punish Germans for acts that were typical of states throughout history. The 4th, crimes against humanity, was introduced for the technical reasons described above, to try Germans for crimes against individuals having no recognized nationality. Only the 3rd, war crimes, was a crime in the conventional understanding of the term. Thus, early in the proceedings, in November 1945, the German Defense Council issued a series of objections to the validity of the tribunal. Among other claims, the defense argued that there was no international law on the basis of which to try the accused for crimes against peace. Never before had anyone been tried for unleashing an unjust war, and no events in the course of the war changed this. True, the United Nations had been established as the political expression of the wartime alliance against Germany, but this involved no new legal developments with respect to crimes against peace, meaning that the defendants at Nuremberg were being accused according to ex post facto law. This was a clear violation of the rule of law principle of non-retroactivity. There was clear precedent in the laws of war only for prosecuting war crimes. The court, however, claimed competence over conduct that preceded its institution. 13. Even among the Allies, some admitted that the charges of crimes against peace amounted to a bridge too far. The French acknowledged that waging war was not a crime in law, it was, they said, what states do. 14. The International Military Tribunal for the Far East, carried out in Tokyo, took twice as long as the trial in Germany, in part because Justice Rothbinod Pal of India argued strenuously that the charge of crimes against peace was ex post facto law and therefore could not be countenanced by a legitimate court. When the conduct of nations is taken into account, the law will perhaps be found to be that only a lost war is a crime, he wrote. The charges smacked of politics, not law. It has been said that a victor can dispense to the vanquished everything from mercy to vindictiveness, but the one thing the victor cannot give to the vanquished is justice. At least, if a tribunal be rooted in politics as opposed to law, no matter what its form and pretenses, the apprehension thus expressed would be real, unless justice is really nothing else than the interests of the stronger. 15 Much later, in 1992, Telford Taylor, who had served as a U.S. prosecutor at the IMT in Nuremberg, conceded that the court's judgment on crimes against peace had indeed relied on ex post facto law. 16. Rule of law questions aside, the decision to charge the German General Staff with aggressive war was rank hypocrisy. As the socialist leader Norman Thomas wrote in 1947, aggressive war is a moral crime, but this will not be established in the conscience of mankind by proceedings such as those at Nuremberg, where Russians sit on the bench and exclude evidence of Hitler's deal with Stalin. What was the latter's war against Finland, Poland, and the Baltic states but aggression? Indeed, what major power had not in comparatively recent years been guilty of acts of aggression? 17. Thomas's criticism points to another failure of Nuremberg, that the defendants were tried by the parties they were accused of injuring. All the judges involved were appointed by the Allies, who also provided the statute of the tribunals, determined the rules of evidence, and arranged the prosecutors. This was a clear warning that Nuremberg would be unable to provide justice, that it could dispense only victors' justice, which would focus on acts by the indicted parties while ignoring similar acts which I discuss below committed by the Allies. Such a court cannot be seen as legitimate in a rule of law system. It is for this reason that, today, bodies of international arbitration such as the Permanent Court of International Justice at The Hague demand that judges be citizens of states that are neutral with respect to the proceedings. Not only was the IMT biased by virtue of its composition, but as Danilo Zolo points out, the rights of defense were subject to the discretionary powers of the judges, including the inadmissibility of the evidence regarding the unilateral nature of the court, appointed by the victors who had been responsible for the same, or indeed more serious, crimes as those imputed to the losers. 18 Had the Nuremberg Statute been applied to the Allies, they would have been found guilty of war crimes as well. But arguments to this effect were inadmissible. Particularly notable on this front was the air war against Germany. The British unleashed more than 2 years of carpet bombing against German cities, with the intent to kill civilians. As the British Air Ministry directed the Royal Air Force on February 14, 1942, it has been decided that the primary object of your operations should now be focused on the morale of the civilian population and in particular of industrial workers. The ministry provided a list of civilian targets to attack. The losses were extraordinary. The RAF's July 1943 raid on Hamburg created a firestorm, killing some 40,000 civilians and rendering another 900,000 homeless. Anglo-American raids in February 1945 wiped out Dresden, an open city, killing about 80,000 people, many of them refugees who had fled the Russian advance in the east. An RAF sergeant celebrated from the air, there was exhilaration from the absolute conviction that we had pulled off something special. 19 The view of the victim was provided by Anna Leischmidt, a survivor on the ground. Women and children were so charred as to be unrecognizable. Those that had died through lack of oxygen were half charred and unrecognizable. Their brains stumbled from their burst temples and their insides from the soft parts under the ribs. The smallest children lay like fried eels on the pavement. Even in death they showed signs of how they must have suffered, their hands and arms outstretched as to protect them from that pitiless heat. 20. Altogether, in excess of 500,000 died in Anglo-American raids on residential areas, yet the Allied commanders and their political bosses faced no judgment at Nuremberg. 21 Speaking to the Nazi official newspaper on May 28, 1944, none other than Joseph Goebbels, the Reich's chief propagandist, seemed to anticipate what would happen to the Germans at the tribunal, but not to the Allies. The pilots cannot validly claim that as soldiers they obeyed orders. No law of war provides that a soldier will remain unpunished for a hateful crime by referring to the orders of his superior, if their orders are in striking opposition to all human ethics, to all international customs in the conduct of war. 22. The prehistory of aerial bombing further clarifies just how canny the Allies were in charging individual Germans and refusing to consider any historical context of the war. As Sven Lindqvist has detailed, aerial bombing was developed by Italians in Libya and Somalia. 23. No one called it a war crime in the colonial circumstance. This fact was not lost on Aimé Césaire. After the Second World War, he observed that the Nazis had crossed the line not by using weapons of mass destruction but by applying to Europe colonialist procedures which until then had been reserved exclusively for the Arabs of Algeria, the coolies of India and the niggers of Africa. 24. Of course, when the Allies applied the same colonialist procedures in Europe, they spared themselves judgment. Ironically, the Charter of the International Military Tribunal was signed in London on August 8, 1945, during the few days between the nuclear attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Would not President Truman's order to firebomb Tokyo and drop atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, leading to untold civilian deaths at a time when the war was already ending, qualify as a war crime owing to the gratuitous human suffering imposed? Had the individual Germans on trial been permitted to raise in their defense the wider context of the war, what else might they have mentioned? Perhaps they would have argued that the Allies were at least partly responsible for the rise of Nazism, owing to the repressive Versailles Treaty that followed World War I and to the Usborne economic crisis that finally killed off the Weimar Republic, paving the way for Hitler and fostering the grievances on which he preyed. Indeed, had the Allies allowed a different kind of reckoning, one that did not seek to impose individual punishment, but instead sought to understand how fascism proved so attractive, they might have realized that the war was an inevitable consequence of the colonial order, denied empire, Germany had exploded into Europe. 25. For the Allies, such considerations were impossible, because of their histories and because of their policies during and after the war. Not only had the United States perpetrated ethnic cleansing in the course of continental settlement, energizing and inspiring Hitler, but also, joined by the Allies, it was carrying out ethnic cleansing in Europe even as it demanded German accountability for the very same crime. Allied ethnic cleansing in Europe. The mass evacuation of ethnic Germans in Eastern and Central Europe during and after the Second World War came in three overlapping phases. The first was the organized evacuation of ethnic Germans by the Nazi government in the face of the Red Army's advance from mid-1944 to early 1945. 26. The second was the disorganized flight of ethnic Germans immediately following the defeat of the German military. The third phase, which is our focus, was the organized expulsion that followed the Potsdam Agreement signed by the victors in the summer of 1945. The agreement redefined Central European borders and approved expulsions of ethnic Germans from Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary in an orderly and humane manner. 27. But there was nothing orderly and humane about what followed, nor could there have been. Paul Robert Magoxy estimates that about 31 million ethnic Germans and German citizens fled or were removed from their homes in Central and Eastern Europe between 1944 and 1948. 28. This post-war expulsion was not simply punishment visited on the defeated. The Allied goal was to create ethnically homogeneous nations within redefined borders, normalizing the nation-state in a region with a legacy of multi-ethnic and multinational populations. Winston Churchill set out the policy in a major speech to the House of Commons on December 15, 1944. As R. M. Douglas puts it, Churchill spelled out that expulsions on a larger scale than had previously even been imagined would be not just a component, but one of the basic foundations, of the post-war European order. In Churchill's words, the transference of several millions of people would have to be effected from the east to the west or north, as well as the expulsion of the Germans because that is what is proposed, the total expulsion of the Germans from the area to be acquired by Poland in the west and the north. For expulsion is the method which, so far as we have been able to see, will be the most satisfactory and lasting. There will be no mixture of populations to cause endless trouble, as has been the case in Alsace-Lorraine. A clean sweep will be made. I am not alarmed by the prospect of the disentanglement of populations, nor even by these large transferences, which are more possible in modern conditions than they ever were before. The disentanglement of populations which took place between Greece and Turkey after the last war, was in many ways a success, and has produced friendly relations between Greece and Turkey ever since. One MP recalled that the Commons listened in a sort of awful, ugly, apprehensive, cold silence. 29. The governments of Yugoslavia and Romania were quick to take advantage of the environment of impunity by deporting their own ethnic minorities. Douglas writes. By mid-1945, not merely the largest forced migration but probably the largest single movement of population in human history was underway, an operation that continued for the next 5 years. Between 12 and 14 million civilians, the overwhelming majority of them women, children, and the elderly, were driven out of their homes or, if they had already fled the advancing Red Army in the last days of the war, forcibly prevented from returning to them. Mass displacement was accomplished through state-sponsored terror. There were forced marches in which inhabitants of entire villages were cleared at 15 minutes' notice and driven at rifle point to the nearest border. In scenes reminiscent of the Holocaust, they were packed into trains with up to 80 expellees crammed into each cattle car without adequate food, water, or heating and sent on journeys lasting weeks. Hundreds of thousands of detainees were herded into former Nazi concentration camps including Auschwitz and Theresienstadt, which were put to a new purpose, Douglas writes. Red Cross officials recorded the brutal regime in the camps, with beatings, rapes of female inmates, grueling forced labor and starvation diets of 500 to 800 calories the order of the day. Children were routinely incarcerated, either alongside their parents or in designated children's camps. The British Embassy in Belgrade reported in 1946 that the conditions of Germans in Allied concentration camps seem well down to Dachau standards. The refugees who finally arrived in Germany were declared ineligible by the Allied authorities to receive any form of international relief. Lacking accommodation in a bomb-ravaged country, many spent their first months or years living rough in fields, goods wagons, or railway platforms. Death followed devastation. The most conservative estimates put the number of Germans who died during relocation at about 500,000. 30. What are we to make of the fact that the same parties responsible for these expulsions signed the Fourth Geneva Convention, of which Article 49 prohibits the mass movement of people out of or into an occupied territory? The very allies who at Nuremberg tried Nazi leaders on charges of carrying out deportation and other inhumane acts against civilian populations did the same thing less than 100 miles away. This is why the first draft of the UN's 1948 Genocide Convention outlawed the forced and systematic exile of individuals representing the culture of a group, but the final version did not. The provision was deleted at the insistence of the U.S. delegate, who pointed out that it might be interpreted as embracing forced transfers of minority groups such as have already been carried out by members of the United Nations. 31. The post-war expulsions did indeed create a new Europe in which territorial borders reflected ethnic divisions. But that only exacerbated the ethnic divisions, leading to nationalist excesses. In this, the violent reconfiguration of Europe is not unlike that of the post-colonial states, where some of the same victors drew boundaries into which they separated other formerly multinational people who, once penned, became violent nationalists themselves. That the forced expulsion and relocation of millions of Germans came against the background of Nuremberg offers another preview not just of the post-colonial violence that would come later, but of the judicial procedures that would follow. The omission of the guilty allies from Nuremberg-style proceedings is a premonition of the double standard of justice that became established in international relations and inscribed in international law after the Cold War. From Yugoslavia to Rwanda, it remains the losers who pay for war crimes, not the winners. The expulsions were also the ultimate demonstration of Nuremberg's futility, a judicial process in which there was no place for the rule of law, presided over by governments guilty of the same crimes as the accused. Such a process could never be understood as legitimate, nor could its aims, for these were obviously the securing of Allied political goals rather than the fostering of a just world order in which those goals, too, would be suspect. This was Otto Kirchheimer's argument in Politische Justiz, as summarized by Zolo: if the functional differentiation between justice and politics is abolished, the penal trial ends by performing merely para or extra-legal functions, a theatrical ritualization of the political struggle in which the enemy is personalized and stigmatized, and the measures to be taken are given a procedural legitimation, as in an expiatory sacrifice. 32. This is what Nuremberg offered. The sacrifice of individual Nazi bodies, some placed in prisons, others executed with no serious interrogation of the Nazi mind or its deep inheritance from and sympathy with the nationalist and colonialist imagination and the institutions animated by it. The broader course of denazification, in other courtrooms but also across the cities, towns, and civic life of post-war Germany, offered much the same thing: victor's justice, pressed upon individual Germans, that served only to solidify the nation-state order and its inevitable cruelties. Who was to blame? After World War II, both Germans and the Allies faced a fundamental question concerning Nazism: who was responsible? Was it only the political class that could be accountable for the atrocities of National Socialism? If so, then May 8, 1945, the date of Germany's unconditional surrender, was also the date of Germany's liberation. On the other hand, perhaps Germany faced collective guilt: the whole of the nation was at fault. In that case, on that day in May, Germany was not liberated but rather defeated and occupied. The Allies were divided over the issue, both internally and with respect to each other. After some debate, the Americans decided to promote in their occupation zone a narrative of collective guilt in which Germans were made to understand that they were a defeated people. But collective guilt did not entail equal atonement by every German. In keeping with the individualism of Nuremberg, the Americans developed a complex bureaucratic procedure for assessing the guilt of the millions of Germans in their zone. Although the Americans distrusted the Germans universally and promoted the narrative that every German was responsible, they tried to distinguish Nazis from others who simply lived through Nazism. Still, millions were punished. There were many tiers of culpability, with punishments varying according to tier. The British agreed with the American perspective on collective guilt but found themselves, for material reasons, unable to execute a similarly thorough policy in their zone. Instead of punishing large numbers, they focused on the re-education of a smaller number in the civil service. The French did not object to collective guilt but also did not promote it. They ignored the issue. The French had embraced the Nuremberg process, but they were not prepared to extend denazification very far beyond the highest echelon of wartime leaders, for doing so would have ensnared thousands of Vichy collaborators. Among the Allies, the French were the first to turn over the denazification process to German authorities in their occupation zone. The Soviets were the only Allies who actively pursued an alternative to collective guilt. As their participation at Nuremberg demonstrated, the Soviets supported the imposition of guilt on high-ranking individuals. And, in the immediate aftermath of victory, Stalin was prepared to see ordinary Germans raped, pillaged, and slaughtered in an orgy of vengeance. But when it came time for an organized policy of denazification, the Soviets decided that the public could be redeemed through agrarian and industrial reform and the cultivation of Germany's internal anti-fascist forces. For a brief period, before Cold War exigencies and Stalin's extremism took over, the Soviet occupiers attempted political transformation. An especially illuminating conversation on the subject of guilt is that of the Germans themselves. Some were, of course, unrepentant. Others took a granular approach, differentiating perpetrators, beneficiaries, bystanders, and victims. As I will suggest later in this book, we might instead think of all of these as survivors. At the very least, certain German intellectuals have tried to see Nazism as consistent with, not aberrational in, political modernity. The German debate. Germany's post-war discussion of responsibility was carried out in characteristically dialectical fashion. In the tradition of Hegel and Marx, who pit thesis against antithesis, Kant, who contrasted noumena and phenomena, and Weber, who imagined a contest of technical rationality and value rationality. Post-war German intellectuals argued from the distinction between culture and politics. Germany was itself dialectical, both Kulturnation and Staatsnation. It was a cultural nation unified by language, customs, and blood, and it was a state-nation unified by political institutions and a political vision developed by a political class and an associated intelligentsia. Olich explains that, after the war, many on the left and the right defended the public by arguing that Germany was not to be identified by its failed political institutions which came and went, but by its Volk and Kultur, which endured over time. This argument was itself a kind of German tradition, historically articulated by the dispossessed, censored, and outcast. The distinction between power and culture with that between regime and Volk, Olich writes, was drawn on by inner emigrants and representatives of the other Germany, be it one of exiles, members of various opposition circles, or ordinary patriots. 33. Among those who adopted the Kulturnation argument was Jaspers, in the question of German guilt. As Jan Werner Müller puts it, Jaspers rejected his previous nationalism which he had adopted from his teacher Max Weber, denying that a liberal political identity and a nation-state framework could go together for the Germans. Instead, Jaspers believed that German high culture would see the people through, without reference to any particular political form. Thus Germany did not need to be re-educated by the Allies, it needed to learn from what was best in itself. The outcome would be the Kulturnation's acceptance of collective responsibility, although not, as the Americans would have it, collective guilt. He distinguished four kinds of guilt, none of which could be imposed by the Allies and collectively experienced in Germany. Criminal guilt was imposed on individuals in courts, and so could not be collective. Political guilt belonged in theory to every citizen of the regime at fault, yet obviously could not be embraced by those who knew they were not in fact guilty of the regime's offenses. Moral guilt was a private affair, which could only be assessed by the individual, and metaphysical guilt, incurred by those who caused a rupture of a fabric of basic solidarity between all human beings, was judged by God alone. The Kulturnation could not but reject such notions, but it could take collective responsibility and thereby maintain and achieve social integration, even as the political nation was a thing of the past. 34 Andreas Huyssen considers Jaspers the first to articulate German responsibility for Auschwitz in 1946 when the Holocaust was still very marginal in political debates. 35 Responsibility not guilt. Thomas Mann, the writer in exile who was influential both within Germany and among fellow expatriates, tried to straddle the bitter divide between those who left and those who stayed by suggesting that Germans think of their home as a nation defined by a common culture transcending state borders, rather than a political community. 36 But he was not merely suggesting that Nazism was an aberration, imposed on the Kulturnation by evil leaders. In a radio broadcast of January 16, 1945, he rejected the idea that there was some force within the society that had pressed its malice on an otherwise innocent population. There are not two Germanys, a bad one and a good one, but only one, he said. Wicked Germany is merely good Germany gone astray, good Germany in misfortune, in guilt, in ruin. Yet this did not imply that the sources of Nazism lay in anything essentially German, which would imply collective guilt as the Americans understood it. Rather, he looked at what the Allies could not allow themselves to see, the lethality of the modern political order. Let us not speak of guilt, he said. That is a name for fatal concatenation of consequences of a tragic history, and if it be guilt, it is intermixed with a great deal of guilt belonging to the whole world. 37. That the guilt was not exclusively German but would have to belong to the world, more specifically, the Western world, was a common point of view among German intellectuals of many political persuasions, no matter their thoughts on the distinction between culture and state power. These thinkers rejected both re-education and collective guilt because they saw the German crisis and National Socialism in particular as the outcome of larger forces like nihilism, secularization, mass society, and the telos of history. In the words of Carl Jung, the psychologist, the moment we so-called innocent Europeans cross the frontiers of our own continent, we are made to feel something of the collective guilt that weighs upon it, despite our good conscience. Friedrich Meinecke pointed to the general decline of the West, and Martin Heidegger blamed Western humanism. Helmuth Plessner pointed to historical factors. Germany's path to the Third Reich was established centuries earlier, owing to what he counted as Germany's late start in state-building. 38. Where the German right and left diverged tended to be less on matters of substance than presentation. Ruth Benedict, the anthropologist who during the war had worked for the U.S. Office of War Information, argued that Germany was a guilt culture, in which individuals gauged moral right and wrong on the basis of an inner conscience, whereas Japan was a shame culture, in which moral determinations were products of external sanction. But many Germans thought both tendencies were evident in their country, distinguishing the left from the right. Rather than wanting to debate guilt in public, Olich writes, right-wing intellectuals preferred a stance of shame and silence. 39. In the years immediately after the war, German historians tended to focus on the same group as had the Allies at Nuremberg, perpetrators. Volker Berghahn notes that scholars first investigated the organizers of the Holocaust in the higher and middle echelons of the German bureaucracy, the SS, and the Wehrmacht. Later researchers expanded the scope of their inquiries, turning to ordinary Germans as bystanders to, and beneficiaries of, the annihilation of European Jewry. Of particular interest among beneficiaries were German titans of industry. The relation between capital and Hitler was the subject of much discussion and debate. Were business leaders invested ideologically in the Nazi cause, or were they simply doing what businesses do, trying to make profits by whatever means the law allows? In some ways, however, this was the wrong question. Businesses could benefit from, and therefore choose to support, Hitler's program even if they did not agree with Nazi ideology. For instance, need one also have been a racist to be an anti-communist? Hitler maintained that the course of world history was determined not by class struggle but race struggle, a position that benefited industrialists fearful of union activity. Berghahn writes that Hitler's economic ideas revolve around the problem of the provision of food and the establishment of a territorial empire in the East, secure against any enemy blockade and built on the ruin of the Jewish Bolshevik Soviet Union. Many business leaders believed, with Hitler, that the future belonged to those with empires, as possessed by the British, the Americans, and the Japanese. When Hitler announced that Germany would have to be prepared for a war with the sea powers, many in big business Nazified enthusiastically, and only some reluctantly. 40. Surely the leaders of all these businesses were culpable, to a greater or lesser degree. But the Allied denazification process mostly let them off the hook, confusing deeply the story of German guilt the Allies sought to tell at Nuremberg. In the American zone, just 3 trials involved leading industrial firms. One was Krupp, the family-operated business empire that had been manufacturing steel since the early 19th century and which, by the First World War, was Europe's leading supplier of guns and munitions. During World War II, Krupp owned and managed 138 concentration camps throughout Europe. The company used slave labor to build factories and provide Hitler with money and weapons. Alfred Krupp, the family patriarch, leader of the business, and avowed Nazi, served just 3 years in prison and, upon release, had his fortune restored to him. 41. One of the other big businesses whose directors were tried was the chemical trust IG Farben, whose buildings were famously preserved amid Allied bombing. Farben's directors were likely not supporters of Nazism but were certainly among its main beneficiaries. Peter Hayes's important 1987 study, Industry and Ideology, provides detailed analysis of the relations between the company and the regime. During Hitler's rule, most of Farben's executives futilely dissented from his worst excesses, Aryanization, autarky, aggression, and forced labor. At the same time, these men presided over the firm most widely credited, then and since, with carving out a lucrative and murderous place for itself. Farben's products became ubiquitous and essential. It made not only the synthetic rubber on which most Nazi vehicles rode and the fuel from coal that powered many of them, but also the gas that murdered more than 1 million people at Auschwitz. Nearly 50% of IG Farben's 330,000-person workforce had come to consist of conscript or slave laborers, among whom were some of the perhaps 30,000 inmates of Auschwitz who eventually died in the company's new factory and mines near the camp. 42. Although the Farben defendants were not, like Alfred Krupp, ideological Nazis, some received harsher punishments. Many, however, were subject to mere slaps on the wrist. They faced 5 charges, most concretely for using slave labor. But the court allowed the defendants the benefit of the defense of necessity except in the case of Auschwitz, next to which Farben had constructed a plant with the clear intent to exploit inmates. 43 of the 23 executives tried, 13 were found guilty on one or another count and were sentenced to prison terms ranging from 1.5 to 8 years, less time served. 10 were acquitted of all charges. 44. The American debate. There were disagreements from the outset among the Allies and within U.S. leadership on how to deal with Nazism after victory. At the Tehran Conference of the Big Three in 1943, Stalin suggested shooting 50,000 senior German officers, though many thought he was joking. Churchill claimed to be repelled by the idea but went on to present his own version of summary justice, claiming that Hitler and his gang had forfeited any right to legal procedure and so should be summarily shot. But Henry Stimson, the U.S. Secretary of War, wanted a trial with due process. Supreme Court Justice Robert Jackson, who would also serve as the chief U.S. prosecutor at Nuremberg, summed up Stimson's appeal: "You must put no man on trial under forms of a judicial proceeding if you are not willing to see him freed if not proven guilty. The world yields no respect for courts that are organized merely to convict." 45 As it turned out, the world had little respect for the Nuremberg rulings, at least, not for many decades after they were delivered. But Jackson and Stimson won the White House's confidence. Stimson's chief opponent in the U.S. government was Henry Morgenthau, the Secretary of the Treasury and a good friend of President Roosevelt's. Morgenthau's vision of a hard peace included Germany's total deindustrialization and the division into small provinces, so that the resulting polities would be downgraded to purely agrarian states incapable of a military resurgence. By contrast, most of the State Department and the Department of War, including Stimson, preferred firm but flexible policies that would neutralize the Nazi danger while allowing Germany to get back on her feet. Morgenthau and Stimson did, however, agree that Germans were to understand themselves as a defeated nation at the mercy of the Allies. The victors would decide how Germany should be restructured, which meant imposing democratic structures without consulting Germans on how they should operate. A third point of view argued that the restructuring of Germany should be led by Germans themselves. Important exponents of this idea included Franz Neumann and Herbert Marcuse. Both would go on to influential careers as political theorists, but between 1943 and 1945 they worked in the U.S. Office of Strategic Services, the predecessor to the CIA. Neumann's behemoth, The Structure and Practice of National Socialism, published in 1942 and expanded in 1944, was one of the earliest and most influential studies of National Socialism. According to Peter Hayes, Neumann argued that Hitler's regime was a chaotic, lawless, and amorphous monster whose policies expressed sometimes overlapping and sometimes contending drives of the four symbiotic but separate power centers that composed it. 46 As a result, Olich writes, no mere regime decapitation followed by a superimposition of democratic structures would solve the German problem. The problem was not just one of elected officials, and the social foundations for such a system did not yet exist. 47 Neumann and Marcuse therefore called not for deindustrializing, re-educating, or imposing new governance but for comprehensive reorganization of German society from within. They wanted to socialize German heavy industry, not to dismantle it, and they wanted the Allies to embrace the anti-fascist opposition, both inside Germany and in exile, and help it reform Germany. Of these three positions, Morgenthau's, Stimson's, and Neumann and Marcuse's, Morgenthau seemed to have the upper hand at first. In 1943, Roosevelt signed on to his friend's scathing memorandum in response to the War Department's newly released Basic Handbook for Military Government of Germany, which envisioned the Allied forces rebuilding the German police and civil state, the central bureaucracy, and German industry. Roosevelt included an addendum to Morgenthau's memo complaining, "This so-called handbook is pretty bad. It gives me the impression that Germany is to be restored as much as the Netherlands or Belgium." Roosevelt made clear that he favored just the sort of hard peace Morgenthau had in mind. "It is of the utmost importance that every person in Germany should realize that this time Germany is a defeated nation. I do not want them to starve to death, but, as an example, if they need food to keep body and soul together beyond what they have, they should be fed 3 times a day with soup from army soup kitchens. The fact that they are a defeated nation, collectively and individually, must be so impressed upon them that they will hesitate to start any new war." 48. According to Tony Eude, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin all agreed with Morgenthau that Germany deserved to be overrun totally and administratively divided into 3 zones of occupation, each governed by one of the Allied powers. And much like Morgenthau, Stalin recommended dismembering the Reich, destroying German industries. Although some of Morgenthau's more extreme recommendations, such as wrecking German mines and factories, were quietly dropped, the country was divided and its redevelopment placed entirely under Allied control. The Allied Control Council's March 1946 plan for output levels of the post-war German economy placed severe restrictions on industrial production, in particular on the manufacture of steel. 49. But ultimately it was Stimson and his supporters who won out, as the United States adopted a redevelopment plan that would seek German renewal, not perpetual debasement and summary justice. The decisive factor, the one that tipped the balance for Roosevelt and then Truman, was the realization that America needed Germany as an ally in the emerging Cold War. Most of pre-war Germany's best agricultural land was under Soviet control or had been transferred to Poland. And as the occupation set in, West Germany rapidly filled with impoverished refugees from the East. If Germany was not allowed to stand on its own feet, Stimson argued, the Allies in the West would have to bear the cost of feeding a growing population. Also relevant was the political muscle of big corporations, among them DuPont, Ford, and General Motors, with direct investments and corporate links in Germany. They looked forward to renewed collaboration and so had an interest in the revival of German industry and industrialists. In addition, U.S. public opinion came to see the debate as a struggle between 2 radically opposed tendencies, in Ohlich's words, a noble democratic vision represented by Stimson, and a desire for vengeance, represented by Morgenthau. 50. Stimson's future orientation was appealing in this time of convulsive change, while Morgenthau was seen as settling old scores, a project that would only embitter the German people and deplete the American treasury. But even Stimson's project led to a great deal of bitterness in Germany. Had the Neumann-Marcuse approach been adopted, the result might have been different, allowing an opportunity for Germans to imagine a new kind of politics inspired by a diverse array of anti-fascists, supported but not supervised by the Allies. Instead, amid the blooming Red Scare, American policymakers came to see the anti-Nazi resistance as radical and contaminated by communism. Newman's work was not totally discarded by the occupiers, though. His guidance concerning the Nazi regime influenced the initial U.S. goals for post-war Germany, the 4Ds, each directed at one of the colluding groups he had highlighted: denazification, democratization, demilitarization, and decartelization. 51. However, the effort to denazify was undercut both by its onorousness in practice and the hypocrisy of the occupiers, forcing the United States to backtrack after just a few years and allow the restoration of countless Nazis to civic life. By the time it was over, denazification had undeniably failed. As we will see later in this chapter, German public opinion remained supportive of Nazi goals, and the West German state embraced the Israeli colonial project as an extended phase of the final solution, ensuring that the Jewish question would never arise in Europe again. There would be no political reckoning, only individual punishment and the restoration of nationalism. The denazification policies. The policy of denazification was worked out against the experience of 1918. One of the major mistakes of the Versailles Treaty, the Allies believed, was the failure to disarm Germany and convince Germans of their responsibility for the war. After Versailles, the size of the army had been drastically reduced, but that just left the deadly bacillus of German authoritarianism and militarism to recover, for neither had been stamped out among the Germans themselves. 52 Looking back on 1918, the Allies were determined that this time would be different. There would be no negotiations, only unconditional surrender. The idea of unconditional surrender had originated with a subcommittee in the State Department and was presented by Roosevelt to the British Allies at a conference in Morocco in 1943. From then on, unconditional surrender was an undisputed Allied position. 53 Denazification, from the American point of view, would continue this project of surrender. The stated goal of denazification included fostering political change, but in practice the policy sought to impose guilt on the Germans. This time the Allies would not just neutralize German military means but also the will to fight again. So determined were the Allies that Germany and only Germany should accept total responsibility for the war, that Austria was exempted from accountability, despite the fact that Austrians were as gung-ho about Nazism as their German counterparts. In both countries, about 10% of the population were official party members, and there were still 536,000 registered Nazis in Austria at the end of the war. A total of 1.2 million Austrians, from a population of just under 7 million, had served in German units during the war. You'd pointed out that Austrians had been disproportionately represented in the SS and in concentration camp administrations. Austrian public life and high culture were saturated with Nazi sympathizers. 45 out of 117 members of the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra were Nazis. Yet, under an October 1943 Allied agreement negotiated in Moscow, Austria was officially and astonishingly declared Hitler's first victim, and Germans were warned that they would be held responsible for war crimes. Austria was thus treated as just another Nazi-occupied country, liberated rather than defeated. True, there were a lot of local fascists and collaborators to identify and punish, but collective guilt was not considered. The Allies investigated 130,000 Austrians for war crimes, tried 23,000, convicted 13,600, sentenced 43 to death, and carried out 30 executions. The 70,000 civil servants who had served the Nazi state in Austria were merely dismissed. All that happened in just a year. In the fall of 1946, the Allies turned over denazification to the Austrian government. 54. To be defeated rather than liberated meant something else entirely. General Dwight Eisenhower proclaimed to the German population in 1944 that they had been conquered, and they would pay. The Allied forces serving under my command have now entered Germany. We come as conquerors. In the area of Germany occupied by the forces under my command, we shall obliterate Nazism and German militarism. We shall overthrow the Nazi rule, dissolve the Nazi Party and abolish the cruel, oppressive, and discriminatory laws and institutions which the party has created. We shall eradicate that German militarism which has so often disrupted the peace of the world. Military and party leaders, the Gestapo and others suspected of crimes and atrocities, will be tried, and, if guilty, punished as they deserve. 55. With victory in sight, in April 1945 the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington issued a comprehensive set of instructions to Eisenhower. The message of the directive was unmistakable. First, it should be brought home to the Germans that Germany's ruthless warfare and the fanatical Nazi resistance have destroyed the German economy and made chaos and suffering inevitable, and that the Germans cannot escape responsibility for what they have brought upon themselves. Second, Germany will not be occupied for the purpose of liberation but as a defeated enemy nation. Your aim is not oppression but to occupy Germany for the purpose of realizing certain important Allied objectives. In the conduct of your occupation and administration you should be just but firm and aloof. You will strongly discourage fraternization with the German officials and population. Third, the principal Allied objective is to prevent Germany from ever again becoming a threat to the peace of the world. Essential steps in the accomplishment of this objective are the elimination of Nazism and militarism in all their forms, the immediate apprehension of war criminals for punishment, the industrial disarmament and demilitarization of Germany, with continuing control over Germany's capacity to make war, and the preparation for an eventual reconstruction of German political life on a democratic basis. 56. This political goal was hardly so lofty as it seemed, though. Germany could, and would, be reconstructed, and elections would be held. But denazification failed to impress guilt, it only fostered resentment. And democracy as the Allies understood it did not mean a repudiation of nationalism. The Western zones, from zeal to retreat. Planning for denazification in the Western occupied zones solidified in late 1945 and the denazification process took off in early 1946. The Americans, British, and French removed Nazi Party members from positions of power and influence and undermined the legal standing and social influence of organizations associated with Nazism. But while Western leaders promised large-scale social and political transformation, in practice denazification focused on establishing individual responsibility and purging Nazi influence from German media. When the war in Europe ended, there were 8 million Nazi Party members in Germany. 57 many more enrolled in Nazi-related organizations, some 25 million in the German Labor Front, 17 million in the National Socialist People's Welfare Organization, and yet more in the League of German Women, the Hitler Youth, the Doctors' League, and other groups. Historian Frederick Taylor estimates that between the party and organizations aligned with it, the Nazi state involved as many as 45 million Germans. And even that number does not include all of the enablers and beneficiaries of Nazism, such as industrialists who did not join the party or its related organizations but produced weapons or used slave labor. Large landowners, especially the Junkers, the Prussian landed nobility, also benefited without establishing formal connections to the Nazi Party. 58. Isolating individually every responsible German and punishing them should therefore have been so challenging as to be unthinkable, even for the large, well-organized, technologically sophisticated, and energetic U.S. occupation force. In the fall of 1945, Eisenhower estimated that the denazification process would take 50 years. 59 But the Americans were game, and they were helped by an almost miraculous event. In April 1945, while the war in Europe was coming to a close, a German anti-Nazi turned over a nearly complete dossier of Nazi Party members to the Allies. He had rescued it from destruction as American troops advanced on Munich. 60. The next step was to disaggregate these materials, separating nominal party members from those more engaged in Nazi activities. The Allies created 5 categories: major offenders, lesser offenders, followers, and exonerated persons. To figure out how to classify individual Germans, the Allies asked them to fill out Fragebogen about their pasts and political activities. In total, 16 million Fragebogen were filled out in the 3 Western occupied zones. Although the German population was highest in the British zone, most of the completed responses came from the American zone, where Germans were told they had to submit their forms or face denial of ration cards. On the basis of the Fragebogen, U.S. authorities determined that 3.5 million Germans, about a quarter of the population of the zone and roughly half the adult population, were chargeable cases, slated to be interviewed by denazification tribunals. Those tribunals, established in March 1946, were handled directly by Germans but with Allied oversight. 61. Most of those punished lost their jobs. In the most serious of these cases, removal was mandatory. Then came discretionary removal with an adverse recommendation against future employment, followed by discretionary removal with a positive recommendation. Those counted as non-Nazi and anti-Nazi of course faced no repercussions. This huge and complicated process resulted in the dismissal of 374,000 certified Nazis from their posts. They were to be permitted to do only simple work. This group was exclusive of detainees. At the end of 1945, the Americans held 90,000 of those considered especially dangerous. They were kept in civilian internment camps, awaiting processing. Another 25,000 considered even more dangerous, including many POWs, were held in separate custody. Some in the U.S. Army suggested that all those identified as Nazis be penalized. But this proposal was rejected on grounds that it would aggravate the post-war economic crisis as well as political and social strife. As early as May 1946, General Lucius Clay, who oversaw the American Zone, began to consider large-scale amnesties for party members who had joined out of convenience rather than conviction. The Americans decided that all Germans who had joined before January 30, 1933 would be reckoned as hardcore Nazis, while many, if not most, of the post-1937 members would be classified as Must-Nazis, who had been pressed to join the party in order to keep their jobs or gain promotions. The Must-Nazis would be amnestied, as would disabled Nazis and small fry Nazis, who had modest annual incomes or property. After amnesties and other reductions, just 930,000 chargeable cases were left. 62 Within a few years, nearly all public officials dismissed by the Americans were reemployed, and all but a handful of those detained in labor camps were set free by 1950. Having set out with missionary fervor, the Americans ended up settling for a more modest objective. In Frederick Taylor's dismissive phrase, the mission was reduced to no more than crowd control. 63. Compared to the bureaucratic nightmare of screening millions of individual Germans for their Nazi past, denazifying media and culture was easy. On May 13, 1946, the Americans ordered more than 30,000 books, ranging from school textbooks to poetry, banned for contributing to Nazism or militarism. Millions of volumes were confiscated and destroyed, and the possession of any book on the list was made a punishable offense. Though the authorities heralded this as a step toward democratization, the hypocrisy was glaring. Time magazine cited a representative from the Allied Control Council's military directorate saying that the order was in principle no different from Nazi book burnings. 64 Germans might be forgiven for thinking that the Americans were mostly interested in trying to stamp out criticism of their occupation. In one notable case, a literary magazine was reportedly shut down after revealing that costs of the U.S. occupation were being charged to the German treasury. 65 Other apparent motives of the cultural policy included trophy hunting and financial gain. For instance, works of art related or dedicated to the perpetuation of German militarism or Nazism were taken into custody, and while some were destroyed, thousands were shipped to the United States. Some of the works are innocuous. For instance, an oil painting depicting a couple of middle-aged women talking in a sunlit street in a small town was taken to the Army Center of Military History in Washington, D.C. 66. The grating hypocrisies of the culture policy only mounted with Operation Paperclip. Under the justification of national security, the Americans and British overcame their aversion to even major Nazi activities and effectively pillaged thousands of Nazi scientists. Paperclip, organized by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, trained nearly 3,000 American and British specialists whose job was effectively to kidnap top German scientists and technologists, although many were only too happy to leave the sinking ship of the Nazi state. Beginning in late 1944, the commandos targeted about 9,000 Nazis for extraction. In the judgment of Tom Bauer, who has studied its work in detail, the operation was an almost complete success. The considerable loot included not just people but also materials from Nazi Germany's finest scientific establishment, such as the 70 laboratories of the Hermann Göring Aeronautical Research Institute and its revolutionary wind tunnels. These were plundered and shared out between the British and the Americans. Paperclip was officially a denial and exploitation program, meaning exploitation by the Western powers of Germany's wartime scientific program and its denial to the Russians. In contrast to Paperclip, Bauer writes, the operation to hunt down the murderers of nearly 12 million people did not even boast a codename, it had no trained staff, no headquarters, no plans and no priority. 67. Among the by no means unwilling emigrants to the United States were active Nazis like Arthur Rudolph, the engineer who ran Hitler's V-2 rocket program, an operation built on slave labor. Rudolph was directly responsible for abuse of the slave laborers at his facility, resulting in a horrendously high mortality rate. Initially designated a 100% dangerous Nazi type and recommended for internment, Rudolph was not the only serious perpetrator the U.S. recruited, even as it was asserting the moral high ground. Paperclip understandably caused consternation among some in the United States who knew about it. In particular, the State Department's Morgenthau boys, so called because they supported Morgenthau's desire for strict implementation of JCS 1067, were opposed. These officials were determined to refuse the men residence until they had been properly processed, even if this would mean sending them back to Germany. They refused to issue entry paperwork and fought a stubborn battle of attrition with parts of the military. Paperclip director Bosketweb was unapologetic. Nazism should no longer be a serious consideration from the point of view of national security when the far greater threat of communism is now jeopardizing the entire world, he explained. Only in 1947 was the impasse overcome, after General George Marshall, the newly appointed Secretary of State, ordered that national security would take priority over denazification. 68. While the British joined the Americans in effecting and benefiting from Operation Paperclip, they took a different approach to the wider program of denazification. The British zone was more populous than the American, making person-by-person identification an even more daunting task. 69. To avoid a quagmire, the British turned to blanket amnesties from the start, ruling that only those applying for official positions which confer responsibility needed to fill out the Fragebogen. As early as October 1945, the British decided that 50% of the German legal civil service could be staffed by nominal Nazis. Keeping Nazis out of the legal system entirely would have been impossible. 90% of German lawyers had been members of the Nazi Party. Soon, fresh law school graduates who could prove they were no more than nominal Nazis were allowed to join the service regardless of the 50% threshold. 70. Th. Marshall, a sociologist and advisor to the Foreign Office, justified retaining lesser Nazi bureaucrats on the grounds that only senior civil servants were policy makers. The role of mid-echelon personnel was solely administrative, and such functionaries would presumably follow orders provided by any legitimate source of power. Bittiscombe notes that there was a purge in higher education resulting in the dismissal of approximately one-third of all professors. But their colleagues kept open their chairs so that as the severity of denazification diminished, the castaways could resume their posts. 71. The French model was more like that of the British than the American, though for different reasons. Whereas the British cut corners in order to overcome the scale of person-by-person denazification, the French were careful to avoid ensnaring their own. France was the only occupying power that had itself been totally occupied by the Nazis, and as such was home to many collaborators, in addition to a courageous resistance. The French accent was accordingly on Prussianization more than denazification. Their object was to undo the unification and centralization of Germany in order to permanently eradicate German military and economic power. The very notion of denazification risked a political definition of the project and thus its extension beyond Germany into France. The initial French post-war plan demanded that Germany be broken up, but the Americans insisted the French desist as a condition for American aid. 72. The French did not even use the term denazification, preferring to speak of epuration. When it came to the German civil service, almost all French officers, right, left, and center, agreed that the character of a potential German administrator or manager should count more than mere membership of NSDAP, Bittiscombe writes. The French therefore did not establish any blanket policies. They decided that only after thorough examination of such character should the authorities make relevant decisions about retention, dismissal, or arrest. 73. The French were less discerning when it came to teachers. Recognizing that the education system had been strongly Nazified, the French began by removing 3/4 of all teachers from their jobs. They soon found that the schools could not run without them, though, so the teachers were rehired subject to easy dismissal. 74 3 years after the end of the war, some 133,000 inhabitants of the French zone were classified as more serious than fellow travelers, but only 18,000 were classified in a way that brought automatic penalties. Just 13 Germans were labeled as major offenders, as compared to 1,654 in the American zone. 75. In all three of the Western zones, early zeal was quickly replaced by retreat. The program that began in 1946 was discredited within 5 years, both within Germany and among the Allies. Among the Allies, criticism often originated on the political right, as the Red Scare set in. An early such critic was General George S. Patton, who was installed as military governor of Bavaria in 1945. "What we are doing," he wrote to his wife, "is to utterly destroy the only semi-modern state in Europe so that Russia can swallow the whole." The Germans, even hardcore Nazis, were needed for the impending war against what Patton called Mongol savages. 76. For their part, Germans had many grievances about denazification in practice. Because the Allies demanded both collective guilt and individual punishment, they wound up pursuing small Nazis in a manner that seemed to result in excessive punishment. And the effort to hold the general public responsible for Nazi terror was powerfully alienating. As soon as the concentration camps were liberated, German civilians were forced to visit the camps to observe conditions there, bury rotting corpses, and exhume mass graves. Civilians, themselves desperate in the aftermath of war, were also made to turn over goods to former concentration camp inmates. The occupiers distributed propaganda showing concentration camp victims with texts such as "You are guilty of this, and these atrocities, your fault." 77. Undoubtedly, many Germans were guilty of atrocities, and it can hardly be denied that Nazis had penetrated every sector of society. But from the standpoint of most Germans, the urgent need was not criminal justice but rebuilding. Whatever success the Allies had in removing Nazis from civic functions only made that task of rebuilding more difficult, as capable administrators were jailed or otherwise prevented from working. Meanwhile, those citizens who were at worst guilty of going along to get along, felt assaulted without justification in their hour of greatest need. That sense was only heightened by the accumulating contradictions of Allied policies. Such resentments might have been mitigated had Germans been allowed some agency in denazification. Recognition that many Germans opposed Nazism and so made enormous sacrifices might have enabled partnership rather than friction. And it would have created the possibility of true transformation. The Allies, themselves driven by the nationalist imagination, were not in a position to fundamentally change German society and foster in it a new politics. The parties who might have been able to participate in denazification were Germany's homegrown anti-fascists, including the internal opposition and exiles who worked to thwart Hitler. More than 1 million Germans were sent to concentration camps for opposing Nazi rule, and more than 40,000 were killed for their resistance. 78 But the Allies refused to work with the surviving resistance on the suspicion that anti-fascist groups harbored communists and fellow travelers. For instance, when it entered the already liberated city of Wuppertal, the U.S. Army disbanded the anti-fascist municipal council and police. The military government didn't want any Bolsheviks thinking they could take over now that the Nazis had been kicked out. 79 The Allied position infuriated the German left. Olich writes, "The German left argued strongly that Allied re-education programs blocked an indigenous German reckoning with the Nazi past. 80. U.S. and British military authorities also lost potential anti-fascist allies by undermining labor unions. From the perspective of unions, denazification required the affirmation of workers' rights that had been stripped under Hitler, in particular, their right to organize. Yet U.S. and British occupation authorities banned all union organizing and political activity. Trade unions were not allowed to negotiate wages, working conditions, or working hours. Workers' councils, with their origin in a more radical pre-war political tradition than the trade unions, were dissolved. 81 In a 1946 report for the Office of Strategic Services, Marcuse captured the political ramifications. The trade unionists assert that the prevailing tendency towards centralization of economic life under government control calls for corresponding centralization of the trade union movement. They argue that this becomes increasingly imperative as the reactionary forces of business leadership became more active. Lack of integration, it is claimed, would seriously weaken the effectiveness of labor's resistance to these forces. Marcuse went on to observe that the restrictions which Anglo-American policy implies are considered tantamount to an atomization of labor, which in turn weakens the position of the democratic forces in their struggle against entrenched reactionary interests in big industry. 82. Some in the higher reaches of the U.S. government realized that imposed denazification would achieve little and wanted local partners to take the lead. Vice President Henry Wallace, influenced by the writing of leftist German émigrés, hoped that Germans would mete out justice to their own Nazi overlords, negating the need for denazification from abroad. Among those who might have carried out that mission were leaders of the Social Democratic Party who had been chased into exile. For example, the SPD politician Willy Brandt had an expansive sense that not only Nazi Party leaders and Gestapo terrorists were guilty, but also Junkers, big industrialists, generals, bureaucrats, and professors who were involved and who unleashed terror and war. 83. Real change could have emerged from that perspective. The Soviet zone, promise squandered. There was an alternative to collective guilt and sweeping individual criminalization. Glimpses of that alternative could be discerned in initiatives taken in the Soviet sector, where the occupiers promoted socialization of industry and large-scale land holdings and emphasized internal political mobilization, at least for a time. In the early post-war period, it seemed that the Soviets would implement the hardest piece of all. Stalin, as we have seen, supported the most extreme formulation of the Morgenthau Plan, and it is not hard to imagine why. The Soviet experience of the war had been far worse than that of the Western powers. Soviet troops had seen their own land devastated, Frederick Taylor writes. They were living witnesses of the fact that at least 25 million of their compatriots of all ages and both sexes had died in battle, or by massacre, and often by deliberate starvation, all in an aggressive German war of choice executed by Hitler's forces with scant regard for even the most basic, minimally humanizing rules of conflict. 84. Not surprisingly, Soviet troops entering German territory were often driven by a spirit of revenge and took to looting, pillage, and rape. By May 1945, however, top Soviet officials had decided to ease up. They did not impose total control over their zone in the manner of the Western Allies. Instead, there was talk of a distinctive German road to socialism. That month, Stalin told German communist leaders that the need of the hour was an anti-fascist parliamentary regime and that the time for the Sovietization of Germany was not yet ripe. A U.S. officer ruefully noted that there were no collective guild posters in the Soviet zone. Bittiscombe notes that the Soviets exculpated the small Nazis, which became the source of considerable conflict with the Americans. 85. The organizing principles of early Soviet occupation and denazification differed dramatically from those in the Western zones. Certainly, there were hard peace supporters in the Soviet Union, such as the prolific writer Ilya Ehrenberg. But, in Bittiscombe's telling, two other schools of thought eventually held sway. One saddled responsibility with the Junkers, an archaic militarist elite that had survived into the modern period. Leninist in fervor and formulation, this school called for nationalization of industry and rapid land reform. Another group championed a popular front strategy, calling for the mobilization inside the Soviet zone of a broad anti-fascist coalition. 86. Land reform and nationalization of industry were radical avenues toward socio-economic change. As they moved into Prussia, the Soviets expelled, arrested, or interned Junkers and other large landowners. Their properties were seized and redistributed to small farmers. Meanwhile, factories were nationalized or broken down and moved to Soviet territory as reparations. 87. In addition to Junkers, fascists and war criminals saw their property and businesses declared forfeit. On October 30, 1945, Soviet military authorities ordered the requisition of the entire productive property of Nazi activists, armaments manufacturers, war criminals, and financiers in Saxony. A few days later, another order authorized the immediate expropriation of the former Nazi Party itself along with its affiliated organizations. A June 1946 plebiscite organized by German communists in the Soviet zone overwhelmingly approved the nationalization of around 1,000 larger businesses or branches of businesses together employing more than 100,000 workers in Saxony alone. The vote was supported by 76% of the electorate. 88 At no point were Germans in the Western zones asked to vote on policy under occupation. Alongside radical socio-economic reform, the Soviets promoted political change by turning to the Germans themselves. Although the Soviets did not hesitate to imprison and otherwise punish Nazi leaders, ordinary members of the party and so-called fellow travelers were to be rehabilitated. Whereas JCS 1067 called not only for the prosecution of the leaders of National Socialism, but for a widespread purge of complicit individuals from public life, denazification in the Soviet zone called for the rehabilitation of ordinary members of the Nazi Party and fellow travelers, according to Oleg. He cites a minor former Nazi Party member, who hailed the approach at an assembly of former Nazis in support of the Socialist Union Party, "Long live the said, big friend of the small Nazis." 89. One object of the Soviet political program was to encourage German anti-Nazis to organize and thereby transform occupation into liberation. The military government identified anti-Nazis and helped them organize political parties. The Soviets also encouraged their participation in local governments. In July 1945 the Soviets became the first of the Allies to install state governments. Local administrations were put in the hands of 70 German communist emigrants from Moscow and some 300 former German POWs who had attended anti-fascist schools in the USSR. 90. The Soviets were also the first of the Allied occupying powers to allow the formation of post-war political parties. The Communist Party was officially refounded in Russian-controlled Berlin a little more than a month after the end of the war. It was followed rapidly by the restored SPD, then the Conservative and Religious Christian Democratic Union, and the anti-communist and anti-fascist Liberal Democratic Party of Germany. Later, these would either be disbanded, or absorbed into the Communist Party, renamed the Socialist Unity Party. The contrast with the Western zones in the early period could not have been sharper. While the Western Allies treated Germans of any kind Nazi or not with distrust, the Soviets established German administration at the local level. The decision to do so perhaps reflected a magical thinking. Soviet leaders, including Stalin, argued that German workers had been terrorized into submission by Nazi forces but had never been won over by Nazi ideology. Matters were, of course, never so simple. Walter Ulbricht, the Weimar-era communist who would go on to lead the German Democratic Republic, conceded just 6 weeks after Germany's defeat in the war, "The tragedy of the German people consists in the fact that they obeyed a band of criminals. The German working class and the productive parts of the population failed before history." 91 The Soviets would have shown still greater boldness had they pursued their radical effort without deluding themselves about the innocence of the German worker. This relative idyll did not last long. Democratization demanded that all anti-fascist forces be free to organize and stand in elections, but the Soviets quickly came to see risks in the sheer diversity of forces that took advantage of these freedoms. Non-communist anti-fascists and communists who dissented from the Soviet party line, such as Germans inspired by the example of Rosa Luxemburg, presented a challenge to Soviet control of the zone. Stalin's tolerance for free and therefore potentially pro-Western thought in the zone only decreased as the Cold War set in with the introduction of the Marshall Plan in June 1947 and its gradual implementation in 1948 and 1949. At the same time, the Soviet leadership read developments elsewhere in the Eastern Bloc, especially Yugoslavia, as a warning signal. There was a growing call to rein in sectarian tendencies. When the Yugoslav Party was expelled from the Cominform in June 1948, said members like Anton Ackermann who called for a German road to socialism were marginalized. 92. The years that followed were marked by the imperative to maintain order in the midst of post-war tumult. Particularly concerning was the westward flow of refugees. Between 1949 and 1961, about 2 million Germans left the East, cutting its population by about 1/9. The key institution for maintaining order in the face of East Germany's many troubles was its police force, the Stasi. The first German institution created in the Soviet-occupied zone, the Stasi eventually penetrated every pore of German society. It was in turn penetrated by former Nazis, and not just small Nazis. The final blow for political reform in the East came on June 17, 1953, when the East German government turned to the Soviet armed forces to crush a popular uprising. Bertolt Brecht, the great German dramatist and poet, memorialized the moment when it became clear that a new day would not be dawning after all. After the uprising of the 17th of June, the secretary of the Writers' Union had leaflets distributed in the Stalin Alley, stating that the people had forfeited the confidence of the government, and could win it back only by redoubled efforts. Would it not be easier, in that case, for the government to dissolve the people and elect another? 94. The end of denazification. First the French, then the British, and finally the Americans in March 1946 turned over the responsibility for denazification to Germans, retaining direct control over only a small number of cases. 95. A German minister of denazification was appointed for each zone, and on April 1, 1946, a special law established 545 civilian tribunals under German administration. On day 1, the tribunals had 900,000 cases. Technically these tribunals were under the oversight of the military governments, but their administrators were allowed a lot of freedom. The aim of denazification was changed from punishment to rehabilitation. Even if someone was guilty according to formal criteria, the tribunal could, when determining sentencing, consider mitigating factors. 96. While any German who had contributed to the development or support of National Socialism or militarism could be called to account, a finding of guilt could be overridden on the basis of a just consideration of his individual responsibility and his actual conduct, taken as a whole. Frederick Taylor suggests that this was a license to acquit. 97. Corruption spread through the system, as denazification certificates were bought and sold on the black market. And those found guilty were often required to pay fines in Reichsmarks, which had become nearly worthless, meaning they escaped punishment. 98. In early 1947, the Allies had held 90,000 Nazis in detention in West Germany, another 1.9 million were forbidden to work as anything but manual laborers. Denouncing Victor's justice, the denazification minister in Bavaria, Anton Pfeiffer, presided over a system that reinstated 75% of officials the Americans had dismissed and reclassified 60% of senior Nazis in order to commute their punishments. Among secondary school teachers in Bavaria who were fired by 1946, half returned to work within 2 years. It got so bad that in October U.S. authorities warned Bavaria's premier, Wilhelm Hoegner, to report improper behavior by the tribunals. 99. According to an American report, by 1949, 85% of civil servants in Hesse who had been removed were back at their jobs. In May 1949, at the time the West German state and constitution were coming into being, between 30 and 60% of officials in the Bavarian government were ex-Nazis. That same year the newly established Federal Republic ended all investigations into the past behavior of civil servants and army officers. In August 1950 a quarter of all departmental heads in the Bonn ministries were ex-Nazis. The Bundestag, the lower house of parliament in the Federal Republic, declared denazification complete on December 15, 1950, and the following year a blanket amnesty was established in the form of the Entnazifizierungsschlussgesetz law ending denazification. By 1953 the proportion of ex-Nazis in the central government civil service reached 60%. In the foreign ministry in 1952 the proportion was 2/3. 100. Under Chancellor Konrad Adenauer, West Germany enacted amnesty laws affecting about 792,176 people. You'd estimated that, by 1951, 94% of judges and prosecutors, 77% of finance ministry employees, and 60% of civil servants in the regional agricultural ministry were former Nazis. In addition, 43% of the newly constituted German diplomatic corps were former SS men and another 17% had served in the SD or Gestapo. 101. Perhaps the greatest condemnation of denazification lies not in the fact that so many Nazis once deemed removable were restored to their posts but in German public opinion. Throughout the years 1945 to 1949, 60% of West Germans, a population totaling more than 50 million, thought that Nazism was a good idea, badly applied. In November 1946, a survey found that 37% of Germans in the American zone thought the extermination of the Jews and Poles and other non-Aryans was necessary for the security of the Germans. Another survey, from 1952, confirmed that nothing had changed. 37% of West Germans believed it was better for Germany to have no Jews in its territory. A poll taken a year earlier found that only 5% of West Germans felt guilty about the fate of the Jews. 102. It should come as no surprise, then, that Adenauer faced a great deal of opposition in establishing compensation for the victims of Nazi rule. But he was able to win enough support in the Bundestag by arguing that the payment of reparations established the success of denazification. It was time to move on to the victims, because the culprits had been prosecuted. 103. Even more significant was that those compensated were not fellow Germans or even Europeans but residents of a foreign state, Israel. What better evidence could there be that the final solution had worked? The Jews were gone, the handful of Germans responsible had paid for their crimes, and in just a few short years the country was re-established as a responsible, even admired, participant in the global order. In the decades since, Germans have continued paying reparations to Israel, in absolution for their own violent nationalist project and in support of another. 3. Settlers and natives in apartheid South Africa. In a 1998 lecture in South Africa, I asked the following question: when does a settler become a native? The answer, I believed then and believe now, is never. The native, I argued, is a creation of the settler state. The native is the settler's invented other. The settler claimed not only to be defined by history but to be its maker, at the same time stigmatizing the native as an unthinking captive of unchanging custom and a product of geography. My conclusion was that settler and native are joined, neither can exist in isolation. Should you destroy one, the other would cease to exist. In the course of the struggle against apartheid, South Africans did something remarkable. They tried, with incomplete success, to destroy the settler and the native by reconfiguring both as survivors. They did so by adopting a response to extreme violence that defied the logic of Nuremberg, the logic of separating perpetrators from victims, punishing the perpetrators, and creating separate spheres in which the two could live without harming each other in an ongoing cycle of violence. By thinking of extreme violence as a political rather than criminal act, South Africans were able to shift focus from individual transgressions of law to the issues that drove the violence and the needs of the people who survived it. Instead of going to court, they sat around a conference table. Rather than turn to a trial to produce truth and punish offenders, they negotiated reforms to make the political system more inclusive, recognizing that perpetrators as well had to be brought into the political fold. Above all, South Africans came to recognize that political identities are not permanent or natural. Activists overcame differences of race imposed on them, differences marked as African, colored, Indian, and white, to join in a single cause of breaking down apartheid. Afrikaners, once champions of apartheid, became part of the movement against it. These groups had been formed under colonialism as distinct and often rival routes, their interests said to be naturally divergent. Because of the racial difference imputed to them, they were subject to different laws and granted different opportunities to participate in the political community, or sometimes no opportunity at all. But in response to apartheid, these people learned to think anew their political relation to each other, not as others or rivals but as equals in law. In other words, South Africa attempted to decolonize, by breaking down the colonial distinction between settlers and natives and inviting them to participate in the same political community, with settlers reconfigured as immigrants. This attempt was partial. Colonial authorities created, and both colonial and apartheid authorities exploited, two kinds of distinction between settlers and natives, racial distinction and tribal distinction. The struggle against apartheid, and the new South Africa that followed, have made inroads against the politicization of race. Yet today tribe remains a supposed African tradition. Thus settler and native identities have been dismantled in some respects and retained in others. The South African case diverges instructively from that of the United States. The two countries have similar colonial histories, but only one has attempted to decolonize. Both are federations of colonized territories, the United States formed from the union of the British colonies during the Revolution, South Africa in the early 20th century from the union of the Cape Colony, Natal, the Transvaal, and other British dominions, some of which previously had been under Dutch or Boer control. The great majority of the territory circumscribed by each federation was set aside for settlers. What defined settlers in both countries was not the color of their skin, although in most settler colonies, the upper echelons of the power structure were and remain overwhelmingly occupied by white-skinned people. The settler also was not defined by language, culture, religion, gender, or socio-economic status, however these are conceived, nor by length of residency, immigration status, or even citizenship status. There were British settlers in South Africa, as well as Afrikaners, white European settlers in America, some who came in voluntarily, as indentured servants, as well as enslaved and free blacks. What defined the settler was the law to which she was subject. Call it civil law. Equal subjection to civil law does not mean equality of subjects. Settlers were not and are not treated equally. The law may be discriminatory, it may be designed in ways that make it more useful to certain individuals than to others and more useful to certain communities than to others. But all of these individuals and communities are equally subject to the civil law. Within the borders of each federation were and remain inhabitants subject to another kind of law, customary law. The people governed by it are members of native tribes, so called because the civil law groups them that way. If this sounds circular, it is. Natives are not natives because of anything essential to them but because they were created as natives in law by settlers. Like civil law, customary law is unequal. It can offer its native enforcers capricious and tyrannical authority over other natives. But customary law, in both America and South Africa, is in no sense traditional. It is not a practice predating colonization. Customary law, like civil law, is created by settlers. The particular practices and norms associated with customary law are sometimes inspired by those of an era preceding colonialism, but customary law's authority over natives, and the authority of natives to wield it, derives from statutes of the civil law. Those who write the civil law ultimately determine what the customary law is, while the natives themselves serve as customary law's custodians, implementing it within the tribal territory. Together, the authors and enforcers of law determine, say, who gets to be a tribal member, which land the member may own or use, what religion the member may practice, how the member is to dress and groom himself, or whether the member is at liberty or detained. In this way, settlers ensure that the natives are civilized according to their standards. As the British colonial secretary in South Africa put it in 1849, customary law would hold so long as it was not repugnant to the general principles of humanity, recognized throughout the whole civilized world. This proclamation underlined the fact that every colonial power held itself to be the representative of the civilized world and the guardian of general principles of humanity. In the domain of civil law, the U.S. and South African settler states subjugated residents racially. In the domain of customary law, both settler states subjugated residents tribally. These regimes of racial and tribal control overlapped, but they were not and are not reducible to each other. The racial regime embedded in civil law enjoined both the privileged racial community and the deprived racial community to participate in an order in which the privileged benefited from the labor of the deprived. The tribal regime embedded in customary law enjoined only natives. In South Africa, customary law applied to all natives, but only natives considered indigenous within particular tribal homelands had customary rights. Other natives, deemed immigrants within these tribal homelands, were denied the protections of customary law, including customary rights to land. In the United States, too, natives considered non-indigenous within a particular reservation are denied membership and therefore customary rights. Thus tribal customary law has itself been made discriminatory. Customary and civil law and their divergent jurisdictions constituted the backbone of the colonial systems in the United States and South Africa. That system is retained in the United States today, largely without changes. In South Africa, it was altered dramatically by the introduction of apartheid in the late 1940s. From the standpoint of the white-dominated state, apartheid was necessitated by the breakdown of the dual system of tribal and racial control amid industrialization. With the economy booming, Africans were moving into cities for work. And when they arrived, some of them organized into unions demanding better pay and treatment. The presence of African agitators in urban South Africa and the threat they posed to the economic interests of whites was a crisis in need of solution. Apartheid was that solution, an effort artificially to retribalize millions of natives by forcibly settling them in homelands, renamed Bantustans, which would be administered under the tightened fist of native authorities. Africans could return to cities as migrant laborers, but they would be denied the right to reside there. If the market economy detribalized labor, forcing it out of villages into industry, apartheid's political solution was to retribalize that labor by sending it home. Apartheid, too, sparked unrest and eventually crisis. But this time the crisis had a productive resolution, the Convention for a Democratic South Africa, the negotiations to end apartheid carried out between 1990 and 1994. It is CODESA, in particular, that rejected the Nuremberg model. The goal was never to single out perpetrators to name and shame, in the parlance of the contemporary, Nuremberg-inspired human rights regime. CODESA's goal was to create a new political system in which all members of the preceding regime, both enemies and supporters of apartheid, would be included. The creation of a new political system did not happen in Europe after World War II. The victims and the perpetrators were separated by means of ethnic cleansing and the establishment of the State of Israel. The post-conflict German state was built by outsiders, while the internal resistance to the Nazis was denied participation. In South Africa, internal resistance movements forced the issue of apartheid's injustice, necessitating the settlement that ended apartheid. In critical ways, that settlement reflected the key transformation wrought by the resistance. The Black consciousness movement, labor organizers, and student groups opposed to apartheid overwrote the political identification associated with race. They encouraged Africans, coloreds, Indians, and whites to see themselves as capable of inhabiting the same political community. They showed that political identity is mutable, not inborn, that it is a product of history. The state that followed apartheid bore this out by uniting South Africans under a single government and law, albeit with many concessions to whites, intended to keep them at the negotiating table. It was, however, not the internal resistance from anti-apartheid groups that led the negotiations. That task fell to representatives of more mainstream organizations, such as the African National Congress, headed by Nelson Mandela. In the 1960s, the ANC and others initially engaged in a militant liberation movement modeled on those of other decolonizing African states such as Mozambique, Angola, and Algeria. But efforts at armed liberation in South Africa resulted in crackdowns on militant leaders like Mandela, who were imprisoned or expatriated. In prison and exile, armed liberators lost connection with the very constituencies whose challenges they were committed to addressing. More like diplomats, they won the favor of international politicians and boycott movements and gained prestige. Perhaps it was through these international engagements that they learned to be neoliberal, to reduce the work of political systems to the work of individuals, as Nuremberg had. The result was the most famous but least constructive mechanism of the post-apartheid transition, truth and reconciliation. Whereas Coetzee responded to apartheid by imagining a new political community in which enemies became adversaries, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission sought to pin blame on individual perpetrators and provide restitution to individual victims. Formed in 1995, the TRC transformed the political violence of apartheid into criminal violence, per the Nuremberg-inspired human rights regime. The results were perverse. The TRC ignored millions of black political prisoners and victims of ethnic cleansing, displaced from their homes into Bantustans. The Commission catalogued just 20,000 cases of victimization. In the meantime, the TRC absolved apartheid's white constituency by putting all responsibility on individual perpetrators. The TRC's narrative of apartheid tells South Africans to ignore their history. It says that violence comes down to people's personal choices, that it is not a matter of how the state functions or a product of the ways that political constituencies think about the issues that matter to them. This narrative helps to maintain racial privilege even in a South Africa with formal racial equality. Whites, ignorant of their complicity as beneficiaries of apartheid, continue to function as a social elite. The result is growing tension over a political system that provides for universal franchise but cannot supply social justice. The concessions made to whites during the negotiations to end apartheid, concessions enshrined in the national constitution and in laws governing local administration, ensure that the problem of social justice will not be solved anytime soon. But it is important to realize that, in exchange for those concessions, something critical was achieved. The crisis of apartheid might have been resolved with mass bloodshed, leading either to new forms of legal subjugation or to political and spatial separation. Both outcomes would likely have fostered more violence, in an ongoing cycle. Instead, South Africa now has competing political constituencies working to achieve their goals under the aegis of a system seen as legitimate by the participants. This is possible because, in spite of the TRC, enough South Africans have been willing to rethink political identity. They have come to recognize that the racial political identities of the past were not timeless but rather created by political processes. As such, they could be dismantled by political processes as well. South Africans have thus felled one pillar of the settler versus native distinction in their country, race as political identity. This is the key divergence from the U.S. situation. The United States, too, has partially deracialized, but in the U.S. condition, this does not constitute decolonization, for racialization in the United States does not distinguish settler from native. In the United States, the determinants of the native versus settler distinction are more firmly rooted today than ever before, so deep in the marrow of law and society that they are invisible. In South Africa, half of those determinants were made visible and were contested. The other pillar of the settler versus native distinction, tribe, persists in the architecture of the South African state, as it does in the United States. In South Africa, tribe has been naturalized, presumed to be part of a timeless native, that is, African culture. In the former Bantustans, the regime of customary law remains substantially unreformed. In rural South Africa, violence continues among Africans who define themselves as tribally distinct. Africans are still denied rights under the customary regime, should they live in the wrong tribal homeland. In urban South Africa, Africans and other persons of color seen as tribal strangers, and thus intruders, are periodically the target of what is called xenophobic violence. South Africa's story tells us much about how a society can go about decolonizing. But it also speaks to the enormous challenge of that worthy project. Apartheid's colonial prehistory. Apartheid was the culmination of a half-century-long contest among settlers, Boer, and British, over how to govern natives. Both sides agreed that political democracy would define the character of settler political society, and that natives would be excluded from it. But there was a long debate on the native question, how to impose a durable peace on the natives. The options had already been laid out in the United States, one accented race, the other tribe. Race defined the position of enslaved Africans, who collectively occupied the lowest rung of a national racial hierarchy. Blacks constituted a single racial group governed by the same law as their oppressors, a law with discrimination built into it. Indians, by contrast, were organized into legally distinct tribes and placed outside the national hierarchy. Once herded onto reservations, they were subjugated directly by the central state but also indirectly, through customary law, an official version of what were said to be their own institutions, flattened and extended across reservations. In South Africa, the tribal option was identified with the natal colony and the race option with the Cape Colony. Tribe, the natal model. The colony of Natal was annexed by Britain in 1843. It was immediately clear to the settlers that the predominantly Zulu natives were, as they say, restive. A Colonial Locations Commission, established in 1846 and tasked to demarcate African reserves, described the alarming state of affairs. The natives' own laws are superseded, the restraints which they furnish are removed. The government of their own chiefs is at an end, and, although it is a fact that British rule and law have been substituted in their stead, it is not less true that they are almost as inoperate as if they had not been proclaimed, from a want of the necessary representatives and agents to carry them out. The Commission concluded, the danger of such a state of things scarcely needs our pointing out. The Commission recommended corralling natives into separate locations and administering each under a system of justice that should conform as much to their own law as is compatible within the principle of ours. Roughly 100,000 natives were brought together in 10 separate locations under this scheme. The result was a dual segregation, both territorial with natives geographically separated and institutional, with colonists in Natal subject to civil law and natives to customary law. Point 2. The native agents administering customary law would be called chiefs. Their powers were formalized through statutes of 1849, 1878, and 1891.3. These were draconian laws by any standard. The tribal chief was a local despot who could requisition tribesmen for any number of purposes, including defense, or to suppress disorder or rebellion, or as laborers for public works, or for the general needs of the colony. The tribal chief was in turn appointed and removable by the supreme chief, who was not a native but the lieutenant governor of the colony. The nomenclature of supreme chief suggested that his powers were a continuation of native tradition, but in fact they exceeded those of any pre-colonial despot. He could forcibly move any tribe, portion thereof, or individual to any part of the colony. He could amalgamate or divide tribes. He had absolute power to call upon all natives to supply labor. The supreme chief possessed powers to make rules by fiat and to settle conflicts. He had the authority to punish by fine or imprisonment or both. He stood above any law. The supreme chief is not subject to the Supreme Court, or to any other court of law for any action done either personally or in council. The regime of absolute control reorganized relations within Zulu society, establishing a rigid patriarchy in which the native headman of each kraal, or village, exercised total authority over minors and women within his domain. By law he was the absolute owner of all property belonging to his kraal, and it was his duty to settle all disputes within. All residents of a kraal were minors in law, except for married men, widowers, and adult men not related to the kraal head. Unless exempted by civil legal authorities, women were always considered minors and without independent power. They could neither inherit nor bequeath. All income was controlled by the head of the kraal, who was given powers to disinherit any minor who may disobey him. Kraal heads also had police powers, ranking as constables within the precincts of their own kraals and authorized to arrest summarily any person therein. Kraal heads were also given powers to inflict corporal punishment upon inmates of their kraals for any just cause. The code went on to specify the type of salute natives must give and the manner in which they must hail each category of official, from the white supreme chief to the native headman. Thus were the general principles of humanity, recognized throughout the whole civilized world, imposed. Native governance in Natal was the essence of colonial absolutism, rule by decree, without judicial or parliamentary restraint. That approach continued after South Africa became independent. The South Africa Act of 1909, the law that was the basis of union, vested control over native affairs in the Governor-General, not in Parliament, ensuring that natives would continue to live under a distinct legal system that amounted to a dictatorship in which all power flowed from a single official. Race, the Cape model. While the natives of Natal were herded into locations where they were governed indirectly by customary law, the natives of the Cape Colony were ruled directly by the colonizer under a single legal order based on racial hierarchy. When the English took charge of the Cape from the Dutch in the early 19th century, the territory included white settlers and two colonized groups, indigenous Khoikhoi and imported Malay slaves. The Cape swelled as the English conquered the Xhosa people, who inhabited the eastern part of the territory, in the course of a century of conflicts inscribed in colonial history texts as the Kaffir Wars of 1779 to 1879. In the face of this prolonged armed resistance, the masters of the Cape were determined to uproot all native institutions. The colonists saw the tribe as signifying both a territorial parameter of defense and an ideological anchor of the native struggle for autonomy. Thus, what worked for the colonizer in Natal did not in the Cape. In the Natal colony chiefs were empowered, in the Cape colony, chiefs were smashed in an effort to erode the military capacity of the tribes and stem their rebellious ways. For about 3 decades in the mid-1800s, this goal dominated native policy in the Cape. Yet tribalism proved hard to kill. In the scattered Cape reserves that punctuated the space between one settler farm and another, there flourished small parcels of land where tribal courts and tribal law continued to operate under makeshift arrangements, for in some places, integration under the civil law was realized, but elsewhere it was a fiction. The point was driven home in 1871, when the Cape annexed Basutoland and refused to assimilate natives into the colonial legal system. When the Soto petitioned for the parliamentary franchise in 1872, the colonial governor's response was revealing. He warned the Soto that, if they joined the central legal order, colonial law would have to supersede Soto law, the unoccupied land would be appropriated and sold, and whites be allowed to acquire land and settle in Basutoland 5. Various advisors shared the view that indirect rule was best. The Cape Native Laws and Customs Commission of 1880 to 1883 warned the government against excessive interference in the affairs of recently conquered communities. From across the Natal border, the British colonial official Theophilus Shepstone counselled that, the main object of keeping natives under their own law is to ensure control of them. To drive the point home, he reminded the Commission that Natal's African population has never taken up arms against us, while your people have, and that, in my opinion, alters the position of things very much. 6 Shepstone, and increasingly Cape authorities, understood that a rebellious peasantry cannot be ruled through an authority both externally imposed and externally administered. Some form of indirect rule would be needed. The shifting realities of the Cape political economy also progressively undermined the notion of a single civil law based on racial hierarchy. What changed was the relative political strength of agricultural and mining interests. As mining expanded, so did the political power of mining corporations, whose labor needs differed from those of farmers. Settler farmers wanted to break up tribes so as to release labor that could be housed, absorbed, and controlled on the farms. Mining companies, by contrast, wanted to maintain tribal reserves, which housed laborers when they weren't needed and released them for the seasonal work on which the mining industry relied. 7. The miners' demands won out over the course of the 20th century and ultimately served as a precursor to the apartheid system. In 1936 the Native Trust and Land Act doubled the allocation of land to peasant communities, and the area was cordoned off from private possession, whether by white settlers or native proprietors. The natives were not, however, able to possess land under the civil system of freeholding and leasing, rather, their land tenure was based on customary law. The idea was to maintain a pipeline of migrant labor. By shielding land holding from the disintegrative forces of the market, customary law ensured the continued reproduction of the peasant family supported by remittances from the migrant father. The wife and children cultivated the family farm, on which future generations of adult laborers were reared and to which the adult or aging male laborer returned when no longer needed at his place of employment. When the 1955 Tomlinson Commission recommended that freehold tenure be granted to the African population in the homelands on the condition that it be adequately used in the interest of development, the government rejected the proposal because doing so would have undermined the migrant labor system. 8 In the 1950s and 1960s, under apartheid, this labor system expanded. Large numbers of Africans working in manufacturing were made permanent residents of the homelands, to which they would return when not needed in factories. 9. Transition to apartheid. Among colonial and then South African authorities, the realization gradually dawned that race and tribe ought to be seen as complementary, not exclusive, methods of native control. Over the late 19th and early 20th centuries, each method revealed itself to be a kind of solution to the other's deficits. To consolidate racial rule required anchoring in a tribal mode of control, by defining every native as member of a particular tribe, subject to regulation under its own customary law. It would be possible to divide natives into a number of tribes, each a minority on its own, and thereby contain all within the parameters of separate tribal institutions. This in turn would preserve white superiority in the central state. Defining the social status of the colonized by reference to race had two important disadvantages. First, it homogenized those colonized into a racially oppressed majority. Second, it was difficult to legitimate this mode of control because it was unmoored from any historical memory. Tribal rule at least could pay lip service to historical custom. Racism, then, tended to accentuate the colonial context of rule rather than assuage it. Its thrust was not to divide and rule but to unite. Tribalism had none of these disadvantages. Tribal identification and administration would fragment the native majority into several minorities, said to be both natural and traditional. As we have seen, settlers did fear that tribe could become a focal point of solidarity. Where they were cowed militarily, that solidarity might not take the form of rebellion, but it could take the form of demands for representation. So settlers learned how to foster division within tribes. To this end, they became militant advocates of civilization. Just as U.S. settlers picked up cudgels on behalf of former slaves and full-blood Indians in Oklahoma, to wage a fight against the Indian elite in the name of civilization, so did South African settlers embrace a civilizing mission that would emancipate ordinary tribesmen from the tyranny of chiefs and tribeswomen from slavery. The wives of a man are practically his slaves, Natal Governor Benjamin Pine lamented, and the more a man has the richer he is. His moral outrage was tinged with realpolitik. How can an Englishman with one pair of hands compete with a native man with 5 to 20 slave wives, he asked. The Kaffir Commission of 1852 to 1853 drove the point home, arguing that if the Kaffirs were rapidly becoming rich and independent, this was evidence of the increasing means of sensual indulgence available to the males. There followed the moralizing conclusion, their prosperity would be welcome if it were the fruit of men's regular and honest industry, but it flowed in fact from polygamy and female slavery. And so the Commission made its most enlightened recommendations, that polygamy and lobolo be prohibited by law. 10. In cases where land and labor were firmly pushed into settler-controlled markets where tribal autonomy had been compromised, settler opinion became concerned with the need for tribal stability. Loosed from age-old tribal bonds, the laborer, the professional, the trader, and the intellectual, like the industrious half-bloods of the 5 civilized tribes in the United States, came to symbolize a threat instead of the promise of civilization. These civilized natives demanded equal civil status and treatment regardless of racial identity. The tribal customs that yesterday were seen as cementing the bonds of resistance now appeared in a new light. As H. J. Simons notes, traditional leaders, the diviners, herbalists, and chiefs, had lost ground to the new elite. Whites regretted the erosion of tribal discipline and the decay of customs that formerly kept young people in check. 11. To understand how tribalism, once seen as the focal point of native resistance, came to be understood as an efficient mode of native control, we need to place the changing terms of the debate over racial and tribal control in the context of a shifting social and political landscape. The crisis of native control. The turn to tribe followed the realization that racial segregation alone was insufficient to prevent racial mixing. The Cape pioneered the segregation of urban Africans in locations in 1903, following the passage of the 1902 Native Reserve Location Act, one in Ndabini and the other in New Brighton. The Transvaal followed suit that same year, as did Natal in 1904. But formal segregation did not succeed in keeping people apart. The 1922 Stallard Commission deplored miscegenation in urban areas, where blacks and poor whites lived cheek by jowl in squalid shanty towns. The Commission spelled out a new urban policy in words that have since been chiseled in the annals of South African history: the native should only be allowed to enter urban areas, which are essentially the white man's creation, when he is willing to enter and to minister to the needs of the white man, and should depart therefore when he ceases so to minister. 12. Segregation also was failing in rural areas. The 1920 Native Affairs Act set up separate local governance councils for blacks, called bunga. This led to concern within the Native Affairs Department about the wisdom of constituting trans-tribal representative institutions that would disintegrate tribal bonds. For instance, nearly the entire native population of the Transkei region was included in the Transkei Bunga by 1923, alarming the NAD. Department staff worried that such a move would tend to produce a bond of interest among the black vis-a-vis the white. 13. Enthusiasm for councils waned. No new councils were established between 1920 and 1926, and legislation in 1926 substantially reduced the powers of councils. 14. By the end of the 1920s, the wind had changed direction. Leading settlers saw clearly the connection between miscegenation in Cape shanty towns and rural trans-tribal bonds. In his 1929 Rhodes Lecture at Oxford, the military general and statesman Jan Smuts was unequivocal on the issue: at the root of the color problem in South Africa, he argued, were urbanized or detribalized natives. 15. A solution to this problem was the 1927 Native Administration Act. The law designated the Governor-General the supreme chief of all natives, whether they were located in tribal homelands or elsewhere. Everyone designated native, then, would be subject to customary law, even if they lived in a city also inhabited by settlers subject to civil law. The supreme chief was to rule by decree, subject to neither parliamentary nor judicial restraint. He was given the power to amend the 1891 Native Code by proclamation. Not only could he divide or amalgamate tribes, as in the 1891 Code, but he was also given powers to constitute a new tribe. He could create and define pass areas within which natives may be required to carry passes and prescribe regulations for the control and prohibition of the movement of natives into, within, or from any such areas. To give teeth to these powers, the Supreme Chief could appoint a native commissioner, his assistant, or a chief, in other words, the entire native administration. He could confer power over civil and criminal jurisdiction to lesser chiefs. For the first time, chiefs and headmen were empowered to establish courts on the basis of authority given by government warrant. 16. The extremity of the Supreme Chief's powers reflected the depth of settler fears as blacks mobilized around political demands cutting across tribal boundaries. A key focal point of mobilization was the fast-expanding Industrial and Commercial Workers' Union of Africa. The ICU was a general union encompassing everyone from peasants to petty entrepreneurs, but its core was migrant workers. At a time when opposition usually took the form of formal petitions to the authorities, the ICU was marked by its militant call for open defiance of past laws, a minimum wage and equality of opportunity. 17. The ICU's reach was considerable. In 1920 it organized a work stoppage that involved 40,000 African mine workers. At the height of its popularity in 1927 to 1929, ICU had between 100,000 and 250,000 members, according to various estimates. The ICU helped to establish a tradition of black worker resistance, that is, of racial solidarity unconcerned with tribe. As one member put it, although the initials stood for a fancy title, to us it meant basically, when you ill-treat the African people, ICU, if you kick them off the pavements and say they must go together with the cars and the ox carts, ICU. When you kick my brother, ICU. 18. The ICU did not survive the decade, but the Native Administration Act held sway over South Africa, substantially unchanged, for the next 64 years, until the implementation of the interim Constitution of South Africa in 1994. It is no wonder the law was received in Parliament with a degree of enthusiasm that General J.B.M. Hertzog, the Minister of Native Affairs, found gratifying to the point of being almost an embarrassment. The focus of that enthusiasm was the law's incitement clause, which made it a crime to act with intent to promote any feeling of hostility between natives and Europeans. Such a law would undercut any effort to mobilize natives as natives. At most, they would press for tribal interests. As Simons has argued, the incitement clause sharpened the realization that tribalism might be a bulwark against radical movements. 19. In the 1940s, the crisis of native control exploded with great intensity in urban areas. One of the most visible and influential revolts was the chain of bus boycotts in the township of Alexandra, outside Johannesburg. The boycotts were triggered by a 1-cent increase in the fare from Alexandra to Johannesburg, from 5 cents to 6. But the grievances were wide-ranging, focusing on needlessly lengthy routing, overcrowding on buses, lack of shelter at terminals, and rude transit staff who routinely failed to observe schedules. Commutes could last as long as 4 hours. During the first boycott, in 1941, as many as 15,000 people walked daily to and from central Johannesburg, turning the commute into a march. The strike committee making its case through the Alexandra Health Committee, the township's unofficial government argued that commuters were living on subsistence wages and could not afford to pay anything at all for bus fares, much less higher fares for such poor service. When fares reverted to 5 cents, workers resumed commuting by bus. Further boycotts were organized in subsequent years, making transit activism a legendary phenomenon in the South African liberation movement. 20. Whereas commuter boycotts were sustained by township-based workers, migrant laborers resisted through squatting. While the municipal segregation policy was forcing Africans out of city slums and into locations, migrant workers were moving into urban areas to fill the void. Thus, even with the segregation system in place, the urban African population doubled between 1939 and 1952.21. The result was an epidemic of squatting. A growing stratum of urban Africans had access to jobs but not to housing. 22. Others simply could not afford the available housing, given their meager earnings, and migrant workers' families could not gain access to the hostels set aside for the workers only. Squatting was always illegal, which meant that even those who resorted to squatting out of economic necessity were criminalized and found themselves involved in political action. The August 1946 miners' strikes were the most dramatic links in this chain of events. Between 60 and 100,000 migrant laborers stopped work, bringing at least 17 mines to a virtual standstill. 23. The strikes were centered on compounds, tightly controlled worker hostels inhabited exclusively by male migrant laborers while at their job sites. The strikes were countered by massive shows of force. Compounds were sealed off under armed guard as 1,600 police were called in. 12 miners were killed and more than 1,000 injured. The strikes lasted just 5 days, but they proved to be a milestone in South Africa's social and political development. 24. Labor uprisings were essential to the crisis that the state solved with apartheid, and the legacy of 1940s labor action helped to inspire the movement that eventually brought the state to the negotiating table in the 1990s. In response to the transit boycotts, squatting, miners' uprisings, and other unrest, the state appointed 2 commissions to study the urban situation. The first, the Native Laws Commission of 1946, headed by Henry Allen Fagan, saw African urbanization as inevitable. Africans were increasingly dependent on wage labor, the commission noted, because the reserves could not support a growing population. It was therefore appropriate to allow more Africans to move into the cities. They were going to come anyway, and allowing entry would help to stabilize the labor force. The Fagan report also noted emerging class divisions within the urban African population and suggested that these could be exploited. Black urbanites would of course be subject to residential segregation and a new, national pass system. The existing system applied only in certain areas. The Second Commission, headed by the National Party's Peter Sauer, was appointed to contest the Fagan report. The Sauer Commission of 1947 agreed on the need for a national pass system but on little else. This commission called for reversing the trend toward African urbanization by preventing further entry and by removing the surplus population from towns. 25. Although the commissions appeared in some ways at odds, they were in fact articulating the two prongs of what would soon become apartheid. The Sauer Commission described apartheid's political program, focused on tribalizing Africans by settling them permanently in homelands, far from the towns and cities. The Fagan Commission described apartheid's economic logic, which focused on bringing the resettled African men back into the cities as migrant laborers subject to racial control and life under supervision in compounds. When the National Party came to power in 1948, it set about establishing policies to implement the recommendations of the two commissions. In the resulting seesaw of compromises, the economic strategy was modified to allow a permanent African working class in cities, but their political voice still would be silenced beyond the context of tribal reserves. The denial of the franchise unleashed another tide of urban protest. The challenge for the post-1948 government was to put this genie back in the bottle. The solution was the policy that became apartheid, which sought to rein in unrest by forcing urban Africans into tribal confines. The theory was that they would be better contained by traditional authorities, that is, the chiefs backed up by the might of the settler state. In 1951 South Africa's leaders moved decisively to subordinate race to tribe in the formulation of native policy by implementing the Bantu Authorities Act, a comprehensive program for the restoration of fully autonomous tribal authorities. Apartheid solidifies. Apartheid's focus on tribe marked a decisive shift in native control. While blacks were moving from tribe to race as the locus of oppositional politics, the state responded by going in the opposite direction, reinvesting in tribe as the antidote to black militancy. The logic is simple enough, it had played out before, as we have seen. When racial solidarity posed a threat, authorities turned to tribal institutions in order to foment division. But apartheid brought new techniques to this endeavor. To understand just what the new apartheid system did, it helps to compare it to the system it replaced. That system is known in South African historiography as segregation. Under segregation, the rural areas were administered by the Native Affairs Department, while Africans in cities were subject to municipal authorities, with some input from the NAD. This made for dramatic differences in the control of rural and urban Africans. In rural places, the NAD, with the aid of chiefs and headmen, supervised all aspects of life, from the allocation of land to the right of movement, resolution of disputes, and household affairs. The NAD could relocate or reconstitute entire communities. Any official employed by the department could by law exercise the powers of the supreme chief. In contrast to this centralized despotism, cities were subject to rules set by municipal authorities, which would individually regulate the entry, residence, and employment of Africans. In practice, this made for an uncoordinated framework. Some municipal authorities were strident in shutting down African employment, but others were open to pressures from local employers seeking access to cheap labor. Beginning in the 1950s, apartheid essentially inverted the NAD's relationship to urban and rural Africans, as part of the effort to tribalize them. Africans considered unproductive were flushed out from white farms, black spots in rural areas, and urban townships and shanties and resettled on reserves. On reserves they would be governed not by the NAD but under a decentralized form of native administration, whose focal point was no longer an agency of the central government but rather the chieftaincy. The Bantu Authorities Act and the Bantu Laws Amendment Act of 1952 beefed up the powers of chiefs and gave them authority to levy and collect taxes to finance their costs. By contrast, in urban areas the NAD emerged full-blown, replacing decentralized municipal controls with its own centralized administration. Every aspect of local administration, except health, was brought under NAD authority for urban Africans. Urban whites, of course, continued to live under civil law. Apartheid therefore combined decentralized despotism in the rural reserves with centralized despotism in urban townships. 26. Through these twin policies, on the one hand, removal to Bantustans under indirect rule, on the other, direct rule in cities, the South African government reversed the trend of African urbanization without depriving urban industry of labor. The grand design of urban removal, as Tom Lodge puts it, was to restructure the industrial workforce into one composed principally of migrant labor, thereby ensuring economic output while undercutting African organizing. 27 By 1990 half of South Africa's black population lived in the Bantustans. 28 A large slice of the black population was the victim of forced removals between 1960 and 1985, an estimated 3.5 million people, more than 10% of the South African population. Bantustans, mainly KwaZulu, also incorporated neighboring townships, bringing another 327,000 blacks under their control. Nearly two-thirds of the country's African townships declined in size over the L960s, as their residents were removed or annexed. The South African Moment. By the South African Moment, I refer to the period in the 1970s and 1980s when political initiative shifted from apartheid authorities to anti-apartheid forces. Facing three combined pressures: forced removals, which dramatically increased the insecurity of urban communities; Bantu education, which subjected black students to substandard education; and influx control, which regimented migrant labor into prison-like conditions. The urban African population responded with resistance far stronger and more durable than that of the post-war revolt to which apartheid was the response. Over the course of decades, anti-apartheid forces shifted from spontaneous, dramatic acts of confrontation to sustained organization, leading to a decisive change in the very idea of what resistance could be and fostering the crisis that eventually forced the breakdown of the apartheid system. The South African Moment that I detail below unfolded in three phases. The first was the turn from resisting within the terms set by apartheid governance to redefining these terms. Second was a shift from demanding an end to apartheid to providing an alternative to apartheid. Third was a shift from representing the oppressed black majority to representing the whole people. The early anti-apartheid activism of the 1950s took for granted apartheid's political framework. Specifically, apartheid divided the population into four groups: Africans, Indians, coloreds, and whites, and activists sorted themselves accordingly. Africans joined the long-standing African National Congress and Indians the Natal Indian Congress, organized by Mohandas Gandhi in 1894. Coloreds took part in the Colored People's Congress. Whites established the Congress of Democrats in the early 1950s to represent their opposition to apartheid. These racially demarcated resistance groups sometimes worked together under the aegis of the Congress Alliance, whose high point was the ringing declaration of 1955 known as the Freedom Charter: South Africa belongs to all those who live in it. But this declaration was made by elites who mostly segregated themselves. Decades would pass before they formally joined under the same organizational structures. It was, for example, only in 1987 that the ANC admitted Indians and coloreds into its National Executive Committee. The mode of governance introduced by colonialism and perfected by apartheid had been so effectively naturalized that even resistors replicated it. After 1960, if not before, this method of activism based on declarations and petitions seemed both quaint and backward. That was the year of the Sharpeville massacre. On March 21, some 7,000 Africans gathered outside the police station in Sharpeville, a black township 50 miles south of Johannesburg, to protest apartheid. The police were notified ahead of time but attempted anyway to disperse the peaceful crowd. In the resulting scuffle, a police officer was knocked over, and soon the police were shooting. Dozens of Africans were killed and scores more wounded. Many were shot in the back. The state then shut down protests and banned anti-apartheid organizations, including the Pan-Africanist Congress, which had organized the Sharpeville protest, and the ANC. The ANC did not go away, though. It turned to armed struggle, as would the faithful to a messiah. The ANC established a new militant organization known as Umkhonto wa Sizwe, the Spear of the Nation, in 1961. At its helm was Nelson Mandela. Mandela and fellow militants were dazzled by the success of Vietnamese communists against all odds. Closer to home, they looked to Algeria and Angola and Mozambique for inspiration. Mandela visited selected independent African countries, looking for training opportunities and financial assistance. He recalled the experience in his book Long Walk to Freedom. A highlight of the trip was Algeria, in Mandela's words the closest model to our own. But that is where the resemblance ended. The decades that followed would record a sharp difference in both the nature of the struggle and its outcome in the two countries. Faced with the reality of an independent Algeria, a million Pied Noirs would leave for France. In South Africa, however, most settlers would stay, becoming part of the post-apartheid political community. From Algeria, Mandela went to Senegal. He returned to South Africa, where he was arrested in 1962, prosecuted, and jailed for 27 years. The results of the armed struggle were by and large negative, although, in indirect ways, far-reaching. Many militants were barricaded in jail, others fled to avoid prison. The black population was left leaderless, immobilized and pacified. As capital took command, the 1960s were a time of rapid economic development, when huge amounts of foreign investment moved into South Africa. Meanwhile, the exiles traded their fatigues for suits and ties. While liberation movements dissipated at home, their former leaders became professional revolutionaries operating on a global scale. At a safe distance from both apartheid's terror machine and the discipline of internal struggle, they fostered a growing international anti-apartheid lobby. As their movements developed in sophistication and gained international contacts and legitimacy, they came to resemble proto-state structures waiting in the wings for the opportunity to govern. Their chance would come in the late 1980s and early 1990s, after other activists had emerged and brought about the crisis that forced the end of apartheid. Students and workers bring apartheid to its knees. Over the 2 decades that followed Mandela's trial, there was a sea change in South African politics. The most important force for this change was not the armed struggle, nor exile politics, nor the international boycott movement. That force was provided by student activists of all colors and by migrant and township labor. Students and workers crafted a vision that exploded the narrow confines into which each had been slotted by the architects of apartheid. Standing outside the strictures of workaday routines, students were free to think beyond their specific stations in life. They recall the late 19th century Russian middle-class intellectuals who merged with the people. Migrant workers, straddling the urban and the rural, moved between the lash of customary law and the disciplinary hold of civil law, and for that same reason were not fully controlled by either. These groups rejuvenated popular protest and shattered the silence of the 1960s. Despite the obvious differences among them, they made common cause during important actions such as the Durban strikes of 1973. Together they moved the locus of struggle from exiled professional revolutionaries and imprisoned fighters to the popular strata in South Africa's communities. They brought the struggle back home. They also replaced an aborted guerrilla movement with nonviolent agitation, to enormous effect. By acting peacefully, they maintained the moral high ground and distinguished themselves from an obviously violent system of oppression. Although they did not end apartheid on their own, they created the social and political paralysis that forced South Africa's white rulers to capitulate and, in 1990, open negotiations. The student and worker uprising marked a shift not only in South Africa but in the whole paradigm of liberation struggle, preceding the Intifada that shook occupied Palestine in the 1980s and Eastern Europe's largely nonviolent revolutions of that same decade. Student initiatives were instrumental in breaking down color lines. Non-white students had earlier joined the liberal wing of the white student movement, the National Union of South African Students, looking for an effective channel of organization before they came together under the banner of blackness. This was the work of the Black Consciousness Movement, led by Steve Biko. Biko was one of the African students who had joined NSS. But he and others chafed at the paternalism and hegemony of the group's white organizers and struck out on their own. They founded the South African Students' Organization, a group open only to blacks. While this may have seemed like a reinvestment in apartheid, it was anything but. By blacks, Biko and others promoting black consciousness meant African, Indian, and colored students. Black consciousness was a historic rupture with the mindset of apartheid. Black, Biko argued, is not a color. If you are oppressed, you are black. 29. Both the white and black wings of the anti-apartheid student movement reached out to mobilize wider sections of society against apartheid. Students involved in black consciousness focused on black townships and made critical contributions to community-based protest. White students, shut out of black consciousness organizations and the black townships where they organized, were like prophets outcast, searching for a constituency. They found it in migrant worker hostels and the township fringes. Radical white students played a catalytic role in the development of independent unions that did much to nurture the crisis that brought down apartheid, as I discuss below. Militant black and white students had more in common than they realized. None was keen to join externally based organizations or to court state repression by proclaiming allegiance to an outlawed group. None heeded the argument, then fashionable in liberation circles, that anything short of armed or underground struggle, anything smacking of agitation for reforms or open organizational work, was tantamount to a recognition of the apartheid state and capitulation to it. They wanted to make change, not to be confined to jails. Their key partners in this effort, the migrant workers, seemed to knit the disparate strands of South Africa into one piece. Their meandering lives from Bantustan homes to miserable hostels and work environments brought them in contact with people from all over and with apartheid's rural and urban dimensions alike. But, seeing all they had, they did not turn to armed struggle, even as it was registering its most spectacular gains with the collapse of Portuguese colonialism in Mozambique and Angola. Instead, they went on strike. In December 1971, thousands of Ovambo contract workers struck in Walvis Bay and Windhoek, two cities in Namibia, which was then a South African protectorate. They struck in order to protest the suffering caused by the migrant labor system that was so instrumental to apartheid. In the following month, their protest grew into a general strike involving some 20,000 migrant workers. The Durban strikes followed in 1973. They began on January 9, 1973, when employees at the Coronation Brick and Tile Works struck for better wages. They marched to a nearby stadium shouting Philomonti Ufilusadikais, a man is dead but his spirit still lives. The strike spread quickly. The next day, workers at a J-Keeper Transport Company also struck for better pay. The brick and tile employees got their wage hike, but the transport workers didn't. Still, more strikes followed. Management called in police, and workers were dismissed, but many were reinstated a week or so later with a wage increase. A wave-like pattern developed. Workers of one factory would go on strike and resume work once their demands were met, and then the strike would spread to workers of another company. There would be hardly any bargaining, demands would be announced and strikes declared at the same mass meeting. The wave seemed unstoppable, reaching industrial complexes in Pinetown, New Germany, Jacobs, Mobani, and elsewhere. When the strikes spread to over 7,000 workers at South Africa's largest textile employer, the British-owned Fame Group of companies, notorious for its low wages and miserable working conditions, there was no stopping the momentum. By the end of March, close to 100,000 workers had struck. According to David Hemsen, more black workers were involved in strike action than in the previous 12 years after Sharpeville 30. The strike movement was like a magnet that attracted hitherto dispersed migrant workers, African, colored, and Indian, into a collective effort that eventually took the form of independent unions. The strikers' primary grievance was the deprivation foisted on them by apartheid economics. Migrants had to somehow manage on the job in urban areas while also remitting a portion of their earnings to their families in the reserves, all while collecting poverty wages. At the time of the Durban strike, 70% of African workers in South Africa had a monthly income below the subsistence level. This was true of the industrial workers, too, even though they possessed valuable skills. The slogans used by the protesting workers reflected this stark reality. Sifuna Malai, they cried, Asana Malai. Mali is money, which they didn't have. They were, Ari Siddha's rights, on the brink of starvation. 31. The force with which these workers broke onto the political scene in 1973 made them the focus of organizing initiatives from various quarters. The first of these were well-established groups such as the ANC and the Communist Party, linked South African Congress of Trade Unions. Many of the veteran worker leaders who approached the strikers on behalf of the ANC and SACU had just been released from political imprisonment. 32 Another cadre hoping to organize the strikers were young university-based intellectuals. These white student radicals came from the Wages Commission of NSAS, which formed in May 1972, just a few months before the Durban protests began. In the words of one of its founders, the Wages Commission brought together white students who were increasingly critical of the dominant liberal opposition because they believed it was ineffective and focused on race rather than class exploitation. 33 The students lacked ties to black industrial workers, but they were able to forge those ties with the assistance of black organizers from the old SACU unions who gave them access to black workers. 34 The activists earned workers' trust by providing services handling, menial but very important complaints, pay slips, workmen's compensation. They established organizations to assist workers in industrial zones, like the General Factory Workers Benefit Fund in Durban, the Western Province Workers Advice Bureau in Cape Town, and the Industrial Aid Society in Johannesburg. 35. The white-led student initiative, in particular the Benefit Fund, accelerated unionization that followed the Durban strikes. The Metal and Allied Workers Union formed in April 1973 in Pietermaritzburg, with Alpheus Mthethwa, an employee of the Benefit Fund, as its secretary. 36 A few months later, the National Union of Textile Workers was established in Durban, with members of the Benefit Fund once again playing a key organizing role. As more unions were formed, they put members of the Benefit Fund Executive Committee on their own boards and recruited organizers from Benefit Fund ranks. The Trade Union Advisory and Coordinating Council formed in October to help direct the course of unionization and the shape the unions had Benefit Fund veterans among its members. In 1979 industrial unions started banding together under the Federation of South African Trade Unions. Within 2 years, FOSATU counted 95,000 members in 387 organized factories spread across Natal, the Transvaal, and the Cape. Durban was but one center of black unionization. East London, on the southeast coast, was a burgeoning hub of community unions, which believed it was impossible to separate workers' factory demands from the problems they faced in townships. Their demands went beyond the workplace to include grievances related to housing, transportation, and education. Community unions took a further political stand by boycotting the official registration process to which unions were subject and aligning themselves with the exile liberation movements. By contrast, the Durban-based industrial unions stayed clear of political alignment. Cape Town-based general unions shared the boycott stance of the community unions but joined industrial unions in non-alignment. By the late 1970s, these various unions would join in a solidarity that the government struggled to oppose. White-led worker services organizations had no official role in governance of FOSATU unions, but they were nonetheless influential. In particular, they brought to the Federation and its unions historical lessons that kept them focused on the needs of the workers themselves rather than on large-scale political movements. Critics frequently accused the activists of academic Marxism and workerism, and they in turn charged their critics with a populist orientation that failed to draw relevant lessons from the past. 37 Central to that history were the Industrial and Commercial Workers' Union of Africa of the 1920s and SACU. ICU, the activists believed, was so focused on leadership that it lost sight of the shop floor and failed in its efforts to gain recognized trade union status in South Africa. 38 SACU was more successful in organizing, but it linked factory-based economic struggles with broad political struggles. This was a blessing and a curse. Its Pound a Day campaign for a living wage received massive backing from workers in the Johannesburg, Vereeniging, and Port Elizabeth areas and from the ANC. But SACU's association with the ANC led to its repression in the post-Sharpeville period, and eventually to the imprisonment and exile of its leaders. A full-time organizer from the early 1980s recalled, "The intellectuals said, don't go the route of SACU, a being dominated by the nationalist movement which used it as a recruiting ground and denied it independence." 39 This, in essence, was how the workerist tendency formulated its critique of political unionism. The focus on concrete gains at the shop level appealed to migrant workers who were focused on immediate struggles for better pay. And the aversion to linking up with community struggles also made sense to migrants, given their tenuous connections to townships. Eventually FOSETU did, however, make peace with political unionism, a move that proved important in the post-apartheid transition. In 1985 FOSETU agreed to dissolve so that its unions could merge into a new, larger federation, the Congress of South African Trade Unions, which allied with the ANC and the South African Communist Party. Many of FOSETU's white activists then joined the Communist Party and later the ANC. When the time came for a negotiated end to apartheid, they provided effective channels of communication to the white population and served as role models. If one prong of the anti-apartheid struggle involved mobilizing a population that had come to understand itself as black, the other prong involved educating a population that had always been sure it was white. White activists challenged apartheid's claim that there could be no white security without a white monopoly of power. Indeed, they suggested that the reverse may be true, that whites could be more secure if they gave up their monopoly and the strife it caused. Imperceptibly, the shift of white radicals from workerist organizing to public outreach set in motion the realization of a non-racial future. As for black mobilization, another key episode was the Soweto Uprising of 1976. Soweto was a coming of age for black community organizing. On June 16, nearly 20,000 black students gathered in the Johannesburg township of Soweto. Many of the students were high schoolers organized by the South African Students' Movement, which was heavily influenced by SASO and the Black Consciousness Movement. The students joined together to protest Bantu education, in particular, a new law requiring that classes be held in Afrikaans. As they marched peacefully through the township, they were confronted by heavily armed police, who opened fire first with tear gas and then bullets. The youth had no more than stones to throw at their assailants. Hundreds of protesters were killed. The organizers and marchers inspired a generation of community-based resistance. Everyday people in the townships were radicalized and unleashed more protests. As they did so, they found their way inside the South African prison system, including the prison at Robben Island where Nelson Mandela had been locked up for years. Mandela learned from his wife, Winnie, that there was a rising class of discontented youths who were militant and Africanist in orientation. She said they were changing the nature of the struggle and that I should be aware of them. Mandela wrote a revealing account of prison encounters with Soweto youth. The isolation section was filled with young men who had been arrested in the aftermath of the uprising. These young men were a different breed of prisoner from those we had seen before. They were brave, hostile, and aggressive. They would not take orders, and shouted Amandla, at every opportunity. Their instinct was to confront rather than cooperate. The authorities did not know how to handle them, and they turned the island upside down. Shortly after their arrival on the island, the commanding officer came to me and asked me as a favor to address the young men. He wanted me to tell them to restrain themselves, to recognize the fact that they were in prison and to accept the discipline of prison life. I told him that I was not prepared to do that. Under the circumstances they would have regarded me as a collaborator of the oppressor. These fellows refused to conform to even basic prison regulations. One day I was at the head office conferring with the commanding officer. As I was walking out with the major, we came upon a young prisoner being interviewed by a prison official. The young man, who was no more than 18, was wearing his prison cap in the presence of senior officers, a violation of regulations. Nor did he stand up when the major entered the room, another violation. The major looked at him and said, "Please take off your cap." The prisoner ignored him. Then in an irritated tone, the major said, "Take off your cap." The prisoner turned and looked at the major and said, "What for?" I could hardly believe what I had just heard. It was a revolutionary question, what for? The major also seemed taken aback, but managed a reply. "It is against regulations," he said. The young prisoner responded, "Why do you have this regulation? What is the purpose of it?" This questioning on the part of the prisoner was too much for the major, and he stomped out of the room, saying, "Mandela, you talk to him." But I would not intervene on his behalf, and simply bowed in the direction of the prisoner to let him know that I was on his side. 40. By the mid-1980s, the townships had become ungovernable. The insurrection involved a loosely organized coalition of community and work-based organizations with the United Democratic Front at the helm. The UDF brought together local groups all over the country to engage in peaceful protests of various forms, work stoppages, student protests, rent strikes. It cooperated with COSATU and other non-racial organizations. Above all, it was a focal point for a popular movement that was, in any case, very much underway. It is this popular mobilization that forced the regime to look for a negotiating partner and come to some agreement on the twin issues of majority rule and minority rights. A negotiated settlement. On February 2, 1990, State President F.W. de Klerk opened a new session of Parliament with the announcement that apartheid was over. In doing so, he made official what had become clear on the ground, thanks to the uprisings of the previous 2 decades. Whatever the supporters and beneficiaries of apartheid might have wished, the system was no longer functional. Once a pillar of South African society, apartheid had become the central focus of what was in effect an insurgent war. To sustain apartheid risked national destruction. The end of one period was the beginning of another, that of negotiation. But when negotiations began in May, they sidestepped the organizational architecture of the uprising. Like the colonial authorities who allied with customary authorities at the outset of indirect rule, the South African government turned to partners said to be the legitimate leaders of Black South Africa, even though they were marginal to the internal anti-apartheid movement that had actually forced the change that was now afoot. This time, the negotiating partner would be the ANC in exile, and one of its jailed leaders, Mandela. Mandela was released from prison a week after de Klerk's speech, but his role as the leader of the anti-apartheid negotiators was established earlier. Inside the prison, there was every attempt to isolate him from other activists, especially those associated with the urban uprising militants who might imbue in him the lessons of black consciousness and the hope of a non-racial society. His wife Winnie was likely among those who had adopted the new philosophies and methods so threatening to the apartheid system. Unlike Nelson, who had been in jail for the entire duration of the urban uprising, Winnie was very much a product of that uprising, adopting its daring and confrontational attitude. Nelson and the ANC, which began discarding apartheid's racial distinctions only a few years before his release, were no longer at the political cutting edge. Indeed, their methods had been repudiated. Their legitimacy came from international approval and Nelson Mandela's celebrity as a political prisoner, not from their leadership. Mandela wrote of his first meeting with the government's secret working group in May 1988 at a posh officers' club within Pollsmoor prison. The working group's primary question was, how would the ANC protect the rights of the white minority? The following year in March, Mandela sent a memorandum to State President P.W. Botha regarding, among other things, the minority question. Two political issues will have to be addressed, Mandela wrote. Firstly, the demand for majority rule in a unitary state, secondly, the concern of white South Africa over this demand, as well as the insistence of whites on structural guarantees that majority rule will not mean domination of the white minority by blacks. The most crucial tasks which will face the government and the ANC will be to reconcile these two positions. 41 Upon his release in 1990, Mandela brought up the issue at his first press conference. I wanted to impress upon the reporters the critical role of whites in any new dispensation. I have tried never to lose sight of this. We did not want to destroy the country before we freed it, and to drive the whites away would devastate the nation. I said there was a middle ground between white fears and black hope, and we in the ANC would find it. Whites are fellow South Africans, I said, and we want them to feel safe and to know that we appreciate the contribution that they have made towards the development of this country. Any man or woman who abandons apartheid will be embraced in our struggle for a democratic, non-racial South Africa. 42. It is striking that Mandela had the notion of majority and minority as did the apartheid government, both accepted the racialized notion of a black majority and a white minority. Even though Mandela wrote and spoke of a democratic, non-racial South Africa, he had yet to formulate the notion of a democratic, non-racial citizenship. Even so, his politics had clearly evolved. Once he had admired Algeria and Mozambique, where the post-colonial leadership had been uncompromising in its demand for justice and which most settlers had fled rather than become citizens of the new state. Now he worried that to drive the whites away would devastate the nation. What had changed? When was Mandela's moment of epiphany? Had he come to see Mozambique as Aimé Césaire had experienced Haiti in the 1940s, a warning against letting justice turn into revenge, and thus determined to avoid such an outcome in South Africa? If states like Mozambique highlighted the possibility of justice turning into revenge, Mandela's radical critics would later charge that the post-apartheid transition had not been vengeful enough, reconciliation seemingly turned into an embrace of evil. Specifically, these critics argued that Mandela erred in focusing exclusively on the question of political equality while ignoring extreme social inequality. But to believe that apartheid could simply give way to social equality was to ignore the critical tensions of the South African moment. The consolidation of the anti-apartheid movement had fostered a crisis, not a victory. The option in the early 1990s was to keep fighting, to keep breaking down the state and pitting enemies against each other, or else to reach out and achieve some compromise whereby enemies might live together as political adversaries. The success of the anti-apartheid movement had been based on such compromises, whereby whites accepted that they would not be in charge and blacks accepted that whites had something to offer, that their participation meant not capitulation to apartheid but rather resistance to it. Thabo Mbeki, who in 1999 succeeded Mandela as President of the Republic of South Africa, made a notable speech, "I am an African," clarifying that the truly radical move was the creation of a new and inclusive political order, which is what he meant by reconciliation. The speech marked the adoption of the new constitution on May 8, 1996, and took on the question of whether yesterday's settlers would be accepted as citizens of the new South Africa. Or would they be flushed out of the colony to make way for a racially cleansed independent country? Mbeki's answer was unequivocal. I am formed of the migrants who left Europe to find a new home on our native land. Whatever their own actions, they remain still part of me. I am the grandchild who lays fresh flowers on the Boer graves at St. Helena and the Bahamas, who sees in the mind's eye and suffers the suffering of a simple peasant folk, death, concentration camps, destroyed homesteads, a dream in ruins. I am an African. 43. The concentration camps Mbeki referred to were built by the British to house Boer prisoners during the Second Boer War, when the British conquered their fellow whites and took their colonies. Mbeki was announcing a transformative revision of history, in which it was not only Africans who were colonized by the British and the Boers but also the Boers. He was challenging South Africans to reimagine political identity, to see that political identity could be reimagined because it is a product of histories, not nature. If whites, too, could be colonized Africans, then they could be citizens of the post-colonial state. This did not entail blindness to the stark problem of social inequality. In another speech 2 years later, titled Two Nations and given at the opening of the National Assembly debate on reconciliation and nation building, Mbeki spoke to the difficult but inevitable challenges posed by white class privilege. Some on the left welcomed the speech for addressing so much unfinished business, others dismissed it as a rhetorical gesture that had come too late. But this view unrealistically assumes that more could have been done earlier. And it is not at all clear that the most hardline anti-apartheid activists had something better to offer. The Pan-Africanist Congress rejected compromise under the slogan "One settler, one bullet." The fact is that apartheid and the trappings of white privilege were popular among white South Africans. To steamroll it all at once and right away would have required a political movement much stronger than the one anti-apartheid forces had built. The National Party, the party of apartheid, had come to power in the whites-only House of Assembly through elections in 1948 and was returned to power in every election thereafter for the next 40-plus years. As the anti-apartheid movement gained momentum in the 1970s, the National Party gained in public support. What is more, the process leading to the dissolution of political and juridical apartheid involved a whites-only referendum. It was essential that a majority of the white population authorize its government to negotiate with representatives of the black majority. An uncompromising push for social justice may well have swung the white referendum in the direction of the rejectionists, who were gaining power as apartheid came to a close. The pro-apartheid Conservative Party gained seats at the National Party's expense in the late 1980s, emerging as the official opposition. There was a real risk that organizations like Afrikaner Weerstandsbeweging, a separatist white supremacist outfit, would sway hearts and minds. Even liberal intellectuals stoked the fears of whites. For instance, the journalist Ryan Mallon's 1990 book My Trader's Heart won big sales numbers and widespread admiration with a detailed investigation of what the pro-apartheid press called black-on-black violence. 44 The descendant of a former South African state president who considers himself a liberal, Mallon wrestled with his family's contributions to apartheid even as he narrated the story of the Hammerman, a big Zulu who wielded a heavy hammer with which he smashed the skulls of his black victims, for gains which were often puny. If they can do this to their own, Mallon was asking, what will they do to us, given half a chance? Yet white fear did not carry the day. Why? Because important sections of the liberation movement had learned to think in holistic terms. They told anyone who would listen, and these numbers grew over time, that the struggle was against not settlers but settler power. Without a state legally underwriting settler privileges, settlers would be ordinary immigrants. This was the heart of the South African moment, redefining the enemy as not settlers but the settler state, not whites but white power. By doing so, South Africa's liberation movements eased whites into the idea of a non-racial democracy. Compromise at Xhosa. The post-apartheid compromise, whereby enemies who had been dedicated to each other's elimination came to accept a shared political life, was hammered out in the Convention for a Democratic South Africa. The process began in December 1991 at Kempton Park, near Johannesburg. Xhosa was beset by tension from the start, as each side tried and failed to muster consensus within its ranks. Constituencies that rejected compromise had to be continually cowed and brought into the fold. Thus, when the Conservative Party won a by-election in Potchefstroom after Xhosa had begun, the National Party government called for a whites-only referendum in March 1992 in the hope of establishing its mandate to negotiate on behalf of whites, a mandate it won. The ANC responded to the referendum by asserting its leadership of the black majority, called for rolling mass action in May and a mass strike on June 12. To the extent that blacks followed these calls for action, they would help to establish the ANC's authority to serve as their negotiating representative. The ANC-aligned COSATU led yet another stay-away on August 3, and the ANC followed with a march on Siskay on September 7. The ANC faced considerable opposition in establishing its leadership and winning support for its position. The June 12 strike led to a massacre in the township of Boipatong, which, according to a criminal inquiry, was carried out by the Inkatha Freedom Party, an ANC rival and the tribal authority in Zululand. The ANC maintained that such a crime could not have been carried out without the complicity of South African police. The initial negotiations were carried out between the ANC and the National Party, which agreed in September 1992 to a set of binding principles known as the Record of Understanding. Other parties were brought in on March 5, 1993.45. At first the parties moved sluggishly, but that changed after Chris Hani, the General Secretary of the Communist Party, was assassinated by a far-rightist on April 10. The Communist Party had been allied with the ANC, and Hani, a former militant, was seen as a source of legitimacy for the negotiations by those who might otherwise have considered Coates's goals too moderate. As it turned out, Hani's killing probably strengthened the ANC's hand. Mandela delivered a moving oration at Hani's funeral, addressing a crowd of many tens of thousands and, indeed, the country as a whole. The day before the funeral, police said they were not sure they could manage the crowds, but the National Union of Mine Workers said they could, and they did. It was a powerful display of Mandela's leadership and of black solidarity around the ANC. Moving with urgency in the wake of Hani's killing, the negotiators agreed on June 1 that elections would be held 10 months later, on April 27, 1994. To push things along, the parties set aside controversial constitutional questions and formed technical committees to prevent and break deadlocks in the negotiations. Agreement on key issues required only what was called sufficient consensus, that is, the consent of the principals. The ANC and the National Party often forged outside the formal discussion. The principals also agreed that the interim constitution they negotiated would be durable, even though other parties and the voters never got to weigh in. The negotiations emphasized outcome over process. Indeed, the process was tailored to assure a preconceived outcome. The installation of so much power in the ANC and National Party was acknowledged by many as a blatant curb on majority rule. But there is another way to think of it, too, as subordinating the majority-minority frame to a larger quest in the name of the general interest. Anti-apartheid forces made other concessions, beyond allowing for something other than strict majority. Importantly, they affirmed that the results of CODESA would be a reform of the apartheid state, not a revolution leading to its destruction and displacement by another. The apartheid state machinery, the old bureaucracy, police, military, and the intelligence services would be retained in the context of power sharing. This also meant that the legality of apartheid would be respected, even as the system was replaced. Another major concession was to implement a process that allowed the possibility of amnesty for perpetrators who disclosed honestly the atrocities they had committed under apartheid. This would be carried out through a Commission on Truth and Reconciliation, the work of which has, in many quarters, become wrongly synonymous with the end of apartheid. CODESA produced a new government that in many ways entrenched white privilege. One of the key mechanisms for this entrenchment is the Constitution, which guarantees protection of private property as a fundamental human right. But this protection is not for all. It excludes those whose lands were appropriated after the passage of the 1913 Land Act, which, of course, incorporates those dispossessed after the introduction of apartheid in 1948. A statute in the legal code provides for the restoration of lost land to the majority population, but because this is extra-constitutional law, it usually loses out to constitutional protections when native and settler property rights are in conflict. The Constitution does allow for expropriation in the public interest, but with equitable compensation, ensuring that settler claims to ownership are generally respected. Another entrenchment of white privilege is the national law governing local administration. Two political forces in particular, white settlers and native authorities in Bantustans, gained from some of the first rules implemented by the new state. They joined forces in the course of the CODESA negotiations. For native authorities, the prizes were Act 3 of 1994, which gave constitutional recognition to the Zulu monarchy, and Schedule 6, which recognized indigenous and customary law. The big win for white settlers, in addition to constitutional protection for property rights, was the Local Government Transition Act of 1993, which installed consociational government. While the national and provincial governments were majoritarian, comprising representatives chosen through proportional election, local governing bodies would distribute seats to particular social constituencies, even if doing so allowed a minority veto. Within local governing bodies, the operative principle was the ward limitation system. It stipulated that only 40% of seats on a local council would be elected proportionally. The remaining 60% would be elected from ward-based constituencies, with the added proviso that no more than half the seats be drawn from historically black areas. This provision guaranteed whites 30% of seats, which was enough to stymie major financial decisions. Another section of the law required local authorities to muster a 2/3 majority to pass its budget. Yet another section required that the executive committee of a local government be composed in proportion to party representation on the local government council, and that all decisions be made by at least a 2/3 majority. The combined effect of these provisions was to empower local councillors representing whites. Another measure of the local government law had the effect of entrenching the white supremacist Conservative Party in town councils in the former Transvaal province. Finally, Clause 17 of the law placed practically insurmountable legal obstacles in the way of any popular project to redistribute income through taxation. The clause requires that local government levy uniform taxes across their jurisdiction. This prevents local governments from taxing white areas so as to spend more in black areas. The post-apartheid transition involved serious compromises, undoubtedly, and they have set back the quest for social justice. But something important was gained in return. The real quid pro quo was not amnesty for guilty pleas as in the process of truth and reconciliation, but the dismantling of juridical apartheid and the introduction of majority rule electoral politics at the national and provincial levels in exchange for concessions to white economic privilege. Surviving extreme violence. As a model for solving intractable conflicts, South Africa is an argument for moving from the best to the second best alternative, from a zero-sum victory on the battlefield or in the courtroom to a negotiated political reform. CODESA was thus the polar opposite of Nuremberg. I suggest we think of CODESA less as an alternative to Nuremberg than as a response to a different set of circumstances. To do so is to acknowledge that Nuremberg cannot be turned into a universally applicable formula, as contemporary human rights discourse insists. The conditions that were obtained in apartheid South Africa were different from those that led to Nuremberg in at least two ways. First, whereas Nuremberg followed a military victory, the challenge in South Africa was to halt a conflict that was ongoing, to convince sworn enemies that neither could win. This could not be done by prioritizing criminal justice and threatening to take the leadership on either side, the apartheid state or the anti-apartheid movement, to court. Such a threat would have exacerbated the conflict rather than accelerating its closure. Second, whereas Nuremberg was informed by the logic of ethnic cleansing, that is, the logic of physical and political separation between yesterday's victims and perpetrators, there was never serious thought of creating an Israel for victims of apartheid in South Africa. Some fearful Afrikaners did unsuccessfully propose creating an autonomous community to defend themselves, but this only strengthens my point. South Africans affirmatively rejected separation. It was clear that victims and perpetrators, blacks and whites, would have to live in the same country. This led to legitimation on both sides of the conflict. Once banned liberation organizations, the ANC, Pan-Africanist Congress, and the Communist Party, were legalized. Meanwhile, anti-apartheid activists accepted that members of the apartheid regime, such as the National Party, and right-wing networks such as the Afrikaner Broederbond, would take part in the post-apartheid political landscape. There would be no more banning of disfavored opinions, every constituency, whether it favored and benefited from apartheid or instead hated and sabotaged the apartheid regime, would be able to participate. Full citizenship would not depend on identity as black or white, native or settler, regime supporter or anti-apartheid agitator. That is what it means for enemies to lay down their weapons and commit to reasoning with and persuading each other in public forums. Whereas Nuremberg was backward-looking, preoccupied with justice as punishment, Kotze sought a balance between the past and the future. There was an acknowledged place for redress, but the priority lay in creating a foundation for a future state that would include all South Africans in the political community. This is the difference between victims' justice and survivors' justice. Everyone who lived through apartheid, victims, perpetrators, bystanders, and beneficiaries, was a survivor. Truth, reconciliation, and amnesty for beneficiaries. If Kotze highlights a logic different from that of Nuremberg, inviting us to respond to political violence with political rather than criminal solutions, then the Truth and Reconciliation Commission reinscribes Nuremberg. The TRC shared with the Nuremberg Tribunal an understanding of justice as individualized. Although Nuremberg prioritized prosecution and the TRC reconciliation, both had a neoliberal orientation, locating guilt in the individual rather than the forces wielding state power. The TRC, established in 1995, was guided by the dictum that perpetrators who acknowledge the past, that is, the truth, be forgiven their crimes. It is said that the TRC created a precedent, immunity from prosecution in return for honest confession. In a few words, forgive, but do not forget. The TRC has so thoroughly outstripped Kotze in the imagination of the global public that it is now widely assumed that this exchange was the heart of the post-apartheid transition. Of course, this was not the case. The key to the post-apartheid transition was not an exchange of amnesty for truth but of amnesty for reform, the dismantling of juridical apartheid and the introduction of majoritarian politics. Indeed, not only was the TRC's quid pro quo far from the prime mover of post-apartheid reforms, but in many ways the TRC has set back the efforts that otherwise characterized Kotze. This is in large part because, in reality, the quid pro quo that occurred is not the one most of us have in mind. The TRC did not provide amnesty for perpetrators in exchange for guilty pleas. Rather, it provided amnesty for apartheid supporters and beneficiaries, the great mass of South African whites. They voted for the National Party, called on authorities to enforce racist laws, gained from underpaid black labor, and occupied the land and homes from which blacks were ejected. Nothing was expected in exchange, for this was an amnesty by omission. As Adam Sitza has argued brilliantly, the amnesty that apartheid's perpetrators enjoyed actually predates the TRC. This can be hard to recognize if we join the global transitional justice industry in packaging the TRC alongside denazification and South America's blanket post-atrocity amnesties. But in fact, the TRC merely restated the system of indemnities that had been put in place during apartheid. Amnesty was not transitional at all, it was continuous with apartheid itself. Following the Sharpeville massacre of 1960 and the suppression of the Soweto uprising in 1976, the South African Parliament passed extremely wide indemnity acts that protected not only South African police officers but also a large number of state officials from prosecution for the civil and criminal wrongs they inflicted, Sitza writes. These amnesties were both retrospective and prospective. As a result, members of the South African Defence Force were already indemnified in advance for any illegal acts they might commit in honest and good faith service to the public good as defined by the apartheid state. This protection from prosecution was widened even more by the indemnity acts passed by the South African Parliament in 1990 and 1992. Thanks to the various indemnity provisions, the TRC's power was decreased or even nullified. As Sitza puts it bluntly, it is unclear why any state official, member of the SADF or officer of the South African police would feel obliged to run the risk of trading truth for amnesty when he or she was already expressly protected from prosecution by prior indemnity legislation. Indeed, individual SADF members did not even participate in the TRC hearings. Instead, the South African Defence Force chose to coordinate its contributions to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission by way of a centralized nodal point, a single point, through which all information was meant to pass. The outcome of the TC was perverse. Between 1990 and 1994 alone, an estimated 13,000 to 21,000 South Africans were indemnified, whereas the TRC identified only 7,094 individuals as perpetrators. This is not only a gross undercount of perpetrators, but, as Sitsa explains, the majority of those condemned were, in concrete terms, drawn from the ranks of liberation movements. 46 The guilt established by the TRC was therefore the guilt of apartheid's opponents, not of backers of the state who carried out atrocities in its name. And by highlighting amnesty for perpetrators in exchange for full disclosure, the TRC concealed the constituency that supported apartheid as a political project. Neither the political project nor its constituency, the beneficiaries of apartheid, was examined by the Commission. They could not have been, because the TRC, like Nuremberg, considered only individuals. The TRC's omission of beneficiaries from among those deemed responsible for apartheid is hugely consequential, because the TRC's narrative of apartheid is also the nation's and the world's. In contrast to CODESA, which was organized as a negotiation process behind closed doors, the TRC was designed as a public and civic educational process. The TRC was free to define its own agenda within the framework of the legislation that created it, and it used this freedom both to craft a semi-official narrative of apartheid and to communicate this narrative to the public through its daily access to prime-time media. The amnesty for beneficiaries of apartheid was a product of hair-splitting legalisms crafted by the Commission's three committees, the Amnesty, Human Rights, and Reparations Committees. Only the decisions of the Amnesty Committee carried the force of law, although, as we have seen, this force effectively applied only to liberation movement perpetrators, as other laws already indemnified whites. But all three worked together in devising the legal categories that spared apartheid's political constituency. 47. The TRC made two key decisions with respect to defining the legal category of victims. First, the TRC determined that victims had to be individuals. Africans as a whole could not be victims, nor could particular communities, groups of employees, cohorts of students, and so on. To reach this determination was to ignore precisely what was distinctive about apartheid, that it was a system based on group oppression. Second, the TRC defined the suffering of these victims narrowly, focusing on violations of their bodily integrity. This distinction, too, was problematic in a context where the vast majority of the population suffered economic dispossession. The violence of apartheid did not target bodily integrity so much as land, labor, and livelihoods. Just as victims were in reality defined and targeted as racialized groups and not as individuals, perpetrators were part of a racialized power and did not for the most part function as individuals. Yet the TRC insisted that perpetrators too be understood in individual terms. And because the TRC was bound to respect the legitimacy of apartheid law, agents of apartheid could not be deemed to have committed crimes simply because they followed orders. As a result, individual state agents were exempt even if they implemented measures that directly affected the vast majority of the oppressed population, measures such as the forced removal of millions from land gazetted as white areas or pass laws that tracked the movement of all Africans with a view to instrumentalizing their labor. Coercion was deemed the work of apartheid authorities, beyond scrutiny, and not the initiative of individual operatives. The TRC's focus on individuals and their bodies joined with an astonishingly limited notion of the political to insulate from condemnation policies that apartheid supporters wanted and benefited from. Consider how the TRC understood gross human rights violations. According to the law creating the TRC, these amount to the killing, abduction, torture or severe ill-treatment of any person when advised, planned, directed, commanded, or ordered by any person acting with a political motive. 48 It would hardly seem controversial to assume that this definition covers the effects of the 1959 Promotion of Bantu Self-Government Act, which provided for the ethnic cleansing of 87% of the country. The Surplus People Project estimated that some 3.5 million people were moved forcibly by South African authorities between 1960 and 1982 in an effort to create ethnic homelands, an estimate the Commission accepted. The Commission also acknowledged that the process involved collective expulsions, forced migration, bulldozing, gutting or seizure of homes, the mandatory carrying of passes, forced removals into rural ghettos and increased poverty and desperation. 49 Yet, while the Commission called this an assault on the rights and dignity of millions of South Africans, it also decided that it could not acknowledge these violations, or seek out their perpetrators, because they may not have been gross as defined by the Act. 50. There are two reasons the TRC reached this conclusion. These could not be considered acts of severe ill-treatment because they were effected against groups and so could not be said to violate the bodily integrity of individuals. And forced removal was apparently not a political act because its harm was economic. The law creating the Commission, and its interpretation by the Commission, maintained familiar distinctions between the realm of the political and that of the economic, that of the state and that of the market. The state the source of oppressive practices that directly deny rights, and the market the source of inequalities that indirectly limit the means to exercise these rights. But this is too clever by half. Practices such as coerced labor and forced removals are neither just economic nor just political, they are always both. In these cases, political power directly intervenes in the sphere of economic relations. Like slavery, coerced labor and forced removals require the direct and continued use of force. Rather than an outcome of the dull compulsion of market forces, to use Marx's formulation, coerced labor and forced removal are extra economic practices that breach the familiar distinction between the political and the economic. They are forms of coercion, effected by definable agents, which violate the civil rights of the victims. If the Commission was overly invested in the incongruities resulting from an indefensibly high barrier between politics and markets, it also relied heavily on highly questionable distinctions between political and non-political motives. Somehow it was not self-evident that pass laws, the backbone of a legal regime that effectively curtailed black South Africans' freedom of movement and therefore freedom to seek work in the job market, were instituted and enforced for political reasons. Thus arrests under pass laws were not deemed political. The TRC acknowledged that, from the early 60s, the pass laws were the primary instrument used by the state to arrest and charge its political opponents, and the Commission accepted that the treatment of pass law offenders could well be interpreted as a human rights violation. But it still refused to include the category of pass law prisoners in its hearings on political imprisonment. The Commission said they were common law prisoners, not political prisoners. This despite the fact that the law they broke was obviously political in nature, a law designed not to ensure, say, fair dealing or public order, but to cut off the rights of blacks and effect the removal policy. According to estimates that the TRC itself cited, by 1972 over 1 million people were administratively ordered to leave urban areas under pass laws. The motivation behind the criminalization of blacks who resisted administrative transgressions against basic human rights was not political, according to the Commission. Point 51. The Commission also used legal fiat, rather than excessively fine-grained distinctions, to spare the politics of apartheid from censure. The notorious farm prison system was a direct outgrowth of the pass system. Because blacks frequently failed to produce passes, the number of arrests grew and with it the financial burden on the state. The Department of Native Affairs proposed a solution in 1954, a scheme, the object of which is to induce unemployed natives roaming about the streets in the various urban areas to accept employment outside such urban areas. According to the scheme, when blacks failed to produce a pass, they were not taken to court but to labor bureaus where they would be induced or forced to volunteer. 52. They were told that if they volunteered for farm labor, charges against them would be dropped. The result of this policy, the Commission noted, was that arrests for failure to produce a pass became a rich source of labor for the farms that came cheap. But the category of farm prisoners did not feature in the prison hearings. Why not? It is not that the Commission understood these, as well, to be common law prisoners. Rather, the Commission claimed that nobody came forward to give evidence. 53 Nobody here presumably refers to the victims of the farm labor system. It could not possibly refer to its institutional managers, since the Commission had the legal authority to subpoena reluctant and even unwilling witnesses, authority it exercised in other instances. In this case, the Commission must have deliberately turned a blind eye, thereby skirting the question of whether farm prisoners were political prisoners and the inevitable follow-up question of whether the pass system was a tool of political oppression. Perhaps the most blatant exclusion from prison hearings was that of prisoners detained without trial. Here again, the Commission simply chose to change the subject. Detention without trial was commonplace under apartheid. The Human Rights Committee estimated the number detained without trial between 1960 and 1990 at some 80,000. And these detainees were not just imprisoned, they were also brutalized. In the words of the Human Rights Committee, there can be little doubt that the security police regard their ability to torture detainees with total impunity as the cornerstone of the detention system. 54 Among the most notorious instances of extrajudicial imprisonment and torture was the murder in prison of Steve Biko. The Commission acknowledged Biko's detention and killing. He was beaten to death by security agents constituted gross violations of human rights, but it did not acknowledge other similar cases. The Commission gave no legal reasons for excluding the category of extrajudicial detainees from the prison hearings. There were practical rather than legal reasons for excluding detention from the prison hearings, it offered. 55. The Commission did not exclude political violations targeting and performed by groups because it was ignorant of these violations. Anyone familiar with the contents of the TRC's 5-volume report will testify that it is a rich source of information on apartheid's constant politically motivated violations of black people's human rights. This information was gathered by a capable research staff comprising mainly historians and social scientists. The evidence they accumulated, however, had to be filtered through categories legislated by politicians and then interpreted by commissioners, who were mostly religious leaders and psychologists. As a group, they were determined that both the confession and the reprieve had to be individual to be meaningful. In the end, the Commission came up with 3 truly bizarre conclusions. The first was a list of more than 20,000 individuals acknowledged as victims of gross violations of human rights. The TRC recommended that only these, not the millions of victims of the pass law system, forced removals, and forced labor, receive reparations from the post-apartheid state. Second, the Commission compiled a time series of violations that occurred during the period of its mandate, which began with the Sharpeville massacre in 1960 and closed with the first democratic elections in 1994. Most violations, the Commission concluded, took place in the period after the unbanning of political parties and were the result of conflict between anti-apartheid groups, especially the ANC and the Inkatha Freedom Party in Natal. 56 This was a ludicrous finding, utterly divorced from the reality of apartheid. Finally, the Commission compiled a list of perpetrator organizations, which scandalously identified the IFP as the worst offender and the ANC as the third worst. The South African police took second place and the South African Defence Forces trailed in fourth. 57. How could the Commission arrive at such counterintuitive conclusions? As mentioned above, the Commission saw itself as working within the framework of the agreement reached at CODESA, which respected the legality of apartheid. Thus the Commission did not question the legitimacy of apartheid legislation that indemnified state operatives. In essence, by honoring the indemnifications that unfailingly followed on the heels of each human rights catastrophe under apartheid, the TRC became itself an indemnifying body. It was left with no work other than to extend the indemnification process begun under apartheid to those in the liberation movements alleged to have committed human rights violations. The TRC thus inscribed South Africa's liberation fighters as no better or worse than the agents of apartheid. Although the TRC spoke to the country and the world, it addressed its work to just a tiny minority of South Africans, perpetrators and their victims, the former state operatives and the latter political activists. The TRC ignored lived apartheid, which would have made sense of the experience of the vast majority of South Africans, whites who, no matter their political views, got to hold good jobs, earn good money, go to good schools, speak their minds, travel when and where they wished, vote their conscience, and benefit from due process rights, and blacks, who got none of these things. By setting aside the quotidian violence and violations of apartheid, the TRC not only omitted many bad actors but also apartheid's political agenda, which was affected every day in every dimension of life. The TRC focused on violence as excess, not as norm. Only acts of individuals that went beyond the terror and deprivation legalized by apartheid were considered, never the violence organized by the state in the interest of beneficiaries. Because it ignored so much, the TRC was unable to achieve even that which Nuremberg did, compiling a comprehensive record of the atrocities committed by the regime in power. The TRC should therefore be seen as a special court within the framework of apartheid law. It held individuals accountable for violence that infringed apartheid law but did not hold individuals, state agencies, or constituencies to account for violence that was enabled by apartheid law. In doing so, it upheld both apartheid laws themselves and apartheid as an expression of the rule of law. The white majority that supported apartheid was thus left not only indemnified by the TRC. It was vindicated. Is apartheid over? In South Africa today there is little angst about the results of the TRC. The focus is on the deficits of CODESA, specifically its failure to achieve a more socially just country. I have a mixed response to this critique. If the demand is that the end of apartheid should have delivered social justice, then it ignores the political context of the transition. The political prerequisite for attaining social justice would have been a revolution, but this was not attainable given the balance of forces. There was instead a stalemate between forces supporting and opposing apartheid, which was broken through a compromise agreement. If instead the demand is that social justice should have figured prominently on the agenda for a post-apartheid South Africa, then the critique is rightly placed. There was a lot more to achieve after the transition. CODESA maintained the integrity of property accumulated by whites during the apartheid era, while the TRC defended that choice by describing apartheid not as a system in which a racialized power disenfranchised and dispossessed a racialized majority, but as a set of human rights violations carried out by a tiny minority of individual perpetrators. Some, such as Robert Meister, respond to this situation by arguing that the transition therefore abandoned the hope of apartheid's opponents. His claim is that the transition, masked in the language of human rights, was a counter-revolutionary reaction to the growth and consolidation of anti-apartheid forces, whose effect has been to preserve and entrench apartheid's benefits to whites, even in the absence of an official apartheid policy. 58 This is a powerful critique. After all, because the TRC absolved apartheid's beneficiaries, it left the vast majority of white South Africans with no reason to believe they have a responsibility toward those less fortunate. Had the TRC instead educated whites, it might have brought home the moral and the political necessity of social justice. It might have shown that the political reform that had brought an end to juridical apartheid was unlikely to hold in the absence of social reform aimed at equal welfare and equal opportunity. Meister is right about what the transition did not accomplish, but he misses its successes. The achievement of the anti-apartheid struggle was to create a new political order. To hold it responsible for failing to create a new social order is to fail to understand the movement and its limits. I do not deny that the beneficiaries of apartheid made away with ill-gotten gains. But this was not the whole story, and I would argue that there was no practical possibility of holding the beneficiaries accountable. Education of white beneficiaries was possible, and amnesty for them was unnecessary. But legal accountability for all beneficiaries was never a practical option. My basic objection to arguments like Meister's is that what happened in South Africa should be seen not as a social revolution stymied but as the most far-reaching and far-sighted transition to political independence in the colonial world. A social revolution might have delivered something that looks like justice, but at the cost of fostering a political community that included all who survived colonialism. Social revolution would have antagonized a large proportion of the survivors. The result would not have been justice after all, but either continuing civil war or ethnic cleansing. Specifically, in South Africa the social revolution would have produced either white retrenchment or white ejection. If we focus too much on the missed opportunity for social justice, then we will blind ourselves to the revolution that did take place, the political revolution. To grasp this, we need to move from the language of social justice that Meister employs, to the language of decolonization. The anti-apartheid struggle is a radical attempt to imagine a post-colonial political community that is neither a return to the imagined pre-colonial nation nor a continuation of the colonial condition. Rather, the post-apartheid political community attempts to recognize and reckon with the changes wrought by colonialism. I do not say this because I believe that a focus on social justice is unwarranted, only that it should not preclude recognition of the transition's extraordinary political accomplishment. It seems to me that the inability to achieve social justice reflects not so much the failure of South African radicalism as the realities of political alignment during the CODESA negotiations. After popular, internal resistance movements fostered the stalemate, that is, after their members put themselves on the line in a violent conflict with a militarily superior enemy, the ANC swooped in and joined the National Party to forge a new neoliberal coalition, which had a stunting effect. Indeed, the coalition was narrower even than that. CODESA's sufficient consensus approach enabled an effective alliance between the external wing of the ANC and the reformist wing of the National Party, that is, a meeting in the middle. In marginalizing the forces identified with the internal opposition, sufficient consensus created the conditions for a double closure, both constitutional and narrative, that sidelines social justice. If the transition has truly and unequivocally failed in any respect, it is in terms of detribalization. The transition succeeded in reforming the central state, organized around race as a political identity. But it did not reform the local state, organized around tribe as a political identity. As we have seen, the alliance of settlers and customary authorities scored key victories at CODESA, with recognition of the Zulu monarchy and of indigenous and customary law and the implementation of the Local Government Transition Act of 1993. This alliance also gained from the entrenchment of private property in the post-apartheid constitution, an entrenchment that presumes tribal identity. Under the post-apartheid system, land rights within the former Bantustans are inherited from colonial customary law, which allows only members of the political community to own property. That means adult men, but not youth, women, and strangers, anyone, including Africans, considered non-indigenous. 59 Though the Constitution abolished Bantustans as a political structure, it sanctioned customary law, the same law apartheid incorporated. Any African, man or woman, has the right to own land outside the former Bantustans. Maintaining customary law within those spaces legitimizes tribe as a category of identity, even as the identity category of race has been significantly undermined. It is no surprise, then, that the extreme violence of the post-apartheid era has had tribal rather than racial targets. Acts of xenophobic violence in South Africa have been recurrent since 1994, starting with attacks against undocumented African migrants in Alexandra Township. May 2008 saw a larger outbreak of the same, in the province of Gauteng and then in Durban and Cape Town. After Zulu King Goodwill's Willithani's March 21, 2015, declaration that foreigners should go back to their home countries because they were enriching themselves at the expense of ordinary South Africans, thousands were evicted, and dozens were killed in the process. 60. Another sense in which apartheid appears still with us is that two key groups of beneficiaries, white farmers and native authorities, have seemingly gone from strength to strength. Native authorities in the homelands have not only survived apartheid, they now reinforce resistance to land reform, which benefits both white farmers and large proprietors in the homelands. As I write, that resistance is the subject of a parliamentary initiative to amend the constitution so as to clear the ground for a meaningful land reform. In sum, there is much to be said for critiques of the post-apartheid transition. It omitted social justice. And it failed to address fully half the political architecture of apartheid, tribal political identity. This political identity, created and politicized by settlers and maintained under apartheid, has only been deepened since the transition. There has been no attempt to historicize tribe, instead it has been made to seem a natural part of African lives? But if the South African moment did not challenge tribal political identity, it did challenge racial identity, and in doing so showed that political identities are not permanent. Biko could weld previously walled identities African, colored, Indian into a single coalition, black. Afrikaners could transform from junior partners in implementing apartheid to members of the coalition to dismantle it. Thus the anti-apartheid movement could embrace that partnership when it redefined its political enemy from whites to white power, from a government of whites to a form of the state that reproduces white privilege. One of the TRC's Afrikaner commissioners, Wynand Mallon, captured well the promise of a collective commitment to revising political identity. Mallon was the only official dissenter on the commission, the lone signatory to its minority report. Mallon called for a shift from the plane of morality to that of history. Punishing individuals would never change the political community, he argued. Changing the political community was an epistemic project that boiled down to rethinking and retelling history, yet Paul, in his letters to the Ephesians and Colossians, is uncritical of the institution and discusses the duties of slaves and their masters. The meanings of political institutions and identities change. Given a different international balance of power, colonialism too might have been found a crime against humanity. 61 Driven by this historical sensibility, Mallon called on South Africans to craft a narrative of the past that would provide a foundation for national reconciliation. If we can reframe our history to include both perpetrators and victims as victims of the ultimate perpetrator, namely the conflict of the past, we will have fully achieved unity and reconciliation. 62. Mallon could see that the transition did not fully achieve this fuller unity. The focus on perpetrators and victims had undermined the possibility. The stalemate the anti-apartheid movement created might have been broken by bloodshed and retrenchment to racial camps. Instead it produced a negotiated settlement, no doubt flawed, that attempted a political solution to the violence of apartheid. Enemies may not have become friends, but they did become political adversaries who could shape a common future in a single polity. They did not create a new state in which to separate foe from foe. They pledged to live together. Their next step is to recognize that both are survivors of history. That is the key to reconciliation. The human rights movement and the end of legal and political apartheid. The post-apartheid transition serves as a critique of Nuremberg and the contemporary human rights movement. It offers an alternative logic for societies in the throes of civil war and mass violence. The question posed at Nuremberg was not why did it happen, but who did it. When the challenge is to discern the crime and apply punishment, the state and the constituencies it serves wins up absolved. State orders are shelved, for they cannot release officials from their individual responsibility. Above all, this responsibility is said to be ethical, not political, the fault of persons rather than political systems. Inasmuch as it individualizes our understanding of mass violence and responsibility for it, Nuremberg should be considered a founding moment of a neoliberal understanding of mass violence. The TRC continued what Nuremberg started. State orders were, in this case, explicitly omitted as matters of interest. To be individually culpable, one had to do even worse than state orders allowed. Victims' justice after Nuremberg took a very particular form: state creation. Specifically, the creation of homogeneous ethnic states in Eastern Europe and in Israel. This followed from the Allies' nationalist political logic: winners and losers, victims and perpetrators, could not live in a single state. They had to be physically separated into different political communities. So the Allies redrew boundaries and transferred millions across borders. Perpetrators would remain in Germany and victims would depart for another homeland. The ultimate expression of this logic was the creation of Israel as a separate state for survivors of the Holocaust. The contemporary human rights movement is permeated with this logic. It is now axiomatic that victims' justice is the only morally acceptable and politically viable response to mass violence. Nuremberg is the model for the International Criminal Court, held up as the tribunal authorized to judge every incident of mass violence, every crime against humanity. Human rights groups have turned the Nuremberg method into a universal one, formalized into a succession of rote, clearly defined steps, catalog atrocities, identify victims and perpetrators, name and shame the perpetrators, and demand that they be held criminally accountable. The field reports of Human Rights Watch and organizations inspired by it contain perhaps a two-page pro forma introduction to the history and context of the human rights abuses catalogued. The focus is on the catalog, the naming and shaming, the demand for criminalization. Indeed, history is a distraction from establishing the human rights method as the solution to all political violence. Yet history makes clear that Nuremberg is precisely the wrong model for the contemporary post-conflict scenario, to say nothing of Nuremberg's failure in its own time to instantiate a rule of law-based global order. The logic of Nuremberg flowed from the context of interstate war. One side emerged victorious, and the losers were put on trial. This framework ill-fits the context of a civil war. Victims and perpetrators in civil wars often trade places in ongoing cycles of violence. No one is wholly innocent or guilty. Each side has a narrative of victimhood that demonizes the other and excludes it from participation in the new political order. When applied to civil wars, the logic of Nuremberg drives the parties away from a renegotiated union and towards separation. The enemies remain enemies, resulting in permanent division into separate political communities. The South African transition defied this logic, as it should have. Apartheid was not a war between states, it was a civil war. The foundation of the response was not criminal trials but rather political negotiations. These negotiations provide raw material for a critique of the universal claims of the human rights paradigm. The rush for courtroom solutions is the result of a double failure, analytical and political. Analytically, it confuses political violence with criminal violence. Politically, the focus on perpetrators comes at the expense of attention to the issues that drove the violence. The outcome is likely to be more violence rather than less. Why so? Because political violence requires more than just criminal agency, it needs a political constituency. More than just perpetrators, it needs supporters. That constituency is mobilized and maintained around the issues inspiring violence, not around the persons of the perpetrators. Reducing political violence to criminal violence leaves the issues unaddressed and the supporters of the violence unchanged. The TRC, the dimension of the post-apartheid transition most reminiscent of Nuremberg and itself celebrated as a touchstone of the human rights movement, exemplifies this double failure. When violence is criminalized, its non-perpetrator beneficiaries, the political constituency, get off scot-free. The impact on the renegotiated union is palpable. Large percentages of white South Africans do not see the debt they owe, for they believe that they were not at fault. It is a situation little different from post-war Europe, where person-by-person denazification meant that every sin had been atoned and the homogeneous German state could move on. The solution is to displace the narrative of victim and perpetrator with that of the survivor. A survivor narrative is issue-driven. Atrocities no longer appear as so many standalone acts but as events comprising a history of politically motivated violence. What is more, to acknowledge that victim and perpetrator occupy the same place on the other side of the violence, or that they may have traded places, is to accept that neither can be marked as a permanent identity. The South African experience proves political identities are historical, not essential to those identified. The logic of the South African transition was the opposite of that of victors and victims' justice, which are two sides of the same coin. The post-apartheid political system was informed by the assumption that yesterday's victims and yesterday's perpetrators have no choice but to live in the same state, and that they have the capacity to do so because their political identities can change, in particular, that they have the capacity to forge the new identity of the survivor. In this sense, a survivor is not simply a victim of the catastrophe who did not die. A survivor is anyone who experienced the catastrophe. All must be born again, politically. This is an important legacy of post-apartheid South Africa, the argument that political rebirth is possible. South Africa's political rebirth has been partial. Racial identity has been depoliticized, even as tribal identity has remained an obstacle to political equality. but even partial rebirth is something. It reflects a willingness to reimagine the political. South Africa challenges us to think of political violence, civil war in particular, as potentially foundational to the creation of an inclusive political order. The response to political violence in South Africa was not separation, it was not ethnic cleansing, as in North America and Europe. It was a reframing of political identity so that formerly opposed identities could live together in the new political community. This is the heart of decolonizing the political. The point is not to avenge the dead but to give the living a second chance. 4. Sudan. Colonialism, independence, and secession. Today there are two Sudans, the Republic of Sudan, with its capital at Khartoum, and the Republic of South Sudan, with its capital at Juba. The division is a remnant of civil war, the South having obtained independence in 2011. Within South Sudan, armed conflict continues, for the new state is itself comprised of warring ethnic groups. In December 2013, members of the Dinka and Nuer tribes set on each other. 20,000 people died in just 3 days. If we do not know enough of the history of Sudan, this will sound like a familiar story of ancient hatreds exploding in violent Africa. But what happened in South Sudan only looked like that. In fact, the Dinka and Nuer were not fighting some endless feud, they had not been at each other's throats before the introduction of the colonial order. Rather, they were fighting over control of the brand new state. They sought the spoils of rule, which they understood to be the province of ethnicity. Whoever rules, which means whoever has enough guns and money to maintain a loyal fighting force, can funnel cash, real estate, jobs, business opportunities, contracts, and protection to his own ethnic group. That is how things work in South Sudan, thanks to colonial modernity. After the British took over in the early 20th century, they politicized ethnic boundaries, reconstituting cultural difference as tribal difference. The inheritors of this colonial mentality govern as the British did, not as their ancestors did. The territory of what is now Sudan and South Sudan has been home to impressive human diversity for at least half a millennium, but only for the past 100 years or so has this diversity been a source of conflict. That is due to the logic of indirect colonial rule. Beginning just after the turn of the 20th century, and with increased urgency and concentration in the 1920s, British colonial authorities tribalized Sudan, erecting legal and physical barriers between groups that previously intermingled in spite of their cultural differences. The British hemmed groups into borders that had not formerly existed and installed over them a system of chiefly rule invented by colonial administrators. All this was done in order to prevent the colonized from developing solidarities beyond the tribal. Colonial authorities did not have to tell Sudan's various peoples that they were different from each other. The people already knew that. They practiced different religions, spoke different languages, tended different crops and animals, and had different ideas about how to structure communities. They dressed, ate, married, and died differently. Rather, what the British did was invest these differences with political meaning. The British turned differences of culture into boundaries of authority and decided what power that authority would possess. This project took advantage of two broad kinds of diversity, linguistic and ethnic. Linguistic difference separated Arabs from others, ethnic diversity separated cultural groups. The big divide between Arabs and Africans was an invention of the colonizer. Steeped in European racial ideology, it was plain to the British that Sudan was home to Arabs and Africans, one could tell just by looking. What is more, the Arabs lived in the north and the Africans in the south, roughly speaking. This, the British understood, was why the north was more developed than the south. It was home to a civilized people, a superior race. British colonial rule, then, declared the North Arab and the South African. In the north, the Arabs would inhabit the center of power, at Khartoum. The South would have no center of power, for it would be powerless under colonization. Instead, it would be further subdivided into hundreds of territories, each said to be the home place of a tribe. Each tribe would be under the local dictatorship of one of their own members, who would be empowered by the colonizer. Thus those deemed Africans were pitted against each other, while those deemed Arabs were pitted against those deemed African, and vice versa. This is where the British system in Sudan diverges from that of colonizers in the United States and South Africa. All three cases involved indirect rule over natives, effected through native authority operating on the basis of customary law. But in the Sudanese case, unlike the American and South African, the settler against whom the native was opposed was not the colonizer. The British did not attempt settlement of the territory. Instead, the settler was the Arabic speaker in the north, whom the British understood to be an immigrant presence. In the British narrative, the Arabs had arrived en masse hundreds of years earlier, bringing with them Islam, Arabic language and culture, and centralized political organization, the trappings of civilization. In this story, with the arrival of Arab settlers, native Africans were displaced southward. Settler colonialism requires no actual settler, just a group defined as settler and another defined as native. Arabs internalized this colonial modality, maintaining it after independence. Influential thinkers and politicians understanding themselves to be Arabs sought to define Sudan as an Arab nation, with Africans as an inferior caste that would forever be marginalized from political power. Arab nationalists cherished the North-South distinction no less than the British had. Arab nationalists looked to a gloried past to supply their own sense of superiority. Until the British arrived, Sudan had been ruled by fellow Muslim groups, the two sultanates, Fungi in the east and Darfur in the west, plundered the areas to the south for slaves. The sultanates then fell under Ottoman rule. The political north consolidated in the 1880s, when groups from several regions united under the banner of al-Mahdi, an Islamic messianic figure who opposed Ottoman rule as a religious and political imposition. The Mahdaists not only defeated the creaking Ottoman Empire, they also beat back the British in 1885. Post-colonial Arab nationalists looked to al-Mahdi as a founder of the nation, one in a long line dating back to those earliest migrants said to have brought the high Arabic culture to Sudan. This is a false history. The north was inhabited not by the descendants of Arab immigrants but by diverse peoples, some of whom in particular, those in power and those involved in transnational networks of exchange, had taken on the Arabic language and customs associated with peoples who spoke it. In the south, too, some spoke Arabic, practiced Islam, and were as much imbued by Arabic culture as others in the north. But this was irrelevant to British, whose racial logic was as universal as it was infallible. They knew what they saw, and they knew how to use it to keep colonized people separated and at each other's throats rather than their own. The North-South divide seeped into the consciousness of the so-called Arabs and so-called Africans, until it came to seem the natural order of things. With the South further weakened and divided, locals there grew resentful of British control and of Northern privilege. After World War II, when British colonial rule ended, these resentments carried over into a contest of opposing nationalisms. Arab nationalists in the north sought to exclude Southern parties from negotiations over the post-independence polity, while Southerners mobilized for armed struggle with the goal of seceding and forming an independent state. The first phase of armed conflict between the North and South began in 1955, intensified in 1963, and ended in 1972. All the while, Arab-dominated governments held sway in Khartoum. The first phase of the Civil War reinforced the colonizers' logic: the only way to safety and prosperity was through the nation-state, which meant separation along ethnic lines. The ethnic violence wrought by colonial rule would be solved through ethnic cleansing, the African and the Arab, each to himself. But the second phase was different. In 1983, after the Arab-dominated but largely secular government allied with Islamists, Southern parties coalesced under the radical vision of John Garang and his Sudanese People's Liberation Army. Unlike the earlier Southern rebels, Garang sought not independence but equality within political union. He argued for a state without a nation, a state that was home to all its citizens, not to a national majority of Arabs or Muslims or Africans, with all others in the polity living at their sufferance. Garang's call for a new Sudan won support in the north and south and across the ethnic groups of the south. Garang, who was Dinka, had many Nuer partners, as well as Dinka opponents. His was not a tribal movement. But Garang was a fallible leader whose rhetoric about inclusion did not extend to his own movement. The SPLA itself remained undemocratic, providing few avenues for those beyond its inner circle to make their voices heard. The movement thus became internally divided. Unsurprisingly, the rivalries within the SPLA tended to follow lines of territorial ethnic competition held over from colonial rule. This colonial inheritance produced two major fault lines. First, there was the ideological contest between constituencies desiring a new Sudan and constituencies desiring secession, constituencies seeking a non-national state and constituencies with a colonial mentality. The SPLA tried to unify these camps, but instead it was swallowed by secessionists. The Western brokered 2005 comprehensive peace agreement that ended the war between the SPLA and Khartoum also established that in 2011 there would be an independence referendum, and the pro-secession side won. The second fault line was over who would command the South, Dinka or Nuer. The two groups had joined forces against the British in the 1920s and against Khartoum throughout the second half of the 20th century. Members of each group stood together on both sides of the divide between secession and the new Sudan. But they also had been enculturated in the idea of tribal loyalty. Despite their history of cooperation, Dinka and Nuer broke into open warfare in 1991 and again in 2013, which is where I began this capsule history. Colonialism made ethnic violence thinkable because colonialism made ethnicity an important contour of public life. After colonization, power in the South really was distributed along ethnic lines. To oust the other was to take charge of the polity and its riches, oil, agricultural land, and the sympathy and financial support of the international community that helped to shepherd South Sudan into existence and hold it up during those first shaky years. How, then, should we understand the extreme violence of 2013? We might say it reflected the breakdown of the rule of law, in which case the remedy would be to restore order, reassert the prior rule, and administer justice on behalf of victims. Or we might say that the violence testifies to the collapse of the political system, indeed, the collapse of the political system by design. The British created Sudanese tribalism precisely to foster infighting and thereby prevent solidarity against themselves. An independent South Sudan was the British colonial dream turned into a living nightmare. The breakdown of the infant political system in South Sudan is an argument for rethinking that system, not restoring it through the assertion of its laws. But restoration is what happened. Under the influence of international parties, principally the United Nations and the so-called Troika of the United States, Britain, and Norway, which brokered the 2005 agreement and pushed for secession, South Sudan became the paradox it is today, an independent state under colonial governance. Then, after 2013, the colonial structure of the state was reinforced by the arrival of Truth and Reconciliation. International NGOs isolated perpetrators, demanded their testimony, named and shamed. The legalistic, human rights-driven process reformed nothing, it reinvested in South Sudan's colonial inheritance. South Sudan's ethnic enemies kept fighting, leading to many thousands more deaths. Today South Sudan is ruled by the same corrupt and violent figures who pressed for secession and oversaw mass murder in 2013, secession and murder based on the tribal distinctions the British invented. The 2020 peace agreement restores order built on these tribal distinctions, with the organs of the state distributed among the 6 major ethnic groups. The leaders of these groups have been temporarily placated by the gift of government ministries, which they use to benefit themselves and distribute patronage to their people, who live out their days confined to supposed ethnic homelands. The restoration of law and order in South Sudan, mediated by Sudan in the north and by Uganda, and reached under pressure from the United States and United Nations, solidified the South's colonized status. Across Sudan and South Sudan, rethinking the political means eliminating the settler-native, North-South, Arab-African distinction. It means eliminating the idea that Africans, being natives, naturally belong to tribes that govern themselves in their inviolable territorial domains. It does not mean eliminating cultural difference. It means depoliticizing the diversity that has always been there. The colonial backstory. The political history of contemporary Sudan begins with the establishment of two polities, the Sultanate of Funjay, with its capital at Sennar, founded in 1504, and the Sultanate of Darfur, with its capital at El Fasher, in 1650. Both orders formed around the institutions of Islam and slavery. The spread of Islam was closely associated with Arabic culture, which provided crucial resources for state formation, commerce, and the exchange of ideas. As an administrative language, written Arabic enabled communication among state functionaries, helping to knit its parts into a cohesive whole. Islam also offered membership in a wider regional community and, with that membership, access to networks of trade and education. 1 As the religion of the centralized court, Islam invested the state and the position of the ruler with theological significance. 2. This was, however, a nominal investment in religion for purposes of maintaining power. Neither sultanate was governed by Islamic principles. Rather, Islam was an independent source of authority and loyalty, with which the state had an interest in maintaining good relations. The locus of this authority was the Sufi Brotherhood. On land granted by the sultans, religious migrants built the educational institutions that later developed into Sufi orders. The focus was spiritual, the training of Islamic teachers and holy men known as fuqara, not temporal. 3 The brotherhoods refrained from involvement in civil matters, indeed, they reinforced the state through their dependence on it for land rights and tax exemptions. The result was a quasi-secular development of parallel institutions, the Sultanate a centralized civil authority with a religious patina, and the brotherhoods. 4. In spite of claims by the British, later repeated by Arab nationalists, Islam in Sudan was not the product of a singular Arab influence from across the Red Sea. That influence came also from West and North Africa. Similarly, the Sufi tradition was not just an external import. Its functions, symbols, and styles very much resembled those of spirit mediums and diviners who continue to practice in areas of Nilotic Sudan and in much of Africa south of the Sahara. The difference was that, unlike spirit mediums or diviners, Sufi tariqa knew no tribal limits, geographical boundaries, or political frontiers. Their followers often journeyed for weeks in order to visit their sheikhs. Religious orders were of immense value in promoting a sense of fraternity and integration among the peoples of the Sudanic belt. 5. Alongside Islam, a second building block of politics and society during the sultanates was slavery. All evidence points to slavery developing as a local institution in northern Sudan, alongside the centralized power in the two sultanates, rather than being introduced by Arabs from the outside. In Funjay and Darfur alike, slaves were mostly taken from the south, and they were critical to the sultan's control. Some slaves served in high positions, as military commanders and administrators, providing a counterweight to ambitious noblemen. Other slaves functioned as lower-level soldiers or bureaucrats, concubines, domestics, guards, and attendants at court. They were organized in a complex hierarchy paralleling and overlapping that of the society at large. The top layer of the slave hierarchy typically comprised eunuchs, of which there were said to be more than 1,000. The sultan could empower a eunuch, secure in the knowledge that he could not use that power to build a family dynasty, which might challenge the royal line. Some eunuchs had been castrated as punishment for criminality, others because of illness. Still others did it to themselves. They were strivers, aspiring to the ranks of the elite. Ambition undoubtedly motivated the most accomplished slave in Darfur's history, Muhammad Kura, ex officio governor of eastern Darfur under Muhammad Tayrab. 6. For centuries the system of administrative centralization, quasi-secularism, slavery, and repression of internal competitors maintained the sultanates of Darfur and Funjay. But the sultans finally met their match in the Ottoman Empire. In the second decade of the 19th century, a Turco-Egyptian force occupied large sections of northern Sudan, colonizing the region for the first time in its known history. The colonial regime was known as the Turkiya. It laid the boundaries of what would become contemporary Sudan. The Turkiya made every effort to displace the pre-existing social structure, building new cities and crushing the old elites. To fund this effort and deprive potential competitors of resources, the Turkiya initiated a brutal system of exploitative taxation. It built a new capital, Khartoum, which stood in deliberately sharp contrast to those pre-existing, particularly Omdurman, its sister city on the west bank of the Nile. Whereas Khartoum was a colonial implant attempting to mimic European cities, ancient Omdurman reflected the cosmopolitanism of the earlier kingdoms. A British provincial governor in Sudan wrote in the early 1900s. Omdurman was as African as Khartoum was European. Nowhere except perhaps in Mecca is so large a number of different races congregated in so small a space as in Omdurman. Indians, Armenians, Turks, Greeks, Syrians, Persians, and strangers from the Middle East, Europeans from many countries, Falata and other pilgrims from the west coast of Africa, Fuzzy Wuzzies, Arabs, Nilotics, Nubas, Negroes, Bahrainians, and all the medley of races and tribesmen that compose the modern Sudan are to be seen in the crowded streets. 7. In the 1880s, with Ottoman power waning, the British entered North Africa looking to take over. Sudanese seeking to dispatch colonizers of every stripe turned to the surviving institutions of authority under the sultanates, the fuqara and their brotherhoods. The result was a revolt led by a holy man, born Muhammad Ahmad ibn Abdallah but known to history as Al-Mahdi, a title meaning Redeemer of Islam, which Muhammad Ahmad adopted in 1881. Al-Mahdi's goal was to build a purified Islamic state in the wake of ejected overlords. The religious vision was central to the unification of multi-ethnic Sudanese, much as religion brought together other disparate anti-colonial forces elsewhere in late 19th and early 20th century Africa. As John Iliffe explains, the Maji Maji rebellion against German colonizers in Tanganyika was centered on the Prophet, proclaiming a new religious order to supersede the old, a new loyalty to transcend old loyalties of tribe and kinship. German observers were terrified by the Prophet, the Maji, and his movement. It bore the signs of an effective political transformation. 8 Islam provided the ideological glue for the movement led by Muhammad ibn Ali al-Sanusi in Libya as well. Both al-Sanusi and al-Mahdi promised to sweep away foreign despotism and, with it, the form of Islam patronized by colonial rulers. 9. The Mahdiyya, the movement behind al-Mahdi, was arguably the most impressive of the anti-imperialist uprisings in the region. For the first time, Balad al-Bahir and Balad al-Gharib were united under a single power. The Mahdiyya brought together three different groups fighting under three flags. Members of the Baggara ethnicity, from Kordofan and Darfur in the west, marched under the black flag. The Kainana and Ingheim marched under the green flag. Under the red flag, al-Mahdi's clansmen, the Ashraf, joined the people of Jazeera and points north. As it grew in numbers and confidence, the Mahdiist movement went on the offensive. In January 1883 the Mahdiysts laid siege to the town of Abaid and defeated an Ottoman Egyptian garrison of over 6,000 men. By mid-November, the Mahdiysts effectively controlled the south, west, and north of Sudan, with the exception of Khartoum. But that came in time. In early 1884, with the British hold up in Khartoum, the Mahdiysts began a siege that lasted 320 days. Charles Gordon, the British Governor-General and an imperial hero revered in England and British settler colonies, died in the process. Al-Mahdi himself died shortly after the victory, of typhus. But the Mahdiyist state solidified. 10. The fall of Khartoum to Mahdiyist forces reverberated across England, Turkey, and other centers of power in Europe. The London Times of February 6, 1885, noted, "The shock caused by the news of the fall of Khartoum has no parallel in the experience of the present generation." A British government publication, the Daily News, agreed, "Seldom in the memory of living man has news been received of such a disaster in England." 14 years later, a young Winston Churchill paid uncharacteristic and grudging tribute to the Mahdi. There are many Christians who reverence the faith of Islam and yet regard the Mahdi merely as a commonplace religious impostor whom force of circumstances elevated to notoriety. In a certain sense, this may be true. But I know not how a genuine may be distinguished from a spurious prophet, except by the measure of his success. The triumphs of the Mahdi were in his lifetime far greater than those of the founder of the Mohammedan faith, and the chief difference between orthodox Mohammedanism and Mahdism was that the original impulse was opposed only by decaying systems of government and society, and the recent movement only came in contact with civilization and the machinery of science. Recognizing this, I believe that if in future years prosperity should come to the peoples of the Upper Nile, and learning and happiness follow in its train, then the first Arab historian who shall investigate the early annals of that new nation will not forget, foremost among the heroes of his race, to write the name of Mohammed Ahmed. 12. The Mahdiist state lasted from 1885 to 1898. British forces led by General Horatio Kitchener entered Sudan in 1896 and, 2 years later, defeated the Mahdiist state at Omdurman. Consumed by vengeance, he desecrated the tomb of al-Mahdi and ordered the remains brought out from the bowels of the earth, the head severed from the body, and the body thrown in the Nile so it may never be recovered. Kitchener kept the head as a trophy, fashioning it into an ink pot for his writing table. It was testimony that, in death as in life, the anti-colonial liberator held the gaze of the great general of empire. The Mahdiyya was a revolutionary movement that undermined the political form of the tribe, the very form that later colonizers and Sudanese nationalists would take for granted as part of the nature of native Sudanese. The Mahdiyya led to an all-round assault on chiefly power. Al-Mahdi's call for jihad broke the chiefs from below, while the highly centralized Mahdiist state opposed every sheikh who might oppose its authority of the state. Notably, the revolution spread via the influence of Sufism, crossing boundaries of cultural difference that would also be naturalized in the form of tribe. But while the revolution of the Mahdiyya shows the lie inherent in claims of timeless Sudanese tribalism, it also provided resources for the British counter-revolution and later Sudanese nationalism. By bringing together disparate northern groups under the banner of Islam, the Mahdiyya created the preconditions for the North-South divide that would drive so much later politics under colonialism and post-colonialism. The Mahdiyya also seeded the rise of Islamist politics. Meanwhile, the core of the counter-revolution was to reorganize state and society by retribalizing it through ethnic cleansing. The purpose was straightforward: to assure political division in Sudan and thereby prevent the consolidation of anti-colonial liberation movements. Creating settler and native. The invention of the settler-native distinction in Sudan was a product of both force and intellect. Law, backed by the threat and realization of punishment, was a key component. But so was history. Stories about the past, stories based in truths, suppositions, ideology, and realpolitik were marshaled to create and cement the novel identities of African native and Arab settler. The North-South line was based in a kind of truth: there really was a more developed North, a vestige of hundreds of years of political evolution under the Sultanates, Ottoman rule, and Mahdism. If one were to divide the territory between primitive and civilized peoples, the North-South line the British picked would be the natural place to draw the boundary. Albeit, history does not by any means imply that Northerners were in some sense superior, as evidenced by their stronger states. The Fungi Sultanate was founded by Shilluk immigrants from points south. Furthermore, the assertion that the peoples to the north were Arabs, and those to the south Africans, was a consequence of the European racial imagination. Another historical truth the British exploited was that of cultural, or ethnic, difference. The reclassification of cultural difference as racial difference justified the subdivision of those deemed African into geographically segregated and separately governed tribal units. The purpose of all this identification and division, the British explained, was to preserve colonial rule. That they worked so hard in this effort reflects the difficulty of the challenge they faced. The Mahdiist victory and subsequent 13 years of resistance demonstrated the emancipatory potential of Sudanese unity. Unity, therefore, had to be prevented along every possible vector. In particular, Islam seemed threatening as a locus of multi-ethnic mobilization. To prevent religious cohesion, Arabs, understood as uniformly and immutably Muslim, could not be allowed to mix with Africans, conceived as pagan and therefore suggestible when confronted by a supposedly more advanced religion such as Islam or Christianity. Colonial authorities unleashed the pastoral mercies of Christian missionaries on southern tribal homelands. Missionaries worked hand in glove with native authorities to oversee the Africans. Of course, some of those Africans were Muslim, even though the British racial worldview considered that combination nonsensical. As elsewhere, the creation of settler and native was a process of asserting the existence of opposed races and separating them geographically, legally, and politically. As elsewhere, the key technology of separation was tribalization, the territorial bounding of cultural difference, the assertion of homogeneity within each territory, and the subjection of its residents to distinct regimes of authority said to befit their race, tribe, and level of civilization. The continuity with indirect rule in other circumstances is striking. That said, the specific resources brought to bear in the manufacture of tribe were local necessarily so. The colonizer everywhere uses the affordances of the colonized region in order to create a system of domination suited to its peculiarities. In Sudan, local differences salient to the British were processed into a set of political identities according to the universal ideology of colonial modernity, which held that Arabs and Africans were separate races and that Africans were primitive and pagan. As authors and disciples of colonial modernity, the British believed firmly that they were unearthing the truth of Sudan the way in which Sudan had always expressed the deep truth of race, intrinsic and indelible human superiority and inferiority, on whose basis the people would be defined and ruled. Colonial narrative, making the Arab. The project of undercutting multi-ethnic mobilization in Sudan was multifaceted and decades in the making, finally solidifying in the 1920s. Over the course of these years, the British learned the stories the Sudanese told themselves about themselves, stories based in family genealogies going back centuries. Then the British discarded these stories as false and overwrote them with what they understood to be the truth of racial division between Arabs and Africans. This new truth stuck in the minds of post-independence intellectuals, whose race-based nationalisms justified the civil wars of the later 20th and 21st centuries that finally produced the national split between Sudan and South Sudan. The key question the British faced when they wrote their history of Sudan was as follows: who is an Arab? If Sudan was a land of Arabs and Africans, then colonial administrators had to figure who counted in which group. The colonial administrator chiefly responsible for this project was Harold MacMichael. His 1922 History of the Arabs in the Sudan collects his many findings and assumptions into an official narrative, which became a key historiographical foundation of colonial demography and the demographically targeted colonial legal regime. Among MacMichael's critical assumptions was that Sudan was home to three main ethnic elements, which he called the Negro, the Hamitic Berber, and the Arab. In this story, the Negro is the native, the most ancient race on the territory, but has been pushed to the south, partly due to the continuous pressure exerted by the Arabs in North Africa upon the Berber races, compelling them to move southwards and encroach upon the lands of the darker races, a process which began at least as early as the 7th century AD and affected every state from the Atlantic to the Nile in a greater or less degree. 13 As early as the 7th century AD is no arbitrary date, for it signals the beginning of Islam. The dating of African development to this period reflects the so-called Hamitic hypothesis of Eurocentric anthropologists, who claimed that all state-building in pre-colonial Africa was the work of outsiders known collectively as Hamites. In Ethiopia, these outsiders were Semites; specifically, in Rwanda and Burundi, they were Tutsi, and in Sudan, they were Arabs. In other words, while Negroes were said to have been present in the territory of colonial Sudan from time immemorial, Arabs were immigrants. Such migration-centric histories assumed that receiving societies were internally static and that all meaningful change came from outside. MacMichael elaborated this theory of migration on the basis of genealogical claims from northern Sudanese groups who identified as Arab. He traced his genealogical story from the Funjay sultans, who claimed direct descendants from the Umayyad dynasty of the Prophet Muhammad himself. 14 The story of the Funjay origins was recorded colorfully by the Jewish adventurer David Rabini, who visited Sudan in 1522 to 1523. Rabini spent 10 months as a guest of the Sultan, during which he, too, posed as a descendant of the Prophet and was greatly honored at court. He and the Sultan reassured each other in their respective claims of lineage. Rabini recalled that the Sultan was in the habit of asking him, "What is it you desire of me, my lord, son of our Prophet?" To which Rabini would answer, "I love you and I give you my blessing, and the blessings of the Prophet Muhammad, and in another year I hope you shall come to us in the city of Mecca, the place of the forgiveness of sins." 15. The claim to Umayyad origins speaks to the purpose of the genealogies MacMichael was investigating. If they were not accurate records of ancestry, genealogical claims did indicate both a preferred family history, the sort of history that secured prestige, honor, and membership in a network of influence, and the power to get others to acknowledge that preference. Another genealogy MacMichael recorded, compiled in 1853 by Ahmed bin Ismail al-Azari of the Bidariya tribe, went back to al-Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet, and Adnan, from whom all Arabs are said to have descended. 16. MacMichael elaborated a speculative theory of Arab migration on the basis of this sort of genealogy, although he was at the same time deeply skeptical of it. He was not interested in whether genealogical claims were useful but whether they stood up to scrutiny. This approach was widely shared by colonial anthropologists. Ian Cunnison, writing in the 1970s, laughed off the claim of the Humra of Darfur and Kordofan, who believed they were a mere 10 or 11 generations removed from the family of the Prophet. In contrast, the Juhana of the Nile Valley made a more sophisticated claim to be some 28 generations removed from the Prophet's family, in a direct lineage. But Cunnison knew he should not believe the Juhana, either. Historically, a genealogy is, purely and simply, a falsification of the record, he wrote. 17. In writing off the particulars of Arab genealogies, MacMichael sought to maintain the spirit of them, the story of long-ago migration that made every Arab the descendant of some singular founder. But in doing so he also flattened the real-life multiplicity of Arabness. In effect, MacMichael was collapsing that diversity into the unity necessitated by colonial racial ideology. By contrast, the view from below provided by actual claimants to Arab identity confirms that there is not a single history of Arabs in Sudan. Riverain Arabs are settled peoples with territorial, village-based organizations, while the Arabs of Darfur and Kordofan are nomadic, and their identity is based more on group affiliation than on mutual habitation of territory. Many riverain Arabs perceive nomadic Arabs as uncivilized country bumpkins rather than as members of a common community. Arab is thus a political identity, claimed by many peoples who understand themselves to be culturally different from each other. But, for MacMichael, this understanding of Arabness made no sense. Colonial racial ideology insisted that Arabs in Sudan were a single group without variance, and that this whole group was superior to the native Negroes. The civilized Arabs could not harbor uncivilized elements, even if individual Arabs felt certain this was the case. This flattening of Arabs into a unitary elite shaped the subjectivity of the colonized, and carried into the Arab nationalist movements of post-colonial Sudan. Contemporary writing about the history of Sudan, most importantly that of Yusuf Fadl Hassan, considered the founder of nationalist historiography in Sudan, attests to this point. 18 Hassan's account of the history of the Sudanic peoples begins not with the ancient pharaohs of Egypt or with the sultans of Funjay and Darfur but with the Arab victory over the Byzantines in Syria and Egypt in the 7th century. From there it turns to a version of the conventional history of Sudan as a natively African place Arabized through migration from Arab Egypt. His is the wise stranger thesis. Here it is not even the concocted fact of mass southward migration that Arabized Sudan but rather the arrival of influential individuals and their gifted followers carrying extraordinary ideas and practices. Hassan assumes a kind of top-down miracle performed by the wise stranger, who marries into a leading insider family and goes on to found the state, whether Funj or Dar-Fur. But history isn't made of miracles. It is made of processes. Focus on the wise stranger tends to substitute for an analysis of the process of state formation. That history is far more complicated and shows that Arabic culture was not a product of Arab migration so much as the spread of the Arabic language by non-Arab powers. Meanwhile, actual Arab migrants frequently assimilated into northern Sudanese societies. Where Arabic culture flourished, it did so through its association with non-Arab states that adopted Arabic as a lingua franca. Such states offered rich soil for charismatic traveling Arabs. Those migrants did not have to work any special magic. Arabic culture was already in Sudan when they arrived and was disassociated from Arab ethnic identities. The Arabic language did spread to Sudan from Egypt, but as Hassan himself shows, the carriers of the language were refugees, not wise men or conquerors bringing civilization. There were conquerors, but they were Mamluks, the caste of Turkic warrior slaves who became kings and emirs, not Arabs. In 1250 the Mamluks established a sultanate with its capital in Cairo. Far from adopting Arab identity, Mamluks placed Arabs in a lower social caste, and many Mamluks did not speak Arabic. Mamluks sold Arabs as slaves and forced Arab nomads out of their home ranges. More and more emigrated southward in search of greener pastures. The Mamluk state followed the runaways into the northern Sudanese polities of Nubia and Beja, mounting an invasion in 1276. The Arabs who arrived in Nubia did not bring their ways with them. They de-Arabized. They not only learned farming techniques from Nubian farmers but also adopted the Nubian language. The Beja, too, absorbed small bands of Arab immigrants who settled amongst them and in time adopted the Bajai language and customs. At the same time the Bajai language incorporated elements of Arabic. 19. In time, however, Arabic became the language of the state in Nubia and Beja, specifically, of the ruling sultanates of Funj and Dar-Fur. This was how Arabic spread, through its status as a lingua franca and thus a fit language of administration, law and commerce, and through the growth of Islam. Where migrants were not linked to power, migration led to acculturation. Without a direct association with power, there would have been no Arabization. At the same time, the power did not have to be Arab, as the cases of Funj and Dar-Fur attest. Funj, in particular, has been key to revisionist criticisms of the Arabization as migration story. In that story there is a sharp discontinuity between the histories of Nubia and Funj, with Nubia identified as Christian and Mediterranean and Funj as Arab and Islamic, owing to mass migration. The counter-theory stresses the element of continuity. One of its proponents, J. Spalding, points out that little empirical evidence suggests mass Arab immigration into Sudan and argues that, instead, early Funj reflected a kind of Nubian renaissance, as the Sultanate inherited many of its institutional arrangements from earlier Christian monarchies. The Funj dynasty did claim Arab ancestry, but this was a power move, a historical assertion enhancing their authority in a nominally Muslim kingdom, not an expression of how individual Funj rulers identified in their own time. Spalding argues that the shift toward Arab identity was a product of internal developments, not migrations by either large numbers or wise strangers. These changes did not come with the Funj founding in 1504 linked, again, to Shilluk migrants from the south, much less with the arrival of clutches of Arab refugees in the 13th century. Instead, Spalding puts the historical rupture in 1762, when Hamaj, warlords representing a new Arab-identified middle class, took power. The growth of an Arab-identified middle class went hand in hand with the adoption of Arabic as the language of commerce. The merchants were a multilingual and cosmopolitan class. By the late 17th or early 18th century, the new city of Dongola was home to traders who spoke Italian, Turkish, and Arabic. The king, too, was a merchant, probably the biggest. Sennar, his capital, opened to the outside world between 1650 and 1750. This increased the exposure of Nubian Muslims to the cultures of neighboring lands. the community of foreigners in the capital hailed from Egypt, Ethiopia, Darfur, Libya, Morocco, West Africa, the Hijaz, the Yemen, India, Syria, Palestine, Turkey, Armenia, Greece, Yugoslavia, Italy, France, Germany, and Portugal 20. But while the king grew richer, the rise of the merchant class threatened the king's power base among the traditional nobility. The new cities were beyond the realm of these authorities. As traditional powers faltered, holy men rose in their place, with the support of the merchants. 4. While traditional powers stood for the supremacy of an older ethnic custom, the fuqara championed the rule of religious custom Sharia, which supported the enforcement of contracts and therefore encouraged commerce. The transition ended in 1762 when the merchant-backed warlords deposed the king and installed a regent in his place. This historical narrative clarifies a significant point: Arab identity was multiple and could arise locally as well as from cross-border exchanges. The new middle class self-identified as Arab for reasons that made sense given their ambitions and their place in the polity. In riverain Sudan, to call oneself an Arab was to associate oneself with power. But elsewhere in the region, Arabs were not identified with power. West African migrants, the Falata, began arriving in the 11th century, intermarried with Baggara Arabs, and became Arabs of another sort, with no claim to lineage or power. Fungi slaves, no less than merchants, became Arabs. Throughout Sudan, Arabs had different historical experiences, some were slaves and some owned them. These various meanings of Arabness were born more of local assertions than global migrations. This multiplicity was erased under the terms of race and civilization imposed by the colonizer, the better to define the colonized people as natives and settlers and thereby govern them. As the case of intellectuals like Hassan shows, the erasure was compelling. But it was not through history alone that the British defined, ruled, and bequeathed a racial and tribal way of thinking on the people of Sudan. History also informed the census, which informed the mechanisms of rule. Colonial demography, making the tribe. In 1929, 7 years after he wrote The History of the Arabs in the Sudan, MacMichael distributed a paper called Tribes of the Sudan. Meant to provide a frame for the purpose of the population census, it announced an intention to gather tribal information in order to understand tribal differences 21, but the idea was not simply to understand existing differences among the people. It was to categorize them and use these categories to govern them. This is how tribe, once synonymous with the cultural category of ethnicity, became an administrative identity as well. Every person was asked to identify their tribe, and the census taker would write down their answer, with no questions asked. What happened next, though, was beyond reach of the person interviewed. The census authority inserted the tribe into 2 other categories, groups of tribes and races 22. Racially, a tribe could be counted as Arab or as a subset of any of 4 races considered native, Hamitic, Nilotic, Negroid, and other Negroid Westerners, referring to Negroes in western regions of Sudan, such as Darfur. The 2 Negro races were further subdivided into groups of tribes, but Arabs received no such treatment. That Arabs were a single race, undivided by tribe, while natives were assigned to diverse racial categories subdivided by group, was not incidental. Such a breakdown served the purpose of distinguishing the Arab immigrant from the native. The mark of a settler race was that it was not tied to any locality within the colonized territory and thus not grouped with any of the local races or differentiated according to locations, it was always and everywhere itself. Thus in Darfur, for example, all Arab residents were counted simply as Arabs, while non-Arab residents could be grouped as French Equatorials or Nigerians and were considered other Negroid Westerners, that is, locals. The notion of the Arab employed in the census was disconnected from the cultural component of Arabness, principally language. This meant that even though the majority of the colonized population spoke Arabic at home, only a minority were defined in the census as Arab. For example, the 1953 census recorded only 38.9% of the Sudanese population as Arab, even though 51.4% of the population spoke Arabic at home. Similarly, 28.2% of the Darfuri population were defined as Arabs, even though 54.6% of the total spoke Arabic at home. And while only 44.2% spoke non-Arabic languages at home, the census classified a whopping 65.3% of the Darfuri population as other Negroid Westerners. By preferencing race over culture, the census constructed a non-Arab majority in Darfur. Under the colonial regime, a strange thing happened to Sudanese tribes. Though tribe was supposed to be the natural, timeless basis of governing the natural, timeless native, the number of tribes increased. When the census was first organized in 1929, the section on background and method spoke of 450 tribes, but when it was taken in 1954 to 1955, the census recorded about 570 tribes in Sudan, classified into 57 groups of tribes. What happened was that colonial officials created new administrative divisions, and it was these, not any native practice, that constituted the tribes. When residents were asked to name their tribe, they named their native authority. Residents deemed native understood that it was through tribe and tribe alone that they could legitimately organize to make demands from the colonial state, and so it is perfectly understandable that tribe became a politically meaningful category to the people themselves. Colonial law, creating race and tribe. The results of the census were used to determine who would be governed locally and who by the central state, who would be subject to customary law under native authority and who would be subject to civil law. Civil law was for civilized non-native races. Natives were governed under religious law or customary law, which were considered tribal. As described below, the British preferred customary law, as it served to undermine religion as a vector of cross-cultural solidarity. The institution of native authority in the Sudan colony followed a pattern broadly familiar from the US and South African cases. First, using the census, the colonizer identified each ethnic group with its particular territory, which was deemed an exclusive homeland of that ethnic group. Second, each homeland was placed under the administration of a colonially appointed or approved tribal authority. Third, that authority was given the right to administer land allotments exclusively to those identified as indigenous to the homeland and to adjudicate internal conflicts. The law of the homeland was thereby rendered customary because administered by tribal members. The same measures made indigenous-only land use rights customary, too, which gave locals a stake in the native identities that had been created for them. Finally, the power of the native authority was unhinged from accountability to the community, which was also said to be a matter of custom. According to the colonizer, chiefly authority was by nature absolute, for natives did not know or understand things like democracy or the rule of law, only timeless custom and the rule of dictators claiming to enforce it. If challenged, the dictator could call on the force of the colonial state for backup. Of course, native authority was not actually total, it was subordinate to that of the colonial power. Only the British could hold native authority to account. The bifurcation of civil and customary law, and the construction of native authority, took place against the backdrop of anti-colonial revolt in the 1920s. Fearful of Mahdiist sentiment among Northerners, British power had staffed the colonial army with troops recruited from the south. But after Egyptian nationalists in Cairo assassinated the Governor-General of Sudan in 1921, the southern troops took up the Egyptians' rebellious sentiment and carried out an uprising against British officers. The revolt was put down mercilessly, and southern troops were withdrawn from the Sudanese army. Among the best-known rebellions was that of the White Flag League. The League's agitation reached a high point in August 1924. Military cadets paraded through the streets of Khartoum openly expressing nationalistic demands. 23. The rebellion signaled to the British that a firmer grip was needed on the South, as South Sudanese were clearly susceptible to nationalist influences percolating from Egypt. Once again, MacMichael took the lead, circulating a policy framework in a paper titled Indirect Rule for Pagan Communities 24. By way of warning, he quoted Sir Percy Gerard's report on East Africa for 1909 to 1910. If we allow the tribal authority to be ignored or broken, it will mean that we, who numerically form a small minority in the country, shall be obliged to deal with a rabble, with thousands of persons in a savage or semi-savage state, all acting on their own impulses, and making themselves a danger to society generally. There could only be one end to such a policy, and that would be eventual conflict with the rebels. 25. By tribal authority, Gerard meant the pre-colonial governing institutions of the tribes, as he understood them. It was axiomatic to the British that customary law was actually customary, not their own invention. Thus MacMichael also cited the late Lieutenant Governor of the Northern Provinces of Nigeria, C.L. Temple, to the effect that the only way to avoid catastrophe was to set up the government of natives through their own institutions. MacMichael had no illusion that backing chiefly power would have its disadvantages, for chiefs had a predilection for tyranny. But the colonizer would have to put up with such difficulties for the sake of order. After all, MacMichael explained, the native prefers to submit to a few abuses at the hands of his own chief than to be pestered with rules and regulations and viewpoints of alien origin. Backing ethnic, that is, secular leaders also had the benefit of marginalizing religious ones. The religious leaders in this country will always carry much weight, MacMichael wrote, so I think it is essential to develop the power of the secular chiefs as such, by way of counterweight to them. 26. Compared to a religious leader, a tribal chief was also easier to control. His authority could be bounded to a jurisdiction, whereas religion was universal, and therefore a religious leader's authority might cross tribal boundaries and foster multi-ethnic solidarity. In a 1928 memo, MacMichael further spelled out why North-South division was a political necessity if the British were to maintain control. The spread of Arabic among the Negroes of the South means the spread of Arab thought, Arab culture, Arab religion. The path would carry those that took it into grave dangers. The most serious of these is the automatic extension of the zone in which Islamic fanaticism is endemic to an equally large and far more populous area where at present it is not so. To encourage the spread of Arabic in the South would be to sprinkle gunpowder in the neighborhood of a powder magazine, or to sow weeds because they grow more quickly than corn. MacMichael appreciated that there might be short-term benefits to working with Arabs to develop the economy of the South. But, in the long run, it was best to atomize the peoples by installing systems of governance that would keep them apart, and this would be facilitated by the system of ethnic control. A series of self-contained racial units will be developed with structure and organization based on the solid rock of indigenous traditions and beliefs. The daily life of the family and the individual will be regulated by customs which are natural to them. The sense of tribal pride and independence will grow, and in the process a solid barrier will be created against the insidious political intrigue which must in the ordinary course of events increasingly beset our path in the North. 27. All this theory was implemented through what was known as the Southern Policy, designed to seal each tribal administrative unit from the other, and the South from the North, so that previously mobile pastoral peoples stayed put and Northern Arab influences were kept out of the tribal homelands. 28. Sir John Maffei, the Governor-General from 1927 to 1933, explained the purpose of the policy in bold terms. In this manner the country will be parceled out into nicely balanced compartments, protective of glands against the septic germs which will inevitably be passed on from the Khartoum of the future. Failing this armor we shall be involved in a losing fight throughout the length and breadth of the land. 29. The South, then, was run by native authorities subject to the oversight of British administrators. This despotism was augmented by missionary societies, each assigned its own religious fiefdom. These authorities together undertook a policy of ethnic cleansing, to ensure minimum Arab influence. As Christian missionaries were given exclusive charge of educational and social policy, English replaced Arabic as the official language. The practice of Arabic culture was discouraged, as residents were induced to use names deemed appropriate for their own ethnic group and to don clothing clearly not Arab or Islamic. Sunday replaced Friday as the official day of rest. Islamic proselytization was banned and Christian proselytization facilitated. Northern traders were weeded out of the South, and Greek and Syrian Christian traders were brought in to replace them. 30 Ethnic cleansing was further enabled by closed districts and passport and permits ordinances of 1922, which criminalized movement between the South and the North. All emigration from the South to the North was declared illegal, with transgressors subject to jail or a fine, and people were required to obtain passes in order to move into and out of the South. Henceforth the northern elite would be Muslim and the southern Christian. North and South were run as two different countries meant to have separate and contrasting destinies. When Sudan obtained independence as one country in 1956, the stage was set for decades of conflict. Building nation and state after independence. The colonial imprint on Sudan has been evident in post-independence contests over political power, contests that played out in palace coups and civil wars. The principals in these conflicts have included popular minorities, such as Arab nationalists, communists, and socialists. As minorities, they sought to impose reform from above, for democracy would mean mobilizing the majority and therefore empowering opponents. Instead, these political forces turned to the nation. A successful campaign to equate the nation with their own political constituencies would obviate the need for a popular majority as they made top-down reforms. Who, then, constituted the nation? We can read the political history of Sudan since independence as a series of attempts to answer this question. The first nationalist vision to hold sway after independence was Arabism, under General Ibrahim Aboud, who took power in 1958. Inspired in part by the British narrative of Arab supremacy, Arab nationalists tried to foist the culture and language of the northern majority onto the whole of the country, in the process alienating the South in particular. This was followed by a more pragmatic turn under the regime of Colonel Jafar Nimiri. Like Aboud's, Nimiri's base of support was narrow, largely urban and professional. But, unlike Aboud, Nimiri focused on negotiation with a range of forces, first the Southern Armed Movement and the Communists, in the process initiating socialist-leaning economic policies and governance reforms. Later he allied with Islamists, leading to a reversal of key political reforms. Unlike Arabs and socialists who were minorities in Sudan, Muslims constituted a majority. Islamists therefore saw themselves not as imposing an ideology on the majority but as refashioning the state in the image of a majority devoted to Muslim traditions. Political Islam has been a dominant presence in the Khartoum government since the late 1980s under the rule of Omar al-Bashir and his chief ideologue, Hassan al-Turabi, but it has not been alone in claiming the Sudanese majority. Another response to top-down nationalism is Africanism, which claims that the Sudanese nation is not Arab or Muslim but African. This claim is broadly akin to that of the Islamists in that both identities, Islamic and African, can reasonably be said to encompass the majority of the public. But while Islamists and Africanists both claim to represent the majority, neither has thought through the contradictions of their positions. As the tension between Islamist and Africanist projects shows, there is no self-evident and permanent Sudanese majority to be arrived at through simple arithmetic. Sudanese have multiple identities, religious, linguistic, regional, and so on, making for several overlapping majorities. Which of these identities will be politicized and equated with the nation? Historically, the answer to that question has been determined through bloodshed. Indeed, the second phase of the Sudanese Civil War, between 1983 and 2005, was in important respects a battle over this question, although it did not start out that way. At first, the war was waged between the Islamist central government, first under Nimiri, then under Bashir and Turabi, and the Sudan People's Liberation Army under Garang's leadership. Garang was not an Africanist but rather a Sudanist. He promoted a unified, secular, and multi-ethnic Sudanese state, not a state created to reflect, serve, and glorify one of its constituencies, whether majority or minority, at the expense of others. But Garang's vision was never to triumph. Instead, the SPLA factionalized along lines of ethnicity, ideology, and personality. By the time Garang died in a helicopter crash in 2005, his movement for unity was riven with fault lines. Groups calling themselves variants of the SPLA demanded separation and independent South Sudan, for Africans. Indeed, for Africans of particular tribes. Of the major Sudanese nationalist movements, Garang's was the only one that tried to answer the question of the minority. Arabists and Africanists were stuck on that question: how could a state designed in the image of the majority claim the legitimate right to govern all the peoples of Sudan, including its minorities? Though these movements used the term democracy, their definition of majority and minority was cultural, that is, pre-political, and therefore permanent, unperturbed by the democratic will. Ultimately, Garang's project also foundered on the shoals of democracy. Sudanism did not have a minority problem, but Garang had a democracy problem, which alienated other SPLA leaders seeking their own places in the sun. With no one to take up Garang's mantle, his vision of a non-national Sudan accommodating diversity died with him, clearing the way for ethnic cleansing by means of secession. From Arabism to Islamism. By the time the British relaxed the southern policy in the late 1940s in favor of integration with northern parts of the country, major structural inequalities were visible. Northern elites inherited the colonial state, while southern elites, products of the Christianizing mission, felt cut off from access to that state. In response, southern political parties collected under the banner of the Umma Party in October 1954 to demand a federal status that would allow autonomy for the South. But the Democratic Unionist Party, its base mainly in the northern and eastern regions, was firmly opposed, scuttling any possibility of change. With the southern political class paralyzed, action came from southern units in the army. In 1955, soldiers in the southern town of Torrid mutinied, their revolt ushering in the first phase of the civil war that eventually produced the separate state of South Sudan. Sudan officially became independent in 1956. 2 years later, General Aboud led a coup and took power in Khartoum. The junta essentially inverted Britain's southern policy by obviating the north-south boundary and using state power to assimilate the south into northern practices. The new regime called for a single language and a single religion for a single country. Arabic became the official language in government offices and schools, and Friday replaced Sunday as the official public holiday. Churches were tolerated, but in 1961 Christians were barred from holding religious gatherings outside of them. All foreign missionaries were expelled the following year. State funds were advanced to build mosques and Islamic schools, and chiefs were pressed to convert to Islam. In 1964, when the junta invited public demonstrations of support for its southern policy, the public responded with protests against the war and the junta. That year's October Revolution brought down Aboud's government. A caretaker coalition of leftist parties took over and, in March 1965, held a conference of all parties, northern and southern, even exiles. But when the conference failed, the left coalition fell apart. The traditional parties DUP and UMA returned to power, and the war resumed. This regime was in turn overthrown by a second military coup in 1969, led by Colonel Nimiri. Like Aboud, Nimiri opposed the DUP and UMA, the sectarian parties that sought continued division of North and South. Also like Aboud, Nimiri won support from a base of urbanites with modernist sensibilities. But Nimiri took a more conciliatory approach than Aboud had. Rather than achieve non-sectarianism by making everyone Arab, he was willing to negotiate with the southern rebels to achieve a federal status within the Sudanese whole. The Nimiri regime can be credited with two efforts: ending the first phase of the civil war, and attempting to fundamentally reform the local government system inherited from colonial times. Neither peace nor reform proved sustainable, however. The trouble was that, although Nimiri was trying to implement popular changes, his was still a military regime. Autocracy is a delicate balancing act, requiring the support of other power centers, which themselves seek power and may have incommensurable agendas. Nimiri found it impossible to keep friends on his side, not least because sectarian interests remained so powerful. These complications were a feature of Nimiri's relationship with the Communist Party. Both camps agreed that the civil war should be ended through peaceful reforms, but they disagreed on the reforms to be implemented. While Nimiri supported limited autonomy for the South, the Communist Party rejected political change while calling for a program of Southern economic development. Southern rebel leaders, however, refused to sacrifice autonomy on the altar of development. The Communists responded by calling for a continuation of the war, a demand that ended the alliance with Nimiri and his officers. Freed from the Communist Party's ideological straitjacket, the Nimiri regime was able to negotiate the Addis Ababa Agreement, halting the civil war in 1972. The regime also explored alternative political reforms, including regionalization, a carefully crafted structure of Southern autonomy, in the context of a single national system. The irony was that, while reforms went ahead in the South, nothing similar occurred in the North. There was neither decentralization nor democratization, both of which reflected broad-based demands in northern political circles. In time, the regime gained popularity in the South, while the North, including the Riverain Center, seethed with discontent. The result was a curious alliance between Nimiri and the former Southern rebels. A time came when Nimiri's presidential guard comprised mainly soldiers from the South. In 1983, Nimiri made a last-ditch effort to broaden his northern support by allying with Islamists. To that end, he imposed Sharia and thereby vitiated the 1972 Compact. It was the death knell of non-sectarianism, but nationalism was still very much on the table. Nimiri and his new allies, the National Islamic Front, remained committed to a single nation-state. What changed were the contents of the nation, no longer all Sudanese Arabs or all Sudanese but rather all Sudanese Muslims. The NIF was in many ways a fitting partner for Nimiri. There was more than just a passing resemblance between the Islamists and his erstwhile Communist Party allies. Both parties proclaimed a universal truth said to be free of parochial attachments, whether of locality, ethnicity, or sect. The NIF and the Communists competed to organize the same urban constituencies, educated youth and women, professionals, and salaried workers. They agitated openly, but neither believed they could come to power through a democratic struggle. Both therefore pursued a clandestine and conspiratorial politics, particularly within the army, alongside their popular appeals. Thus, after Nimiri was deposed in 1985 and his regime replaced with an elected government, the NIF went to work on a coup of its own. In 1989, under the leadership of Hassan al-Turabi, the NIF backed General Omar al-Bashir's overthrow of the elected leadership. Al-Bashir and the NIF, like Nimiri and the Communists, saw their actions as politically transformational. The coup was no mere power grab, Bashir and his allies assured, it was a revolution of national salvation. Soon, the new government was using emergency laws to dissolve political parties and trade unions so as to rule by Decree 31. From here, Turabi became arguably the most powerful force in Sudanese politics, even though Bashir nominally was in charge, and even though neither Bashir nor Turabi ever secured a popular democratic mandate. What set Turabi apart was not what he achieved, although his opportunism and skill in centralizing power did result in many accomplishments, but what he said. His Islamist political vision was galvanizing. Turabi's volcanic impact on Sudanese politics derived from the distinction he drew between the universalism of Islamic principles and the parochialism of Arabic cultural practices, and the need to free the former from the latter. He was thus able to win over non-Arab Muslims, particularly in the western part of the country. Turabi's Islamism was a powerful unifying force in a Muslim-majority country where Arabs were a statutory minority. Islam was a more reasonable foundation for the making of a Sudanese nation. At last nationalism could be a majority project. Africanism and Sudanism. Africanism has deep intellectual and political roots in all parts of Sudan. For instance, Africanism influenced debates within the Sudanese Union Society, a literary society formed in the 1920s, which split over whether to dedicate a collection of religious poems to a noble Arabic nation or a noble Sudanese nation. The split led to the formation of the White Flag League in 1923, and its message carried forward across the evolution of Sudanese nationalisms. Thus in the 1970s Nuba intellectuals, for example, began to speak of Nuba as an African area, marginalized under the rule of an Arabist central government. Africanism has always been a critique of both colonial rule and Arabism. Over time Africanism spun off a more multicultural commitment to Sudanism. Both Africanism and Sudanism found expression in northern Sudan in the 1960s, often drawing inspiration from the historical example of Sinnar. The visual artist Zian al-Abidin coined the term Sudanoaya, "This is our destiny of Africanism or of Africanized Arabism," he wrote. Sudanoaya exists in our consciousness as an unclear area that we have not yet explored. The poet Al-Nur Osman Buabaker coined the metaphor jungle and desert in the early 1960s to refer to a polity combining the south and north. Another poet, Abd al-Hayy, described in his masterpiece Al-Ada ila Sinnar the moment when a new identity emerges out of the fusion of Arabic, Islamic and indigenous elements. That moment, the rise of Sinnar, brings together jungle, desert, and the heritage of Nubia to create a new tongue, history and homeland. 32. Africanism was militarized by southern peoples struggling for a seat at the post-independence table. The Tuareg mutineers of 1955 were dissatisfied with numerous indignities perpetrated by the northern-dominated Khartoum government, including, just then, the prosecution of a southern member of the National Assembly. Other mutinies followed, and for the next 8 years, small armed groups skirmished with the army. The insurrection coalesced into an organized uprising in 1963, with the founding of Enyanya, a southern multi-ethnic army bringing together members of the Dinka, Nuer, and other groups. Enyanya was novel not only in uniting tribalized Africans of varying faiths and traditions but also in articulating a separatist position. Enyanya was not content with a seat at the table. Its goal was either autonomy or independence. The conflict between Enyanya and Khartoum went on for almost a decade. In 1972, under the Addis Ababa Agreement, the rebels put down their guns in exchange for promises of autonomy. Tensions hardly dissolved, though, and the South remained a hotbed of more or less organized armed activity. In 1983, when Nimiri allied with the Islamists and imposed Sharia on the South, opposition against Khartoum quickly intensified, kicked off by a mutiny in the city of Bor. But this opposition, led by the SPLA, would be different than the last radically so. The SPLA, like Enyanya, mobilized beyond ethnic boundaries, but it also broke the north-south border, reaching out to residents in the Nuba Hills, in southern Kordofan and the southern Blue Nile. Many of the peoples the SPLA organized were non-Arab Nuba, Beja, and Fur, for example, but, as the late Mansur Khalid, Nimiri's foreign minister at the time of the Addis Ababa Agreement and an early SPLA member, put it, this reflected not a rejection of Arabs but an effort to mobilize the marginalized regions of the country. An Arab and devout Muslim who rejected political Islam in favor of Garang's Sudanist message, Khalid made clear that the SPLA began as an all-embracing national movement, open to all Sudanese. It was clear to Khalid that Garang's SPLA was no threat to Arabs, for what the SPLA was challenging was not Arabism as a cultural identity but as a political supremacy based on racial heredity. Although some considered the SPLA's championing of dispossessed Africans as evidence of a racist anti-Arab ideology, Khalid believed the ethnic diversity advocated by the is nothing but respect for cultural specificities rather than the perpetuation of ethnicity as a source of dissension. 33. Garang won over the likes of Khalid through his inspiring advocacy of a new Sudan that, in theory, would accommodate the diversity of the country in a single political community of equal citizens. At the historic Kaka Dam Conference in March 1986, a preliminary dialogue between the SPLA and the National Alliance for National Salvation, a northern coalition that also opposed the government, Garang laid out his objective. He did not focus on southern problems and southern solutions. Our major problem, he said, is that the Sudan has been looking for its soul, for its true identity. This search implicated the whole of Sudan, not a particular race or tribe. The Sudanese, he went on, proved unable to find that identity because they do not look inside the Sudan, they look outside. Thus some take refuge in Arabism, and failing in this, they find refuge in Islam as a uniting factor. Others get frustrated as they failed to discover how they can become Arabs when their creator thought otherwise. And they take refuge in separation. Garang's critique of Arabism did not, however, imply a critique of those identifying as Arabs, the Arabic language, or Arabic culture. The problem was Arabism as a political project equating the Sudanese nation with Arab identity. As far as Garang was concerned, the new Sudan was home to Africans, Arabs, and others but did not belong to any of them. As he put it, "We are a product of historical development. Arabic must be the national language in a new Sudan, and therefore we must learn it. Arabic cannot be said to be the language of the Arabs. No, it is the language of the Sudan. English is the language of the Americans, but that country is America, not England. Spanish is the language of Argentina, Bolivia, Cuba, and they are those countries, not Spain. Therefore I take Arabic on scientific grounds as the language of the Sudan and I must learn it. We are serious about the formation of a new Sudan, a new civilization that will contribute to the Arab world and to the African world and to the human civilization. Civilization is nobody's property. Cross-fertilization of civilization has happened historically and we are not going to separate whose civilization this and this is, it may be inseparable. 34. What was lacking, then, was a common political identity that could accommodate all of Sudan's cultural diversity. As Garang told an audience in August 1989, "I believe that the central question, the basic problem of the Sudan is that since independence in 1956, the various regimes that have come and gone in Khartoum, have failed to provide a commonality, a paradigm, a basis for the Sudan as a state, that is, there has been no conscious evolution of that common Sudanese identity and destiny to which we all pay undivided allegiance, irrespective of our backgrounds, irrespective of our tribes, irrespective of race, irrespective of religious belief." 35. Garang was especially at odds with other Southern leaders over the issue of power sharing. Many Africanists sought to improve the lot of Southerners through decentralization, the devolution of power to each ethnic group. But Garang understood that power sharing would only deepen tensions by refeeing the sense of ethnic boundaries and encouraging people to look out for themselves rather than a wider body politic. What was needed was not separate spheres but instead a single state and government in which all could participate. The method which we have chosen in order to achieve the objective of a united Sudan is to struggle to restructure power in the center so that questions as to what does John Garang want do not arise, so that questions as to what does the South want do not arise, he explained. I totally disagree with this concept of sharing power, for is not something in a siniyah. I use the words restructuring of political power in Khartoum rather than power sharing because the latter brings to mind immediately the question, who is sharing power with whom? And the answer is usually North and South, Arabs and Africans, Christians and Muslims. It has the connotation of the old paradigm. 36. When Garang spoke of the old paradigm, he had in mind the nationalist imagination bequeathed by the colonizer. Arabists built a political project on the foundation of a minority cultural identity, Islamists and Africanists built theirs on the foundation of majority cultural identities. Garang's quest for political unity was based not on the valorization of any one cultural identity, majority or minority, but on respect for cultural diversity. Garang was not just a political theorist, he was also a political strategist. The lesson he took from the first phase of the civil war was that the demand for an independent South Sudan had enabled Khartoum to rally the rest of the country against the South. He therefore concluded that the SPLA needed to formulate an all-Sudan objective so as to mobilize disgruntled forces throughout the country into a single front and thereby isolate the power in Khartoum politically. Events would affirm the wisdom in this approach. The SPLA earned some of its strongest support in the border areas just across the north-south boundary and in the western part of the country, in Darfur. The border areas were so moved by the unity idea that despite having no love lost for Khartoum, their residents voted against South Sudanese independence in 2011. Independence, they believed, betrayed the common struggle for a new Sudan. Garang himself arguably betrayed that quest, and certainly his movement failed. As I explore below, the SPLA splintered, and Garang sabotaged himself with deeds that defied his words. But those words were inspiring nonetheless. In July 2005, 3 weeks before he died, Garang arrived in Khartoum to take office as first vice president of Sudan. Earlier that year, the second phase of the civil war had officially ended with the signing of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, and now Garang was being given an opportunity to leave his mark on the government. The crowd that gathered to welcome him numbered more than 1 million people and cut across all conventional political divisions, North-South, Muslim-Christian, Arab-African. It had the hint of something new. Ethnic mobilization and conflict after 1983. Whatever the good intentions of Garang and the early SPLA, the movement after 1983 devolved into infighting. Much of that infighting was contoured by tribe, as various ethnic groups sought greater voice in the movement and opportunities to set an eventual post-war agenda. Two issues figured prominently in these struggles: the demand for ethnic power sharing in the new state to follow the war and disagreement over whether to seek South Sudanese independence or else countrywide reforms that would accommodate the interests of South Sudanese rebels. It is easy to make the mistake of believing that these internal conflicts reflect timeless tribal enmities. This is a function in part of colonial anthropology. Scholars such as Edward Evans Pritchard depicted South Sudan as a land inhabited by an array of nomadic tribal groups, mainly Nuer and Dinka, relations between whom were said to be marked by endless cycles of violence precipitated by competition over water and pasture. Not only were the Nuer and Dinka resource rivals, but the Nuer were communistic and opposed all authority, while the Dinka, reassuringly, believed that people were not as equal as sticks in a matchbox 37. Evans Pritchard was wrong, of course. He was wrong about the Nuer. They may not have listened to centralized authorities, like government-appointed chiefs, but they followed their own leaders, among them spearmen and rainmakers. And he was incorrect in thinking that the Nuer and Dinka had been always at odds. Anthropologists are not historians. The history of the region suggests a more complicated story. Every step forward in the recent history of the region has been marked by a coming together of Dinka and Nuer in a common cause. The anti-British White Flag League was founded by Ali Abd al-Latif, a Dinka, and Abd al-Fadil el-Maz, a Nuer. Collaboration between two former army officers, Kirubano Quinyan Bal, a Dinka, and William Nguyen Baini, a Nuer, led to the 1983 Boer Mutiny and the founding of the SPLA. But if tribalism in Sudan was neither timeless nor rigid, it was nonetheless a reality thanks to colonial governance. And that reality was hard to shake. The experience of the SPLA shows how inherited colonial structures limited political agency in the South long after the colonizer departed, even as certain political agents sought in turn to overcome and transgress these structural constraints. At the same time, leaders of the movement have broken away over personal ambitions. These many tensions have erupted repeatedly, leading to schisms. The first schism unfolded in the early stages of the founding of the SPLA over the key issue of the direction of the struggle. Should the SPLA strive for an independent South Sudan, in line with pre-1972 objectives, or should it pursue the new Sudan, a single, reformed political union? In this case, the disagreement was not tribalized, each side drew support from across ethnic boundaries. Garang and fellow Dinka Quinyan were joined by Nguyen, a Nuer, in calling for a new Sudan. Meanwhile Samuel Guy Tut, a Nuer, teamed up with Akuat Adam, a Dinka, in seeking southern independence. The second split came in 1991 when Lam Akal and Riek Machar, senior SPLA commanders in, respectively, the Upper Nile and in Nasir, along the Ethiopian border, broke away from the movement. They wanted Garang out, claiming that he had tied the SPLA too closely to the government of Mengistu Haile Mariam in Ethiopia in exchange for Ethiopian support. They further accused Garang of forestalling internal reform by refusing to democratize the SPLA. Finally, these rebels within the SPLA sought an independent South, not a new Sudan. They were unsuccessful in pulling the SPLA as a whole toward their position, so they formed a splinter faction, SPLA Nasir, under Machar's leadership. What came next was a massacre in Bor, in which forces under the command of Machar, a Nuer, killed about 2,000 Dinka civilians. More than any other single event, the 1991 massacre has shaped the collective psyche of the present generation of South Sudanese, persuading them that Dinka and Nuer are indeed blood rivals. It is noteworthy that the source of national trauma does not originate from the struggle against Khartoum but from the failure to handle conflicts within SPLA. The tensions of 1991 were never resolved, that resolution has merely been deferred. Broad-based before the Bor massacre, SPLA Nasir narrowed into a more or less exclusively Nuer interest group afterward. In 1993 the Nasir faction renamed itself SPLA United, and the following year it was reborn as the South Sudan Independence Movement, a group whose goal was directly at odds with Garang's. In a further mark of factional discord, Akal was kicked out. Then, in 1997, Machar's faction seemingly abandoned its radicalism by signing the Khartoum peace agreement with the Sudanese government. Other rebel groups including the Equatorial Defense Force, Akal's faction, and another SPLA faction under Quinyan joined in signing the agreement. The collaboration was good for Khartoum, enabling the Sudan government to pump oil from southern fields, but the agreement broke down in 2001. Machar and some of his forces returned to the SPLA, while others stayed behind in Khartoum, where, led by Paulino Matib and other generals, they formed the South Sudan Defense Forces, an organization that grew formidable under the patronage of the Sudanese army. The SSDF integrated into the SPLA in 2006, after Garang's death and the official conclusion of the civil war. The integration presented a major challenge to the integrity of the SPLA. Like the SPLA, the SSDF was an umbrella military organization. The two groups were also comparable in size. And, after all, the SSDF had encompassed many rebels who had broken away from the SPLA. Yet the merger it was referred to as a reconciliation was accomplished under the leadership of Salva Kiir, Garang's successor as both first vice president and the head of the SPLA. Reconciliation was something of a charade, since it brought about new sources of discord. Now under the SPLA umbrella was a majority Nuer army with a mainly Dinka officer corps. And no one really knew what the purpose of reconciliation was, as the reintegrated SPLA had no clear political strategy. The question still stood, was the goal a new Sudan or an independent South Sudan? Under these circumstances, there was no common political program to unite various factions, and the SPLA devolved into a coalition of ethnic militias, each loyal to its own leaders. The absence of a common political program reflected not only Garang's death, the great unifying figure was gone, but also his personal shortcomings. Above all, Garang was unable to subordinate his ambitions to the struggle for the new Sudan. So long as internal reform of the SPLA was delayed in the interest of keeping his hold on power, every difference, whether ideological or personal, led to fracturing and the spilling of more blood. Each bloodletting was resolved through precisely the sort of strategy that Garang knew would miscarry: power sharing. Dissenters within the SPLA gained positions and resources, but this only exacerbated divisions. Internal rivals learned that the route to power was through schism. The party's governance structures allowed no other avenue. The failure to build political consensus led to a failure to build an institutional culture that would filter and manage differences among leaders. This contaminated the SPLA's political institutions and, above all, its men-at-arms. In essence, Garang managed to articulate a popular idea about political union but not to follow through on it. This was the stuff of at least partial success. So long as the call for a new Sudan continued to generate support in different parts of the country, Khartoum's ability to wage a full-scale military campaign was restrained. That kept the rebels afloat long enough to start making demands that would be written into comprehensive peace agreement that Garang helped to negotiate in January 2005. The agreement called for increased southern autonomy under a new, interim constitution and established that a referendum on independence would take place in 2011. Pro-secession forces would have 6 years to convince a majority of Sudanese, northern and southern, that the South should be independent and to build the fundamentals of the new state that would emerge. Why did Garang accept a peace plan that allowed the possibility of independence? Perhaps he believed that when the time for a vote came, his side would prevail. As the charismatic figurehead of the unity movement, he might have moved the public in the direction of the new Sudan. But there were other reasons, too. As I detail below, the Comprehensive Peace Agreement reflected the interests of its Western brokers as much as it did those of any Sudanese party. Garang and other Sudanese negotiators were under pressure to do what the Western powers wanted above all, to assist them in the post-9/11 war on terror lest wealthy foreigners withhold badly needed political and economic support. Garang never got a chance to press his own case during the 6-year transition. Many believe that the possibility of a new Sudan died with him, and the birth of an independent South Sudan became an outcome foretold. But it takes more than independence to make a state. What emerged from the 2011 referendum was a shambles, a dominion of rival SPLA factions operating as tribal authorities. It is hardly shocking that this volatile brew exploded quickly into extreme violence. Nor is it shocking that, in the aftermath, nothing changed politically. As we will see, in the wake of the massacres of 2013, political change was not even considered. Instead, NGOs turned to their rote procedures of naming and shaming, of transitional justice, of redoing Nuremberg yet again. South Sudan, a false state. South Sudan is widely regarded as a failed state, and it is not hard to see why. In December 2013, not 3 years after the referendum that made South Sudan independent, the new polity descended into horrifying violence. In just 3 days, militia slaughtered an estimated 20,000 civilians in the capital of Juba. 38. The killings were carried out along ethnic lines, beginning with Dinka militias going house to house in newer residential areas. The political objective was to cleanse Juba of its newer population and polarize the country's 11 million inhabitants along ethnic lines. Previously, South Sudan had seen ethnic violence, as in 1991. But the political crisis was not primarily contoured along ethnic lines. Rather, splinter groups in the SPLA had jockeyed for power and competed over the question of autonomy or the new Sudan. By 2013, however, the violence was definitively tribal. As a displaced person in a UN compound told the African Union Commission that investigated the violence in 2014, they put a knife into what bound us, turned the crisis from political to ethnic. 39 Dinka militias also targeted newer politicians. On December 16, tanks pounded the home of the erstwhile vice president, Riek Machar, killing more than a dozen of his guards, though not Machar himself. Overpowered, newer soldiers fled the city. Newer communities outside Juba responded to the killings with a rebellion. Calling themselves the White Army, a reference to the ash from burned cow dung with which young Nuer smear their bodies, some 50,000 armed Nuer youth converged on the city of Bentio and ransacked it. From there they marched on Juba. The White Army was motivated by a deep sense of grievance over the massacres and by the promise of plunder. Its contingents left a trail of carnage in the towns and villages they swept through. When the government faction later retook these towns, there was further destruction, perpetuating a cycle of revenge. Rape became a regular occurrence in battle zones. Mothers taught their daughters how to survive. The Western press was at a loss to explain what had happened. How had the cherished hope of self-determination so rapidly deteriorated? The fallback explanation was tribalism. Militias loyal to a Dinka-led government had massacred Nuer, and now the government was facing a Nuer-led rebellion. This was all that needed to be said. This view evoked the conventional wisdom that Africans are quick at learning the arts of war but genetically resistant to those of peace. The claim of tribalism is simply more convenient, more digestible to ignorant Western audiences than is the truth, which would implicate the powers that politicized Dinka and Nuer identity and later, in 2005 and after, ensured that South Sudan would be born in chaos. A clue to the source of the violence lies in the tanks that rumbled onto Machar's property and killed his guards. They were government tanks, under the flag of the SPLA. Yet Machar was himself an SPLA politician, and his guards were SPLA soldiers. Although the violence of December 2013 and after broke along ethnic lines, it originated not in ancient hatreds but rather power struggles within the SPLA, power struggles ordained by the Comprehensive Peace Agreement developed in 2005 under the oversight of Western powers and intensified in the years leading to the 2011 independence referendum. It is wrong to think of South Sudan as a failed state, for the simple reason that, 10 years after independence, South Sudan is not and has never been a state. South Sudan has a nominal government and has never had an election. Salva Kiir, the internationally recognized president, was never elected to his office, not even in the sort of sham process that routinely passes for democratic practice in South Sudan. There is no bureaucracy or judiciary, no state army. There are militias whose forces wear SPLA uniforms but who are loyal to their paymasters, not to the state. The post-referendum South is an internationally recognized boundary inside of which assorted leaders hold power that stems from their capacity to distribute patronage, a capacity enabled by the outside powers that insist South Sudan is a state. The CPA turned over South Sudan and the wealth provided by Africa's second-largest oil reserves to the generals of the southern militias, whether they fought for or against Khartoum in the civil war. Each ministry was allocated to a different general, who filled it with his men and sometimes women. One can hardly conceive of a better way to avoid the hard work of reforming the state inherited from colonialism. A newly minted minister will do what he can to retain his power, after all. The creation of South Sudan therefore became an opportunity merely to affirm the colonial structure, as each tribe took native administration to its logical conclusion by laying claim to its own district within the context of the so-called state. In other words, the situation in supposedly independent South Sudan is essentially a continuation of indirect rule. The territory is dominated by chiefs, armed men, whose authority is legitimate by foreign writ rather than internal consent. The chiefs rule despotically, through graft and violence, and can maintain control as long as the right foreign powers are happiness that the chiefs guarantee through oil production and alliance in the war on terror. The notion that there is a self-governing state of South Sudan is a juridical fiction. The Comprehensive Peace Agreement and the failure of transition. The CPA of 2005 was negotiated between the SPLA and the Khartoum government and brokered by the Troika of the United States, the United Kingdom, and Norway. It was premised on the assumption that all and only those with the capacity to wage war had the right to determine the terms of the peace. Both the talks and the agreement included every group with a fighting force, but every non-militarized party in Sudan and in the territory that in 2011 became South Sudan was marginalized. The international NGO community, prominent media personalities such as George Clooney, and activists like John Prendergast cheered from the grandstands, as civilians were excluded from the life-changing negotiations. The negotiations and transition were a constant parade of bias. The SPLA, protected by the global acknowledgement of its status as a victim, was coddled and absolved of responsibility for its own violent missteps, the assumption being that a victim can do no wrong. Whereas the ruling party in the North was rightly and roundly criticized for election fraud in 2010, criticism was muted when the SPLA perpetrated its own fraud in elections in the South that same year. When the 2011 referendum on self-determination returned a 99.8% yes vote in the South, the international community lauded the result. After all, it was what the Troika wanted. This was a foretaste of how electoral politics were likely to operate, with the ruling party doubling as the army and backed by international patrons whose interests in South Sudan had nothing to do with its people. The CPA perpetuated the worst legacies of the Liberation War, including the SPLA's refusal to countenance internal reform. The CPA endorsed the power of the SPLA, the power of the gun, at the expense of the political class, civic associations, and the civilian population. That meant that, if a new state were formed, it would be in the hands of an unaccountable clique whose only experience was in armed struggle. When that state was born, with Kiir at its head, the new regime only needed the support of foreign leaders and activists. As Lam Akal, who became a leading opposition politician in the South, explained using another acronym for the SPLA, the CPA gave SPLM the power it could not have got by political means. It made it possible for SPLM to entrench itself in the agreement. They gave themselves all the power and marginalized everyone else. The state became the SPLM and the SPLM became the state. Before the referendum, the SPLA had been open to negotiations with other southern parties, whose cooperation and support it would need during the process leading to independence. The last such talks were held at the All South Sudan Political Parties Conference in October 2010. The conference agreed that, should the referendum pass, a transitional government of national unity would be composed of all political parties and headed by Kiir. The parties also agreed to hold a constitutional conference and then an election for South Sudan's president. But after the referendum, the SPLA dispensed with the nuisance of opposition parties. It hardly needed them, given that it could count on firm support from the Troika and other foreign players. Following the referendum, Akal explained, the SPLM Political Bureau met and said they have an electoral mandate and will rule until 2015. There would be no presidential election. The SPLA also reneged on the promised constitutional conference. Both moves served to solidify the interim regime into a permanent one. The consensus built in 2010 was shattered, Akal said. Akal went on to contrast 2005, the year the CPA was signed and the transition began, with 1972, the year the first civil war ended, with the signing of the Addis Ababa Agreement. The agreement in 1972 was negotiated by a party, which did not carve out for itself all the power. We had a vibrant but plural power even though there was a single party in Khartoum. But SPLM got power through an agreement, not through elections. After excluding everyone else, they began to exclude themselves. 40 He was referring to the factionalizing of the SPLA, whereby the army and ruling party turned on itself and thereby fostered the crisis that exploded in 2013. A chaos of feuding militias. Dissension was built into the structure of the SPLA. It was not a state army, it never had been. As rebel forces, SPLA units mobilized for individual operations and then disbanded. As the armed forces of South Sudan, the SPLA grew more formal at the top, with command structure and training procedures. But it otherwise remained a loose agglomeration of tribal militias, men with guns and officers with their own ideas. Central Command did not even have a complete roster of soldiers. On the eve of the violence, the SPLA was said to comprise roughly 240,000 soldiers, including handicapped and retired fighters who remained on the payroll. But no one knows the true number. The SPLA knew who its commanders were. There were reportedly 700 generals in the revealingly top-heavy force, about 3 times as many generals as in the U.S. Army, which comprises 1.3 million soldiers, and those commanders had their own rosters of soldiers. But Central Command did not have access to this information. Juba sent money and orders to commanders in the field, and it was the commanders who decided what to do with the money and the orders. They were the paymasters, which means soldiers' loyalties stopped with them. If their orders defied those of Central Command, the soldiers knew which to follow. The SPLA also was not especially discerning in absorbing militias. Instead, it tried to co-opt competitors for short-term gain, resulting in the introduction into its ranks of the sort of charlatans and self-aggrandizers who are prepared to be co-opted. For instance, after a schoolteacher named David Yao lost a 2010 election for a state assembly seat and charged the SPLA with fraud, he assembled a militia and led a secession movement only to then cut a deal whereby the SPLA would absorb his militia while he remained its commander. This tin-pot leader of men used their lives and those of civilians to extort a cushy gig. As General Kwil Maniangjuk, who also served as Minister of Defense, admitted, most of these militias are illiterate, led by illiterate major generals. Even today, we have not integrated them. He compared trying to organize the army to dealing with NGOs in South Sudan, all with their own leadership, each sponsored by a different country. 41. It wasn't just charlatans the SPLA welcomed. It was also insubordinates and enemies. Peter Bajrajak, an advisor to Kiir, noted that, during the transition between the CPA and independence, several warlords rebelled continually, leaving and rejoining the SPLA, which reinforced their own power with their loyalists, rather than the army's authority. 42. And with the violence of December looming, General James Hothmai, Chief of Army Intelligence, noted that within the SPLA were different factions of militias that were fighting alongside the Sudan government Southerners, who were until recently at war with the men ensconced in Central Command. We did not build a national army, he concluded. 43. The factional breakdown ran straight to the top. High-ranking politicians such as Akal had personal armies under the SPLA umbrella. Even the Presidential Guard was a many-tendrilled institution. There were those who guard the president, Kwil explained in 2014. Riek had a personal force. Paulino Matib, Deputy Commander-in-Chief of SPLA, had his own guards from his own area, Unity State. They too were part of the Presidential Guard. Kwil understood what it meant to mistake armed men for an army. It meant that South Sudan was not a state and yet it will have the powers of a state. 44 powers including the capacity to carry out extreme violence. The donor community, failing utterly to understand what was happening in South Sudan, tried to solve this problem through one of its one-size-fits-all strategies: disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration. DDR is a routine feature of UN peacekeeping operations in post-Civil War situations. In South Sudan, the 2-year UN program targeted 90,000 ex-combatants at a cost of US $55 million. By 2012, just 12,000 soldiers had agreed to leave their posts and turn over their weapons. The failure of DDR is no mystery. The lowest-ranking soldier in the SPLA received about $140 a month, whereas most civilians lived on about $1 a day, if not less. Soldiers were not about to sign up for poverty. And those who did sign up were not going to stay out of the army long. You give him money under DDR, when the money is finished, he will go back to the bush, Hoth said.